10 Gods chapter 1286 to chapter 1338. Lin Tian tore through the void and left the immortal court. In an instant, he appeared in the western region of the ninth heaven. His eyes were intertwined with Emperor Light. Ah! I don't want to die. Help! Far away, in an ancient city, screams and cries for help mixed together. It was mournful, sad, and panicked. A hazy emperor shadow stood above the ancient city. His eyes were cold, and his body was surrounded by Emperor Light. Rays of light of life rushed out from the ancient city and quickly entered his body. No! Someone roared as he watched his loved ones explode in front of him, turning into a blood mist and being swallowed by the hazy emperor's shadow. The hazy emperor's shadow's eyes were deep and emotionless. He raised his hand and shot a sky full of Emperor Light towards the ancient city. The Emperor Light was so strong that it enveloped the entire ancient city and pressed down. The ancient city was broken, and the cultivators who were still alive trembled in despair. Many people collapsed on the ground. How could an ordinary person resist the power of the emperor? Clang, the sound of a sword was ear-piercing, and a golden sword chi slashed over from a distance. Its speed was extremely fast, and it instantly shattered the Emperor Light that filled the sky. Lin Tian walked over from a distance. Golden divine light intertwined around his body, like a god walking between heaven and earth. For a moment, everyone in the ancient city was shocked. The master of the immortal court, the immortal emperor. Someone trembled. After a few years, the prestige of the immortal court had already spread all over the world. As the master of the immortal court, everyone in the cultivation world naturally knew about it. In fact, long before Lin Tian established the immortal court, his prestige had spread far and wide. Everyone in the cultivation world knew about him. Lord Immortal Emperor, save us! In the ancient city, the people who were still alive spoke one after another, trembling as they begged Lin Tian for help. Many people even knelt down. Lin Tian looked at the ancient city. The ancient city covered a large area, enough to accommodate 500,000 people. But now, the ancient city was torn apart, and blood and bones were everywhere. Roughly estimating that 300,000 innocent people had died tragically. He glanced at the cultivators who knelt down and begged for help. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the Emperor's shadow opposite him. The hazy Emperor's shadow looked at Lin Tian, and his deep eyes narrowed slightly. Obviously, he knew about Lin Tian's existence. Immortal, clang, the golden sword light cut through the air, interrupting the great emperor's words and heading straight for the great emperor's shadow. The hazy emperor's shadow was very strong. It turned into a blur and quickly dodged the sword. The golden sword light landed on a mountain in the distance, directly shattering the mountain, scattering sand and dust all over the sky. The hazy emperor's eyes darkened. Immortal Emperor, this seat and you have minded our own business. What is the meaning of this? What do you think? Lin Tian raised his hand, and the golden sword light converged to form a golden divine sword. He walked towards his opponent. The eyes of the hazy emperor darkened as he said coldly, "These people have nothing to do with you. For these people who have nothing to do with you, you've come to stop this king from taking action. Aren't you being a bit too nosy? What is the meaning of this?" Lin Tian stepped forward, golden divine light swirling around his body. "Let's be more magnanimous. In the name of the immortal emperor, we will quell the chaos of darkness." He held the golden divine sword and walked towards the hazy emperor's shadow step by step. "To be honest, I don't like you." He was not the kind of person who would sacrifice himself for all the people in the world who had nothing to do with him. However, as long as it was within his power and he could protect all the people in the world, he naturally would not hesitate. More importantly, this kind of behavior that used the lives of others to help oneself made him feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart. Just to replenish his lifespan, hundreds of thousands of innocent lives were devoured. Even if these lives had nothing to do with him, he could not help but feel a trace of anger. Clang, the golden sword light cut through the air towards the hazy emperor's shadow. This sword was very powerful. The powerful emperor's aura directly shattered the emperor's light around the hazy emperor's shadow, revealing a withered figure with sunken eye sockets. He looked like a dried corpse, and his appearance was very horrifying. This is, the Southern Vulture Emperor Wang. In the ancient city, a cultivator's voice trembled. Above the ancient city, Lin Tian's gaze did not change. Southern Vulture Emperor Wang, you were also involved in the dark turmoil 50,000 years ago, he said. Over the years, the Immortal Court had developed tremendously. As the master of the Immortal Court, he was naturally familiar with the cultivation history of the 10 Directions heavenly domain. Therefore, he could not help but read countless ancient books in the history of cultivation. Now, he naturally recognized the withered figure in front of him. Like the 7 ultimate demonic emperor and the others, he was also infinitely close to the heavenly venerate realm. 50,000 years ago, he had also caused a dark turmoil and devoured all the people in the world to replenish his lifespan. Countless innocent people had died tragically in his hands. He looked at the other party, and the golden emperor sword in his hand exuded an even sharper sword aura as if it could cut through everything. Immortal Emperor, do you really want to be my enemy? 2 piercing rays of cold light shot out from the Southern Vulture Emperor's eyes. Lin Tian raised his hand, and the reply was a golden sword light that directly cut through the void. Be your enemy? Are you worthy? His voice was indifferent. Then, the sky full of sword light appeared together like a rain of swords, directly enveloping the Southern Vulture Emperor. This sword aura was incomparably sharp, like a destructive rain of swords descending, extremely terrifying. 2 piercing rays of cold light shot out from the Southern Vulture Emperor's eyes, supporting a large expanse of Emperor's light, interweaving with a terrifying killing power, shattering pieces of sword light, and the surrounding space was frozen by the Emperor's might. Lin Tian was slightly surprised. This Southern Vulture Emperor was very strong, many times stronger than the 7 ultimate evil emperor and the others, as if he already had 1 foot in the Empyrean venerable realm. Immortal Emperor, even if you have the reincarnation imperial physique, don't be too arrogant, you might not be my opponent. Southern Vulture Emperor said coldly, I advise you to stop now, and I will pretend that today's matter never happened, and we will not offend each other in the future. Lin Tian's expression did not change, and he walked step by step towards the other party. 50,000 years ago, the dark turmoil, and today, how many innocent lives have been lost in your hands? If I stop today and let you do as you please, that would be unrighteous, don't even think about it. Southern Vulture Emperor's eyes became completely cold. Since that is the case, then I will test how strong the reincarnation imperial physique is. With a boom, his body emitted a terrifying aura, rolling like a volcanic eruption. Once such an aura appeared, it caused the surrounding space to tremble violently, and the void shattered. The ancient city below shook violently, and cracks appeared on the surface of the ground. The terrifying aura crushed one ancient clan after another, causing the surviving cultivators in the ancient city to be terrified. Under such emperor's might, they could not resist at all. Lin Tian looked at the Southern Vulture Emperor, and his left hand pointed downwards, shooting a golden light into the ancient city, instantly enveloping the entire ancient city, causing the violently shaking ancient city to stabilize in an instant. This caused all the cultivators in the ancient city to relax, and then they looked at Lin Tian above the ancient city with faces full of gratitude. Thank you, Lord Immortal Emperor. Many people thanked him with trembling voices. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden light, and he raised the golden divine sword in his right hand, directly slashing towards the Southern Vulture Emperor. With a crack, the void shattered, and streaks of chaotic light were slashed out. The Southern Vulture Emperor was very powerful. Although his body was withered, his divine arts and techniques were divine. His hand swayed in the air, shattering Lin Tian's streaks of sword light, but his body was shaken back several steps. I advise you to stop suppressing your body and conserve your strength. In front of me, you do not have the qualifications to conserve your strength, Lin Tian said. Since ancient times, old emperors who did not have much time left would use special secret techniques to suppress their bodies to slow down the loss of their lifespan. The Southern Vulture Emperor in front of him was no exception, and he could sense that there was a seal in his body. The Southern Vulture Emperor's eyes were cold, and in the next moment, the Emperor light around his body began to surge. Clearly, he was very clear that under the circumstances of suppressing his body, it was impossible to block the reincarnation imperial physique. It was very unrealistic. Boom! Billowing divine light surged, breaking through the horizon. In the blink of an eye, the Southern Vulture Emperor's aura surged, becoming more than 10 times stronger. It was shocking. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. This person was very powerful, and he was only half a step away from entering the heavenly venerable realm. Immortal Emperor, you will regret this. You made me release the seal that suppressed my body and consumed my lifespan. You will pay the price. The Southern Vulture Emperor said. Rumble. At this moment, he released the seal in his body, and his emperor aura surged. Try and see if you can make me pay the price. Lin Tian was very calm. The Southern Vulture Emperor was very powerful at this moment. He was only half a step away from entering the heavenly venerable realm, but he still had not entered it. Without reaching that level, he would not feel the slightest bit of pressure. The Southern Vulture Emperor coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, endless Emperor light surged, and it was like 10,000 streaks of killing light that pressed down on Lin Tian. This Emperor light was very terrifying, and the sky shattered piece by piece. Many great Daos appeared together, and the Dao light surged like waves. The terrifying killing aura was definitely enough to easily destroy a ninth heaven Emperor realm expert. Lin Tian was very calm. The Golden Emperor sword in his right hand slashed horizontally, and the sword light became even stronger, interweaving into the sky, vast and mighty. Chi! 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 The two interweaved, and the sky and earth cracked. The Southern Vulture Emperor's eyes darkened, and a cold light interweaved, reincarnation body. At this moment, he had completely released the seal, and returned to his peak state. The attack he released was extremely terrifying, but it could not do anything to Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He stepped forward, and the Golden Emperor sword cut through everything. The Southern Vulture Emperor's strength was very terrifying. He did not dodge, and he faced it head-on. The two fought intensely, and in the blink of an eye, they had clashed hundreds of times. Bang! Emperor light filled the ground. The Southern Vulture Emperor was swept away, and the sky was filled with Emperor blood. Half of his body was directly shattered. The Southern Vulture Emperor stabilized his body and quickly repaired his broken body. His eyes were filled with shock and anger as he looked at Lin Tian in disbelief. At this moment, he had already released the seal, and his cultivation had returned to its peak. A ninth heaven Emperor realm expert was like an ant in his hands, but now, he could not stop the sixth heaven Emperor Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, half of his Emperor body was shattered. Didn't you want me to pay the price? Lin Tian's voice was calm. He held the Golden Emperor sword and walked towards the Southern Vulture Emperor. However, in the next moment, he stopped and looked towards the north region. In the ninth heaven, the distance between the western domain and the northern domain is very far. However, with the strength of an emperor, it's not impossible to perceive the aura and sounds of the northern domain from the western domain. After all, emperors are very powerful. Lin Tian looked towards the northern domain, and the light in his eyes intertwined. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the tyrannical Empyrean pressure also surged out from the southern and eastern regions, shaking the entire ninth heaven. The Emperor light in Lin Tian's eyes grew stronger, and the aura around his body grew stronger. Screams echoed in the southern and eastern domains. The Southern Vulture Emperor swept his gaze towards the three great domains. At this time, he obviously also sensed the changes in these domains. You want to quell the chaos in the name of an immortal emperor? Now that there are four great emperors at the same time, each of them is no weaker than this emperor, can you really quell them? He looked at Lin Tianling and smiled. As his words fell, a new emperor-level aura intertwined. It was also extremely strong, and it came from the eighth heaven. Subsequently, the seventh heaven, sixth heaven, fifth heaven, and fourth heaven emitted emperor pressure. Each of them wasn't weak, and they were extremely powerful, causing the entire 10th heaven to tremble. Lin Tian was in the 9th heaven, but his powerful emperor-level strength allowed him to perceive all of this. Dragon light intertwined in his eyes, and the divine eye of delusion opened directly at this moment. Looking through the heavens barrier, he vaguely saw ancient emperors wantonly reaping the lives of all living beings in the world. Screams of horror echoed in all directions. This is the chaos in the darkness. As long as an ancient emperor starts to take action and replenish his lifespan, it will lead to other ancient emperors who don't have much lifespan to follow suit, leading the darkness to suppress all living beings. To the ordinary beings of the 10 Directions celestial domain, this was undoubtedly a disaster. The southern vulture monarch swept his gaze across the heaven domain, then looked at Lin Tian and said, "Those below the Emperor realm are all ants. Celestial Emperor, I advise you to stop. Don't casually make enemies for a group of unrelated people, it has no effect on you, shut up." Lin Tian spoke, interrupting the southern vulture emperor. With a bang, the emperor pressure on his body began to rise, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed to an incomparably terrifying height. "Whether I can quell them or not, you will see clearly in hell." His voice was cold. "Today, I will kill all of you." As his words fell, the emperor pressure on his body became stronger, directly supporting the reincarnation diagram of the king domain. The southern vulture emperor's expression changed and a chill ran down his spine. He could clearly feel the terror of this divine map. "You, die." Lin Tian held the reincarnation diagram of Delusion Emperor. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. He used his 6th Heaven Emperor realm cultivation to activate the king's territory and envelop the South Vulture the Arch. Damn it. God slaying 9 strikes the divine domains heaven Dao domain reincarnation the reincarnation with a sizzling sound, his divine Dao was annihilated. The divine and saintly reincarnation diagram pressed down mightily. Immortal emperor immortal, stop. Immortal emperor, he yelled. Lin Tian's expression was cold. Naturally, he would not show mercy. He activated the king's territory with all his strength and mercilessly pressed down. With a poof, a bloody light exploded. Immortal vulture southern vulture was crushed to death by the reincarnation diagram on the spot. So strong. With just one strike, he. In the ancient city, all the cultivators were shocked. Although they already knew that Lin Tian was very strong and knew of Lin Tian's extraordinary battle achievements, when they saw Lin Tian kill immortal vulture southern vulture, who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm, they were still shocked and overwhelmed. Then, these cultivators came back to their senses and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Lord Immortal Emperor." Everyone spoke in unison. At this moment, these people's eyes were filled with reverence. The ancient emperors started the dark chaos and devoured all living beings to replenish their lifespan. The immortal emperor, the master of the immortal court, saved them. "We will erect a longevity stele for the immortal emperor and worship him for all eternity," someone said excitedly. Everyone's eyes were lit up. In the sky above the ancient city, Lin Tian looked at the north region from afar. The light of the dragon patterns in his eyes intertwined and the illusionary divine eyes became even more resplendent. With his current cultivation level of the 6th firmament of the Emperor realm, the dragon pattern light in his eyes became even denser. His aura also rose again, like an ancient volcano that had been dormant for many years erupting at this moment. He was suppressing the world. With a crack, the void in front of him shattered and a void rift appeared. In the next moment, he stepped into the void rift and appeared on a large plain in the north region. "No. Help. Run. Run." There were many cultivators on the plain, and all of them were fleeing in fear. The entire plain was stained with blood. In the sky, a figure shrouded in black light was attacking. Only a pair of deep eyes could be seen. Emperor light swept out in all directions, crushing cultivators one after another, and then forcibly seizing their life force. "Ah!" Screams sounded, and the cultivators were terrified. Lin Tian appeared here with a cold gaze. A golden sword light swept across the sky as if it could cut through everything. With a whoosh, the emperor light from the emperor's shadow shrouded in black light was shattered, and the sword light continued to slash toward that person. For a moment, all the cultivators on the plain were shocked. The immortal emperor of the immortal court? Immortal emperor, save us! These cultivators all cried out for help. Lin Tian stepped over from afar. He was very fast, and his afterimages filled the sky as he moved toward the emperor's shadow shrouded in black light. The emperor's shadow's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "Immortal emperor, you want to stop me? This has nothing to do with you." Seeing Lin Tian's actions, the Emperor's shadow naturally understood that Lin Tian was here to stop him. It was too obvious. Lin Tian stepped forward. His eyes were cold as he directly stepped over. Clang, golden sword chi swept out, cutting through heaven and earth as it slashed toward that person. This person was very powerful and extraordinary. He shattered the sword light with a slap. Immortal Emperor, I've never offended you. Don't meddle too much. You're heartless. Die. Lin Tian's voice was cold. Dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes, and the dragon light became denser. He appeared in front of that person in just one step. That person's expression changed. He was shocked by Lin Tian's eyes and Lin Tian's speed. You. Lin Tian waved his right hand and transformed into a god transformation talisman. He directly imprinted it on that person's chest and entered his body. At the same time, the reincarnation portrait rushed out from behind him. A mighty aura that suppressed the world enveloped that person. No. That person screamed. In the blink of an eye, his body and soul were destroyed. He's dead? The Immortal Court's master actually came from the eastern region to save us? This, on the plain, the cultivator's eyes flickered. Then, they all revealed expressions of gratitude and reverence. Thank you, Immortal Emperor. Everyone trembled and bowed to Lin Tian in the sky. Lin Tian didn't say much. Dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. He tore through the void and appeared in the southern region in the next moment. In the southern region, blood light intertwined in the sky. An ancient blood fiend emperor was harvesting the lives of all living beings. Lin Tian appeared in this large region. When he saw the blood-stained ground and the fleeing cultivators, their faces were filled with fear. A powerful emperor had launched a dark rebellion. Who below the emperor level could resist it? These cultivators could only struggle in fear. Clang, golden sword light streaked across the sky. Lin Tian slashed his sword and directly forced the blood fiend emperor who had launched the dark rebellion in the southern region. Immortal Emperor, what do you mean? That person said coldly. I'm just killing you. Lin Tian Dao. He waved the golden emperor sword in his hand and directly slashed at that person. At the same time, the reincarnation portrait was also raised. He directly used his full strength. Boom. The reincarnation portrait rumbled and spread out in all directions. It suppressed the ancient emperor under it and crushed him into pieces with a puff. His body and soul were destroyed. He opened his eyes and swept his gaze across. The void collapsed. With a step, he stepped into it and walked towards the eastern region. Just now, that was the reincarnation body, the master of the Immortal Court, the Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor walked out of the Immortal Court to save us? In the southern region, a group of cultivators saw Lin Tian kill the blood fiend emperor with their own eyes. They were all stunned. At this time, Lin Tian had already appeared in the eastern region and found the person who was harvesting the lives of all living beings in the eastern region. This was an emperor who was 20 feet tall. He was like a giant, and his strength was much stronger than the southern vulture emperor. Under his hands, more than 300,000 living beings in the eastern region died tragically on this day, and their light of life was completely snatched away. When Lin Tian found this person, he saw with his own eyes a baby in swaddling clothes explode with its mother and die. Bastard! He gritted his teeth. With a boom, the great Tao reincarnation portrait directly condensed and suppressed the world in all directions. That is, the immortal master of the Immortal Court. The master of the Immortal Court actually came to save us. In this area, the cultivators who were fleeing in panic trembled and looked up at the sky. Boom, in the sky, the great Tao reincarnation portrait suppressed together, covering all directions. The 20 feet tall ancient emperor's expression changed directly. Facing the great Tao reincarnation portrait, he directly felt the pressure of death. Immortal Emperor, what do you mean, die? The great Tao reincarnation portrait descended majestically, shattering everything. Nothing could stop it, and it crushed the ancient emperor into pieces. His body and soul were destroyed, the light of the dragon patterns in his eyes was very strong. He didn't return to the Immortal Court. Instead, he looked at the lower heavens through the heavenly barrier. With the help of the divine eyes of illusion, he vaguely saw the scenes in the lower heavens. The emperors flew across the sky, harvesting innocent lives, and blood splattering everywhere. Ka! The heavenly barrier shattered. He stepped out of the ninth heaven and headed towards the eighth heaven. Being born in this world, he always has to find something meaningful for himself to do. Now, as an emperor, he discovered that someone had launched a dark rebellion, devouring all living beings to replenish his lifespan. Naturally, he wouldn't turn a blind eye to it. He wanted to use his powerful emperor force to quell this dark rebellion and suppress all the cruel emperors who launched it. In just an instant, he appeared above a group of ancient cities in the eighth heaven. Here, the air was intertwined with a thick smell of blood. An ancient emperor was taking action, harvesting the lives in the ancient cities. Screams, begging for mercy, and cries for help resounded in every corner of this ancient city. The emperor above the ancient city was shrouded in emperor glory. His eyes were deep, cold, and ruthless. The divine light of the reincarnation diagram intertwined, covering the vast sky, covering the ancient emperors above the ancient cities of the eighth heaven. Above the ancient city, the emperor who was harvesting the lives of tens of thousands of creatures suddenly changed his expression and quickly retreated. Immortal Emperor, you, boom, the diagram of reincarnation was too powerful. It immediately cut off this ancient emperor's path of retreat. Puff. Blood splashed everywhere. Under the pressure of the reincarnation diagram, the ancient emperor couldn't resist at all. His body and soul were instantly destroyed. Lin Tian glanced at the eighth heaven. The dragon runes in his eyes shone brightly, seemingly able to see through everything in the world. In another place in the eighth heaven, he found another old emperor who was devouring the lives of tens of thousands of creatures and directly killed him with the reincarnation diagram. That's Reincarnation, the master of the immortal court in the ninth heaven. The master of the immortal court, the immortal emperor, came down from the ninth heaven to quell the chaos of the darkness? Great, great! Immortal emperor. Many cultivators were excited. On this day, Lin Tian stepped into the eighth heaven and killed 3 ancient emperors who were devouring the lives of tens of thousands of creatures to replenish their lifespan. Immortal emperor. Immortal emperor. Immortal emperor. In this heaven, many cultivators couldn't help but roar when they saw Lin Tian kill the ancient emperors who started the chaos of the darkness. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with dragon runes. After killing the ancient emperors who caused the chaos in the eighth heaven, he directly broke through the heaven barrier and appeared in the seventh heaven. Crossing the great void, he killed 2 ancient emperors who were harvesting the lives of tens of thousands of creatures under his sword. Subsequently, he crossed the sixth heaven and the fifth heaven, killing 4 ancient emperors who were devouring the lives of tens of thousands of creatures. These ancient emperors were very strong, but he was even stronger now. He was an absolutely invincible existence under the Empyrean realm. Only those above the Empyrean realm could make him feel threatened. With such strength, he crossed the ninth heaven and quelled the chaos of the darkness. He was like an immortal heavenly sword. The ancient emperors who started the chaos of the darkness couldn't stop him at all. Immortal Emperor. Thank you, Lord Immortal Emperor. Supreme Immortal Emperor, we will definitely set up a longevity tablet for you. One by one, the cultivators clasped their hands. The chaos of the darkness is incomparably terrifying. It's the ancient emperors reaping lives. Now, Lin Tian has made a powerful move, slaughtering all the way from the ninth heaven, saving countless lives. This made these people feel extremely grateful. Many people swore that they would erect a longevity tablet or longevity monument for Lin Tian in the future, worshipping him for generations to come. The divine light around Lin Tian's body intertwined. His speed reached the extreme as he crossed the heavens and entered the fourth heaven in the blink of an eye. Not long after that, he found the cruel emperor who was wreaking havoc in this heaven region and slashed down with the towering heaven sword force. He was now at the sixth heaven of the monarch realm, and he had the strongest reincarnation body. Once the towering heaven sword light was released, he could easily kill a seventh heaven monarch realm expert. That kind of power was terrifying. Immortal Emperor. You're too much. The ancient emperor that started the dark chaos in this heaven region roared angrily. While he was in the process of harvesting life to replenish his life force, he was stopped. When faced with Lin Tian's terrifying killing intent, he could only flee in a sorry state. This scene was seen by many cultivators in the fourth heaven. Many of them were shocked, but at the same time, they were extremely excited. The terrifying emperor who started the dark chaos was still devouring the lives of tens of thousands of creatures a moment ago, but now, he was being hunted down like this. Immortal Emperor. It has been several years since the Immortal Court was established in the ninth heaven. The name of the Immortal Court had spread all over the 10 heavens. Lin Tian, the master of the Immortal Court, naturally became famous in the 10 heavens. Now, seeing Lin Tian take action, suppressing the darkness chaos, and hunting down the cruel emperor who started the darkness chaos, these cultivators were excited, pleasantly surprised, and filled with reverence. Lin Tian was saving the lives of tens of thousands of creatures from the fire and water. At the same time, in this heaven, the Ant Clan, Blood Wolf Clan, Dark Shadow Clan, Stone God Clan, and other great clans that once had a grudge with Lin Tian and made things difficult for Lin Tian trembled in fear. That man has become so strong now. No. A shrill scream echoed in the vast sky. The fleeing ancient emperor couldn't escape in the end and was killed by Lin Tian with the reincarnation map. Divine light intertwined in Lin Tian's eyes, as if a god had descended. His powerful Empyrean force directly tore through the void. With unparalleled means, he forcibly grabbed the emperors who were wreaking havoc in the other 2 regions of the fourth heaven. Immortal Emperor, these 2 emperors were both at the 8th heavenly layer. At this moment, they were grabbed by Lin Tian from the void, both of them trembled. As an emperor, you have to have the spirit of an emperor. You are too much of a failure. Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. In the past, in order to protect the tens of thousands of creatures in the 10 heavens from being harmed by the netherworld race in the sealed dust ancient region, an emperor of the human race sacrificed his life and soul to seal the passage from the sealed dust ancient region to this place. But now, for his own selfish interests, in order to replenish his lifespan, he directly killed and devoured countless creatures to strengthen himself. Comparing the 2, he couldn't help but sigh. His gaze became incomparably cold as he stared at the 2 emperors. The reincarnation map rose behind him, and the divine light covered all directions, shrouding the 2 emperors in it. He supported the king's territory with his 6th heavenly layer emperor cultivation base, and the killing intent was really too terrifying. It could suppress everything. Immortal Emperor, stop. We know our mistake, we will stop immediately. The 2 emperors' withered bodies shouted at this moment. They clearly felt the terror of the reincarnation map, and they couldn't resist it. Lin Tian's eyes were ruthless. If you can resurrect the innocent creatures you killed, I will let you go. The 2 ancient emperors trembled. Those creatures were completely dead. Their souls and origins were devoured by them. How could they be resurrected? Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and the reincarnation map directly pressed down. No. Miserable screams rang out. The 2 emperors couldn't resist the reincarnation map at all. They directly exploded under the reincarnation map, and their bodies and souls were wiped out. The 4th heaven completely calmed down. In the 9th heaven, 8th heaven, 7th heaven, 6th heaven, 5th heaven, and 4th heaven, all the old emperors who started the dark turmoil and devoured the lives of tens of thousands of creatures were all killed in just a few hours. The dark turmoil subsided just like that. Lin Tian stood in the 4th heaven. Dragon runes intertwined in his eyes, and the golden divine light around his body skyrocketed. The powerful emperor's might of the reincarnation body was vast and mighty. Like an ancient volcano erupting, the tyrannical emperor's might swept across the entire 1st heaven to the 9th heaven. As long as I, Lin Tian, am alive, whoever dares to start the dark turmoil again will die. He opened his mouth in the 4th heaven. The powerful emperor's might surged, causing the barriers of the heavens to collapse one after another. His voice spread across the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven, causing the firmament of the 9 heavens to tremble. In the 9 heavens, the cultivators were shaken. The Lord of the Immortal Court, the Immortal Emperor, issued a warning to the old emperors who don't have much lifespan left. It was to prevent any ancient emperors from starting the dark turmoil again. Especially in the 4th heaven to the 9th heaven, those who experienced the brief dark turmoil this time were even more excited. Many people's eyes were full of admiration and gratitude. Immortal Emperor! Immortal Emperor! Immortal Emperor! Many cultivators couldn't help but shout. One person calmed the dark turmoil and warned the old emperors who want to start the dark turmoil again. This is protecting all living beings. This is a great kindness. A great merit. Immortal Emperor! In the 9 heavens, some ancient emperors who don't have much lifespan left didn't participate in the dark turmoil this time. When they heard such a warning at this time, their eyes turned cold. Their faces became cold, and killing intent flashed in their eyes. Although these emperors don't have much lifespan left, there is still a long time before they truly wither. They have already decided to harvest the lives of all living beings to extend their lifespan in the future because this method is indeed very effective. Now that Lin Tian issued such a warning, it is tantamount to directly blocking their way to extend their lifespan in the future. Because, if they dare to make a move, Lin Tian will directly kill them, and they are absolutely no match for an Emperor Realm reincarnation body. In the 4th heaven, Lin Tian's body was enveloped by the Emperor's light. He closed the Eye of Illusion Breaker and tore through the void. In the next moment, he stepped out of the void and returned to the immortal court of the 9th heaven. Lord Immortal Emperor! Outside the immortal court, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals were very excited. The ancient emperor started the dark turmoil, and the master of the immortal court alone quelled this darkness. In just a few hours, he crossed the 6 heavens and killed all the ancient emperors who started the dark turmoil. This is a super feat. As disciples of the immortal court, they were very proud of this. Lin Tian didn't have the slightest arrogance. He nodded to the disciples of the immortal court and entered the immortal emperor pagoda again. Previously, he was in seclusion to comprehend some profound arts. He felt that someone started the dark turmoil, so he came out of seclusion to stop it. Now that the dark turmoil has been quelled, he returned to the immortal emperor pagoda and began to comprehend and cultivate again. Buzz, the Heart Sutra of Sun was activated by him. Golden divine light interweaved, illuminating the entire immortal emperor pagoda, but it was very gentle. He was comprehending his own great Tao, as well as array formations, alchemy, and other arts. Golden divine light buzzed. He sat cross-legged in the immortal emperor pagoda, and his aura was ethereal. All kinds of arts interweaved in his sea of consciousness. Suddenly, his immortal emperor body trembled slightly. He suddenly felt a special force enter the immortal emperor pagoda. He opened his eyes. The immortal emperor pagoda was the core of the immortal court. He had engraved dense killing runes on it. Unexpectedly, other forces could enter the immortal emperor pagoda, and the killing runes around the immortal emperor pagoda didn't react at all. Dragon runes interweaved in his eyes. He opened the illusionary divine eye, and was shocked. He saw pure white light surging from all directions of the immortal emperor pagoda. It was gentle and pure. After entering the immortal emperor pagoda, it flowed to his side like water ripples, rippling outside his body. Then, in the next moment, the pure white light directly entered his body and rushed to every corner of his immortal emperor body. It was like a divine light, quickly nourishing his body, divine soul, and origin. In just an instant, his essence, chi, and spirit rose greatly, and his cultivation rose by a large margin. This is? He was shocked. Lin Tian was surprised. The pure white light silently penetrated the Tao patterns he had arranged outside the emperor's pagoda. After entering his body, it actually caused his essence, chi, and soul to soar, and his cultivation base to rise by a large margin. This was really shocking. Wang. In his body, the Heart Sutra of Sun circulated on its own. Its speed became faster, and the golden divine light overflowed, much stronger than before. This was great news. However, he didn't dare to be careless at this time. He quickly scanned the pure white light with his powerful emperor-level divine sense and found that it wasn't dangerous to him at all. It was only beneficial to him. This caused him to reveal a look of bewilderment. Where exactly did this type of beneficial pure white radiance come from? He opened his divine eyes of illusion breaker, and his body shook slightly. The next moment, he appeared outside the immortal emperor pagoda, in the sky 10,000 zhang above the immortal emperor pagoda. Then, he saw that the pure white light that had gathered in the emperor's pagoda actually moved with him, rushing out of the emperor's pagoda and into his body. Then, he saw more and more of these lights rushing in from outside the immortal court. They came from the east, west, south, and north of the ninth heaven, and even from the lower heavens. These lights rushed into the immortal court, carrying with them pure energy. Their aura was shocking, but none of the disciples in the immortal court noticed it. In particular, he saw these lights float directly in front of a Nirvana realm immortal general, but the other party didn't even blink. Obviously, he didn't see these things at all, and didn't even feel them. This made him even more puzzled. Could these things only be seen by the divine eyes of Illusion Breaker? Or only he could see them? He was puzzled. He tried to close his divine eyes of Illusion Breaker, and found that he could still see them, but the other people in the immortal court didn't notice anything. It has nothing to do with the divine eyes of Illusion Breaker, and only I can see these things? He frowned, and then wondered, what is it, and where did it come from? He opened his divine eyes of Illusion Breaker again, and this time, he looked in the direction of the pure white light. His gaze fell on an endless distance, and then he was shocked. He saw that these lights were rushing out from the bodies of cultivators. He revealed a shocked expression and looked towards the direction of the other pure white lights. His gaze landed on an endless distance away, and he realized that each of the pure white lights were rushing out from the bodies of the cultivators. They gathered together and rushed towards him from an endless distance away. Even the heaven domain barrier couldn't stop these lights. There were many lights rushing over from the lower heaven domains. He focused his gaze even more seriously. Soon after, he discovered that these cultivators whose bodies flowed with pure white radiance were all people he had saved during this dark chaos. Many of them were erecting long life steels for him right now, some even bowing piously to him. This left him shocked. Could it be that this type of radiance was born from the deep gratitude these cultivators felt towards him? He looked at these people. His eyes shone brightly as he used his powerful eye power to observe hundreds of cultivators at the same time. He found that as the pure white light rushed out of these people's bodies, their essence, chi, and spirit didn't decrease at all. They were in the same condition as before. Furthermore, these people did not sense the light at all. They could not sense the existence of the light at all. What is going on? He was puzzled. Streaks of pure white light came from afar. Only he could see them. They circled around him and entered his body. The Sun Heart Sutra circulated on its own. The golden light on the surface of his body grew thicker and thicker. He frowned. He used his eye of Illusion Breaker to observe the cultivators whose bodies flowed with the pure white light. He only returned to the Immortal Emperor Pagoda after confirming that the radiance had no effect on these cultivators. As he returned to the Immortal Emperor Pagoda, the pure white light moved with him and gathered within the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. He looked at the pure white light and confirmed that it was harmless. As the light flowed out, the cultivators who were the source of it wouldn't be harmed. He paused for a moment and then channeled the Sun Heart Sutra to absorb the light. He used the powerful Sun Heart Sutra to refine it and spread it to every corner of his body. Suddenly, with a boom, the golden light outside his body exploded. His essence, chi, and chi surged, and his cultivation grew even faster. Wang! The pure white light kept rushing in from outside the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. It was very gentle and very pure. At the same time, it was very powerful. After he channeled the Sun Heart Sutra to absorb it, it rushed into his body and fused with his flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, his essence, chi, and chi multiplied. His godly soul and origin doubled. His cultivation went from the early stage of the 6th layer of the Emperor Realm to the middle stage of the 6th layer of the Emperor Realm. It didn't show any signs of stopping. It was still growing. This shocked him. Rays of light intertwined in his eyes. As he channeled the Sun Heart Sutra, he calmed himself down and focused on refining the pure white light. At the same time, he began to examine the essence of the white light. He couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. He realized that the pure white light was very similar to the totem power of will that he had absorbed in the sleepless ground. However, although it was similar, it was still different. This light was much purer than the totem power of will. What does it belong to? Lin Tian was puzzled. He was sure that it wasn't something like the totem power of will. However, he wasn't sure what it was. He thought about it, but he still couldn't figure it out. In the end, he stopped thinking about it and focused on absorbing the light to cultivate. Wang. The void buzzed. He channeled the Sun Heart Sutra. The golden light outside his body became even more intense, illuminating the surroundings. Gradually, his aura became stronger and stronger. His essence, qi, and qi continued to rise. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a strong gust of wind surged out of his body. He sat cross-legged in the Emperor Pagoda. The Emperor's aura outside his body became even denser. It was extremely powerful. Seventh sky of the Emperor realm. He opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. Now that his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the monarch realm, he could clearly feel that his physique had become even stronger. The divine power in his body was like a river of stars, rolling endlessly. His fighting strength was obviously much stronger than when he was at the 6th level of the monarch realm. At this moment, there was still pure white light coming from outside the Emperor Pagoda. However, it was obviously much less. He channeled the Sun Heart Sutra again. He used the light to cultivate and stabilize his cultivation at the 7th layer of the Emperor realm. After that, another 7 days passed before the light completely disappeared. Lin Tianyu had thought about the reason for the appearance of the light and the reason for its gradual disappearance. In the end, he vaguely came to this conclusion. He guessed that it was due to the cultivator's gratitude and reverence towards him. As time passed, this gratitude and reverence gradually faded. When it weakened to a certain extent, the light was no longer born. That's probably the case. He muttered to himself and stopped thinking about it. He took a deep breath and sat cross-legged in the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He continued to comprehend the mystic art. Golden light intertwined around his body. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. On this day, a golden divine light rushed in from outside the immortal court. Yi Tong had returned to the immortal court after training outside for several years. After several years of training, his cultivation had reached the 5th layer of the Nirvana realm. His aura was much stronger and more condensed. However, the childishness on his face didn't fade much. Divine Son. The disciples of the immortal court bowed. Yi Tong greeted the disciples of the immortal court and entered the immortal court. Lin Tian was in the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He naturally sensed Yi Tong's return and walked out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda at this moment. Master. Yi Tong strode over at once. Lin Tian chuckled. He naturally felt that Yi Tong was much stronger than before. Just a small gathering, he said. He transmitted his emperor voice, which reverberated throughout the entire immortal court. It woke up Baiziki and the others who were cultivating. More than a year ago, the immortal court had truly stabilized. Many things in the immortal court were handed over to others. He, Baiziki, and the others didn't care too much about it. They all cultivated in seclusion, hoping to break through to a higher level. It's too difficult to go from half-step emperor realm to half-step emperor realm. The whooshing crocodile bared its teeth. In the past year, it had been cultivating bitterly. However, it couldn't improve much from its original foundation. It was still at half-step emperor realm. It's very difficult to increase one's cultivation after the Nirvana realm, Baiziki said. He had the Thunder God King physique and was very talented. However, after cultivating in seclusion for a year, his cultivation had only reached mid-7th level Nirvana realm. Who cares if it's difficult or not? Since we're out of seclusion, let's not talk about cultivation. Drinking wine and eating meat is the truth, Ling Yin said. That's how it should be, Lin Tian said with a smile. He summoned Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and the others, as well as Xianxia. They gathered in a small forest in the depths of the immortal court. After a year, Lin Shi and the others' cultivation didn't change much. After all, it was too difficult to cultivate after the Nirvana realm. Why do I feel that your cultivation has become stronger again? Ji Yu looked at Lin Tian suspiciously. She didn't have the king physique and didn't have a powerful bloodline. However, her talent wasn't any weaker than the king physique. Her spiritual sense was especially strong. At this moment, she noticed the change in Lin Tian. I'm almost at the 7th level of Emperor Realm, Lin Tian said with a smile. His words caused everyone to stare at him. Even Xianxia was an exception. Freak! The whooshing crocodile bared its teeth. It was at half-step Emperor realm. After cultivating in seclusion for a year, it hadn't made any progress. Lin Tian, on the other hand, had directly reached the 7th level of Emperor realm. Inhuman! Ling Yan cursed. Lin Tian laughed and chatted with the group. Soon, a day passed in the blink of an eye. After cultivating in seclusion for a year, Lin Tian didn't cultivate for the time being. After reuniting with Baiziki and the others, he stayed with Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others. After another 3 months, he entered the Immortal Emperor Pagoda again. He wanted to break through to the Heavenly Venerable Realm as soon as possible. Weng, golden light intertwined around his body. He cultivated in the Immortal Emperor Pagoda and comprehended all kinds of mystic arts. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. 1 year later, he was sitting in the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. Suddenly, his Immortal Emperor body trembled slightly and he opened his eyes. Opening his eyes, Lin Tian frowned. As the scene of the sealed dust ancient region suddenly appeared in his mind, he suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. The sealed dust ancient region. He muttered to himself as a ray of light intertwined in his eyes. At the mention of the sealed dust ancient region, he instantly thought of another name, the Netherworld race. What's going on? He frowned again. When he was comprehending the Tao in seclusion, the scene of the sealed dust ancient region suddenly appeared in his mind, and it made him feel uneasy. He couldn't help but be concerned. He frowned and thought. Could the Netherworld race in the sealed dust ancient region be a threat to him? Logically speaking, it was impossible. The passage leading to here had been sealed countless years ago, and the heavenly venerables there couldn't break it. Moreover, the ancient road that the Netherworld race had been excavating had been destroyed by him. This race shouldn't be able to come over from that side, and they shouldn't be a threat to him. However, why would such a scene suddenly appear in his mind? He sat quietly in the Immortal Emperor Pagoda and seriously thought, but he still couldn't think of anything. Xianxia. He muttered to himself. When one's cultivation reached such a high level, sometimes they could really understand the profound. The scene of the sealed dust ancient region suddenly appearing in his mind was definitely not that simple. He couldn't understand this matter, so he planned to ask Xianxia to make a deduction. He stood up and directly walked out of the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. Soon, he arrived at the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion of the Immortal Court. This was specially set up for the Divine Mathematician and Xianxia. It was an important part of the Immortal Court. Xianxia is with Miss Jiyu and the others. He arrived at the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion. Only the Divine Mathematician was there, and he told him that Xianxia and Jiyu were together. Yes, Senior. Lin Tian said. He left the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion and soon arrived at a courtyard deep in the Immortal Court. The courtyard was filled with tall immortal plants and all kinds of immortal herbs. There were immortal butterflies formed by spirit chi fluttering in the air. It was like the Ruoxian realm. This was the residence that he specially set up for Lin Shi and Jiyu. They lived here. When he arrived at the courtyard, he happened to see the 6 women in a pavilion in the courtyard. The fragrance of tea floated in the air. Eh? Big brother, you've come out. Lin Shi happened to tilt her head and found Lin Tian. She was surprised, and then she looked happy. After her cultivation reached the Emperor realm, Lin Tian would go into seclusion for a very long time every time. She really missed her elder brother. Yes. Lin Tian stepped forward with a smile. After a year of seclusion, he came to the pavilion and chatted with the women for a long time. Only after an hour had passed did he speak again. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, there's something I need to trouble you with." His words were simple as he told Xianxia the reason for his visit. He also told her about the sealed dust ancient region and the Netherworld race. There is another great space in the 9th heaven? There's another Netherworld race? This was the first time they had heard of the sealed dust ancient region and the Netherworld race. Hearing Lin Tian's words, they were all stunned. It was only after dozens of breaths that they finally calmed down. Xianxia said, "I'll give it a try." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked out of the pavilion and stood in the center of the courtyard. She immediately used the divine divination Tao. With the information provided by Lin Tian, she began to deduce the divine divination Tao. As she used the divine divination Tao, in the blink of an eye, the light of the great Tao appeared in this space. The light of the great Tao surged on its own and surrounded her like a guardian spirit, intertwining with a peaceful aura. Ye is so powerful. As expected of an immortal spirit body that is close to the great Tao. Endless Tao light emerged with just a casual move. Jiyu sighed. Yes. Bai Qiao nodded. The immortal spirit body was known as the darling of the great Tao. It was indeed amazing. Crack. Suddenly, the sky shook, and a trace of lightning appeared. Lin Tian looked up and frowned slightly. Xianxia had deduced something. As a nirvana immortal spirit body and the darling of the great Tao, when she used the divine divination Tao at this time, traces of lightning appeared. Golden divine light surged out of his body. He looked at the traces of lightning in the sky, ready to attack at any time. Xianxia stood in the courtyard, her expression unchanged. A divine mirror floated out of her body. The divine mirror was full of intertwining immortal spirit runes. As soon as it appeared, more Tao light poured out between heaven and earth, almost drowning Xianxia in it. The Tao light was extremely thick. The divine mirror of divination. A light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. Then, he looked at the sky again and found that the streaks of lightning that had appeared before had silently dissipated. As expected of the divine mirror left by the divine ancestor. He said in his heart. This divine mirror was extraordinary. In the courtyard, Xianxia silently deduced. It was not until a full quarter of an hour later that she stopped. How is it? Lin Tian stepped forward and asked. Not so good. Xianxia was usually very peaceful, but at this time, her expression was somewhat serious. The netherworld race will come from the sealed dust ancient region. There are more than 10 million of them, and there are 11 heavenly venerables. They are preparing to unify the 10 directions celestial domains. Then, she looked at Lin Tian, paused for a moment, and said, the highest order is to suppress the reincarnation bodies. What? There are actually 11 heavenly venerables? They want to attack Big Brother? Lin Shi and the others were shocked. The netherworld race was going to come from the sealed dust ancient region? There were a total of 11 heavenly venerables leading the charge? More importantly, they were actually targeting Lin Tian? Lin Tian frowned. His uneasiness was not unfounded. The netherworld race was going to come from the sealed dust ancient region to unify the 10 directions celestial domains. Moreover, the highest order of this race was to suppress him. This was obviously because the heavenly venerables from the netherworld race saw that he was a reincarnation body and wanted to seize his reincarnation source when he was in the first territory of the netherworld race. Moreover, he was also shocked by the lineup of this race. There were actually 11 heavenly venerables leading the charge. This was very frightening. The combined power of 11 heavenly venerables, how frightening would that be? He knew that the netherworld race was very powerful, and he also knew that there were heavenly venerables in this race, but he did not expect there to be so many of them. At the same time, besides feeling surprised, a strand of bewilderment arose in his heart. The path from the sealed dust ancient region to here had clearly been sealed a long time ago, and the ancient path that was excavated that day had been destroyed by him, so how could they possibly charge over here? Could it be that other than the sealed road and the ancient road that was excavated back then, this clan had found other passageways? He frowned, then paused, looked at Xianxia and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Previously, when Xianxia was divining, she had attracted a trace of lightning, which surprised him. He did not expect that at that time, Xianxia was actually divining 11 heavenly venerables at the same time. Even though she was the immortal spirit body favored by the great Tao, it was still very dangerous. Although the lightning in the sky disappeared after the Tianji divine mirror appeared, he could not help but be worried. I have the Tianji divine mirror left behind by the ancestor to protect me. It's okay. Xianxia shook her head and said, they will probably come from the sealed dust ancient region in about a year. The exit is located in the western region. As the immortal spirit body favored by the great Tao, she had mastered the Tao of divination. With the help of the Tianji divine mirror left behind by the Tianji ancestor, she had divined many things. At this time, her expression was very solemn. she clearly knew what the Netherworld race's invasion meant. Not only was it a destructive disaster for the countless creatures in the first to ninth heavens, but it was also a great threat to Lin Tian, because the highest order of this race was to capture Lin Tian. Obviously, they wanted to seize the origin of samsara. Okay, I know. Lin Tian nodded. He discussed some matters regarding the Netherworld race with the women before leaving the courtyard. After leaving the courtyard, he went to another place in the depths of the immortal court and directly used the emperor's voice to wake up little Taichu, Baiziki, Wuxing Crocodile, Xianxia, and the others from their seclusion. Then, he told them about the invasion of the Netherworld race. What? Baiziki, Xianxia, and the others were shocked, not only because of the sealed dust ancient region and the existence of the Netherworld race, but also because of the strength of the Netherworld race and their imminent invasion. 11 Celestial Venerables? Even Xianxia, who had always been taciturn, was shocked at this time. 11 Celestial Venerables, what kind of shock was this? Appalling. This, Fan Ningxiong's eyes widened. The Five Elements crocodile was naturally shocked by this matter. At the same time, he was also puzzled. Originally, the passageway from the sealed dust ancient region to this place was sealed a long time ago. Back then, when we went to the sealed dust ancient region, the ancient road that this tribe secretly dug was also completely destroyed by you. Now, how can this tribe kill their way here? He was really shocked. They should have found another way. This is what Ye deduced with the divine mirror of divination, so it can't be wrong. Lin Tiandao. This made Wuxing Crocodile and the others' expressions turn ugly, and they were all incomparably solemn. The Netherworld race was about to invade with an army of more than 10 million, led by 11 celestial venerables. This lineup was too terrifying. Don't worry too much. It will take about a year for this race to come here, and we have a year to prepare in advance. In addition, with Ye here, we can seize the opportunity to fight at any time. Lin Tiandao. He told Baiziki and the others about this matter, and discussed with them for a full day. Then, he directly tore open the heavenly barrier, entered the first heaven, and appeared at the foot of the Burning Sun sect, and climbed the stone steps outside the Burning Sun sect. The Netherworld race was about to invade, led by 11 celestial venerables. This lineup was really terrifying. He wanted to talk to an old drunkard, because an old drunkard was also in the celestial venerables realm, and he was definitely not an ordinary one. When little Taichu entered the early celestial venerables realm, an old drunkard carved a killing formation that could easily suppress the little guy. Changfeng? He left with Xianxia a month ago, and we don't know where exactly he went. On the Burning Sun sect, Lin Tian couldn't find an old drunkard. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect told him so. This, Lin Tian frowned. An old drunkard actually left the Burning Sun sect a month ago, and even the Supreme Elder didn't know where he went. An old drunkard had actually left the Burning Sun sect with Xianxia a month ago. Even the Grand Supreme Elder did not know where they had gone. Lin Tian did not expect this. What's the matter? The Grand Supreme Elder asked. A very important matter. Lin Tian nodded. He did not hide anything and simply told the Burning Sun sect's Grand Supreme Elder about the Netherworld race. He asked the Burning Sun sect's Grand Supreme Elder to make all kinds of preparations so that he would not be at a loss when something unexpected happened. After all, the Netherworld race was about to attack this side. This was a very serious matter. This, the Burning Sun sect's Grand Supreme Elder was visibly moved. He was obviously shocked by this matter. The sealed dust ancient region, the Netherworld race, 11 Empyrean venerables. For ordinary cultivators, this was really shocking. In the end, Lin Tian bade farewell to the Grand Supreme Elder and left the Burning Sun sect. After leaving the Burning Sun sect, he went to the Valley of the Harp, the Bai family, the Feather sect, the Barbarian race, and other places to inform the higher-ups of these major forces of this matter. Then, he returned to the ninth heaven. Buzz. He tore open the void and appeared in a fairyland-like mountain in the eastern region in the next moment. It was the ethereal mountain. He came here to use the special method that Wu Yi had told him to climb the highest mountain to find Wu Yi and the Violet Fairy. The peak of this majestic mountain was intertwined with a faint mist. Spirit fruits and immortal herbs were everywhere. There was a small courtyard in the center. The courtyard was fenced with a fence, and it had an ancient feeling. He came here and saw the Violet Fairy and little AI in the courtyard. He directly told them about this matter. The Netherworld race is going to attack, led by 11 Empyrean Venerables? There's actually such a thing? The Violet Fairy frowned. After you destroyed the ancient road that was being excavated, they found a new path to this side of the world? This was not a small matter. In the Immortal Court, there is an immortal spirit king physique that is proficient in divination. You have seen her before, so she can deduce it. Lin Tian said. He looked around and was a bit puzzled. Where is Wu Yi? He looked around but didn't see Wu Yi. Master is in seclusion. AI said. Lin Tian's expression changed. Seclusion? How long will it take? 3 to 5 years. In addition, this closed-door cultivation is very important to Wu Yi. During this period of time, you must not disturb her. The Violet Spirit said. This, Lin Tian frowned. Wu Yi was the most powerful cultivator he knew of. However, he was currently in the most important period of secluded cultivation. He still needed another 3 to 5 years. In other words, when the Netherworld race attacked, Wu Yi would not be able to make a move. This made him somewhat speechless. An old drunkard was exceptionally powerful, yet he had left the Burning Sun sect with Xianxia. Now, no one knew where he was. Wu Yi was unfathomable and seemed to be omnipotent. However, he was now in the most important period of seclusion. These two invincible forces could not be counted on now. The Violet Spirit said, I will go out with you. It won't be too difficult to deal with first and second level heavenly venerables. Lin Tian was slightly surprised when he heard this. It wouldn't be too difficult to deal with first and second level heavenly venerables? Little Violet, have you already? He was a little surprised. The Violet Spirit's words meant that she was now at the height of the heavenly venerable realm. The Violet Spirit looked to be 11 or 12 years old. She looked like a real spirit. Her long hair fell to her waist, and a faint pressure overflowed. Lin Tian was immediately moved. Second-level heavenly venerable. Yes. The Violet Spirit nodded and said, AI will go with us. She has the seal of life and death, which is not inferior to the king physique. In addition, Wu Yi personally taught her the ancient scriptures. Now, there are not many people below the Emperor realm who can stop her. Her combat power is very impressive. Lin Tian nodded. When AI came back from the dead and gave birth to a divine seal like the seal of life and death, it was indeed not weaker than the king's physique. In addition, with Wu Yi, the master of the Misty Mountain, who was unfathomable, teaching her personally, it was naturally not weak and was very powerful. However, he frowned. Wu Yi is in seclusion. If you all leave, will she be left alone in Ethereal Mountain? According to the Violet Spirit, Wu Yi's seclusion was very important. At least one person should be left behind to guard her. Ethereal Mountain is covered with divine runes. Without the special method that Wu Yi taught you, no one can enter and disturb Wu Yi's seclusion. Even heavenly venerables are no exception. The Violet Spirit said. Lin Tian was moved. The divine runes intertwined in Ethereal Mountain were so powerful? Even heavenly venerables could not break in? Don't be surprised. Let's go. The Violet Spirit said with a smile, or do you miss little Yi after not seeing her for a few years and want to go deeper? She looked at Lin Tian with a very ambiguous expression. Lin Tian was speechless. The Violet Spirit smiled even more happily. Let's go. There was still a year before the Netherworld race attacked, but she still decided to leave with Lin Tian now. She had to return to the Fey King Palace. After all, she was the master of the Fey King Palace. The Netherworld race was about to attack, and this was a very serious matter. She had to return to the Fey King Palace and pass down some powerful spells to mobilize the masters of the Fey King Palace to prepare for what was to come. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. He looked at the deepest part of the mountain. He learned from the Violet Spirit that Wu Yi was in seclusion there. He silently said in his heart, everything goes well. Then, he left Ethereal Mountain with the Violet Spirit and AI. I will return to the fake king palace first. AI will go with you to the immortal court. Outside Ethereal Mountain, the violet spirit said to Lin Tian. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. He parted ways with the violet spirit. After seeing the violet spirit's figure disappear from sight, he left with AI. He didn't return to the immortal court directly. Instead, he went somewhere else. Brother Lin, we don't seem to be going to the immortal court. AI naturally noticed this and asked Lin Tiandao curiously. Lin Tian nodded. Let's go to the other great sects first. He tore open the void and stepped in with AI. Soon, they arrived outside a vast group of immortal mountains in the northern region. As far as the eye could see, there were numerous palaces within the immortal mountains. There were even floating treasured islands that were filled with dense spirit chi. This place was the establishment of one of the top forces in this region, the Purple Branding Sacred Ground. He brought AI into the Celestial Mountain and came to the outside of the Purple Burn Sacred Ground. Immediately, the disciples guarding the sacred ground were shocked and quickly went forward to welcome them. Greetings, Immortal Emperor. The group bowed in unison. This was the Emperor-level reincarnation King Physique, the master of the immortal court. He single-handedly suppressed the dark turmoil. How could they dare to be disrespectful? I want to see your patriarch. Please inform him. Lin Tiandao. The few disciples of the Purple Burn Holy Ground nodded their heads as one of them flew into the Purple Burn Holy Ground. Not long after, the Purple Branding Patriarch and the other important figures of the sect came out to welcome them. Immortal Emperor, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. The Purple Branding Patriarch smiled. Compared to Lin Tian, this person had lived for a long time. However, he was very polite to Lin Tian. This was because Lin Tian was very powerful. In the world of cultivators, powerful strength often determined everything. May I know why the Immortal Emperor is here? One of the Grand Elders asked. I have something important to discuss with you. Lin Tiandao. The Purple Branding Patriarch and the others naturally understood. The Purple Branding Patriarch and the other Emperor-level Grand Elders personally led the way. They invited Lin Tian and AI to a secret palace in the depths of the Purple Branding Sacred Ground that was filled with strange formation runes. This place is definitely hidden. The Purple Branding Patriarch said to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian nodded. He didn't hide anything. He told the Emperor-level experts of the sect that the Netherworld race was coming and was led by 11 heavenly venerables. Of course, he didn't explain how he knew this would happen a year later. What? This clan is going to attack us again? Led by 11 heavenly venerables? Wasn't the passageway from that space to this space sealed back then? The Purple Branding Patriarch and the others were shocked. The Purple Branding Sacred Ground was one of the top forces in the 10 Directions heavenly domain. The Emperor-level experts of this sect naturally knew about the existence of the sealed dust ancient region and the Netherworld race. When they heard the news brought by Lin Tian, they were all shocked. Moreover, they didn't doubt Lin Tian's words. After all, Lin Tian was an Emperor-level reincarnation body and the master of the immortal court. It was impossible for him to make up such a lie to deceive them. It was completely meaningless. The experts of this sect frowned deeply. Lin Tiandao said, there's roughly a year before the Netherworld race comes. Everyone, please make all the necessary preparations. The Purple Branding Patriarch and the others came back to their senses. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. Their eyes and brows were filled with worry. The Netherworld race's strength was truly too terrifying. Just hearing about 11 heavenly venerables coming together was enough to frighten them. Then, they hurriedly thanked Lin Tiandao seriously. After Lin Tian knew that the Netherworld race would come to this world in a year, he personally came to inform them so that they could prepare in advance. This could be said to be a great kindness. This was because after the Netherworld race came, they would definitely massacre everyone. As one of the top forces, the Purple Branding Sacred Ground could be said to be the first to bear the brunt. Now that Lin Tian had informed them of this matter, they could make all kinds of countermeasures in this 1 year, such as carving divine arts, magic crystals, and emperor-killing array platforms. When the time came, when the Netherworld race came, they wouldn't be flustered because of the sudden incident. This could ensure the safety of the purple branding sacred ground to the greatest extent. Thank you, Immortal Emperor. Thank you. The purple branding patriarch said repeatedly. You're welcome. Lin Tian shook his head and said, I'm informing everyone of this matter not only because I hope that everyone can prepare in advance to ensure the safety of the purple branding sacred ground to the greatest extent, but also because I hope that everyone can think of the other living beings outside the purple branding sacred ground, and think of the territory we're in. When the netherworld race comes, I hope that everyone can help to kill the enemy while ensuring the safety of the purple branding sacred ground. Protect the other rogue cultivators and the ordinary people who don't have the strength to fight. Protect the integrity of this land that belongs to us. Let's work together and beat the netherworld race back to the sealed dust ancient region. When the several emperor-level figures of the purple branding sacred ground heard this, they were all stunned. Their eyes flickered slightly. Lin Tian nodded at Old Ancestor Purple Branding. He could see that Old Ancestor Purple Branding's promise was sincere. Then, I'll take my leave first. He bid farewell to Old Ancestor Purple Branding and the others. Purple Totem Grand Ancestor and a few Grand Elders of this branch personally escorted Lin Tian out of the Purple Totem sacred ground. Take care, Immortal Emperor. Several people said. Lin Tian nodded and left the Purple Branding Holy Land with AI. He then tore through the void and disappeared into the distance. He didn't return to the Immortal Court immediately. Instead, he went to the Legacy Saber Pavilion and other great sects in the ninth heaven to inform them of the news that the netherworld race would be invading in a year's time. He asked the Legacy Saber Pavilion and other great sects in this heaven to prepare for the upcoming battle. After all, the netherworld race would send too many cultivators in a year's time, and most of them wouldn't be weak. The more people there were, the better. Then, he tore through the heavens barrier and went to the lower heavens. He informed some of the great sects in the lower heavens about the news and asked them to prepare for the upcoming battle. Because the netherworld race had invaded once before, they must have recorded the history of the netherworld race. They were very familiar with the situation between the first heaven and the ninth heaven. When they invade in a year's time, they might prepare something like the cross-heaven teleportation station. At that time, they might rely on the cross-heaven teleportation station to send their experts directly from the ninth heaven to the lower heavens. At that time, they might launch a massacre in the lower heavens. Thank you, Immortal Emperor. We are very grateful. 1 year later, we will follow Sir Immortal Emperor into battle. Sir Immortal Emperor, please rest assured. We may not be able to invade the ninth heaven, but if the netherworld race invades the lower heavens, we will do our best to protect this land. This is also our territory, and we have the obligation to protect it. The old ancestors of the great sects expressed their gratitude and promises. It wasn't until 3 days later that Lin Tian returned to the Immortal Court and summoned by Ziki, Xianxia, and the others. Disciples of the Immortal Court, gather at the martial arena. He released the Emperor's voice. 9 martial practice fields appeared in the sky above the Immortal Court. There were 8 more than the original one. Each of them was enough to accommodate 1 million cultivators at the same time. He had personally built them a few years ago. Because there were more and more disciples in the Immortal Court, 1 martial practice field was not enough. The 9 training grounds were covered with Dao patterns and array seals. At this moment, the sky was filled with brilliance, and divine light stairs were descending into the Immortal Court. The disciples of the Immortal Court who were below the flight realm used the divine light stairs to go up, while the disciples of the flight realm and above directly flew into the sky and landed on the 9 training grounds in an orderly manner. As far as the eye could see, there were 1 million of them, 1 million disciples. This scale surpassed any great sect or inheritance in the history of the 10 Directions heavenly domain. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the training field and glanced at the 1 million disciples of the Immortal Court. Without any hesitation, he informed them that the netherworld race would invade this heaven region in a year's time. He also informed them of the strength of the netherworld race, which was led by 11 celestial venerables. I will definitely follow Sir Immortal Emperor into battle. The 1 million disciples of the Immortal Court shouted in unison. Every one of them had a solemn expression. No one was surprised or fearful. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. Previously, when he told the other great forces that the netherworld race was about to invade, those great figures of the great forces were shocked and worried. Even the emperor-level figures were no exception. But now, when he told this to the disciples of the immortal court, they were not surprised at all. None of them had a worried or fearful expression. Every one of them looked solemn and held their heads high. This showed that these disciples of the immortal court deeply trusted him and believed that he could lead them to settle everything. Very good. Looking at the million disciples of the immortal court, he was touched by their expressions. Golden emperor light interwove around his body. With a wave of his right hand, all the Lingjing flew out from the Lingjing storage room and interwove with a dense radiance. Vast spirit chi filled the 9 training grounds. In the war 1 year later, I hope all of you will do your best to kill the enemy and protect the world. I also hope that all of you can survive. He looked at the disciples and said, all the disciples below the immortal ascension realm, take the Lingjing storage room and cultivate. Refine it on the training grounds and break through to the immortal ascension realm with the help of the Lingjing storage room. As for the immortal ascension tribulation, we will help you block it. There were 6 billion Lingjing storage room in the immortal court. This was a huge number. But for the experts above the nirvana realm, it was not very useful for them to cultivate. At least, they were far from being able to break through to the emperor realm. The 6 billion Lingjing storage room was prepared for the ordinary disciples. At this time, he took out all the Lingjing storage room for the disciples of the immortal court to refine. All of this was to increase the strength of the ordinary disciples of the immortal court, so that they could at least reach the immortal ascension realm. Because he could imagine that the netherworld race would invade 1 year later. The battle would definitely be fierce. He hoped that at that time, every disciple of the immortal court would have enough strength to fight the enemy and survive. As for these disciples of the immortal court, when they heard that there was a terrifying enemy coming from another world, they didn't show any surprise or fear. They trusted him deeply. They were worthy of him doing this. On the training grounds, all the disciples of the immortal court were moved. Their eyes lit up. Their leader took out 6 billion Lingjing storage room at this moment just to increase their strength so that they could have enough strength to face the enemy and survive the war 1 year later. This moved them. Thank you, Immortal Emperor. A group of disciples shouted. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden light. He scanned everyone on the training grounds with his powerful emperor-level divine sense. He checked the cultivation of each disciple of the immortal court and distributed enough Lingjing storage room reasonably. At the same time, Baiziki and the others also joined in. They distributed enough Lingjing storage room for the disciples of the immortal court who had not reached the immortal ascension realm. Start cultivating. Lin Tian shouted. Yes. All the disciples of the immortal court below the immortal ascension realm answered. On this day, many disciples of the immortal court were cultivating with spiritual crystals in the training field of the immortal court. Their auras were rising rapidly. Not long after, lightning intertwined above the immortal court. Some disciples broke into the immortal ascension realm and attracted the immortal ascension tribulation. After that, the lightning became louder. New lightning appeared. Some new disciples broke into the immortal ascension realm. Everyone else, focus on cultivating. Don't look at the lightning above your head. Don't worry about being affected. Lin Tian. Emperor light intertwined around his body. He ascended to the sky with Ling Yun and the others to block the heavenly tribulation for the disciples who broke into the immortal ascension realm. With their strength, it was too easy to shatter the heavenly tribulation of the immortal ascension realm. They could do it with a wisp of aura. Boom. Boom, boom, thunder rumbled continuously in the sky above the immortal court. For half a month, thunder clouds rolled in the sky above the immortal court. Many disciples of the immortal court broke into the immortal ascension realm and attracted the immortal ascension tribulation. Lin Tian and the others stood in the sky and shattered the immortal ascension tribulation one after another. After another half a month, the sky above the immortal court quieted down. All the disciples of the main immortal court had broken into the immortal ascension realm. All of them were full of vigor and vitality. Moreover, some disciples who were at the peak of the immortal ascension realm, Great Tao realm, and enlightenment realm had also broken through to a new realm with the help of Lingjing. At this time, millions of disciples of the immortal court stood on the training field. There were about 700,000 immortal ascension realm, 200,000 Great Tao realm, 90,000 enlightenment realm, 3,000 Nirvana Realm, 100 half-step emperors, and 20 boundary emperors. They stood together, their vitality intertwining with each other. It was vast and terrifying. It could be said that this was a super grand occasion. Since ancient times, no major force or inheritance in the 10 directions heavenly domain had ever been so glorious. Good. Lin Tian nodded. Baiziki and the others also had a bright light in their eyes. They were the ones who established the immortal court. Now that the immortal court was so grand, they were naturally happy. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by Emperor Light. He waved his hand again and opened the immortal court's divine weapon palace. Treasured weapons rushed out from the divine weapon palace. There were immortal weapons, Tao weapons, divine weapons, and sacred weapons. They were all shining with dazzling cold light and terrifying murderous aura. He took out these treasured weapons and directly distributed them to all the disciples of the immortal court, increasing their combat strength again. This made the eyes of the disciples of the immortal court even brighter. They all clenched their fists. In the next month, the scripture depository master and the others will teach you emperor-level abilities. Each of you must master one. At the same time, I'll teach you a combination attack formation technique. It can be as small as a 3-man combination attack or as large as a 10,000-man combination attack. It can allow your aura and divine force to merge when you use the combination attack formation technique, increasing your killing power by several times or even 10 times. Lin Tian looked at the millions of disciples of the immortal court and said. A year later, the Netherworld race would send an army of 10 million. Before that, he had to do his best to increase the combat strength of the immortal court. Cultivate diligently. He shouted. Yes. The millions of disciples of the immortal court answered in unison. Lin Tian nodded and looked at Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the others. Over the years, they had read all the emperor-level abilities in the immortal court. Although they didn't master all of them, they remembered all of them. At this time, he began to teach them the techniques. Later, Lin Tian personally taught them the combination attack formation technique. With his powerful emperor-level divine sense, he injected the essence of the combination attack formation technique into the sea of consciousness of the disciples of the immortal court. He also personally practiced and guided the disciples of the immortal court in their cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. A month later, the strength of the millions of disciples of the immortal court skyrocketed. He, Baiziki, and the others stopped and left, letting the disciples of the immortal court cultivate on their own. Then, they went to the branches of the immortal court in the east, west, south, and north of the 9th heaven. They went to the branches of the immortal court in the lower heavens and brought along Lingjing's treasured weapons to enhance the strength of the disciples of the immortal court. After that, the group returned to the main immortal court. Little guy, there should be some leftovers of the myriad spirit treasure fruits you picked from the ethereal mountain, right? Take them all out. Misty Mountain was filled with all sorts of mystical immortal treasures. The 10,000 spirit treasure fruit was one of these immortal treasures. It could strengthen a cultivator's soul and raise their cultivation. It was extremely effective for cultivators under half-step emperor rank. When they were in the Misty Mountain, little Taichu picked a lot and almost took all the myriad spirit treasure fruits. He guessed that the little guy should have some left, so he asked the little guy to take them out and use them to increase the strength of Linshi, Jiyu, Sushu, Shuiyi, Baiqiu, Xianxia and Baiziki. Yeah. The little guy blinked and waved his little paw, taking out 33 myriad spirit treasure fruits. This was all that was left. 33 left, not bad. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. The myriad spirit treasure fruits were eaten by the little guy for leisure. He was quite surprised that there were so many left after so many years. After that, he called Linshi, Jiyu, Sushu, Shuiyi, Baiqiu, Xianxia and Baiziki to the small forest in the depths of the immortal court. He gave them the myriad spirit treasure fruits and let them refine it. He then stood guard for them. After the group took the myriad spirit treasure fruits, they didn't hesitate and immediately started to refine it and cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Boom. 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 7 days later, waves of powerful divine energy rushed out from the depths of the immortal court. All kinds of divine light interweaved in this small forest. After 7 days, the group cultivated with the myriad spirit treasure fruits and broke through a small level. Xianxia reached the 3rd level of Nirvana realm, Jiyu, Sushu, Shuiyi, and the Black Dragon reached the 5th level of Nirvana realm, Baiqiu, Yenya and Yangqi reached the 6th level of Nirvana realm, and Baiziki reached the 8th level of Nirvana realm. Everyone's strength increased by a lot. As for Lin Tian, Little Taichu, and Wuxing Crocodile, they were all above half-step emperor rank, so the 10,000 spirit treasure fruit was useless to them. There are still 9 months left. Let's do everything we can to increase our combat strength. Lin Tian Dao. Ling Yan and the rest nodded and left the forest. They returned to their respective cultivation grounds and began to meditate in seclusion. Lin Tian didn't go into secluded cultivation. Instead, he and the little Taichu went to the Immortal Lyceum's treasure pavilion and took out the phoenix bloodstone that Wui had given him from Wuxing Crocodile. Using the power of the Emperor of Samsara, they created 5 new heavenly treasures and handed them to Baiziki, Fanningshiong, Yangqi, Ling Yun, and the Black Flood Dragon. As for Yenya the Tianji Divine Mirror was definitely not weaker than a pinnacle heavenly treasure. As for Lin Shi and the others, they already had powerful heavenly treasures to protect themselves. Before the upcoming war, he had to do everything he could to make his family and friends as strong as possible. After handing over the 5 sex heavenly treasures to Baiziki, Fanningshiong, Ling Yun, and the others, he didn't stop there. He took out all the mystic jade rocks in the Immortal Emperor Pagoda and started to carve the Eternal Killing Array platforms. After 2 months, he had carved a total of 500 Eternal Killing Array platforms. Once each Eternal Killing Array platform was activated, it was enough to kill a 9th Heaven Emperor realm expert. He distributed the Eternal Killing Array platforms to Lin Shi, Jiyu, Sushu, Shuiyi, Baiqiu, Yenya Baiziki, Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yun, and the others. Then, he gave 1 platform to each of the quasi-emperors of the Immortal Lyceum. He distributed them to the Immortal Lyceum's branches in the lower heavens. At the same time, he also gave some to the Barbarian Tribe, Ascension Dao Sect, by Family, Burning Sun Sect, and the Valley of the Harp. After that, he also refined a lot of ceiling formation platforms and treasured pills that could suppress one's cultivation base and distributed them to everyone. That place should be of great use. After doing all this, his eyes shone brightly. He called the little Taichu and Wuxing Crocodile out of the Immortal Lyceum. Soon, they arrived at a desolate mountain in the east region. The spiritual chi in this mountain was extraordinary. Ancient trees were everywhere. He entered the desolate mountain and came to a pit that was 10,000 feet away. Looking at it, the diameter of the pit was about 50 to 60 feet. There were green grass and gray stones beside it. It looked very ordinary and didn't have any special aura. It was just that it seemed a little deep. When looking down from the sky, it was difficult to see the bottom. Here? The Wuxing Crocodile stared. The little Taichu also couldn't help but shrink his neck. 10,000 feet away, the pit looked very ordinary. They couldn't feel anything special about it. However, they would never forget the scene from a few years ago. At that time, when Lin Tian threw a living bird into the pit, an incomparably terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the ordinary-looking pit. That kind of aura could even swallow a celestial venerable. It could be said that this place was simply a destructive sinkhole. "Kid, what do you want to do here?" the Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian stared at the pit 10,000 feet away. His eyes narrowed slightly. "After the Netherworld race kills their way in, I'll try to lure a few of their celestial venerable powerhouses into that pit." Hearing this, the Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened even more. "Kid, you're going to do something big." It knew how terrifying that sinkhole was. As long as a living creature entered its range, it would definitely die. Even celestial venerable powerhouses were no exception. If they could really lure a few netherworld celestial venerables into this sinkhole, they would be killed in the blink of an eye. It seemed a little excited, but then frowned. "But how do I lure the celestial venerables of that race into the sinkhole?" "Engrave a large-scale teleportation array and cover it with a ceiling array pattern. As long as someone enters this teleportation array, I can forcibly send them into the sinkhole. Of course, the teleportation array teleports the target from the inside of the void. Powerful people can forcibly shatter the void and escape during the teleportation process. Especially celestial venerable powerhouses, they can't be given time to react. Lin Tiandao, therefore, the location of the teleportation array must be close enough to the sinkhole. Roughly speaking, it can't be more than 10 feet away. 10 feet? So close? You'll be fine in the process of engraving the array and luring the enemy, right? Wuxing Crocodile frowned. This sinkhole was very dangerous. Lin Tiandao had to engrave the teleportation array at such a close distance, and then he had to get close to this place to lure the enemy. This was indeed a little dangerous. If he didn't do well, he might lose his life. Don't worry, I know what to do. Lin Tiandao. He let the little Taichu and Wuxing Crocodile stay away from the sinkhole. He himself was about 10 feet away from the sinkhole, engraving the teleportation array pattern on the ground and in the void. The whole process was very slow and very careful. After all, they were too close to the sinkhole now. After that, it was not until a full 10 days later that he finished engraving the teleportation array. At the same time, he also engraved several sealing arrays to cover the surroundings, concealing the aura of the teleportation array. If a celestial venerable didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. It's done. He muttered to himself and retreated. For the past 10 days, he had always maintained the highest level of vigilance. At this time, after he finished engraving the teleportation array, he discovered that his forehead and back were involuntarily dripping with sweat. Even his clothes were soaked by a large amount of sweat. This was really because this sinkhole was too dangerous. His mind was always in a tense state during these 10 days, so naturally, cold sweat overflowed. You have to be very careful when luring the enemy in the future. Wuxing Crocodile said solemnly. Understood. Lin Tiandao nodded. The man and the two beasts took one last look at this place, then turned and left. Then, in the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During these 3 months, Lin Tiandao, Little Taichu, and Wuxing Crocodile didn't cultivate in seclusion. After Xianxia calculated that the netherworld race would break in from the red earth plain at the border of the western region, they directly went to this place. Lin Tiandao personally engraved various killing arrays in this plain, covering all directions. At the same time, during these 3 months, he took Little Taichu and Wuxing Crocodile to many places from the first heaven to the 9th heaven, looking for traces of an old drunkard, but they didn't find anything. Well, let Xianxia calculate it. Wuxing Crocodile said. It knows how powerful an old drunkard is. If an old drunkard makes a move, the upcoming battle will be much easier. That's the only way. Lin Tiandao. He tore open the void, stepped into it with Little Taichu and Wuxing Crocodile, and returned to the Immortal Lyceum in the next moment. After entering the Immortal Lyceum, he went to the depths of the Immortal Lyceum. Xianxia, Lin Shi, and Ji Yu were cultivating together. He didn't hesitate and directly told Xianxia the purpose of his visit. He asked Xianxia to calculate the traces of an old drunkard. Okay. Xianxia smiled. After her cultivation reached the 6th level of Nirvana realm, her aura was stronger, and her control of the divine calculation of heavenly secrets had become more proficient. She had seen an old drunkard before, so she didn't need Lin Tiandao to provide anything. She directly used the divine calculation of heavenly secrets and began to deduce. Buzz. As she operated the divine calculation of heavenly secrets, the light of the Tao suddenly emerged in this courtyard, surrounding her on its own. It was extremely dense, as if all the 3,000 great Tao had awakened at this moment, emitting Tao light. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. At this time, the light of the Tao outside Xianxia's body became denser, and the immortal spiritual qi intertwined. She couldn't help but frown. Seeing this, Lin Tiandao asked, "What's wrong, Xianxia?" Since they met, this was the first time he saw Xianxia frowning while using the divine calculation of heavenly secrets. Beside her, Wuxing Crocodile, Lin Shi, and the others also looked puzzled. Xianxia didn't say anything. She raised her hand to form a seal, and the divine mirror of heavenly secrets rushed out of her body. In an instant, the divine light of heavenly secrets filled the sky, surrounding her. In the blink of an eye, dense divine runes of heavenly secrets appeared in this courtyard, forming a great array of heavenly secrets. It led to an even more shocking Dao light, like an ocean of Dao. Then, dozens of breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Her frown deepened, and she formed an even more complicated divine seal of heavenly secrets, causing the divine light of the divine mirror of heavenly secrets to surge out of her body. The dazzling light almost enveloped the entire immortal Lyceum, causing many immortal soldiers and immortal generals in the immortal Lyceum to be shocked by the immortal spiritual qi. Buzz. Xianxia hand seals became even faster, and more immortal spirit inscriptions appeared. However, her frown deepened, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Even her face had turned slightly pale. After that, she finally stopped after a full quarter of an hour. No, it's too strange. I can't feel anything. What? I can't sense anything? Lin Tian's expression changed. He knew very well how powerful Xianxia's divine skill was. She was an immortal spiritual body, and with the help of the divine mirror, her divine skill might be comparable to that of the ancestors of this branch. Previously, she had also divined the movements of the 11 celestial venerables of the Netherworld clan at the same time, which was very shocking. But now, just by divining the tracks of an old drunkard, she didn't get anything. She didn't have a clue at all, which surprised him a little. Wuxing Crocodile also showed a surprised expression. It can't be, right? Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others all looked at Xianxia curiously. I've tried my best, but I still can't sense anything, Xianxia said. Her beautiful brows were deeply furrowed. Even she was very confused. This is too strange. Logically speaking, such a situation shouldn't happen. Even if your master is so powerful that I can't divinate anything about him with my current realm, there should be signs before that. Perhaps there would be destructive thunder in the sky, or the emergence of the Great Way, causing the sky to darken and the earth to darken, or me, the diviner, to suddenly die on the spot. It could even bring disaster to all sides and forcibly interrupt my divinations. But now, hearing her words, Lin Tian couldn't help but frown. He didn't know as much about the divine skill as Xianxia, but it was enough to be said that he was very familiar with it. Indeed, as Xianxia said, even if an old drunkard was very powerful and couldn't be divined with Xianxia's current cultivation, there should be some signs. It was impossible that she couldn't sense anything without any signs. He paused and said to Xianxia, then try divining the tracks of my master's wife. He learned from the highest elder of the Burning Sun sect that an old drunkard left the sect with Xianxia, so they must be together. As long as he could divine Xianxia's tracks, he would be able to know where an old drunkard was. Alright, I'll try. Xianxia said, however, if your masteress was with your master, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to deduce your masteress's whereabouts. As she said this, she performed the Tianji divine art again, and the Tianji divine mirror cooperated with her. After that, dozens of breaths passed in the blink of an eye, and the celestial spiritual Tao patterns that filled the sky gradually dissipated. No. She shook her head. It was indeed as she had predicted. She could not deduce Xianxia's whereabouts, either. The Wuxing Crocodile opened its mouth. Why do I feel that this is even more mysterious than when Tian Xuanzi was divining the little Taichu? At this time, Xianxia was divining an old drunkard, but nothing happened. However, when Tian Xuanzi was divining the little Taichu, destructive thunderbolts descended, and the entire southern region was plunged into darkness. This might seem more terrifying when Tian Xuanzi was divining the little Taichu, but in fact, it felt that Xianxia was divining an old drunkard at this time. Because when Xianxia was divining an old drunkard, there were no signs at all, but she could not divine anything. Even Xianxia, who was with an old drunkard, could not be divined at all. This was a bit scary. Boy, your master seems to be more terrifying than we thought. It looked at Lin Tian strangely. It had seen Xianxia before. Although she was also very extraordinary, it had never felt that she was unfathomable. It was enough to imagine that all of this was related to an old drunkard. Xianxia's Tao of divine secret arts could not divine an old drunkard, and because of an old drunkard, Xianxia could not even divine Xianxia. This was really a bit scary. Lin Tian frowned. The current situation was indeed a bit strange. What's going on with this old guy? He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought. He thought for a long time, but in the end, he just shook his head. Forget it. Let's not look for him. We'll make other preparations ourselves, he said. Even Xianxia, who was proficient in divination, could not divine an old drunkard's whereabouts. At this time, he gave up on searching for an old drunkard. He also did not think about why Xianxia could not divine an old drunkard, because there was no point in thinking about it now. It would not be of any use in the upcoming battle. There's not much time left. Do your best to improve your battle strength, he said. Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others nodded, looking very serious. The great battle that was about to take place soon had too many implications. On this day, Lin Tian left and entered the Immortal Emperor Pagoda to make other preparations. In the blink of an eye, 9 months passed. In 3 days, the Netherworld race will enter from the western region. On this day, Xianxia was said to have entered the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. During these 9 months, she would make a divination every few days to grasp the best opportunity. Lin Tian received this message from the Immortal Emperor Pagoda and immediately stepped out of the pagoda. His eyes were bright, and he woke up Wuxing Crocodile, Baiziki, Yangqi, and the others from their seclusion. The group rushed to the highest sky of the Immortal Court. Immortal Court generals, prepare for battle. Standing in the Immortal Court, he issued the Emperor's voice. The Emperor's voice was like the Tao, mighty and mighty, reverberating in every corner of the Immortal Court. Fight! Millions of immortal soldiers and immortal generals roared in unison like thunder. Whoosh! 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 With the sound of breaking air, immortal light rushed out of the Immortal Court. Powerful blood qi intertwined, vast and unparalleled. As early as a year ago, the millions of immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the Immortal Court had learned about the battle from Lin Tian. Now that they heard Lin Tian's Emperor's voice, they immediately moved. They rushed out of the Immortal Court. Some rushed to the border of the western region, and some rushed to the other regions of this heaven. There were also powerful quasi-emperors who tore through the heavenly barriers and led the troops into the lower heavens. Because once the Netherworld race entered, the battlefield might be the entire first heaven to the 9th heaven. The combat strength of the Immortal Court would spread throughout the first heaven to the 9th heaven. This was an order that Lin Tian had long planned and passed down. Of course, at the same time, the Immortal Court also left enough powerhouses to guard the main clan. The 10-direction killing formation was fully activated, covering the entire Immortal Court. Unless a heavenly venerable powerhouse came in person, no one would be able to survive. Fight! Kill! The immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the Immortal Court roared, their voices shaking the sky. Lin Tian stood above the Immortal Court. Little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, Yangqi, and the others followed. Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others were also there. They were also going to participate in the battle. In fact, Lin Tian didn't want them to go out of the Immortal Court to fight. He hoped that they could stay in the Immortal Court. However, several women shook their heads, unwilling to do so. Their attitude was very firm. They could choose not to fight normally, but now that they were facing a great enemy that might bring disaster to the entire first heaven to the 9th heaven, they had no choice but to fight. Lin Tian stood above the Immortal Court, watching the disciples of the Immortal Court rush out of the Immortal Court, and the light in his eyes became stronger. He looked at his family, friends, and companions and said, "The most important thing isn't to protect the world and all living beings, nor is it to defeat the army of the Netherworld. The most important thing is that all of you have to live, and you have to live in perfect condition. Lord Crocodile won't die. How can I die so early? It's just a small Netherworld race. Lord Crocodile will swallow them all." Wuxing Crocodile gritted his teeth. "You're too worried. We're not that weak," Baiziki said. "Brother, don't worry," Lin Shi said. "We will all live. Life is the most important thing," Jiyu said. The group looked at Lin Tian and spoke one after another. "Okay." Lin Tian nodded, turned around, and looked into the distance. "Let's go." Boom, a powerful emperor's aura spread throughout the entire 9th heaven, spreading to every corner of the 9th heaven. East region, Demon King Palace, it's begun. The Violet Fairy stood above the Demon King Palace, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and a faint purple divine light intertwined in her eyes. In the next moment, she disappeared from the Demon King Palace. Old 3, you stay behind to guard the Demon King Palace. The rest, prepare for battle according to Lord Demon King's orders. The first Supreme Elder of the Demon King Palace said. Yes. In the Demon King Palace, voices sounded. Afterward, powerful demonic lights rushed out of the Demon King Palace, rushing in different directions. South Region, Legendary Saber Pavilion. The old ancestor of this generation of the Legendary Saber Pavilion rushed out and stood at the top of the Legendary Saber Pavilion. Great Elder and half of the disciples stay behind to guard the Saber Pavilion. Second Elder, Third Elder, and the rest of the disciples, come with me to fight with the Immortal Emperor. Yes. The second and third Grand Elders of the Legendary Blade Pavilion took to the air, as did all the disciples above the airborne realm. Beams of light intertwined as they came to the sky above the Legendary Blade Pavilion. Let's go. The old ancestor of the Legendary Saber Pavilion said. With a flash of Emperor's light, he disappeared with everyone. North Region, Purple Branding Holy Land, fight with the Immortal Emperor. The old ancestor of this generation of the Purple Branding Holy Land said. He wrapped the powerhouses of the Purple Branding Holy Land and left the Purple Branding Holy Land. Almost at the same time, the other great sects in the ninth heaven responded at this time, and powerhouses rushed out. All of this was because Lin Tian's Emperor's aura spread throughout the ninth heaven, informing all the great sects of the ninth heaven that the battle was about to begin. These great sects learned from Lin Tian that the Netherworld race would invade a year later, and they had been making various preparations. Now that Lin Tian released his Emperor's aura, they naturally understood. Boom, 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 on this day, in the ninth heaven, a tyrannical aura spread out, and a divine light spread out, shaking the 10 directions. Lin Tian's body intertwined with golden light as he brought Lin Shi and the others, along with Baiziki and the others, to the western region. Ka! The void in front of them split open, and the Violet Fairy walked out. Purple divine light intertwined, and her aura was even stronger than a year ago. How long will it take for them to arrive? She walked to Lin Tian's side and asked. 3 days. Lin Tian Dao. As his words fell, another void split open, and the old ancestor of the Legendary Saber Pavilion led a group of powerhouses to arrive. Immortal Emperor. The old ancestor of the Legendary Saber Pavilion stepped forward and walked to Lin Tian's side. At the same time, he nodded to the Violet Fairy. Then, the void split open again, and the old ancestor of the Purple Branding Holy Land led a group of powerhouses and stepped out of the void. Immortal Emperor, Demon Emperor. The old ancestor of the Purple Branding Holy Land spoke and walked towards Lin Tian. Then, the sound of the void breaking rang out one after another, and the void continued to split open. One by one, the old ancestors of the great sects arrived with a solemn expression. The Netherworld race is about to invade, and this matter is too big. It concerns the entire first heaven to the ninth heaven. It's no longer a matter of one person, but a matter of everyone from the first to ninth heaven. At this time, the various great sects that have been preparing for a year moved out together after sensing Lin Tian's Empyrean aura. Immortal Emperor. The old ancestors of the various great sects greeted Lin Tian, then looked at the Beast Emperor, Old Ancestor Purple Scorpion, and the others. Lin Tian nodded at these people and said, the Netherworld race will invade from the Red Earth Plain at the border of the western region in 3 days. We will go there to intercept them. Looking at the crowd, he continued, however, after that, the scope of the war will inevitably expand. It won't be limited to the Red Earth Plain at the border of the western region. At that time, it will be a cruel war that will affect the entire first heaven to ninth heaven. Everyone, we will do our best to kill the enemy, protect our own inheritances, protect the weak fellow Taoists and the ordinary people who have no combat power, and protect the integrity of this territory. Naturally, this territory belongs to us, we won't allow the foreign evildoers to destroy it. We will follow the Immortal Emperor's orders. The old ancestors of the great sects all agreed. Good. We will go to the Red Earth Plain in the western region. When the Netherworld race invades, we will give them a head-on blow. Lin Tian Dao. Good. The old ancestors of the great sects all shouted in unison. On this day, led by Lin Tian, all the great sects of the ninth heaven set out, and the powerhouses followed him. Soon, they arrived at the Red Earth Plain at the border of the western region. Looking around, the Red Earth Plain was very wide, and it was difficult to see the end of it at a glance. There was no vegetation on the surface, and almost all of it was gray gravel. It was like a desert, and the aura fluctuations were very thin. Lin Tian and the old ancestors of the great sects led the powerhouses here. They led the disciples of their respective inheritances to separate areas, forming a semicircle around the Red Earth Plain. Everyone's expression was solemn, and their fighting spirit was high. Your safety is the most important thing in all of this. Remember, don't ever forget this. Lin Tian said solemnly to the people around him. This was the second time he had said something like this today. This time, Wuxing Crocodile and the others all nodded seriously. Don't worry. Bai Ziki said. We will protect ourselves. Bai Qiu said. The world was beautiful because they had family and friends by their side. Therefore, they had to live. They had to live. Lin Tian nodded. His eyes sparkled as he looked ahead. In the other seats, the experts of the Purple Burning Holy Land, the Legacy Saber Pavilion, and the other great sects also stared ahead solemnly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Buzz. On this day, the space above the Crimson Earth Plain suddenly distorted and cracked. A faint blue light appeared. A cold and powerful aura spread out from the crack in the void. They're here. Lin Tian stared ahead, a cold glint in his eyes. At the same time, the experts of the other great sects on the Crimson Earth Plain were shocked as they stared ahead. In the next moment, there was a loud explosion. The void in the depths of the Crimson Earth Plain suddenly exploded. A faint blue light rushed out like a volcanic eruption, intertwining with coldness. Kill! A cold shout resounded throughout the Crimson Earth Plain. A huge passage appeared in the exploded void. Densely packed figures rushed out from the passage like a torrent of killing intent. The terrifying killing intent almost split the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of figures rushed out. Such a scene caused the patriarchs and experts of the various great sects to be shocked. It's true. The eyes of the powerful ancestors of the great sects flickered at this moment. A year ago, when they heard Lin Tian mention this, they didn't doubt him at all. Because with Lin Tian's identity as the master of the immortal court, there was no reason for him to make up such a story to deceive them. However, when they saw this scene with their own eyes and saw the netherworld race from the sealed dust ancient region kill their way in, they still couldn't help but be shocked. Everything was as Lin Tian had said. Even the location and time of appearance were not wrong in the slightest. Boom. 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 The faint blue light surged. On the Crimson Earth Plain, the crack in the void became wider. A crack that was at least 10 feet wide appeared. Densely packed netherworld race cultivators rushed out from it. In the blink of an eye, more than 200,000 people rushed out. Among them, there was a powerful existence in the early stage of the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm's aura was vast and mighty, intertwining around his body. His eyes were incomparably cold. However, in the next moment, the Netherworld Emperor was shocked. The other 200,000 Netherworld race cultivators who rushed out were also shocked. They had slaughtered their way here from the sealed dust ancient region, and as soon as they appeared, there was actually a dense crowd of cultivators standing in front of them. All of them were waiting for them, and their gazes were all fixed on them. It felt as though they had been waiting for them for a long time. The early stage Emperor of the Netherworld race narrowed his eyes. Cold light intertwined in his eyes. At this moment, he could not help but frown. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian raised his hand. With an indifferent expression, he formed a formation seal with one hand. Activate. His voice was calm as he spat out a word. In an instant, the Crimson Earth Plain shook violently. Dense formation runes appeared on the surface and in the void. Immediately, monstrous killing intent surged out. Rays of terrifying killing light condensed in the blink of an eye. The aura of destruction intertwined in all directions. This aura was too terrifying. It was as though it could annihilate everything. The expressions of the Netherworld race who rushed out changed instantly. The early-stage emperor of the Netherworld race was shocked. His internal organs instantly turned cold. Clang. 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 The 10-direction killing formation shook. The killing light was like a sword. It let out a sword whistle and indiscriminately attacked all the Netherworld race members. Ah! Miserable shrieks instantly rang out. The early-stage emperor of the Netherworld race was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He was immediately enveloped by the killing light. His sturdy emperor body instantly exploded. His god soul was also instantly crushed. He could not block this terrifying killing light at all. This killing formation was engraved by Lin Tian, who was at the 7th level of the Emperor Realm. It was enough to kill a 9th level Emperor Realm expert. At the same time, the other Netherworld race cultivators screamed in terror. The coldness in their eyes when they rushed out disappeared. They were all in chaos. Ah! No! Horrified screams echoed. The first few 100,000 Netherworld race cultivators who rushed out covered their heads and fled like rats. PFFF. 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 Lin Tian activated the killing formation that was engraved here. At this moment, he mercilessly reaped the lives of the Netherworld race cultivators who rushed over. In the blink of an eye, this place turned into a hell of death. Blood dyed the surface of the ground red. How can this be? The group of Netherworld race cultivators was horrified. They came from the sealed dust ancient region in order to unify the 10 directions. They wanted to slaughter the human race and enslave the myriad of existences in this world. However, they did not expect to encounter such a calamity the moment they rushed into this world. Endless killing lights bombarded them. Ah! Ear-piercing screams rang out. The blood on the ground increased as the sound of flesh exploding continuously rang out. How could an ordinary person resist the killing formation engraved by Lin Tian, who was at the 7th level of the Emperor Realm? Even a 9th level Emperor Realm expert would be killed. At this moment, the Netherworld race cultivators were dying one after another. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 of them were killed. Good. Worthy of being an immortal emperor. Beautiful. The ancestors of the purple branding sacred ground and the other great powers spoke. Many people's eyes couldn't help but flash at this scene. The Netherworld race killed their way in, but they were met with Lin Tian's killing formation as soon as they came out. One Emperor Realm expert was killed along with 100,000 cultivators. This was a blow to the head of the Netherworld race. This blow was equivalent to slapping the Netherworld race in the face. Boom! The Crimson Earth plane was filled with killing runes. 10,000 rays of killing light engulfed all of the Netherworld race experts that rushed out. Pluff! 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 Ear-piercing screams rang out as mists of blood continued to explode. At this moment, Lin Tian and the other great powers cultivators quietly stood in place. Just the vibrations of the killing runes were enough to easily reap the lives of the Netherworld race cultivators and dye the ground red. Crack! A shattering sound rang out at this moment. On the crimson plane that had already been dyed red by blood, the 10 zhang long spatial crack that had been torn open twisted and collapsed once again. It became 20 zhang long, and an even thicker blue light intertwined with each other. Later on, more Netherworld race cultivators appeared one after another. They were all stronger than the first ones that came out. At this time, Lin Tian lifted his head to look at that direction. 2 cold rays flashed in his eyes as a familiar aura appeared. Moreover, it was very powerful. Boom! Like a mountain flood erupting, the Crimson Earth plane shook violently. Behind the 20 zhang long spatial fissure, an old figure stepped out. He was dressed in a purple robe and looked like a supreme being of heaven and earth. There was actually a blue divine ring around his body. In just a moment, the 10-direction killing formation that Lin Tian had engraved on the Crimson Earth plane was completely shattered by the impact. This aura, heavenly venerable rank. The ancestral patriarch of the Saber Pavilion and the others couldn't help but be shocked. The purple-robed figure stepped out. He looked very old, but his blood and chi were extremely tyrannical. He was like a furnace that walked in the human world, causing the ancestral patriarch's hearts to palpitate. Lin Tian looked at this person. The light in his eyes intertwined as he recognized him. Back then, when he entered the first territory of the Netherworld race with the Emperor Heavenly Tribulation, this person jumped out at that time. He was a heavenly venerable rank expert of the Netherworld race and had terrifying strength. As if he had sensed Lin Tian's gaze, the purple-robed heavenly venerable Netherworld tilted his head and looked over. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from his eyes. There was killing intent, but more than that, there was greed. It's you. The Reincarnation Constitution. He was a heavenly venerable rank expert and recognized the Reincarnation Constitution. Moreover, when Lin Tian entered the first territory of the Netherworld race with the Heavenly Tribulation, he had already seen Lin Tian. Boundless heavenly venerate God force vibrated, suppressing all directions, enveloping Lin Tian and solidifying the space around him. This was the attack of a heavenly venerate expert. It was terrifying, and the divine power seemed to want to destroy everything. It was terrifying. However, Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. There was no fear, and he was calm and collected. I'll suppress you first and take the reincarnation origin. Then, I'll kill that woman. That despicable woman. The purple-robed heavenly venerate Netherworld said coldly. He wanted to take Lin Tian's reincarnation origin and deal with Wu Yi at the same time. Back in the sealed dust ancient region, he had suffered greatly at the hands of Wu Yi. And he had always remembered it in his heart. Boom. The heavenly venerate divine power became even more terrifying, and a blue light curtain spread out in all directions. A cold snort sounded from beside Lin Tian. A vast aura surged as the violet fairy stepped out, and purple divine light filled the sky. Pfft. Blood exploded. The purple-robed heavenly venerate Netherworld's hand was shattered by the purple divine light, and he was sent flying 1,000 feet away. Patriarch. How is this possible? The Netherworld tribe cultivators on the Crimson Earth Plane were shocked. The purple-robed patriarch of their tribe was at the heavenly venerate realm, but now, one of his arms was shattered in the blink of an eye, and he was sent flying 1,000 feet away. At the same time, the ancestral patriarch of the Saber Pavilion and Purple Branding Holy Land were shocked. This is? Heavenly Venerate Realm. That demon king has reached the Heavenly Venerate Realm? The patriarchs of the major sects were shocked. Even Baiziki and the others were shocked, and their eyes widened. He has reached the Heavenly Venerate Realm, this. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. He is indeed the most outstanding demon king in the history of the demon tribe. The Demon King Palace was the most powerful force of the demon tribe in the 10 Directions heavenly domain, and it was the true demon tribe's holy land. Since its creation, it had never had a heavenly venerate realm existence. So beautiful. So powerful. Bai Qiu's eyes lit up. She had seen the purple fairy a long time ago and liked her very much. Back then, she had even wanted to hug the purple fairy a few times. Now that she saw the purple fairy injure the Netherworld race's heavenly venerable one in one move, she was clearly a little excited. So strong. Jiyu was also shocked. With a rumble, the void above the Crimson Earth Plane shook violently. The dark blue light was as vast and mighty as the Milky Way. The purple-robed celestial lord of the Netherworld who had been sent flying steadied himself and repaired his celestial lord physique. His gaze fell upon the violet fairy, and his eyes were very cold. He was one of the great ancestors of the Netherworld race, an existence at the level of a celestial lord. Now, he was actually injured and forced to retreat after just one attack. Most importantly, he recognized the violet fairy. A few years ago, she was together with Wu Yi, who had embarrassed him so much. It's you. One of that woman's companions. He stared at the violet fairy, his eyes turning even colder. A terrifying killing intent surged out from him. With a hong sound, the deep blue divine light around his body became even denser. The might of a heavenly venerable was vast and mighty, as if the starry river was about to collapse. Clang, the sound of a sword was ear-piercing. The purple divine light filled the sky and slashed toward the Netherworld race celestial lord with an overwhelming force. The violet fairy made her move. She directly used the great void god slaying way. Poof, 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 blood splattered everywhere. Once the great void god slaying way was used, all things withered. It shattered the protective light screen around the purple-robed celestial lord of the netherworld race celestial lord. It almost pierced through his celestial lord physique like a brush. He was in a very sorry state, and this caused the netherworld race celestial lord to fly more than 1,000 feet away again. This caused the group of netherworld race cultivators who had just rushed over to tremble. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. The great ancestor of their race, a celestial lord, had actually been injured by the same person twice. He was in such a sorry state. At the same time, the cultivators of the legendary Saber Pavilion, the Purple Burn Holy Land, and the other great sects all had radiant looks on their faces. Demon Emperor! Demon Emperor! Demon Emperor! Many powerhouses could not help but shout in excitement. A netherworld race celestial lord had crossed over, but he was sent flying twice by the Demon Emperor in the blink of an eye. This was another slap to the face after Lin Tian killed the 100,000 vanguard troops of the netherworld race with the killing formation. It was extremely loud and resounding. It was a ruthless slap to the face of the netherworld race. Ah! The purple-robed netherworld race celestial lord roared. His tyrannical celestial lord physique healed in the blink of an eye. Looking at the violet fairy, the veins on his forehead bulged. You! Clang, the sound of a sword rang. The great void god-slaying way was vast and mighty like a rolling sea of swords. It directly interrupted the netherworld race celestial lord. The violet fairy was surrounded by purple divine light. She was like a Ruoxian fairy walking in the mortal world. She closed in on the purple-robed netherworld race celestial lord. You want to suppress my brother? You dare to say that you can kill Wui? Who do you think you are? The purple light on her body surged, and her heavenly venerable aura rose. If Wui really attacked, a slap would be enough to kill all of you from the netherworld race. Do you think you have the right to spout nonsense here? You killed your way here from the sealed dust ancient region and tried to unify the 10 sides. You are all courting death. Her voice was cold and indifferent. It was like a sudden clap of thunder across the sky, causing the purple-robed netherworld race celestial lord's expression to turn even uglier. Woman! Staring at the violet fairy, the murderous intent in the netherworld race celestial lord's eyes intensified. He was a dignified heavenly venerable, but he was being looked down upon like this. The netherworld race had crossed the border and killed their way here, and they were actually being called courting death. Overflowing divine light erupted from his body. The power of a heavenly venerable surged, and the light of a heavenly venerable shrouded the violet fairy. I'll kill you first. The violet fairy stepped forward. Her entire body was surrounded by purple divine light. She rode the great void god-slaying way, and the pressure of a heavenly venerable surged. In the blink of an eye, the two of them clashed, and the sky was filled with murderous light. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined as he looked at the battlefield. The violet fairy and the purple-robed netherworld race celestial lord were on top. He shifted his gaze and looked at the other netherworld race cultivators who had rushed out. Golden divine light surged around his body. As the purple-robed netherworld race celestial lord charged in, more netherworld race cultivators rushed over. At this time, there were already 1,000,000 netherworld race cultivators gathered on the Crimson Earth plains. The number was astonishing. Everyone, kill! He sent out his imperial voice. The killing formation he had engraved on the Crimson Earth plains had already been shattered by the purple-robed netherworld race celestial lord. At this time, the violet fairy had blocked the purple-robed celestial lord, and the remaining netherworld race cultivators were left. It was time for the slaughter to begin. As soon as his imperial voice sounded, the cultivators of the various great sects on the Crimson Earth plains were all shocked. Kill! 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 The battle cries shook the heavens and the earth, surging like a vast ocean. The immortal court's immortal soldiers and generals were the first to rush out. Each of them wielded powerful artifacts. Their auras were like rainbows, and their battle auras were astonishing. Poof, 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 blood splattered. As the immortal court's immortal soldiers and generals charged in, a large number of netherworld race cultivators were torn to shreds in the blink of an eye. The weakest of these immortal soldiers and generals were in the immortal ascension realm. Almost all of them had artifacts above immortal artifacts. At this moment, they formed groups of 3, 9, or dozens. They cooperated with each other. Their divine power, blood, and chi blended together, and their battle auras were like torrents. It was very difficult for the netherworld race cultivators to block them. A netherworld race cultivator at the peak of the ninth heaven of the Great Tao was attacked by 3 early-stage Great Tao immortal soldiers and generals. He exploded in the blink of an eye, his body and soul crumbling together. He was annihilated on the spot. Ah! Damned human ants! Your cultivation is clearly so much lower than ours. Why would you? Ah! The netherworld race cultivators turned pale with fright. One by one, they were killed by the immortal court's immortal soldiers and generals. In the blink of an eye, a large number of them had died. Boom, 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 powerful auras intertwined, and the divine power of the immortal soldiers and generals skyrocketed. On this day, there were about 70,000 immortal soldiers and generals who had followed Lin Xianxia here. At this moment, all of them rushed out to fight. While they attacked together, they unleashed their remarkable abilities at this moment. All of them were incomparably powerful. As soon as they were unleashed, it caused all directions to tremble. Poof, poof. Poof, blood rained down as netherworld race cultivators exploded one after another. In just a moment, 70,000 immortal soldiers and generals rushed out like a murderous torrent, killing a total of 300,000 netherworld race cultivators. Good. Lin Tianxia's eyes shone brightly. With the help of Xianxia divine art of divination, he knew in advance that the netherworld race would invade in a year's time. After that, he used all the spiritual crystals in the celestial court to increase the cultivation base of the disciples of the celestial court, causing everyone to reach the level of connecting immortal and above. He also sent out all the precious weapons in the celestial court. After that, he spent a month personally guiding Baiziki and the others, passing down the emperor-level divine art and combined attack formation art. He did everything he could to increase the combat power of the disciples of the celestial court. After that, all the disciples of the celestial court cultivated diligently, almost day and night, increasing their strength by a lot. Now, the 70,000 immortal soldiers and generals who had followed him rushed out in groups of 3, 9, or 10. They displayed the power of combined attack techniques and precious weapons. They even unleashed their emperor-level remarkable abilities. The powerful offensive power enveloped the 1 million netherworld race cultivators who had rushed out at this time, slaughtering 300,000 of them in the blink of an eye. As the lord of the immortal court, he was very satisfied. Ah! Screams rang out as the netherworld race cultivators were killed by the immortal soldiers and generals of the immortal court. Blood flowed everywhere, dyeing the scarlet earth plane even redder. The immortal court's general's battle chi was intimidating. That's combined attack techniques? They're using combined attack techniques to kill the enemy, and they're so proficient in it? Their weapons, immortal artifacts, Tao weapons, divine weapons, saint weapons, does everyone know emperor-level remarkable abilities? This is the combat power of the ordinary immortal soldiers and generals of the immortal court. The experts of the legendary Saber Pavilion, the Purple Branding Sanctum, and the other major factions were deeply shocked by this scene. In the past, they only knew that the immortal court had the emperor-level reincarnation physique immortal emperor, the heavenly venerate little Taichu, the barbarian king physique, the thunder god physique, the extreme physique, the immortal spirit physique, and the heavenly demon physique. They also had the divine sun eye, the true dragon bloodline, and a group of peerless geniuses who could control the spiritual sea phenomenon. Therefore, they thought that the celestial court was extremely powerful and didn't pay attention to the ordinary immortal soldiers and generals of the immortal court. Now, they were shocked by this scene. Only then did they know that the immortal court didn't only have the reincarnation physique immortal emperor, the heavenly venerate little Taichu, and a group of powerful core members. The rest of the disciples of the immortal court were also very powerful. With such a lineup and combat power, the immortal court can really be called the #1 sanctum in the history of the 10 Directions heavenly regions. Some of the older experts were shocked. At the border of the western region, on the Crimson Earth Plain, 70,000 immortal soldiers and immortal generals were like peerless swords. Wherever they passed, the blood of the netherworld splattered across the sky. The patriarchs of the various great sects were all stunned. Compared to the disciples of the great sects, the immortal soldiers and generals of the immortal court were too powerful. Everyone was stunned. After a few breaths, the patriarch of the purple branding sacred ground came back to his senses. He looked ahead, his eyes bursting with divine light. "Let's follow." "Kill." Patriarch Purple Branding shouted. Behind Patriarch Purple Totem, the disciples of the Purple Totem Holy Land all began to move. Their vast and mighty blood chi surged forward to kill the Netherworld race cultivators who were the first to enter the encirclement. "Disciples, kill." The Patriarch of the Legendary Saber Pavilion said. "Kill." On the side of the Legendary Saber Pavilion, the disciples of the Legendary Saber Pavilion interweaved their powerful Tao light and rushed out directly. At the same time, the other great sects in this place also moved. One by one, the cultivators rushed out one after another. "Kill. Kill. Kill." The disciples of the great sects roared and used all their divine abilities and secret techniques to intimidate the enemy. A year ago, Xianxia had divined that the Netherworld race would attack today. Lin Tian had informed the great sects of this region of the heavenly region of this matter. The great sects had made all kinds of preparations in this 1 year. Now that they were facing the Netherworld race's attack, they were not flustered at all. Their expressions were solemn, and their battle chi was very shocking. Suddenly, blood splattered everywhere. One by one, the Netherworld cultivators were killed. In the blink of an eye, a large number of them had died. "We should go too," Whooshing Crocodile said. Baiziki and the others looked ahead. Their eyes interweaved with light. Divine light surged around their bodies as their battle chi began to rise. "Safety first." Lin Tian looked at his family and friends. His voice was solemn as he said this for the 3rd time. "I know," Whooshing Crocodile said, "whether we can win this war or not depends on you. What you're going to do later is more dangerous than any of us." Lord Crocodile returns the words "safety first" to you. "Don't have any accidents." "Don't worry." Lin Tian nodded. "All right." Whooshing Crocodile shouted and rushed out. Immediately, with a rumble, its half-step emperor-level cultivation was unleashed, and it directly took out a powerful heavenly treasure. With its half-step emperor rank cultivation, it activated a powerful heavenly treasure and directly took the lives of a large number of Netherworld race cultivators. "Kill," Baiziki said in a low voice as he stepped forward. In the next moment, Fanning Xiong, Yang Qi, the Black Jiao Dragon, Ling Yun, and Yitong all stepped forward. Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and the other 2 girls also charged forward. Boom, thunder rumbled as large patches of lightning interweaved. Bolts of Extreme Yang and Extreme Yang descended, directly shattering large patches of Netherworld cultivators. Buzz. On the other side, the starry sky and the bright moon interweaved. Bai Qiu propped up the monarch territory and interweaved with divine power to suppress all directions. At the same time, Fanning Xiong propped up the immortal cracking mountain of the monarch territory, Shuiyi propped up the heavenly demon body, Thousand Souls tomb of the monarch territory, Yitong opened the divine sun eye, Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and the others all propped up the sea of consciousness avatars. Powerful divine energy surged, and their aura surged. Divine Cry Palace, Starry Sky Moon, Immortal Cracking Mountain, Thousand Souls Tomb, Divine Sun Eye, True Dragon Bloodline, various Sea of Consciousness avatars, Immortal Quartz Group, their auras, even a Boundary Emperor can't withstand a few moves from them. They haven't become emperors, but they are definitely invincible under the Emperor realm. The patriarchs of the various large sects were shocked. At this moment, the combat strength of Baiziki and the others shocked the patriarchs of the various large sections. They were too powerful. Pft, pft, pft. Blood continued to explode. With Lin Tian as the leader, the large sects of the 9th heaven had prepared for a full year. At this time, facing the first Netherworld cultivators, the large sects had the absolute advantage, and the Netherworld cultivators died tragically one after another. "You have been guarding here since the beginning? Did you know that my Netherworld race would kill our way into this world from this place?" The purple-robed Netherworld race Celestial Venerable was at the bottom of the battle with the Violet Fairy. At this time, his eyes became cold. The Violet Fairy snorted coldly and didn't say much. As soon as the Void God slaying light was released, all things withered, and the purple-robed Celestial Venerable was almost cut in half. The purple-robed netherworld celestial venerable's eyes became even colder. He glanced at the million cultivators of his race who rushed out first and said gloomily, "Don't be complacent. This is just a drop in the ocean of our race's forces. They are just the vanguard. Your world can't withstand the true power of our race. You can only fall." Boom, the blue divine light around his body surged, and his celestial venerable aura became denser. His murderous aura became even more terrifying. Then, almost in the next moment, the 200-meter-long void crack that opened from the sealed dust ancient region to the crimson earth plane extended again, becoming a full 300-meter-wide netherworld race. Cultivators rushed out from behind. Their auras were extremely powerful, and there were even a dozen powerful emperors among them. Their emperor chi was terrifying. Kill. These netherworld cultivators rushed in with shocking murderous aura. An emperor-level netherworld race expert made his move. Under the pressure of his emperor aura, a large number of cultivators of the ninth heaven died tragically. "Let's go too." Purple Scorpion Old Ancestor shouted and directly stepped out. With his ninth heaven emperor cultivation base, he enveloped a netherworld emperor. This netherworld emperor was at the third heaven of the emperor realm. When he was suppressed by Purple Scorpion Old Ancestor, he was immediately shocked. "You, die." Purple Scorpion Old Ancestor's voice was cold. He directly executed one of the Purple Scorpion's sacred ground's inherited great divine abilities and mercilessly attacked. With a puff, this third heaven emperor of the netherworld race naturally couldn't stop the ninth heaven emperor Purple Scorpion Old Ancestor. The netherworld emperor's body was instantly crushed by Purple Scorpion Old Ancestor's great divine ability. Then, his divine soul was also shattered. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Kill. The legendary Saber Pavilion Old Ancestor's voice was cold. At this moment, he also made his move. An unparalleled saber light enveloped a netherworld emperor. Ah! This netherworld emperor screamed miserably as he was killed by a single slash. He couldn't block it at all because he was only at the second heaven of the emperor realm. Compared to the ninth heaven of the legendary Saber Pavilion Old Ancestor, he was too weak. Moreover, the legendary Saber Pavilion Old Ancestor had executed a powerful emperor-level killing technique. That slash was enough to kill a fifth heaven of the emperor realm expert. Kill. 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 The Purple Scorpion's sacred ground and legendary Saber Pavilion's emperor-level supreme elders, as well as the Demon King Palace's two emperor-level supreme elders, also moved at this moment. Each of them enveloped a netherworld race emperor with a killing light and directly launched a merciless attack. The netherworld race was still at a disadvantage. All of this was because Lin Tian had informed all the great sects of the netherworld race's invasion a year ago. All of the great sects had made various preparations and grasped the opportunity to fight. Therefore, in this initial battle, the netherworld race's cultivators that charged in at the beginning couldn't stop them at all. Dong. On the crimson earth plains, a loud noise echoed. Behind the 300-foot-wide spatial door that had opened from the sealed dust ancient region, the sound of footsteps echoed like thunder. Soon after, a figure about 10 feet tall stepped out. This figure wore black battle armor. His eyes were deep as if he had seen through the vicissitudes of the world. His aura was incomparably terrifying. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with golden light as the second netherworld race Heavenly Venerable stepped out. The insignificant races of this world have begun to resist so soon? As an inferior race, your battle strength is not bad. Heavenly Venerable Netherworld's voice was indifferent. He stepped out from the sealed dust ancient region with a cold arrogance. Another Heavenly Venerable. Purple Seal Old Ancestor and the others were shocked. Heavenly Venerable Netherworld's cultivation base was at the fourth stage Heavenly Venerable realm. He glanced at the purple-robed netherworld race Heavenly Venerable who was fighting with the violet fairy not far away. His eyes narrowed slightly, then he turned his head and looked at the other cultivators. "All of you, ants, disappear." As he spoke, a dark blue Heavenly Venerable level divine energy surged, and a large area of dark blue light intertwined, shrouding the cultivators of the great sects of the ninth heaven. It was very terrifying. At this moment, with a loud bang, the six-colored divine light soared into the sky, directly crushing all the dark blue light. On Lin Tian's shoulder, the little Taichu rose into the air. The wings on its back flapped, and the six-colored divine light once again turned into a monstrous six-colored storm. In an instant, the black-armored netherworld race heavenly venerable was enveloped and sent flying. This is the little beast beside the celestial emperor. A heavenly venerable level existence of the celestial court. The eyes of the legendary Saber Pavilion experts lit up. Let's kill. The legendary Saber Pavilion old ancestor shouted. Millions of netherworld race experts had rushed over, including more than a dozen emperors. Their battle was not easy. Boom. 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 Tyrannical divine energy intertwined in this plane. The earth collapsed inch by inch, and the void shattered into pieces. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with light as he silently watched the battle here. Then, at the next moment, he looked at the void portal that had expanded to 300 feet from the sealed dust ancient region. Behind it, more netherworld auras were rushing over. Whoosh! 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 Almost at the next moment when he looked at the void portal, the netherworld race cultivators rushed out one after another. In the blink of an eye, the number of netherworld race cultivators had reached nearly 10 million. The red earth plane was almost overrun. Moreover, among them, there were netherworld race ancestral kings who were infinitely close to the celestial realm. Each of them had a tyrannical aura that was daunting. In an instant, the netherworld aura unique to the netherworld race spread across the plane, shocking the cultivators of the ninth heaven. Among the nearly 10 million netherworld race cultivators, there were more than a dozen powerhouses infinitely close to the celestial realm. Their strength was too terrifying. Under this world, there are 8 other heavens. According to the orders of the old ancestors, we will attack from the 9 heavens together, slaughter the human race, and unify the 10 heavens. A netherworld race ancestral king who was infinitely close to the celestial realm said coldly. Then, in the next moment, 8 other netherworld race ancestral kings who were infinitely close to the celestial realm took action. They tore apart the heavens barrier and led a large number of netherworld race cultivators directly from the red earth plane to the 8 heavens below. Lin Tian stood at the edge of the crimson earth plane, watching the 8 netherworld ancestral kings, who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm, lead a group of netherworld race cultivators into the lower 8 heavens. He twitched his finger, wanting to take action, but in the end, he did not. He stood here because he needed to conserve enough essence and divine power, because there was something more important to do later. That was something that would truly affect the direction of this battle. Moreover, the lower levels of the heavens had already made preparations for all kinds of battles under his instructions. At this time, he did not need to worry too much. The real focus was here, on the things that would happen later. Kill. 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 On the crimson earth plane, battle cries shook the heavens. The cultivators of the various great sects were charging forward, using all kinds of divine powers and secret techniques. Because of Lin Tian, the great sects had seized the initiative of the battle and firmly suppressed the netherworld race cultivators who had just charged in. However, as more and more netherworld race cultivators charged in, the situation gradually began to change. Human ants, all of you should be killed. Die. Our netherworld race will unify the 10 heavens and look down on the world. The netherworld race experts said coldly. At this time, more than 10 million netherworld race cultivators had crossed over from the sealed dust ancient region. The blue netherworld chi was vast and mighty on the crimson earth plane. Subsequently, ordinary emperor-level netherworld race experts tore through the void and led groups of netherworld race cultivators out of the crimson earth plane, charging toward the eastern, southern, and northern regions, as well as other places in the western regions. Lin Tian stood at the edge of the crimson earth plane, watching all of this silently, still not taking action. In this region, there were great sects in the eastern, western, southern, and northern regions. Under his instructions, they had already prepared for battle. Moreover, 3 days ago, a group of immortal court immortal soldiers and generals had also charged to the various regions of the 4 regions, led by quasi-emperors, ready for battle at any time. Most importantly, the immortal court experts in the 4 regions all had the eternal killing formation platform that he had engraved. By relying on this killing formation platform, even a 9th heaven emperor could be killed. Boom. On the crimson earth plane, divine power surged. The battle became more intense, shaking the heavens, and the earth was sinking inch by inch. Puff. Puff. Pooh. Bloody mists exploded one after another. In this place, blood almost flowed into a river. Boom, thunder rumbled as Baiziki charged into the army of the underworld. The power of the divine roar palace was incomparably tyrannical, crushing a large number of underworld cultivators. The thunder god physique of the eighth heaven of the Nirvana realm was undoubtedly very powerful. Once Wang Yu displayed the most basic thunder power of the divine cry hall, he easily killed the quasi-emperors of the netherworld race. Buzz. Starlight sprinkled down, and a full moon hung in the sky. The thick aura of Yin interweaved, bringing with it a divine aura that swept across the battlefield. Pooh. 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 Hordes of netherworld race cultivators exploded. Among them were 3 quasi-emperor level cultivators. They could not stop the lunar royal domain at all. At the same time, on this battlefield, Fanning Xiong and the others' king's region were pulled apart, suppressing all directions. Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and the other Sea of Consciousness avatars interweaved and were extremely powerful. The netherworld realm experts fell one after another in their hands. So strong. As expected of the friends of the immortal emperor. Kill. The experts of the various large sects roared, their battle spirits boiling. Lin Tian did not make a move. He silently watched the entire battlefield, watching the battle between Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and Baiziki and the others. Then, his gaze shifted and looked in 2 other directions. The Violet Fairy and the little Taichu each blocked a heavenly venerable level expert of the netherworld race. At this time, they had already fought to the top of the sky and were at the top. Kill. The red earth plains were dyed red with blood. The battle cries grew louder and louder, shaking the sky and earth. In the blink of an eye, the corpses piled up into a small mountain and the blood converged into a river. Boom. An astonishing sound suddenly rang out. On the scarlet earth plane, the spatial crack that had been opened from the sealed dust ancient region to here began to extend again at this moment. From the previous size of 300 feet, it directly expanded to 500 feet. Billowing netherworld energy surged out from behind the void crack. In the next moment, 9 terrifying auras surged out, as if 9 ancient beasts were about to wake up from their slumber. The fluctuation shook the entire world. At the edge of the red earth plains, Lin Tian looked at the void crack that was 500 feet wide. 2 cold lights flashed in his eyes. They're here. Golden divine light gradually appeared outside his body. Boom. Behind the void crack that was 500 feet wide, it seemed as if an ancient giant was walking. The sound was like thunder. In an instant, even more terrifying netherworld energy surged out. It was shocking. This is heavenly venerable level auras. There are 9 of them together. They're much more terrifying than the 2 who rushed out at the beginning. The bodies of the various large sects patriarchs trembled. They had long known that the netherworld race would send 11 heavenly venerable level existences to attack this time. However, at this time, after the first 2 heavenly venerables rushed out, 9 more heavenly venerable level auras came from the sealed dust ancient region. They were still shocked. After all, they were heavenly venerable level experts. Boom. Golden divine light surged into the sky, and the Emperor's aura surged. At the edge of the red earth plains, Lin Tian began to release his Emperor's aura, and the reincarnation chi was vast and mighty. At this moment, he burst out with his peak Emperor's power, and the reincarnation origin aura surged out, intertwining with heaven and earth. As soon as this aura appeared, everyone on the red earth plains was shocked. Immortal Emperor. Is this the reincarnation body's origin aura? So powerful. So vast. This. The ancestral patriarch of the Saber Pavilion and the others looked at the edge of the red earth plains, and their eyes flickered. All of them knew that Lin Tian was a body of samsara, yet it was the first time they'd seen Lin Tian emanate the quintessence aura of a body of samsara like this. This aura was too vast and ancient, and it was like a real river of stars had descended from the starry sky, and it was terrifying and shocking. At the same time, Wuxing Crocodile, Baiziki, Yangqi, Ling Yun, Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and the others all turned to look. We're counting on you. Wuxing Crocodile murmured to himself. In the next moment, he burst out with an even stronger aura, and the great five elements art was fully displayed. Kill! Fanning Xiong roared. With a rumble, the immortal cracking mountain of the king's territory shook, crushing the netherworld race cultivators and killing a netherworld quasi-emperor. Lin Tian released the reincarnation origin aura and the peak emperor's power, shaking the sky. This person? This is the person that the ancestral patriarchs issued the highest order to capture alive? This aura, many netherworld race experts were shocked. They had been fiercely resisted and attacked by the major sects when they charged in, so they didn't notice Lin Tian at first. They only saw Lin Tian when he released the tyrannical emperor's power at this time. The netherworld race experts were terrified, and even the netherworld race ancestral kings who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable level felt a wave of panic. This emperor's power was too terrifying, as if he could crush them with a raise of his hand. Human. Reincarnation physique. The two netherworld race heavenly venerables who rushed over first stared at Lin Tian with dazzling light in their eyes. Among them, the purple-robed heavenly venerable who rushed out first had already seen Lin Tian in the sealed dust ancient region and knew that Lin Tian was a reincarnation physique. He then told this to the other heavenly venerables of this lineage, and everyone knew that there was a reincarnation physique in this world. This time, they came here not only to unify the world, but also to suppress the reincarnation physique and obtain the reincarnation origin. This was the most powerful and mysterious physique in the legends, and its origin was too tempting. Boom, on the crimson earth plane, an even more terrifying netherworld aura rushed out from the 500-foot-wide crack in the void. Behind the spatial rift, the netherworld race powerhouses who were crossing to the other side clearly sensed the reincarnation avatar's origin aura released by Lin Tian. The netherworld chi gushed out at an even faster speed, and the aura of a celestial venerate rolled over. In the blink of an eye, 9 tall figures stepped out from the crack in the void. 9 heavenly venerable auras were extremely frightening. The ancestral patriarch of the Saber Pavilion and the others gritted their teeth, and their expressions were ugly. The aura of these 9 people was much stronger than the 2 netherworld race heavenly venerables who rushed out first. Ancestors! The netherworld race cultivators roared. They were all excited, and their battle aura surged. At the same time, on the other 2 battlefields in the sky, the purple-robed heavenly venerable and the black-armored heavenly venerable looked at the 9 netherworld race heavenly venerables who rushed out. Don't worry about anything else. Suppress the reincarnation physique first. The 9 netherworld race heavenly venerables who came from the sealed dust ancient region looked at the purple-robed heavenly venerable and the black-armored heavenly venerable. They looked at the little Taichu and the violet fairy, and 2 strange lights flashed in their eyes. Then, they tilted their heads and looked at Lin Tian. They had naturally sensed Lin Tian's reincarnation physique aura long ago. Their main purpose in coming from the sealed dust ancient region was to suppress Lin Tian, who was a reincarnation physique, and seize the legendary reincarnation origin. Divine lights intertwined in their eyes as they stared at Lin Tian. In the next moment, they all moved. They ignored everyone else on the battlefield and stepped toward Lin Tian. Ka! 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 As they moved, the void in this place collapsed and exploded. Even the spatial turbulence was annihilated. The 9 netherworld race heavenly venerables pressed toward Lin Tian together. Lin Tian stood at the edge of the crimson earth plane. Golden divine light surged around his body as he looked at the 9 netherworld race heavenly venerables pressing toward him. He was not afraid at all. The golden divine light around his body became denser, and the reincarnation emperor's aura surged, shaking the sky violently. He glanced at the battlefield one last time and immediately retreated. He stepped on the 9th level of the yin-yang steps and turned into a beam of golden divine light, leaving the crimson earth plane and rushing into the distance. An old drunkard was nowhere to be found, and Wu Yi was in the most important stage of closed-door cultivation. These 2 peerless forces could not fight. Their battle strength was much weaker than the netherworld races. After all, the netherworld race had sent a total of 11 heavenly venerables. If all 11 heavenly venerables attacked together, they would absolutely not be able to stop them. Under such circumstances, the only way to win this battle was to reduce the number of netherworld race heavenly venerables. Only then would they have a chance of winning. Therefore, at this time, he used his reincarnation origin as bait to lure away the 9 netherworld race heavenly venerables. He wanted to eliminate all 9 of them. Only then could they win. To read the latest novel, please visit Lin Tian was very fast. He unleashed his Emperor's aura as he stepped on the 9th level of the Yin-Yang steps and left the red earth plains in the blink of an eye. The 9 netherworld race heavenly venerables' eyes were deep and cold as they chased after Lin Tian with a mighty aura. The 9 heavenly venerables pressed forward together. Ka! 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 As the 9 heavenly venerables moved, the void shattered, unable to stop their aura. At this time, they only had eyes for Lin Tian because their main purpose of coming here was to suppress Lin Tian. Suppressing Lin Tian and seizing the reincarnation origin was more important than anything else. In the blink of an eye, the 9 netherworld race heavenly venerables had chased after Lin Tian for a long time. Those 9 people, all left? The immortal emperor, he, led away 9 netherworld race heavenly venerables alone. This, on the red earth plains, the ancestral patriarch of the Saber Pavilion and the others trembled. They knew that Lin Tian was very powerful and could kill people who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerables level. However, compared to a true heavenly venerate, he was far too weak. Now, he had led away 9 netherworld race heavenly venerables alone. It was equivalent to him resisting more than 90% of the netherworld race's combat strength. He could be suppressed and killed at any time. Kill! Ancestral Patriarch Purple Totem gritted his teeth and roared. The Emperor Qi outside his body skyrocketed. At this time, they could not help Lin Tian because they could not. Although their cultivation was higher than Lin Tian's, their combat strength was far inferior to Lin Tian's. Even if they caught up, they would not be of any help. They would only be a burden. At this time, they could only pray that Lin Tian did not die. They could only use their Emperor Qi and do their best to kill the netherworld race heavenly venerables. The immortal emperor will be fine. Let's kill. Let's kill this group of foreign tribes who are trying to encroach on our territory. An ancestor of a great sect shouted. At this moment, Lin Tian had single-handedly lured away 9 celestial venerables from the netherworld race. He had single-handedly carried 90% of the netherworld race's combat strength onto his shoulders. This caused the cultivators from the various great sects to be shocked. This action caused their hearts to tremble. This was truly using his own life to fight for this world. This was a great benevolence. It was righteousness. Kill! 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 The great sect's ancestors roared. Divine force surged, battle intent erupting. Lord Immortal Emperor can pacify everything. Kill! Wait for the return of the Immortal Emperor. Fight! The immortal soldiers and generals of the Immortal Court roared. Their divine force surged, and at this moment, they all displayed their Emperor-level abilities. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld race cultivators in this place were blasted into pieces. In fact, Lin Tian's group was definitely going to die under normal circumstances. However, the disciples of the Immortal Court did not expect that Lin Tian would die in this place. They believed in Lin Tian and Lin Tian. They unconditionally believed that Lin Tian could suppress everything because he was the master of the Immortal Court. Boom! Waves of terrifying divine force vibrated and interweaved in all directions. Brat, it's all up to you. The whooshing crocodile looked at the direction Lin Tian left and muttered to itself. The demonic light in its eyes was very strong. Then, in the next moment, it roared and displayed the great 5 elements art again. The heavenly treasure bombarded and turned into a vicious crocodile, reaping the lives of the netherworld race cultivators one after another. Blood kept exploding under its hands. Baiziki and the others watched as Lin Tian led the 9 netherworld race heavenly venerables away. There was worry in their eyes, but more than that, there was a divine light. Their battle intent surged like a volcano, shaking all directions. Roar! The black flood dragon roared. The demonic light shone brightly and tore a netherworld race boundary emperor apart. Divine light interweaved outside of Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others. The medicine cannon's magical arts were fully displayed. The heavenly treasure Lin Tian gave them also vibrated, sprinkling the sky full of killing light on this red plain, shattering everything. Boom! Boom! Above the firmament, the divine force of the heavenly venerables surged. The entire space here was shaking. The reincarnation body, the origin of reincarnation, will eventually belong to our race. Our race will start a prosperous era. The purple-robed heavenly venerables netherworld sneered as he watched the other 9 heavenly venerables of his lineage chase after Lin Tian. Clang! Purple divine light surged and turned into a Dao sword that slashed over. Believe me, you will all die. The violet fairy's voice was calm. Purple divine light interweaved outside her body. The great void god slaying Dao cut through all the techniques in the world and sent the purple-robed heavenly venerables flying with a bang. Boom! On the other side, the 6-colored divine light vibrated. The little Taichu flapped its wings and firmly suppressed the black-armored heavenly venerables netherworld. Kill! 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 Shouts of killing shook all directions. On the red plain, blood became the only thing, and bones continued to accumulate on the ground. Lin Tian left the red plain. At this time, he had already crossed a long distance. The golden divine light outside his body was extremely dazzling. He rushed toward the eastern region of the 9th heaven at the fastest speed. Humph! A cold snort came from behind. The 9 heavenly venerables of the Netherworld clan chased side by side, each of their eyes cold and indifferent. At this time, in the eyes of the 9 people, Lin Tian wasn't a human, but a great fortune. The reincarnation source was the greatest divine treasure, the greatest immortal opportunity, and the greatest fortune. Buzz! One of them made a move. A giant netherworld hand stretched out, covering all directions, and grabbed towards Lin Tian. This wasn't a secret technique, just a simple palm strike, but it was still extremely terrifying. This was because the person who made the move was an Empyrean-level powerhouse. Although he was still in the Emperor realm, he was far from being comparable to an ordinary emperor. Lin Tian was at the 7th layer of the Emperor realm. He could kill people infinitely close to the Empyrean realm without any effort. However, when facing the attack of an Empyrean powerhouse, he felt a chill run down his spine. He felt that it was difficult to resist. He didn't have the slightest carelessness. While flying, he summoned the 5th layer of the 4 symbols seal to block behind him. When the 5th layer of the 4 symbols Dao diagram combined, a tyrannical sealing force surged, annihilating even the air. However, when the 5th layer of the 4 symbols Dao diagram met the giant palm of the Netherworld Heavenly Venerate, it was shattered on the spot. Violent astral winds interweaved and spread in all directions, but the other party's giant palm was still pressing down. Bang! Before the giant palm of the Netherworld Heavenly Venerate could get close, just the astral wind swept past and sent Lin Tian flying on the spot. Cough! Lin Tian coughed up blood, only feeling pain in his body. However, even so, his expression didn't change. He slashed the towering heaven sword aura behind him and continued to rush into the distance. He stepped on the 9th layer of the yin-yang steps and moved extremely fast, avoiding the palm of the Netherworld Heavenly Venerate. The Netherworld Heavenly Venerate who attacked was at the 4th stage of the Netherworld realm. He directly shattered the towering heaven sword aura and chased after him with the other 8 people. His speed is not bad, not much worse than our peak speed. This person said coldly. Chase. Beside him, another Netherworld Heavenly Venerate spoke. The Netherworld light intertwined around the bodies of the 9 of them, and with a casual step, they could travel extremely far away, with endless Dao light surrounding them. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was caught up again, and another Netherworld Heavenly Venerate made a move and grabbed at Lin Tian. They wanted to seize the reincarnation origin perfectly, so they needed to suppress Lin Tian alive. Buzz! The void trembled. At this moment, the Netherworld Heavenly Venerate who attacked was at the 5th stage of the Heavenly Venerate. As his large hand reached out, the boundless Dao light rolled together and turned into a wave that pressed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian didn't need to look back to feel how terrifying this method was. His internal organs became cold, and even his ability to move was restricted. The void in all directions was gradually solidifying. He shouted in his heart, and the Sun Heart Sutra circulated even more vigorously. The dazzling golden divine light surged, and the reincarnation emperor's power was directly raised to the peak. Then, in the next moment, he propped up the reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory and faced the attack. Boom. The reincarnation diagram was extremely powerful and majestic. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the large hand of the fifth stage heavenly venerate netherworld powerhouse. Dazzling divine light surged, and the reincarnation diagram trembled, erupting with divine light that was many times stronger than the previous five-layered Tao diagram of the four symbols. It blocked the large hand that the netherworld powerhouse casually reached out. However, it was very short, and it only blocked for about a breath's time. The reincarnation diagram let out a crisp crack and shattered on the spot. Lin Tian suffered a backlash and coughed out another mouthful of blood. His face turned paler. However, he didn't stop or look back. He continued to fly towards the distant sky at an even faster speed. The netherworld heavenly venerate's eyes narrowed slightly, and two rays of light flashed across them. He's only at the 7th stage of the Emperor realm, but the divine art he used can actually block my attack for a breath's time. That person muttered to himself. After all, he's a reincarnation body. He's extraordinary. Another person said. The 9 people's expressions were indifferent as they chased after Lin Tian again. Not long after, Lin Tian was caught again. This time, a total of 5 of the 9 netherworld heavenly venerates attacked together. With a crack, the space around them shattered on the spot. Lin Tian spat out blood, but his eyes didn't change at all. He moved quickly while activating the Great Tao Reincarnation Diagram. As soon as the Great Tao Reincarnation Diagram appeared, it was enlarged countless times and faced the 5 netherworld heavenly venerates. Boom! The void and earth trembled, and the Great Tao Reincarnation Diagram shattered in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian coughed out blood, and half of his body was shattered on the spot. However, his expression didn't change. He used the Sun Nirvana technique to protect himself, and with the rebound force of the Great Tao Reincarnation Diagram's explosion, he pulled away from the 9 heavenly venerates in the blink of an eye. The eyes of the 9 netherworld heavenly venerates were deep, and they were all expressionless. They chased after Lin Tian again. Where do you want to lead us to? One of them spoke, his voice indifferent. The other 8 netherworld heavenly venerates were surrounded by the netherworld light. They didn't show any emotion, as if they were the gods of the underworld walking between heaven and earth. They weren't ordinary people, so they could naturally see that Lin Tian was deliberately leading them to a certain place. Lin Tian didn't say anything. His speed became faster, and in a flash, he was tens of thousands of feet away. The eyes of the 9 netherworld heavenly venerates were deep, and their expressions were indifferent. No matter what you do, you can't avoid the fate of being suppressed today. The leader, who was at the 8th level of the heavenly venerate, chased after him while surrounded by the netherworld light. They could see that Lin Tian was deliberately leading them to a certain place, but they didn't care at all. They didn't have any scruples, and they all had indifferent expressions on their faces. This was because the 9 of them were all celestial venerates. When 9 celestial venerates worked together, they could defeat everything. What in this world could threaten them? P.S. The 3rd update should be around 2300 hours at night. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. The 9 netherworld race heavenly venerables were expressionless and their eyes were cold. Even though they knew that Lin Tian was deliberately leading them to a certain place, they didn't care at all because each of them had peerless power. Now that the 9 of them were together, they weren't afraid of anything in this world and didn't think that there was anything in this world that could threaten them. Why struggle? One of them looked at Lin Tian Dao with a cold expression. He raised his right hand slightly and a large amount of heavenly venerable level divine power pressed down. Lin Tian propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory and shielded it behind his back while he quickly rushed into the distance. He didn't turn back to look at the 9 netherworld race heavenly venerables who were chasing after him and simply rushed to the east region as fast as he could. From the beginning, he knew that the 9 of them would definitely be able to see through him, leading them away from the red earth plains all the way to the east region. However, he still did so because there were 2 reasons why he didn't hesitate to do so. The first reason was that the 9 netherworld heavenly venerables would be conceited because they were too powerful, so much so that they wouldn't care even if they knew that he was deliberately leading them to a certain place. The second reason was that in order to seize his reincarnation origin, they had no other choice but to chase after him until they could suppress him and seize his reincarnation origin. Now, it was indeed as he had thought. Although the 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerable level powerhouses had seen through him, they still chased after him without hesitation. Buzz. Outside his body, the golden divine light became denser and the Sun Heart Sutra circulated even more vigorously. He also executed the yin-yang steps faster. With a whoosh, the void seemed to have been cut open. In a flash, he was about hundreds of thousands of feet away as if he was teleporting. "Your speed is pretty good," one of the Netherworld heavenly venerables said. The 9 of them all had cold gazes, and they sped up a little as they chased after Lin Tian. At the same time, 6 of them attacked together. Their heavenly venerable level divine power trembled and pressed down on Lin Tian. In an instant, the space in all directions collapsed and terrifying fluctuations vibrated. Lin Tian summoned the Great Tao reincarnation diagram and threw it behind him without looking back while he rushed to the east region at an even faster speed. Boom! The reincarnation diagram of the Great Path collided with the divine power of the 6 Netherworld race celestial venerables and was shattered on the spot. Lin Tian was shaken and coughed up blood on the spot. His reincarnation monarch body was covered with cracks. However, his expression didn't change in the slightest. He increased his speed, leaving behind afterimages with each step he took. The 9 Netherworld race celestial venerables moved forward like 9 gods of the underworld. Each step covered hundreds of thousands of feet as they steadily chased after Lin Tian. "No matter what you do, it's useless. Don't make any more meaningless struggles." The leading 8th stage Empyrean Netherworld race powerhouse spoke again, his voice cold and detached. Lin Tian didn't say a word. Using the duality steps, he rushed into the distance like lightning. The 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables snorted and began to increase their speed. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air reverberated through the vast sky. Lin Tian and the 9 celestial venerables of Hades transformed into 10 streaks of light as they moved, one in front and one behind. At the same time, the 9 celestial venerables of the Netherworld race would attack from time to time. They would shoot out beams of divine light and seal the world. Cough. Lin Tian coughed up blood again and again. He didn't fight with the 9 celestial venerables. Most of his strength was used to increase his speed. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. Lin Tian's body was covered in blood. During these 4 hours, he rushed to the eastern region at full speed. He tore through the void several times and was attacked several times by the 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables. His reincarnation emperor body had been shattered several times. At this moment, he appeared in a large mountain in the eastern region. The spiritual energy in this large mountain was extraordinary. Ancient trees were everywhere. As far as the eye could see, one could see a pit in the distance. This pit was about 50 to 60 feet in size. It was very ordinary and didn't have the slightest bit of attention. Lin Tian's face was very pale at this time. He had lured the 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables here. His emperor body had been shattered several times, and he had used up too much of his blood energy and divine power. He was about to run out. However, at this time, as he looked at the pit in the distance, a sharp light emerged in his eyes. He had finally lured the 9 celestial venerables here. His body was covered in blood. Using the 9th stage of the duality steps, he increased his speed again and rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to 50 feet away from the pit. "Human, that's about enough. I've already said that your struggle is meaningless. It's all in vain." The 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables chased after Lin Tian until they were 90 feet behind him. At this moment, they raised their hands at the same time. Interweaving Tao light grabbed at Lin Tian, immediately sealing off all of Lin Tian's escape routes. The leader's voice was cold and indifferent. "It's time to obediently accept your head." Buzz. 9 large hands pulled the Great Tao in all directions, covering everyone. Lin Tianji felt that his soul was about to shatter. His spirit trembled violently, and his entire person seemed to be wrapped in endless darkness. However, at this time, he smiled. "It's about time." His smile was a little cold. He turned back to look at the 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables. He didn't care about the 9 large hands that were pressing down on him at all. He quickly raised his hands and formed a seal. With a buzz, formation runes appeared in the void and on the ground within a radius of several feet around the 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables. They immediately emitted brilliant light. This is? Sealing formation runes and teleportation formation runes? The 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables narrowed their eyes. Then, in the next moment, a light flashed. Under Lin Tian's mind, the 9 of them disappeared at the same time. Then, in the next moment, the 9 of them appeared again and were all thrown into the unassuming pit. Human, what are you thinking? You deliberately led us here and then sent us to this pit with a hidden teleportation formation? Are you toying with us? The 9 of them stood in the pit and looked coldly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian was 50 feet away from the pit, but at this time, he clearly felt an extremely terrifying danger approaching. It made him feel cold all over in an instant. It was as if an invisible scythe of the Grim Reaper was slashing at his neck. At this moment, he did not say anything superfluous. He used the yin-yang steps to the limit and left as fast as he could. The 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables looked cold and emotionless. However, in the next moment, the 9 of them trembled together. Cold sweat suddenly dripped down their foreheads. They looked at the pit in horror and looked to the bottom. The leading Netherworld race heavenly venerables trembled. Go. Leave this. Boom. A terrifying aura rushed up from the bottom of the pit, instantly interrupting the man's words. In an instant, rolling black light rushed out as if it had really emerged from hell. It immediately shrouded the entire area, causing the endless clouds in the sky to shatter in an instant. Even the air was annihilated. Black holes appeared one after another, and endless black light enveloped the 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables in the blink of an eye. Ah! Miserable screams instantly rang out. The 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables were enveloped in it. One of them was crushed on the spot, and blood splattered in all directions. At this time, Lin Tian had already retreated a full 1,000 feet away. When he saw this scene, he could not help but tremble. As far as the eye could see, the 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables were struggling in the pit. They were shrouded in endless black light, and in the blink of an eye, they were all badly mutilated. Boom! Rolling black light rushed up from the pit and enveloped the 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables, causing them to tremble. At this moment, they felt an unparalleled power. Being enveloped by this power, their souls were rapidly cracking, and their flesh was breaking apart bit by bit. Damned human, how dare you trick us? One of them roared. Previously, they thought this pit looked ordinary because they could not feel the slightest bit of special aura from this pit. They thought that Lin Tian had used a hidden transmission array to send them to this pit to play with them. But now, their hearts were trembling. How was this an ordinary pit? This was simply a terrifying life-threatening sinkhole. Charge out! A Netherworld race heavenly venerables roared. At this moment, the 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables' bodies shone brightly. Their heavenly venerables' divine power surged as they rushed out with all their might. However, the black light that rushed out from the bottom of the sinkhole was too terrifying. It was as if it rushed out from the underworld of death. It crushed pieces of space and dyed the sky black. Numerous tiny black holes appeared in the void and devoured everything. Damn it! Break for me! The 9 of them roared and went all out. All kinds of terrifying great magical powers were displayed without hesitation. Dao light surged, terrifying and peerless. The attacks caused everything to collapse, and this world seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Lin Tian looked at the 9 of them from afar, and a chill ran down his spine. Heavenly venerables were indeed terrifying. This kind of power was too strong. Can this sky pit trap them? He was a little worried. However, the worry in his heart soon disappeared. The black light that rushed out from the bottom of the sinkhole became even more terrifying. No matter how the 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerable rank powerhouses resisted, it was useless. All the divine abilities and secret techniques they used were annihilated. Chi! 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 Fist-sized black holes spread out in all directions, swallowing everything. At this moment, all the air was annihilated. The space within a radius of 10,000 feet became pitch black. Damn it! The 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables were shocked and furious. The size of the pit was not large, only about 50 to 60 feet, but the black light rushing out from it was too terrifying. It enveloped them as if it had its own consciousness. Their methods were useless, and they couldn't step out at all. There was a terrifying force crushing them, pulling them to the bottom of the pit. The 9 of them fought desperately, each bringing out their strongest combat power. More powerful magical powers surged in all directions. Unfortunately, it was still useless. No. A mournful scream rang out. One of them was wrapped in the black light and dragged to the bottom of the pit. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed by the endless darkness. This scream was mixed with endless fear, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire 9th heaven and spread to the red earth plain at the border of the western region, shocking all the cultivators there. Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction of the eastern region where the scream came from. Everyone could feel the fear from this scream. It was too strong. This is the voice of 9th brother. 9th brother's aura disappeared. The purple-robed heavenly venerable netherworld and the black-armored heavenly venerable netherworld both changed their expressions. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. On the red earth plane, the purple-robed and black-armored Nether Empyrean changed their expressions. That scream clearly belonged to one of the 9 Nether Empyreans who chased after Lin Tian. Now, that person's aura had disappeared. What's going on? What happened? The 2 Nether Empyreans' hearts skipped a beat. At the same time, the purple brand Old Ancestor and the legendary Saber Pavilion Old Ancestor were shocked. They naturally recognized that the scream from the eastern region belonged to one of the 9 Nether Empyreans who chased after Lin Tian. Their eyelids twitched violently. Immortal Emperor, what did he do? The purple brand Old Ancestor's eyes flickered. 9 powerful Nether Empyreans chased after Lin Tian. Now, one of them actually let out such a miserable scream that spread throughout the entire 9th heaven. This made the purple brand Old Ancestor's body tremble. The violet fairy looked at the eastern region with purple light in her eyes, and the corner of her mouth raised into a beautiful arc as expected of my elder brother. She smiled and muttered to herself. Yeah. The little Taichu flapped its wings and also looked at the eastern region from afar. The 6-colored divine light circled around its body, looking divine and holy. The purple-robed and black-armored Nether Empyrean couldn't remain calm at this time. They seemed a little anxious. What the hell is going on? The 2 of them became uneasy. Clang. Boom. Purple divine light and 6-colored divine light surged. The violet fairy and the little Taichu attacked together, drowning the 2 Nether Empyreans. He's just dead. The violet fairy said. Purple light surrounded her body, and the great void god-slaying light slashed down, forcing the purple-robed Nether Empyrean to retreat. The purple-robed Empyrean's face turned ugly. What a joke. That reincarnation body is only at the 7th heaven of the Emperor realm. How can it threaten an Empyrean-level character? What's more, the 9 Empyreans of my race are chasing after him together. With the 9 of them working together, they can sweep away everything. Nothing can threaten them. He scolded the violet fairy, but his heart could not help but tremble. That was because the celestial lord of their clan who had screamed out had indeed disappeared at this moment. It seemed that he had really died. The violet fairy snorted coldly. Her footsteps were light and graceful, but the great void god-slaying light was as heavy as the Milky Way, crushing the surrounding space. Eastern region, in the barren mountains, 9th brother. The furious roar shook the barren mountain. The black light in the sky pit surged like waves. Among them, the expressions of the 8 powerful netherworld race celestial venerables changed greatly. They were shrouded in endless black light. They could only watch as one of them was dragged to the bottom of the crater. After a shrill scream, his aura disappeared without a trace. Clearly, he had died at the bottom of the crater. Damn it! The 8 of them roared. They were furious, but at the same time, they were terrified because at this time, their situation was very bad. The black light that rushed out from the bottom of the sinkhole enveloped all of them. Even if they used all their strength, it was difficult for them to break free. Boom, at the bottom of the sinkhole, even more black lights rushed up. It was incomparably terrifying. Lin Tian looked at this scene from afar, and his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. He hurriedly retreated more than 1,000 feet away. Terrifying indeed. In such a short time, a netherworld race celestial venerable had already been devoured. He looked at the sinkhole and couldn't help but tremble. Ah! At the sinkhole, the 8 netherworld race celestial venerables who were still alive roared and struggled with all their strength. At this time, one by one, they took out powerful heavenly treasures. Each heavenly treasure was at the pinnacle level and exuded an even more terrifying aura. This kind of aura was somewhat frightening and more powerful than before. However, in the face of the terrifying black light that rushed out from the bottom of the sinkhole, it was useless. As the black light surged, it annihilated the light of all the heavenly treasures in the blink of an eye. Poof, a bloody mist exploded. The black light that rushed out from the bottom of the sinkhole was like the murderous light of death. It surged like the waves of the vast sea and directly crushed half of the body of a 5th-stage celestial venerable from the netherworld race. Dazzling blood splattered like rain. This person roared. The celestial venerable level divine light surged and quickly healed his injured body. However, in the next moment, even more black light pressed down and directly shrouded this person, quickly pulling him to the bottom of the sinkhole. Ah! This person screamed and used all his strength to prevent himself from being dragged to the bottom of the sinkhole. However, it was useless. He couldn't block the terrifying black light that surrounded him. In the next moment, he was swallowed up by the boundless darkness. No! A voice mixed with boundless fear came from the bottom of the sinkhole. This person's aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. This kind of scream was so terrifying that Lin Tian couldn't help but shudder in the distance. What's down there? He stared at the bottomless sinkhole. This netherworld celestial venerable was obviously dead. Like the netherworld celestial venerable who had died at the beginning, after being dragged to the bottom of the sinkhole, it was as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Just listening to that kind of scream made his heart palpitate. He looked at the bottom of the sinkhole. Dazzling dragon light intertwined in his eyes. He opened the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker and looked at the bottom of the sinkhole, but it was useless. Even with his current cultivation and the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker, he couldn't see the bottom of the sinkhole. Forget it. He shook his head and no longer looked at the sinkhole. Instead, he looked at the few netherworld celestial venerables who were trapped by the sinkhole. At this time, the whole place became dark as if it was night. Only 7 of the 9 netherworld celestial venerables who were thrown into the sinkhole by him with the teleportation array were left. All of them were in a sorry state, and their bodies were stained with blood. Damn it! Open for me! The 7 of them roared angrily. Divine power surged, and celestial venerable netherworld energy soared, attacking the black light that covered them. However, this black light was too strong. Even with celestial venerable level power, it couldn't break it. It was so strong that it was a little scary. As the black light rushed out, small black holes appeared one after another in the surroundings. They swallowed the air, swallowed the light, and even the divine power released by the few netherworld celestial venerables was swallowed. It was as if they could swallow everything in the world. The 7 netherworld celestial venerables tried their best to resist, but they became more and more miserable. Their auras became weaker and weaker. Ah! A moment later, another scream was heard. One of them was crushed by the endless black light, and only his divine soul was left. However, in the next moment, the endless black light crushed him. He was crushed on the spot, and his body and soul were destroyed. This caused the other 6 netherworld celestial venerables to tremble. Deep fear appeared in their eyes. In just a moment, 3 of their celestial venerable level powerhouses had fallen in this sinkhole that was only 50 to 60 feet wide. Damn it! Damn it! The 6 of them roared. They exerted all their strength and began to work together, casting out some kind of powerful divine ability that was similar to a joint attack formation. The 6 of them each activated their divine power, propping up streaks of terrifying netherworld killing light, shaking the surrounding space until it collapsed inch by inch. As soon as this power appeared, it temporarily isolated the black light that rushed out from the bottom of the sinkhole. However, this was only for a moment. In the next moment, an even more terrifying black light rushed out from the bottom of the sinkhole like a volcano of death erupting. Ah! A sixth-stage celestial venerable netherworld powerhouse let out a scream as he was crushed by this even more terrifying black light. He was destroyed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, only 5 of the 9 netherworld celestial venerables were left. All of them were stained with blood and looked battered and exhausted. Lin Tian looked at this scene from afar. The Heart Sutra of Sun and Nirvana of the Sun automatically healed his injured body and restored his divine power. Previously, in order to lure the 9 netherworld celestial venerables here, he had been attacked continuously for 4 hours. He was severely injured. Faint golden light intertwined around his body. He stood in the void and quietly looked at the sinkhole. Boom! The pitch-black light continued to surge up from the bottom of the sinkhole, dyeing the sky black, causing the entire barren mountain to become dim. Large spatial cracks were everywhere, and small black holes were floating up and down, swallowing everything. Break! Break for me! Break! The 5 netherworld race celestial venerables roared furiously. Each of them unleashed their full strength, unleashing one divine ability after another without any regard for their cost. At this moment, trapped in the sinkhole, the fear in the eyes of these 5 people was even stronger. Cold sweat kept flowing from their foreheads. Ah! A scream followed. Another netherworld celestial venerable was dragged into the sinkhole. His aura disappeared in the blink of an eye. Obviously, he was dead. Damn it! What is this place? The remaining 4 netherworld celestial venerables trembled in fear. The 4 of them used all their strength and bombarded the black light that covered the surroundings. They tried their best to step out of the sinkhole. However, the sinkhole, which was only 50 to 60 feet wide, seemed to be boundless at this moment. They could not step out no matter how hard they tried. The black light seemed to have its own consciousness, sealing them firmly in the sinkhole. No! Ah! Screams rang out. 2 netherworld celestial venerables were crushed by the black light that rushed out from the sinkhole. Their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. At this point, only 2 of the 9 netherworld celestial venerables were left. One was at the 7th stage celestial venerable realm, and the other was at the 8th stage celestial venerable realm. They struggled bitterly in the black light. However, this kind of struggle was somewhat powerless in front of this black light. They could not block this deadly black light at all. Ah! After a dozen breaths, another scream rang out. The 7th stage celestial venerable netherworld celestial venerable was wrapped in black light and directly dragged to the bottom of the sinkhole. His aura disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian stood very far away and looked at the sinkhole. He looked at the last netherworld celestial venerable and said, "There is one left." Boom! At the bottom of the sinkhole, the rolling black light of death surged and rushed up majestically. It was as if it really had its own consciousness. It kept pressing down on the last remaining netherworld celestial venerable. This netherworld celestial venerable was at the 8th stage celestial venerable realm. He was almost at the end of the celestial venerable realm. His strength was much stronger than the 8 dead celestial venerables. At this time, his body was covered in blood. He was shocked, frightened, and angry. He roared loudly. Tao transformation! This person roared. Divine light burst out from his body. At this moment, he was truly desperate. He began to burn his life source to use some kind of terrifying forbidden technique. Even his cultivation level was dropping rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he fell from the 8th stage celestial venerable realm to the 1st stage celestial venerable realm. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. Of the 9 netherworld Empyreans, only one remained. At this moment, he roared as he burned his 7th phase Empyrean cultivation and most of his life source, using the Tao transformation forbidden technique. An incomparably terrifying aura erupted from him, as if all the 3,000 great Taos in this world had been added to his body. Boundless Tao light surrounded him in the blink of an eye. Boom! Netherworld energy surged like a river of stars. The tyrannical power shook the entire 9th heaven. Lin Tian stood in the distance. Seeing this scene, his eyes narrowed. At this time, the aura exuded by the last netherworld Empyrean was too terrifying, almost exceeding the Empyrean realm. Open for me. The last one was Heavenly Venerable Netherworld. He wore a yellow robe that was covered with strange runes. At this time, the blue scripture on his forehead was exposed. His face was somewhat ferocious, as if he was a ferocious beast in human form that had rushed out from the underworld. Outside his body, the netherworld chi rolled and resisted the dark light of death that rushed out from the sinkhole. After colliding with the dark light of death, there was a sizzling sound. Tiny lightning bolts intertwined and shattered the space. Boom, at the bottom of the pit, more black light gushed out, becoming darker and filled with a corrosive aura. With a rumbling sound, clusters of black light rushed out from the bottom of the pit, like a real volcanic eruption. Looking at this scene, it was like the end of the world. Lin Tian stood in the distance, a faint golden light lingering around his body. At this time, he quickly retreated 1,000 feet away. The scene in front of him was too terrifying. If he was not careful, he was worried that he would be affected. With his current cultivation, even if he was brushed by the black light rushing out from the bottom of the pit, he might be destroyed on the spot. Ah! In front of him, the yellow-robed netherworld Empyrean roared crazily. He burned more of his life source, and the aura around his body became even more tyrannical. He constantly collided with the black light rushing out from the bottom of the pit, sweeping out terrifying murderous lights. The black light rushing out from the bottom of the pit was incomparably terrifying. As if it had a consciousness, it constantly pressed towards the yellow-robed Empyrean. The yellow-robed Empyrean frantically resisted this black light. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed. Ah! More than 2 hours later, at this moment, a wild roar accompanied by a loud bang rang out. The yellow-robed Empyrean lord of the netherworld was covered in blood. Half of his body had been crushed, and he struggled to break free from the black light of death. He flew thousands of feet away and left the crater. He gasped for breath in the distance, and his aura was as weak as a rock. In the distance, Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. This person actually managed to escape and wasn't swallowed up by the terrifying crater. Rumble, in front of him, there were black holes floating in the void, swallowing everything. In the next moment, these black holes gradually disappeared one after another. Almost at the same time, as the netherworld race's yellow-robed heavenly lord had left the crater, there was no sign of life in the crater. The black light that had rushed out of the crater slowly descended. In the blink of an eye, the black light that rushed up from the bottom of the sinkhole disappeared, and everyone returned to the bottom of the sinkhole. In an instant, the place became quiet. Only a faint breeze blew through this place. Lin Tian stared at the crater that had returned to normal and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In such a short time, 8 Empyrean-level powerhouses had been swallowed up. This crater was truly too terrifying. It was truly a place of death. Cough, cough, cough. Thousands of feet away from the crater, the yellow-robed Empyrean lord of the netherworld race who had survived coughed up blood. His face was deathly pale. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. His gaze moved away from the crater and looked at the yellow-robed Empyrean in the distance. He sneered and walked over. The yellow-robed Empyrean lord coughed up blood. When he saw Lin Tian striding over, he was shocked and angry. His eyes were full of killing intent. Damn it! Damn human! How dare you trick us like this? You are the ones who are tricking us. What can you do to me now? Lin Tian approached step by step with a sneer and sarcasm on his face. Speaking of which, didn't you already realize that I was deliberately leading you here? You wanted to follow me, so who can you blame? Serves you right. You. The yellow-robed Empyrean trembled when he heard this. He gritted his teeth and glared angrily at Lin Tian. At the same time, a trace of regret rose in his heart. They had indeed long realized that Lin Tian was deliberately leading them to this place and guessed that Lin Tian had prepared some method to deal with them. However, they believed that their cultivations were strong and that there were 9 of them together, so they didn't care at all. They didn't think that Lin Tian's method could threaten them. But they never imagined that Lin Tian's plan to kill them would be so terrifying. The 9 of them had been led here and 8 of them had died tragically. The strongest of them, him, was now seriously injured and on the verge of death. He glared at Lin Tian with hatred. The 9 of them had joined forces to hunt down Lin Tian, but now this was the outcome. 9 Empyrean existences, and the weakest was a 4th-stage Empyrean. Now, 8 of them had been killed by Lin Tian. He stared at Lin Tian, his eyes red. "You despicable bastard," a swoosh sounded and interrupted his words. Lin Tian appeared in front of him in an instant and raised his leg to kick him. With a bang, this kick landed on the face of the yellow-robed Empyrean from the Netherworld race and sent him flying several hundred feet away. Cough. The yellow-robed Empyrean stabilized himself several hundred feet away. His body had been completely repaired just now, but he coughed up blood again. He looked at Lin Tian in shock and anger. "Human!" he roared angrily. He was a dignified Empyrean powerhouse, but now he was kicked in the face by a human of the 7th layer of the Emperor realm. Lin Tian sneered and stepped forward, leaving behind afterimages with each step. Once again, he appeared in front of this person and kicked out. This was a whip-like kick that landed on the face of the yellow-robed Empyrean again. Bang! The yellow-robed Empyrean was sent flying. His teeth fell out and mixed with fresh blood as they floated in the air. The yellow-robed Empyrean stabilized himself. He was extremely shocked and angry. Lin Tian actually kicked his face again. "You damned human!" Bang! Lin Tian once again appeared in front of him and lashed out with his leg again, sending his opponent flying several hundred meters away. He looked at the yellow-robed Empyrean with a cold smile on his face and stepped forward. After using the Forbidden Tao transformation technique, this person's cultivation had fallen from the 8th layer of the Heavenly Venerable Realm to the 1st layer of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. More than half of his origin had been burned, and he had suffered near-fatal injuries in the sinkhole. At this time, he was already at his weakest. His overall combat strength was at most comparable to a 9th layer of the Emperor Realm cultivator. If it was only at this level, he wouldn't care in the slightest. "Back then, you broke into this place from the sealed dust ancient region and caused chaos in the world. You caused the tragic deaths of countless living beings and destroyed countless families. After countless years, you came again after countless schemes. Do you really think that the Netherworld race is invincible?" He pressed towards the yellow-robed Empyrean, his voice indifferent. The yellow-robed Sky Sovereign's face was filled with anger. His voice was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "At the very least, it's not something that a weak and insignificant race like you can compare to." Lin Tianling smiled. In the next moment, he appeared in front of this person and ruthlessly lashed out with his leg. With a pung sound, this person was sent flying. This time, he was sent flying more than 1,000 zhang away, and a large amount of blood splattered in the air. Inferior race? Back then, it was the so-called inferior race that trapped your nether race in the sealed dust ancient region for countless years. Now, it's the same low-level race you speak of that killed 8 Empyreans with their Emperor rank cultivation. They sent you, an 8th-stage Empyrean, flying like a stray dog. He was being sarcastic. The yellow-robed Empyrean's face immediately turned ashen and ugly. "You, clang." The sound of a sword was ear-piercing. The towering heaven sword intent appeared beside Lin Tian, piercing through the void and piercing through the yellow-robed Heavenly Lord. The droplets of blood fell into the air and were a glaring sight. "Ah!" The yellow-robed Empyrean roared angrily. A dignified Empyrean was repeatedly injured by an Emperor-rank human. He could not bear it. With a loud roar, the nether divine light gushed out with a blue color. It circled around his body like a storm, making him seem unapproachable. "I'll kill you." He stared at Lin Tian and rushed over with a single step. With a punch, the entire space collapsed under the pressure. This was pure physical strength. It was extremely powerful and belonged to the Empyrean level of physical strength, far surpassing that of ordinary emperors. Lin Tianling smiled. The reincarnation diagram appeared and directly faced the Empyrean. He was also heavily injured before. However, while the yellow-robed Empyrean and the others were struggling in the crater, he had circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and Sun Nirvana technique together. His injuries were mostly healed and he had recovered 90% of his battle strength. At this time, he used 90% of his battle strength to activate the reincarnation diagram of the monarch's domain. He immediately shattered the Empyrean's punch and sent him flying again. In the next moment, he stepped forward and appeared in front of the Empyrean. Just like before, he lashed out with his leg. Bam! This kick landed on the yellow-robed Empyrean's cheek and sent him flying again. Teeth mixed with blood fell out again. The yellow-robed Empyrean was extremely angry. He forcefully activated the underworld energy in his body, and several powerful Tao radiances surrounded him. Kill! He stared at Lin Tian. His face became somewhat ferocious as he used several types of Tao radiances to suppress Lin Tian. Then, he used 3 types of terrifying underworld divine abilities in a row. The light of the divine abilities covered the entire space. For a moment, there were cracking sounds as the void was crushed inch by inch. Even the chaotic light was struck out. Lin Tianling smiled. He faced the dense Tao radiances and divine abilities calmly as he pressed forward step by step. Clang! Beside him, a blinding Ling Tian sword aura appeared. It was an extremely powerful sword art from the Ling Tian sword manual. The moment it appeared, it exuded an incomparably terrifying sword aura, directly slashing down on the other party's Tao light divine ability. In an instant, the Tao radiances and underworld divine abilities that the yellow-robed Empyrean had used were all shattered into pieces. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian stepped forward. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the yellow-robed Empyrean again. You, bam! Lin Tian raised his leg and lashed out again, landing fiercely on the yellow-robed Empyrean's cheek. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Lin Tian did not show any mercy when he unleashed his kick. With a whip kick, even the surrounding space was shattered. His strength was frighteningly frightening. Bang! The yellow-robed Heavenly Master was sent flying again. He rolled for more than 2,000 feet and crashed into a large rock. He coughed out blood again. Lin Tian walked on the surface. His steps were very gentle as he approached the other party step by step. The yellow-robed Heavenly Master's body was surrounded by netherworld light. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Human! I'll take your origin next time. I'll make you suffer all the torture in the world. He said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he retreated and turned into a ray of netherworld light that rushed into the distance. He barely escaped from the crater. At this moment, his situation was very bad. More than half of his origin had been burned, and his cultivation had fallen to first stage heavenly venerable. His aura was so weak that he couldn't even compare to a 9th Heaven Emperor cultivator. The power in his body was almost dried up after releasing the killing light and several netherworld divine abilities. At this moment, facing Lin Tian, who was a 7th Heaven Emperor, he knew that he wouldn't have any chance of winning in a head-on battle. He chose to escape. With a whoosh, in the blink of an eye, this person was hundreds of thousands of feet away from this place. Lin Tian raised his head and smiled coldly. With a flash of his feet, he used the 9th stage yin-yang steps. As if he had teleported, he appeared in front of this person in the blink of an eye and intercepted him. The yellow-robed Heavenly Master was shocked. Only then did he remember that Lin Tian's speed was very fast. He wasn't much slower than him at his peak. You, get down. Lin Tianandao raised his hand and slapped the yellow-robed Heavenly Master's face. With a loud slap, the yellow-robed Heavenly Master was slapped down from the void and smashed into the ground. The entire ground was instantly shattered into pieces. Lin Tian walked down from the void and arrived in front of this person in one step. He raised his leg and kicked this person's chest. With a crack, several of the yellow-robed Heavenly Master's ribs were broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Human! He roared fiercely, and his face turned ferocious. With a boom, the light of the underworld surged out of his body. It was like the flames of the underworld, as if it wanted to burn everything. I will fight you to the death. He roared. He was a dignified Empyrean-level powerhouse who had lived for countless years. Now, he was being trampled under the feet of a young human of the later generation. This kind of humiliation was unbearable for him. Lin Tianling laughed and raised his right leg. Then, with a burst of power and the light of a divine ability, he ruthlessly pressed down again. Bang! Under this stomp, even though the yellow-robed Heavenly Sovereign had a Heavenly Sovereign-level physique, his chest caved in. His sternum had all been broken by Lin Tian. You dare to challenge me in your current state? How do you do it? Lin Tian looked down at the yellow-robed Empyrean. The yellow-robed Empyrean's expression was ugly. He was shocked and angry at the same time. His face was incomparably ferocious and his eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. And, I will definitely kill you, shut up. Lin Tian removed his right leg that was stepping on the other party's chest. This time, he clenched his fist and smashed it down fiercely. With a bang, this fist landed on the other party's chest, causing the ground to collapse several feet and dust to fly everywhere. Ah! Blood gushed out of the yellow-robed Empyrean's mouth. He could not help but let out a miserable scream. The aura emitted from his body instantly became even weaker. He stared at Lin Tian, his eyes bloodshot. Human! He roared. Hatred, killing intent, and anger intertwined. His ferocious face looked a little terrifying, like a malicious ghost. Lin Tianling snorted. He raised his leg and kicked, sending him flying 1,000 feet away. Cough. The yellow-robed Empyrean coughed up blood. The aura outside his body instantly became even weaker. He stood up from the ground with difficulty. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian stepped forward. With each step, he left behind after-images. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of him. You, Buzz. Lin Tian made his move. This time, he directly activated the four-symbol seal. The 5-layered four-symbols Tao diagram immediately appeared and covered the yellow-robed Empyrean within it. The yellow-robed Empyrean trembled. He only felt the power in his body rapidly solidifying. In the blink of an eye, he could not feel it. Moreover, in the next moment, he could not even move his body. He was sealed by a powerful force. He stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. Human, what did you do to me? Slap. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped him across the face, causing a few more of his teeth to fall out. He used the 5-layered four-symbols Tao diagram to seal all of the weakened yellow-robed Empyrean's power and imprison his body. Then, his glabella lit up. A ray of divine sense light quickly flew out and rushed into the other party's sea of consciousness. It began to explore the other party's sea of consciousness. He wanted to know if there were any other Empyrean-level powerhouses besides the 11 Empyreans who had killed their way into this world. The yellow-robed Empyrean clearly felt Lin Tian searching his sea of consciousness. He immediately became even more furious. Damn it, you, bang. Lin Tian swung his fist and ruthlessly smashed into this person's abdomen. This caused the other party to stop talking and let out a mournful cry. His divine sense entered the other party's sea of consciousness and traveled through it. Soon, he found what he was looking for. There are still 5 Empyrean-level powerhouses guarding the sealed dust ancient region. A faint light flashed in his eyes. From this person's sea of consciousness, he found that besides the 11 Empyrean-level powerhouses who had killed their way into this world, there were still 5 Empyrean-level powerhouses in the sealed dust ancient region. 2 of them were at the 2nd stage of the Empyrean level, 1 was at the 7th stage of the Empyrean level, and the last one was the most terrifying. He was already at the peak of the 9th stage of the Empyrean level and was the most powerful existence in this generation of the Netherworld race. This caused him to be shocked. This race was indeed terrifying. There were actually 16 Empyrean-level powerhouses. Moreover, one of them had reached the very end of the Empyrean level and was much stronger than an 8th-stage Empyrean-level powerhouse. Human! The yellow-robed Empyrean roared angrily. His eyes were red and ferocious. Lin Tian coldly snorted and retracted his divine sense from the yellow-robed Empyrean's divine sense. With a thought, the 5-layered Tao diagram of the 4 symbols that enveloped the yellow-robed Empyrean instantly fused together, transforming into an even more dazzling and terrifying 4-symbol sealing diagram. He looked at the yellow-robed Empyrean and flicked his finger. The fused divine diagram of the 4 symbols immediately rushed into this person's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, the yellow-robed Empyrean trembled violently. The divine diagram of the 4 symbols rushed into his sea of consciousness and directly covered his soul. Damn it! Stop! Ah! This person screamed and struggled with all his might. Then, he let out a scream. Then, his voice completely disappeared. His soul was directly annihilated by the divine diagram of the 4 symbols. Only an intact flesh shell was left. Lin Tian looked at the other party's flesh shell and a light flashed in his eyes. He intended to keep the other party's flesh shell so that he could use the Saint Refining Treasure technique to refine it for cultivation later. This was a heavenly venerable level body. If he used the Saint Refining Treasure technique to refine it, it could at least raise his cultivation by a small level. With a wave of his right hand, he put this heavenly venerable level corpse into the stone ring. In an instant, this place became completely silent. The 9 powerful netherworld race Empyreans had all died here. Whoosh! A wind blew from afar, carrying withered yellow leaves with it. It seemed somewhat bleak and desolate. Lin Tian stood in place and looked back at the sinkhole in the distance. It still looked so normal. He couldn't feel anything and didn't feel any special aura. He looked there and paused for a few breaths. Then, he turned and walked into the distance. At this moment, he glanced out of the corner of his eye. Not far from the sinkhole, he suddenly saw a ray of bloody light flash. This made him stop in his tracks and stop walking. He tilted his head and looked at the place where the bloody light flashed. His eyesight was amazing. Even from tens of thousands of feet away, he could still clearly see the appearance of the object that flashed the bloody light. It was a fist-sized bloodstone that seemed to be condensed from blood. There were strands of black light intertwining inside it. Suddenly, his expression changed. That is? In his eyes, the light of the dragon pattern directly appeared. The divine eye of delusion opened and stared straight at the fist-sized bloodstone. In this bloodstone, strands of black light lingered, making it look incomparably dark. Even from tens of thousands of feet away, he couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. His divine soul and his sea of consciousness couldn't help but tremble violently. This black light was exactly the same as the black light that rushed up from the bottom of the sinkhole. In other words, it was even more terrifying. It could be said that the black light in this bloodstone was the essence of destruction of the black light of death that rushed up from the bottom of the sinkhole. This bloodstone is wrapped in this black light of destruction. Did it rush out from the other black lights of death in the sinkhole? He stared at the bloodstone in the distance and muttered to himself. At this time, looking at the bloodstone from afar and the black light of destruction inside, he felt that once the bloodstone exploded, the black light of destruction inside would rush out. Even a person at the end of the celestial venerable level would be swallowed up in an instant. What is this bloodstone? It can wrap around that black light of destruction without breaking. Really, he was a little shocked. The bloodstone was only the size of a fist. Looking at it from afar, he couldn't help but feel strands of bright light appear in his eyes. If he could take away the black light of destruction inside this bloodstone, it would definitely be a super killing weapon. He stood in place and intertwined his emperor chi. He grabbed a flying bird from afar. After restraining its ability to move, he waved his hand and threw it beside the bloodstone. The bloodstone contained that black light of destruction. He wanted to take it away, but he was worried that the black light inside would suddenly explode because of the presence of life, so he naturally wouldn't be rash. First, he used the flying bird with the presence of life to test it. The flying bird's ability to move was restrained. It landed beside the bloodstone and couldn't move at all. Then, more than 30 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, everything seemed normal. The black light of destruction inside the bloodstone didn't change at all. No problem. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. It seemed that when the bloodstone was in good condition, it could definitely wrap around the black light of destruction inside. Looking at the fist-sized bloodstone from afar, he paused in place for a long time. Then, he moved. After taking a deep breath, he carefully approached the bloodstone. It was only after dozens of breaths that he arrived next to the fist-sized bloodstone. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. When Lin Tian came to the side of the fist-sized bloodstone, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. His throat felt like it was being strangled by an invisible hand. His divine soul and his sea of consciousness couldn't help but tremble, unable to stabilize itself. This made his heart palpitate. This bloodstone was too terrifying. He stared at the bloodstone. Within it, a pitch-black light flickered. It was like a pitch-black flame that could destroy everything. He took a deep breath and carefully extended his hand, grabbing the fist-sized bloodstone. Crack! With a crisp sound, his arm cracked open on the spot. Blood flowed out. The bone-piercing pain instantly spread throughout his body. This caused his heart to palpitate even more. Although the black light within the bloodstone was unable to rush out because of the bloodstones wrapping around it, it still possessed such terrifying power. Just by holding the bloodstone, his emperor-level reincarnated physique began to crack. He gritted his teeth. Golden divine light intertwined. His cultivation of the seventh sky of Emperor realm was fully unleashed. The dragon burial scripture was operated to the limit. Endless dragon marks intertwined and surrounded the bloodstone. However, even so, his arm was still cracking. Blood flowed out unceasingly. It was just that the cracks were lighter than before. This caused his heartbeat to involuntarily quicken. This bloodstone was a dozen times more terrifying than he had imagined. He took a deep breath again. Carefully and quickly, endless dragon marks wrapped around it. He quickly grabbed it and put it into the stone ring. Only then did he feel better. When he touched his forehead, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and released the bird beside him. Then, he stood up. It's done. It's time to go. He muttered to himself. Tilting his head, he took one last look at the sinkhole not far away. Then, he turned around and left. In a flash, he disappeared. Sealed dust ancient region, nether sacred palace, great ancestor, it's not good. Second patriarch, fourth patriarch, fifth patriarch, sixth patriarch, seventh patriarch, eighth patriarch, ninth patriarch, 10th patriarch, and 11th patriarch, all 9 patriarchs had their soul lamps extinguished. A terrified voice resounded in the netherworld sacred hall. A netherworld race's ancestor king, who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm, rushed into the center of the netherworld sacred hall. He had come from the netherworld temple's soul hall, where the soul lamps of all the netherworld race's ancestral kings and Empyrean-level ancestral venerables were placed. As long as these people were alive, their soul lamps would never extinguish. But just now, within the soul hall, the soul lamps of 9 ancestral venerables had suddenly cracked open, their lights extinguishing. This meant that those 9 people had all died. What? In the central imperial palace of the Nether Temple, a terrifying heavenly master-level aura suddenly surged out, shocking everyone. With a poof, the netherworld ancestral king, who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm, was shattered on the spot. Lin Tian left the desolate mountain where the sinkhole was located. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away. Golden divine light surged on the surface of his body as the Sun Heart Sutra and Sun Nirvana art circulated on their own. At this moment, his essence, chi, and spirit were restored to their peak state. Buzz. He raised his hand, tore open the void, stepped into it, and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in the western region, more than 10,000 feet away from the Red Earth Plain. Kill. The Red Earth Plain was crowded with people. Blood dyed the ground red, and corpses piled up into small mountains. It was a shocking sight. Lin Tian came to this place again and saw the cultivators of the major sects charging and the immortal soldiers of the celestial court fighting fiercely. Many people were stained with dazzling blood. He moved his gaze and saw Baiziki and the others' monarchs region surging, and Lin Shi and the other girls' sea of consciousness surging. His family and friends were all fine. Boom. Boom. In the sky, astonishing divine power surged, and Empyrean-level aura overflowed. Lin Tian looked up and saw the purple fairy and the little Taichu fighting against the purple-robed and black-armored Empyrean Nether. They occupied the absolute advantage and were almost suppressing the purple-robed and black-armored Empyrean lords. The purple great void god slaying light and the 6-colored divine light intertwined in every corner of the sky, shattering the endless thick clouds. It's time to determine the winner. Dragon light intertwined in his eyes as he opened his delusion breaker divine eye. He took out the heavenly treasure deity slaying bow and directly used all his strength to form 2 killing arrows of the great path. They whizzed out and rushed straight towards the purple-robed and black-armored Empyrean lords of the netherworld. These 2 killing arrows gathered his nameless great path nomological laws. They were unparalleled in power and speed. They were like 2 primordial true dragons rushing up. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the purple-robed and black-armored Empyrean venerables of the Netherworld race. The purple-robed and black-armored Empyrean lords were shocked. They wanted to dodge, but because they were being suppressed by the purple fairy and the little Taichu and had been severely injured, their combat power was less than 30% of their peak state. At this time, they couldn't dodge even if they wanted to. Poof. Poof. The two killing arrows were extremely powerful. They gathered Lin Tian's great path laws and were launched with a heavenly treasure and pierced through the two. The blood of the Empyrean lord splashed everywhere. Who? The purple-robed and black-armored Empyrean lords roared. The two killing arrows were very powerful, but under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be able to hurt them. However, at this moment, they were severely injured and were far from their peak state. Being injured like this made them extremely angry. The purple fairy and the little Taichu both felt a familiar aura. They turned their heads and looked outside the red earth plane. Then, they were both shocked and delighted. Boom! A powerful emperor's aura surged. Lin Tian walked out of the red earth plane. Golden divine light was vast and mighty, and the reincarnation emperor's aura was monstrous. In an instant, all the cultivators on the entire red earth plane were shocked. Celestial Emperor. The ancestral patriarch of the Saber Pavilion and the ancestral patriarch of the Purple Seal sect were all shocked. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the immortal court were even more excited. Their leader had single-handedly lured away the 9 heavenly venerables of the Netherworld race, as well as more than 90% of the Netherworld race's combat power. Now, he had returned safe and sound. Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, and the others stopped fighting at this time. They turned their heads to look, and their eyes lit up. Brother! Lin, she couldn't help but shout. The whooshing crocodile was the most excited. It waved its pair of claws. Since he came back safe and sound, that means, it knew best why Lin Tian lured away the 9 Empyrean lords of the Netherworld race. After all, it had seen Lin Tian set up a big killing trap with its own eyes. Now, Lin Tian had returned after luring away the 9 Empyrean lords of the Netherworld. The outcome was self-evident. Golden divine light was vast and mighty outside Lin Tian's body. The powerful reincarnation emperor's aura spread in all directions and spread across the entire red earth plane. The purple-robed Empyrean lords of the Netherworld race and the black-armored Empyrean lords looked at Lin Tian. They couldn't help but tremble. An ominous feeling rose in their hearts. Where are the 9 people of my race? The purple-robed Empyrean lord shouted. Lin Tian carried the immortal slaying bow and walked into the red earth plane. His aura became stronger. Since I came back safe and sound, what do you think happened to the 9 of them? Naturally, they were all sent to hell. He looked at this person and sneered. The purple-robed Empyrean lords and the black-armored Empyrean lords couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes couldn't help but shake violently. You killed them? The black-armored Empyrean lord's eyes were like knives, but his voice was trembling. That's impossible. He stared at Lin Tian, unwilling to believe Lin Tian's words. Lin Tian was only at the 7th heaven of the Emperor realm. Even the most powerful reincarnation body wouldn't be able to injure Empyrean Lord, let alone kill him. However, if the 9 of them didn't die, how could the reincarnation body that they had chased after together return to this place unscathed? Most importantly, at this time, he really couldn't sense the aura of the 9 people. I don't believe it. An ant dares to talk nonsense. I'll suppress you personally. The purple-robed Empyrean Lord shouted. With a boom, the Empyrean Lord's aura was vast and mighty. This person erupted with a terrifying aura that pressed down on Lin Tian from the sky. Who do you want to suppress? A cold voice sounded. With a clang, the violet fairy attacked. The purple great void god slaying light pressed down and pierced through the purple-robed Empyrean Lord. The Empyrean Lord's blood splattered again. Woman! The purple-robed Empyrean Lord stared at the violet fairy. Blood flowed from his mouth, and his expression was ferocious. The violet fairy snorted coldly. The great void god-slaying path was displayed. The sky was vast and mighty, like a purple galaxy pressing down on the other party. Ya! On the other side, the little Taichu made a sound. The 6-colored divine light covered the sky. Because Lin Tian had returned safely, the little fellow was clearly very happy. At this time, the six-colored divine light that was unleashed was several times stronger than before. It was truly a bit frightening. It sealed every space around the Netherworld race's black-armored heavenly lord. With a poof, the black-armored Empyrean lord couldn't dodge and was shattered on the spot. Ah! This person roared. He quickly condensed a physical body and stared at the little Taichu in shock and anger. His cultivation was clearly higher than the other parties, and he had walked further in the Empyrean lord level, but he couldn't stop the other party at all. From beginning to end, he was suppressed and beaten. He roared. His Empyrean lord's divine power surged. Several great path precepts gushed out together. The sky was shaken until it collapsed. This kind of momentum was undoubtedly very terrifying. At the same time, the black-armored Empyrean lord roared. He also released his strongest combat power. The killing light of the great path and the killing light of the supernatural powers appeared together. Crack! 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 The void collapsed inch by inch, and the shattered sky changed color. Lin Tian walked over from outside the crimson earth plane. Looking at the sky, the Emperor's might rose to the extreme. The great path precepts rolled like a galaxy and rushed out quickly. The heavenly treasure celestial slaying bow condensed two more powerful great path killing arrows. Little Violet, Taichu, end them! He shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, he released the bowstring. The two great path-killing arrows flew out and rushed straight toward the purple-robed Empyrean Lord and the black-armored Empyrean Lord. The Violet Fairy and the little Taichu listened to Lin Tian's voice, and the aura outside their bodies instantly rose. Boom! Boom! The purple great void divine slaying light erupted like an ancient volcano, and the six-colored divine light was like the original holy light of heaven and earth. The two were mighty at the same time, several times stronger than before. Following Lin Tian's two killing arrows, they rushed toward the purple-robed Empyrean Lord and the black-armored Empyrean Lord. At the same time, the immortal soldiers of the immortal court and the powerhouses of the major sects all clenched their fists at this moment, and their battle aura soared. The immortal emperor has returned, and the 9 Empyreans of the evil alien race have been killed. Victory belongs to us. Kill! Kill all the enemies! The group of cultivators roared. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Lin Tian lured away the 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables and then returned unscathed. This was undoubtedly a huge boost of morale for the immortal court's immortal soldiers and immortal generals. Since Lin Tian had returned unscathed, it meant that the 9 Netherworld race heavenly venerables had all been killed. Moreover, Lin Tian had personally said that he had sent the 9 of them to hell. This made the immortal court's immortal soldiers and immortal generals and cultivators of various sects excited, and their battle aura soared. Kill! 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 The group of cultivators roared. Many of them were already very tired, but at this time, they still erupted with extremely powerful divine power. Baiziki and the others propped up the monarch's territory and the spiritual cease phenomenon. The power of the heavenly treasure was also vast and mighty, and at this moment, it also rose greatly. Pft! 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 For a moment, blood exploded one after another, and a large number of Netherworld race cultivators were crushed. The battle here had gathered many experts, and the terrifying divine power was vast and mighty, intertwining in every corner. And the most intense was naturally the battle between the heavenly venerables and the sky. Whoosh! 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 Lin Tian held the immortal slaying bow and continuously shot out great Dao-killing arrows, quickly approaching the purple-robed heavenly venerables and the black-armored heavenly venerables. These 2 Netherworld race heavenly venerables were very strong, much stronger than Lin Tian, but under the situation of being suppressed by the Violet Fairy and little Taichu and being seriously injured, Lin Tian's great Dao-killing arrows were still a threat to them, or at least could injure them. While dealing with the Violet Fairy and little Taichu, they also dealt with Lin Tian's great Dao-killing arrows. They became even more miserable than before, and their heavenly venerables' blood kept splattering. They roared again and again, and in the blink of an eye, their bodies were shattered several times in a row. Damn it! The 2 of them roared, and their heavenly venerables' divine power soared. The dark blue Netherworld aura was like a vast ocean rolling, and they had truly exerted their full strength. Suddenly, the sky in this place kept collapsing with a rumbling sound. Two dark blue divine powers filled every corner of this place. At this time, the two of them seemed to have turned into two gods of the underworld. They began to fight for their lives. The murderous intent outside their bodies seemed to want to tear everything apart. In the blink of an eye, chi-chi-chi sounds rang out. Even the air in this place began to be destroyed, the scene extremely terrifying. Lin Tian looked at the two of them from afar. He took a deep breath and put away the celestial slaying bow. The Heart Sutra of Sun was activated to the limit. Golden divine light burst forth. Then, he propped up the reincarnation diagram and the Great Path nomological laws. The two merged, forming the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path. Buzz. The diagram of the reincarnation of the Great Tao filled the sky. It was his most powerful attack right now, and it headed straight for the two of them. Under normal circumstances, his diagram of the reincarnation of the Great Tao would not be able to threaten the purple-robed Empyrean Lord and the black-armored Empyrean Lord. But now, it could pressure the two of them. This was because the two of them were severely injured and had less than 20% of their combat strength left. He looked at the Violet Fairy and little Taichu, the light of dragons intertwining in his eyes. Little Violet, Taichu, this attack will decide the outcome of the battle. When the Violet Fairy and little Taichu heard this, the purple divine light and the six-colored divine light around their bodies surged. Great Void God Slaying! The Violet Fairy said in a low voice. With a clang, an incomparably brilliant purple light intertwined behind her. It was like a sword aura, like a sword aura. As soon as it appeared, it exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. The surrounding Great Tao trembled as if it was about to collapse. On the other side, the little Taichu flapped its wings. The six-colored divine light was vast and mighty. The true dragon, immortal phoenix, black tortoise, and vermilion bird appeared directly outside its body. The four immortal spirits roared, and their voices shook the sky as if they were about to suppress everything. It was also at this moment that the purple-robed Empyrean Lord and the black-armored Empyrean unleashed a vast Tao aura and a terrifying Empyrean-level killing technique. The vast sky was directly shaken and collapsed. Die! The two of them roared together. The faint blue killing light covered all directions. It was also at this moment that the Violet Fairy's great void killing light and the four guardian immortal spirits of the little Taichu pressed down together with Lin Tian's diagram of the reincarnation of the Great Tao. Whoosh, 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 a series of soft sounds rang out. The Tao aura that the purple-robed Empyrean Lord and the black-armored Empyrean Lord had unleashed was crushed strand by strand. Then, the great void-killing light, the true dragon, immortal phoenix, black tortoise, and vermilion bird all merged together with the diagram of the reincarnation of the Great Tao. They turned into a terrifying killing sea that completely enveloped the purple-robed Empyrean Lord and the black-armored Empyrean Lord of the Netherworld. The purple-robed Empyrean Lord and the black-armored Empyrean Lord were horrified. They quickly put up all their defenses and retreated into the distance, wanting to escape the killing sea. However, it was completely useless. They used all their methods and techniques, but they could not escape the killing sea. No! The two of them screamed. In the next moment, they were crushed to pieces. This was the fusion of the Violet Fairies, the little Taichus, and Lin Tian's strongest combat power. This time, after crushing the two Netherworld Empyrean Lords, the two of them did not have the chance to reassemble their bodies. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they completely disappeared from this world. At this moment, only the Empyrean blood mist fell from the sky. Patriarch! The cultivators of the Netherworld race cried out, each of them looking horrified. In this place, right in front of their eyes, two Empyrean lords of their race had been killed. At the same time, in this place, these cultivators of the Netherworld race remembered that Lin Tian, who had been chased by the other 9 Empyrean lords of their race, had returned here safe and sound. Lin Tian had said that the 9 Empyrean lords were all dead. These people became even more horrified. No, impossible. How could this be? The cultivators of the Netherworld race trembled. They had come here with the intention of slaughtering the human clan, enslaving the other clans, and unifying the land. but now, the 11 celestial venerable level patriarchs who had led them here had all been killed and died on this land. For the Netherworld race, this was simply a nightmare. No, it can't be like this. It can't be. The cultivators of the Netherworld race trembled and retreated on the battlefield. Their faces were incomparably pale. In this place, the battle auras of the cultivators of the Netherworld race were instantly weakened to the lowest point. Lin Tian stood in the sky. At this time, he had gathered together with the little Taichu Violet Fairy and looked down from the sky. Everyone, the 11 Empyrean lords of the Netherworld race have all been killed. We will definitely win this battle. Kill. He sent the imperial voice to the battlefield below. This voice was intertwined in every corner of this battlefield, causing the immortal court's immortal soldiers and cultivators of the great sects to become even more excited. Their battle aura soared again. Victory! Kill! Slaughter all the enemies of the foreign domain! Many cultivators roared. Compared to the Netherworld race, the immortal court's immortal soldiers and cultivators of the great sects were undoubtedly extremely powerful at this time. It was a stark contrast. Under this powerful battle aura, the immortal court's immortal soldiers and cultivators of the great sects roared. Their battle strength seemed to be even stronger than when they were at their peak. They crushed the cultivators of the Netherworld race like a murderous torrent. Ah! Miserable screams reverberated as the cultivators of the Netherworld race were killed one after another. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tian stood in the sky. At this time, he took out the immortal slaying bow again and locked onto the few ancestral kings and emperors of the Netherworld race who were infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. He drew the bow one after another, and dozens of terrifying great Dao-killing arrows shot out in a straight line. They were like dozens of angry dragons descending from the sky. With his current battle strength, he was truly invincible below the Empyrean realm. It wouldn't take much effort for him to kill those who were infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. At this moment, the great Dao-killing arrows were absolutely fatal to those below the Empyrean realm. In the blink of an eye, the few ancestral kings and emperors of the Netherworld race who were infinitely close to the Empyrean realm were pierced through. Their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. Such a scene undoubtedly caused the battle chi of the immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the immortal court and the cultivators of the major sects to skyrocket again. As if they had eaten a forbidden baodan, they roared loudly and killed the enemies madly. On the other hand, the cultivators of the Netherworld race in this place were all pale. They couldn't help but tremble, and their battle chi became even weaker. Even though they outnumbered the immortal soldiers of the immortal court and the experts of the various sects, the situation was completely one-sided. Cultivators of the Netherworld race were constantly being killed. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Kill. Beheading light. The great ancestor of the Saber Pavilion, the great ancestor of the Purple Branding Holy Land, the supreme elder of the Demon King Palace, and the other emperors of the top forces of the Ninth Heaven laughed at this time. These emperors of the top forces all knew about the Netherworld race from the very beginning. They knew the history of the Netherworld race and knew that countless years ago, the Netherworld race had once invaded this world. At that time, this world was severely damaged. Countless creatures died tragically, countless families were destroyed, and the mountains and rivers almost fell. In the end, several supreme experts of the human race sacrificed their lives to seal the passage from the sealed dust ancient domain to this world, saving this world. Now, after countless years, the Netherworld race's ambition had not changed. They had found a new passageway and once again slaughtered their way in, vainly attempting to unify the 10 directions and enslave the 10,000 races. However, this time, there was an absolute difference from countless years ago. In just a few hours, the Netherworld race's 11 celestial venerables had all perished. Several ancestral kings and dozens of powerful emperors who were infinitely close to the celestial venerable realm had also died tragically. Masses of Netherworld race cultivators were slaughtered on the Crimson Earth Plain. At this time, each and every one of them was terrified and trembling. Such a battle and such a scene made them feel very relieved. Immortal Emperor. Beautiful. The great ancestor of the Purple Branding Holy Land roared. Very beautiful. The ancestral master of the Saber Pavilion and the others roared and laughed. They all knew very well that the Netherworld race's invasion this time was completely different from the endless years ago because Lin Tian had informed all the great sects of the Netherworld race's invasion a year ago. He had gathered everyone and started to prepare for the battle, allowing them to make all kinds of comprehensive plans for the battle a year later. It was also because Lin Tian had led away 9 Empyrean experts of the Netherworld race by himself and killed them that they were sure to win. This victory belonged to this world, and it belonged to Lin Tian. Awesome. The ancestral masters of the great sects laughed. Lin Tian looked at the battle on the red earth plane from the sky. The Netherworld race cultivators here had already been utterly defeated. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and called the Violet Fairy and the little Taichu to walk down from the sky. They came to the void crack on the red earth plane that had opened from the sealed dust ancient region and was ready to seal this void crack. This was because there were still 5 Empyrean experts of the Netherworld race residing in the sealed dust ancient region. Moreover, one of them was already at the end of the Empyrean realm. If these 5 people attacked again, the battle situation could be directly reversed. He wanted to block these 5 people in the sealed dust ancient region. P.S. The third update will be at around 2300 hours p.m. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. The void tunnel that led from the sealed dust ancient region to this place was now circular in shape, with a diameter of about 150 feet. It was surrounded by strands of blue netherworld chi, which floated over from the sealed dust ancient region, causing the air around the void tunnel to become somewhat cold, and the temperature dropped by quite a bit. Lin Tian brought the Violet Fairy and Little Primordial here. He told the Violet Fairy and Little Primordial that there were still 5 Empyrean exalts from the Netherworld race residing in the sealed dust ancient region. He then said, "Lend me some of your strength. I will seal off this place and isolate those old bastards from the sealed dust ancient region." After killing the 9 heavenly venerables of the Netherworld race who had chased after him, he had used up a lot of his divine power as the Violet Fairy and Little Taichu attacked the purple-robed heavenly venerables and the black-armored heavenly venerables. At this time, he did not have enough divine power to cast a spell to seal the void tunnel. He needed to borrow the divine power of the Violet Fairy and Little Taichu. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Violet Fairy's expression changed. Obviously, she was shocked that the Netherworld race still had 5 heavenly venerables in the sealed dust ancient region. Most importantly, there were people at the peak of the heavenly venerables. People at that level were very terrifying. Then, hearing that Lin Tian wanted to cast a spell to seal this place, she frowned slightly. Looking at the void tunnel in front of her, she said, "This tunnel is very sturdy. It should have been opened by someone at the heavenly venerables level. Also, the tunnel is engraved with strange Dao patterns. Ordinary power cannot seal it or destroy it. This must be at least a 9th stage heavenly venerables to seal or destroy it." "I know." Lin Tian nodded. "We don't have any 9th stage heavenly venerables here, but I have other methods." As he spoke, dense dragon patterns intertwined in his right hand. With a slight shake, he took out the blood stone he had taken earlier. The surface of the blood stone was covered with dense dragon patterns. Even so, one could still see the dark light inside. Wisps of terrifying aura intertwined, causing all the cultivators on the red earth plane to tremble involuntarily. The Violet Fairy and Little Taichu, who were very close to Lin Tian, both changed their expressions. "This is?" The Violet Fairy trembled, and cold sweat broke out on her beautiful forehead. At the side, little Alpha Primordium's hair stood on end. "Yeah." The little guy's eyes widened as he recognized the black light in the bloodstone. He shuddered. Back then, it had followed Lin Tianyi and discovered the sinkhole. It had felt the power of the black light rushing up from the bottom of the sinkhole at close range. It was so terrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Crack. With a crisp sound, Lin Tian's right hand began to crack. Even though the bloodstone had isolated the power of the black light within, and even though there were countless dragon patterns intertwining on the outside, his emperor-level reincarnation physique was still unable to bear holding this bloodstone. Holding the bloodstone, he quickly said to the Violet Fairy and the Little Taichu, "Give me your divine power, quickly." As he held the bloodstone, his arm continued to crack. Blood continuously flowed out. He could not hold on for much longer. "All right," the Violet Fairy said. At this time, she did not hesitate. Purple divine power gushed out and surged toward Lin Tian. At the same time, little Taichu brought out his six-colored divine power. The power of the divine and divine powers intertwined and surged into Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian's emperor physique trembled slightly. He immediately felt the majestic power in his body. He took a deep breath, and the light of the dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. He opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker and threw the bloodstone into the spatial tunnel in front of him. Then, his hands quickly formed seals at a speed that was not visible to the naked eye. With the help of the Violet Fairy and little Taichu's celestial master-level divine power, he activated the dragon burial scripture. Immediately, dense dragon patterns intertwined. There were tens of thousands of these dragon patterns. Each of them was like an ancient divine chain. One end quickly wrapped around the fist-sized bloodstone, stabilizing the bloodstone in the spatial tunnel, while the other end entered the walls of the spatial tunnel. The dragon patterns quickly intertwined and evolved. He quickly formed seals. In his eyes, the light of the dragon patterns shone brightly. He stared straight ahead, forming a mystical dragon pattern. Just as the Violet Fairy had said, the passageway in front of them was very sturdy. Only a level 9 celestial venerable could truly seal it or destroy it. He had sensed this when the passageway was first opened, so he didn't think of sealing it or destroying it. With their strength, it was impossible to do so. However, it was different now. He had obtained the bloodstone that contained a terrifying black light from the crater. He could clearly feel that this bloodstone could affect the stability of the spatial tunnel. After the bloodstone was placed horizontally in the spatial tunnel to weaken the stability of the spatial tunnel, it only needed the cultivation of an emperor level to seal the spatial tunnel. The speed at which he formed seals became faster. Endless dragon patterns gathered and soon formed a huge dragon burial array. The dragon burial array intertwined with the brilliant light of the dragon patterns, sealing the entire spatial tunnel. The bloodstone was stabilized at the center. All right. He stopped forming seals and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The process was very fast, but it consumed an astonishing amount of divine power. The divine power that the Violet Fairy and little Taichu had injected into his body was almost completely exhausted. The Violet Fairy looked ahead and sized up Lin Tian's dragon burial array diagram. She paused for a moment and frowned. This array diagram is very powerful. It is indeed sealed off this passageway. However, it seems that it can only block those below the Empyrean rank. There are heavenly venerable level figures in the Netherworld race in the sealed Dust Ancient region. People of this level can easily break this array. Lin Tian nodded. Indeed. If someone above the heavenly venerable level were to make a move, it would be very easy to break this array. As he spoke, he continued, however, at the same time, the bloodstone that I inlaid in the center of the formation will also explode. As soon as he said this, the Violet Fairy's expression changed. Little Taichu could not help but tremble. Really? The Violet Fairy asked. As powerful as she was, she could clearly feel the terror of the pitch-black light contained within the bloodstone. Once it exploded, even a person who had reached the end of the celestial sovereign level would definitely be swallowed up in an instant. Really? Lin Tian nodded. The Violet Fairy could not help but gasp, but then she laughed again. It was very cute. As expected of my Lord Big Brother. You really know how to play. Boom! Suddenly, 5 terrifying auras of the Netherworld intertwined from the other side of the spatial tunnel. They were all at the heavenly venerable level and were very powerful. In particular, one of the heavenly venerable level auras was so terrifying that it was somewhat frightening. It was as if a giant of the stars was walking over from the other side of the world. P.S. Well, I have returned the 8 chapters that I owed during the Spring Festival. I even added the interest of 1 chapter. Haha. Then, I will make up for the chapters that I owed during the break next month. When the time comes, I will tell you at the end of the chapter. For the next few days of this month, it will be 2 chapters a day. Finally, thank you for your support. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. 5 powerful waves of divine power swept out from the sealed Dust Ancient region behind the space tunnel. It was like 5 torrents of killing intent were surging. The aura was heart-palpitating, and all the cultivators on the battlefield on the Crimson Earth Plains were shocked. Lin Tian, the Violet Fairy, and the little Taichu were also shocked. They stared at the space tunnel with furrowed brows. Then, in the next moment, 5 figures appeared on the other side. Each of them had the aura of a celestial master. It was very shocking. Especially the person in the lead. His eyes were extremely deep, as if he had come from the ancient times. It was very frightening. The remaining 5 celestial masters all jumped out so quickly. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, but then he sneered again. Fortunately, the timing was right. He had used the bloodstone to block the space tunnel opened by the Netherworld tribe. With the bloodstone blocking the front, he did not care about the 5 Netherworld heavenly masters who had jumped out at this moment. There really are 5 other celestial masters. The Violet Fairy stared at the 5 people on the other side of the space tunnel. Her gaze fell on the person in the lead, and her eyes narrowed. The end of the celestial masters. Staring at this person, a sharp light flashed in her eyes. She clearly felt this person's strength, but she did not show the slightest fear. The little Taichu stared at the other side and widened his eyes. The space tunnel was blue. Lin Tian used the Dragon Burial Array and the Bloodstone to block it, but the scene on the other side of the array could be seen clearly. At this time, the 5 Netherworld Heavenly Masters who were coming here could see very clearly. Boom! The aura of a celestial master was vast and mighty. Behind the Dragon Burial Array, in the sealed dust ancient region, the figures of the 5 Netherworld Heavenly Masters approached from afar. The Netherworld aura was like a rolling sea. Great Ancestor. 3rd Ancestor. 14th Ancestor. 15th Ancestor. 16th Ancestor. Great Ancestors. This is great. The Great Ancestor will come personally. We will win. On the Crimson Earth Plains, a group of Netherworld tribe cultivators became excited at this moment. These Netherworld tribe cultivators knew very well how powerful their Great Ancestor was. At the end of the Celestial Master level, he was countless times stronger than an 8th-stage Celestial Master. He alone could sweep through everything and could be called invincible. This clan has 5 Celestial Venerables? How could this be? On the other hand, Old Ancestor Purple 2 and the other experts from the other sects were shocked. They couldn't help but tremble. They had just gone through a great battle and annihilated 11 Celestial Venerables from the Netherworld race. The scales of victory had already tipped in their favor. But now, another 5 Celestial Venerables from the Netherworld race had appeared and were about to cross over. This caused the faces of the cultivators from the various great sects to turn ugly. If these 5 people were to cross over, the situation of the battle would directly change. At the same time, Bai Ziki, Wuxing Crocodile, Lin Shi, and the others were also stunned by the scene. There are 5 more Celestial Venerables? Wuxing Crocodile gritted its teeth. Rumble, after the spatial tunnel, Celestial Venerables Netherworld Chi rolled. The Netherworld Great Ancestor and the others were approaching from afar at an extremely fast speed. These 5 people were originally guarding the sealed dust ancient region. However, they had received a report from a Netherworld Great Ancestor that the Netherworld Second Ancestor and the other Celestial Venerables had extinguished their Celestial Venerable soul lamps. All of them were shocked and could not sit still for a moment. They all charged over. Boom! 5 powerful Celestial Venerables auras intertwined. In the next moment, the 5 people arrived behind the Dragon Burial Array diagram in the blink of an eye. 5 pairs of eyes were somewhat cold and cruel. Great Ancestors. On the Crimson Plain, the Netherworld race cultivators shouted excitedly. They were waiting for the Netherworld Great Ancestors to kill their way over. Ants. Inferior races. All of you must die. A Netherworld race half-step emperor looked at the various great sex experts and said sinisterly. All of you must die. Our Great Ancestor will personally come and kill all of you. The 10 Heavens region will be unified by our Netherworld race. The group of Netherworld race cultivators clamored. In an instant, the Netherworld race cultivators whose battle chi was low suddenly became excited. Each of them stared coldly at the various great sex cultivators as if they were looking at corpses. Their battle chi skyrocketed. Purple Brand Old Ancestor and the other great sex experts looked even more unsightly. Many of them could not help but clench their fists. Clang, an ear-piercing sword sound reverberated. Beside the spatial tunnel, Lin Tian waved his hand with his back facing the group of Netherworld race cultivators. The sky was filled with sword rays that intertwined and fell into the group of Netherworld race cultivators like a rain of swords. Instantly, patches of bloody mist exploded one after another. The Netherworld race experts who were clamoring just now, including a few half-step emperors, all died tragically in an instant. This caused Purple Brand Old Ancestor and the others to tremble. They all tilted their heads and looked at Lin Tian. Then, their eyes lit up again. At this moment, the Netherworld race's strongest great ancestor had appeared. As the other 4 Netherworld heavenly sovereigns were about to attack, they could not help but tremble. However, Lin Tian was still so domineering. He did not even look at the clamoring Netherworld race cultivators and directly swung his sword to kill them. He killed them in front of the Netherworld great ancestor and the others who were about to attack. This was truly domineering. In their eyes, Lin Tian did not have a trace of fear at this moment. Such boldness was admirable. As expected of an immortal emperor. The legendary Saber Pavilion's old ancestor said. The Netherworld race cultivators' faces turned ugly. Many of them looked at Lin Tian with sinister eyes. A half-step emperor coldly said, "Human ant, our great ancestor will," clang, an ear-piercing sword chime interrupted this person's words. Lin Tian waved his hand with his back facing this person. The towering heaven sword aura swept across and killed this person. At the same time, even more sword lights crisscrossed. Around him, the towering heaven sword aura swept across the entire Scarlet Earth plane. It indiscriminately attacked every Netherworld race cultivator who lived here. In the blink of an eye, it created a bloody mist. Ah! Damn it! Our great ancestor will definitely kill you. Arrogant human. On the Scarlet Earth plane, the Netherworld race cultivators screamed and cursed. However, they were all cut into pieces one by one. On the other side of the spatial tunnel, the Netherworld great ancestor and the others' gazes were incomparably cold. At this moment, the 5 of them were staring at Lin Tian. Reincarnation physique. The Netherworld great ancestor's voice was icy cold. He naturally knew that there was a reincarnation physique on this side of the world. Moreover, he knew that Lin Tian had caused havoc in the sealed dust ancient region. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian with a cold and strange light in his eyes. Their Netherworld race had slaughtered their way into this side of the world in order to unify all sides. However, the most important reason was to suppress the reincarnation physique and obtain the reincarnation origin. Once he obtained the reincarnation origin, he only needed a small portion of it to break through to a higher level. At the same time, he did not forget that several Empyrean experts of his race had extinguished their soul lamps when they entered this side of the world. Furthermore, because Lin Tian had killed his clansmen in front of him, his Empyrean level aura surged. He directly raised his hand and grabbed at the dragon burial array diagram that Lin Tian had arranged in the spatial tunnel. Netherworld aura surged. Great ancestor. Great ancestor, you must kill them all. Inferior human, do you think a single array diagram can stop our great ancestor's footsteps? You think too highly of yourself. On the red earth plane, a group of Netherworld race cultivators roared. Their expressions were incomparably cold and sinister. They had all seen the dragon burial array diagram that Lin Tian had blocked in the spatial tunnel. They could also feel the power of this array diagram. However, at this moment, all of them were disdainful and had a mocking expression on their faces. How could such an array diagram block the most powerful great ancestor of the Netherworld race? Their great ancestor was a peerless figure who had reached the end of the Empyrean level, the ancestral patriarch of the Saber Pavilion, and the others all looked solemn. Many of them were nervous. Another 5 Empyreans. Prepare to fight to the death. Even if we die, we can't let this race have it easy. We must make them pay a great price. The ancestral patriarchs of the major sects gritted their teeth. All the experts in this region of the heavens clenched their fists and prepared to face the Netherworld race's great ancestor and the others who were about to kill their way in. Rumble, inside the spatial tunnel, behind the dragon burial array diagram, the Netherworld race great ancestor's eyes were cold. His large hand intertwined with endless netherworld aura and landed directly on the dragon burial array diagram. Reincarnation origin, all 10 heavens belong to my race. All of you are only. The netherworld race great ancestor's voice was cold and indifferent. However, in the next moment, he trembled violently and stopped speaking. As if he had been struck by lightning, he staggered back dozens of steps. Great ancestor. Beside him, the other 4 netherworld heavenly venerables were shocked. At the same time, the netherworld race cultivators on the red earth plane were shocked. Great ancestor. Many people couldn't help but cry out. The strongest existence of their race, the person who had reached the end of the Empyrean level, had actually staggered back dozens of steps the moment he got close to the array diagram in the spatial tunnel. Even the ancestral patriarch of the Saber Pavilion and the others were shocked. They could feel the terror of the netherworld race great ancestor. All of them tensed up and prepared for the netherworld race great ancestor to tear apart the dragon burial array diagram and kill his way here in the next moment. However, at this time, the scene in front of them stunned them. The moment the powerful and terrifying netherworld race great ancestor came into contact with the array diagram laid down by Lin Tian, he staggered back as if he had been struck by lightning. Everyone was shocked. Inside the spatial tunnel, behind the dragon burial array diagram, the netherworld race great ancestor steadied himself. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead, and his pupils twitched violently. He stared at the dragon burial array diagram and the blood-colored stone in the center of the array diagram. This is? His pupils constricted, and his voice trembled slightly. Just now, when his big hand fell on the dragon burial array diagram and was about to tear it apart, the blood-colored stone in the center of the dragon burial array diagram trembled. In an instant, he felt an extremely terrifying aura. In the dark, vaguely, he seemed to see a destructive ferocious beast rushing over and swallowing him into its stomach. That feeling was too terrifying. Even though he had reached the end of the Empyrean level, he still felt waves of fear. His divine soul was trembling, and several cracks had appeared on it. Lin Tian stood on the red earth plane and remained calm. At this time, he looked at the netherworld race great ancestor and sneered, "How is it? Is it fun? P.S. The second update is around 2200 hours p.m. To read the latest novel, please visit the website." Lin Tian sneered and spat out the words, "How is it? Is it fun?" With a hint of mockery and sarcasm, the netherworld clan grand ancestor behind the dragon burial array trembled again. His face turned ashen involuntarily. "Grand ancestor, what's wrong?" The other 4 netherworld clan heavenly venerables were puzzled. They followed the netherworld clan grand ancestor's gaze to the dragon burial array. Their gazes fell on the blood stone at the center of the array. They activated their powerful divine consciousness and scanned it at the same time. Then, in the next moment, the 4 of them trembled violently. This is? The 4 of them could not help but tremble. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Their divine souls jumped violently, and chills ran down their spines. They looked at the blood stone. In the center of the blood stone, wisps of pitch-black light leaped about as if they could devour the world. They only scanned it with their divine consciousness, and they felt as if their divine souls were about to shatter. Their hearts beat wildly. The 4 of them trembled slightly. They were all heavenly venerables who had lived for a long time. Their state of mind was very profound. Generally speaking, they would not show too much emotion. But now, looking at the blood stone that was only the size of a fist, their emotions fluctuated violently. Their pupils could not help but twitch violently. They felt that the black light in the blood stone was like a ferocious beast that could devour the sky. At the same time, on the crimson earth plane, Patriarch Purple Totem and the others were also puzzled. They scanned the dragon burial array in the space tunnel with their divine consciousness. They did not understand why the array engraved by Lin Tian would frighten the 5 heavenly venerables. Soon, the group's divine consciousness came into contact with the blood stone at the center of the dragon burial array. All of them trembled. This is? The group of experts palpitated. Some of them could not help but take a step back. Their clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. This thing, the immortal emperor set it up inside? Where did the immortal emperor find it? It's simply the source of destruction. The patriarchs of the great sects were shocked. At this time, the whooshing crocodile also saw the fist-sized bloodstone. When it saw the black light within the bloodstone, its eyes immediately widened. F***ck. It trembled and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That thing inside, isn't that the black light at the bottom of the sinkhole? No, it was even more terrifying than those black lights. Did this brat obtain such a thing from the heavenly pit? This is simply. Both it and the little Taichu had seen how terrifying the crater was. They had seen the black light of death rushing up from the bottom of the crater. It could really devour everything. At this moment, when it saw the bloodstone that Lin Tian had placed in the space tunnel and the black light in the bloodstone, it naturally recognized it immediately. Its expression immediately changed. On the other side, Bai Ziki, Fanning Xiong, Yang Qi, and the others were all visibly shaken. Clearly, they were all terrified by the bloodstone. Where did this guy find this thing? Bai Qiao, Ji Yu, and the others leaned against each other in shock. Lin Shi shrank her neck. It's very scary. In the space tunnel, on the other side of the dragon burial array, the 5 netherworld race heavenly venerables all had ugly expressions on their faces. They stared at the bloodstone in the center of the dragon burial array, and the fear in their eyes was extremely obvious. You placed it here? What is this? The netherworld grand ancestor stared at Lin Tian with extremely cold eyes. They were like 2 heavenly blades that wanted to devour Lin Tian. As he said that, he looked at the bloodstone in the center of the dragon burial array and could not help but tremble again. This fist-sized bloodstone made him feel fear that he had not felt for a long time. Moreover, it was a fear that he had never felt before. It's obvious that I placed it here. As for what it is, there's no need to tell you. Lin Tiandao. The netherworld grand ancestor's eyes turned even colder. You used it to set up the seal and wanted to use it to stop us from crossing over? Lin Tiandao said, that's obvious. His voice was very calm, which undoubtedly made the netherworld grand ancestor's eyes turn even colder. Do you think that it will be able to stop me just by relying on it? The netherworld grand ancestor said coldly. 2 rays of piercing cold light shot out from his eyes. They were like destructive killing swords that shook one's soul. The terrifying pressure of a heavenly venerate spread out, causing the great Tao to tremble. His aura was extremely powerful. I can't stop you. Lin Tianling smiled. You can try to destroy it, or destroy the seal array that I set up. I can guarantee that the consequences will be very exciting for you. You. The netherworld grand ancestor's face suddenly turned ashen and very ugly. In fact, with his cultivation, how could he not see the consequences of destroying the bloodstone? It would definitely devour him in an instant, and his body and soul would be destroyed on the spot. There could be no other outcome. Destroying the dragon burial array set up by Lin Tiandao would also cause the bloodstone to explode. He could see that the other end of the dragon patterns were wrapped around the bloodstone. Destroying any one of the dragon patterns would cause the bloodstone to shatter and devour him. On the other hand, the dragon burial array was very powerful. Without reaching the heavenly venerate realm, it was impossible to break it. Now, in the entire sealed dust ancient region, only he and the other 4 heavenly venerate ancestors could destroy this array. That was to say, if they wanted to kill their way here from the sealed dust ancient region, they would have to lose at least 1 heavenly venerate powerhouse. This price was too great. Nothing to say? Lin Tianling smiled. As soon as the 4 words fell, the sonorous sound of swords rang out beside him. Dense and mighty swordlights streaked toward the netherworld race cultivators on the Crimson Earth plane. Suddenly, the netherworld race cultivators on the plane were met with disaster. They exploded one after another, and blood splattered in the air. Ah! Patriarchs, save me! Save us! The netherworld race cultivators screamed. Inside the spatial tunnel, behind the dragon burial array, the gazes of the 5 netherworld race heavenly venerate powerhouses suddenly became incomparably bone-piercing. Lin Tiandao had actually started to mercilessly slaughter their clansmen in front of them. Human! The netherworld grand ancestor's gaze was like a knife, containing astonishing killing intent. His powerful aura shook the spatial tunnel, as if it would collapse in the next moment. that powerful aura was daunting. Lin Tiandao felt the terror of this person. Feeling the other party's killing intent, his internal organs could not help but turn cold. However, his expression did not change, and there was not the slightest bit of fear. Facing the other party's cold eyes and bone-piercing killing intent, he sneered. With a thought, more sword lights appeared, turning into a rain of sword lights that continued to slash toward the netherworld race cultivators on the Crimson Earth Plane. Lin Tian's voice was very calm as it spread across the entire Crimson Earth Plane, shocking the generals and experts of the Immortal Court. Then, the eyes of the group of experts gradually lit up. Whether or not there are more heavenly venerables here, this battle must continue. Follow the Immortal Emperor to kill the enemy. Kill! The patriarchs of the major sects roared. In the blink of an eye, the generals of the Immortal Court and the cultivators of the various great sects on the Crimson Earth Plane moved again. Waves of powerful divine might pierced through the sky and shrouded the cultivators of the netherworld race. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered everywhere. Invading our territory and being ambitious, kill them all. And Immortal Court Quasi-Emperor roared. Kill! 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 Nearby, the other immortal soldiers and generals of the Immortal Court and experts of the major sects roared in agreement. Their battle auras became more intense. For a time, all kinds of killing lights filled the entire battlefield. Ah! There were many netherworld race cultivators on the Crimson Earth Plane, more than the Immortal Court generals and experts of the major sects combined. But at this time, they were powerless to resist. Lin Tian blocked the space tunnel and stopped the 5 heavenly venerables from the netherworld race who suddenly appeared. Moreover, he slaughtered the netherworld race cultivators in front of the 5 heavenly venerables. This calmness and strength gave the Immortal Court and experts of the major sects greater encouragement. The intense battle aura made the netherworld race cultivators tremble. Ah! Patriarchs, help! No! Some netherworld race cultivators screamed and cried for help. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian stood in front of the spatial tunnel and looked indifferently at the netherworld Grand Ancestor and the others behind the dragon burial array diagram. Towering sword rays appeared beside him, densely packed together, and slashed towards the netherworld race cultivators on the Crimson Plains. He was a truly invincible existence below the heavenly venerables. The towering sword rays he slashed out were naturally very powerful. Even ordinary emperors couldn't withstand it. Immediately, another group of netherworld race cultivators exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. It was a shocking sight. Ah! The screams of the netherworld race resounded through the sky. Inside the space tunnel, behind the dragon burial array diagram, the eyes of the netherworld great ancestor and others turned even colder. Human! The 5 of them stared at Lin Tian. Their gazes were like heavenly blades, and their killing intent was even more shocking. Their clansmen had been mercilessly slaughtered before their eyes, and the one who had led all of this was Lin Tian. At this moment, looking at Lin Tian, they wanted nothing more than to crush Lin Tian to death. Since you jumped onto our side to slaughter us, you should be prepared to be slaughtered. Lin Tian didn't care about these 5 netherworld celestial venerables' gloomy eyes and ice-cold killing intent. He looked at the 5 of them and sneered, "You only have yourself to blame for your wild ambitions." "Yeah." Little Taichu barked, echoing Lin Tian's words. The eyes of the netherworld Grand Ancestor and the others turned even colder. They stared at the dragon burial formation in the space tunnel and the blood stone in the center of the formation. They could not help but clench their fists. The netherworld Grand Ancestor glanced at the netherworld race cultivators who were being slaughtered on the Red Earth Plane. Then, his eyes fell on Lin Tian. "Where are the 11 of my clan?" He could see that Lin Tian was the center of this battle. Previously, in the sealed dust ancient region, 9 heavenly venerable soul lamps had been shattered. They had come to this place to observe this world through the dragon burial array diagram, but they had not seen any trace of the other 2. They couldn't even sense their auras. At this time, he directly asked Lin Tian. "Take a guess?" Lin Tian naturally knew that the 11 mentioned by the netherworld Grand Ancestor was referring to the 11 heavenly venerables who had led the netherworld race's cultivators into this place. At this time, he looked at the netherworld Grand Ancestor with a sneer. Seeing Lin Tian's attitude and the sneer on Lin Tian's face, the Netherworld Grand Ancestor's face turned even colder. Enough. Lin Tian spoke again, interrupting the Netherworld Grand Ancestor. Strands of dazzling dragon light intertwined in his right hand, turning into another dragon formation array diagram. He struck it toward the space tunnel. If you have the guts, kill me. If you don't, go back to your Netherworld Sacred Hall. When I enter the Heavenly Venerate realm, I will personally pay you a visit. Buzz, he intertwined a new dragon burial array diagram and condensed the seal formation array diagram. He struck it into the space tunnel and directly isolated this world from the Netherworld Grand Ancestor and the others with the special fluctuation of the blood stone in the space tunnel. They couldn't see the other side of the dragon burial array diagram from here, and they couldn't see this side from the other side of the dragon burial array diagram. Kill. After doing all this, he turned to look at the battlefield and once again issued the Emperor's voice to the Immortal Court's generals and experts of the major sections. Kill. 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 The Immortal Court's generals and experts of the major sects responded in unison, and their battle chi became stronger. For a time, saber light, sword light, and fist shadows intertwined in all directions. The tyrannical power shattered the Netherworld race cultivators one after another. In the space tunnel, on the other side of the dragon burial array diagram, the vision of the Netherworld Grand Ancestor and the others was blocked because of the bloodstone in front of them. Even with their cultivation, they couldn't see the other side of the world at this time. Damn it. The 5 of them gritted their teeth. Those 11 people are really all. The 16th patriarch of this lineage gritted his teeth. When they were still in the Netherworld Sacred Hall, they received a report that 9 of the 11 celestial venerables who left the sealed dust ancient region had their soul lamps shattered, which indicated that those 9 people were already dead. They came here in anger, but they couldn't see any of the 11 people. Except for the 9 whose soul lamps were shattered, they couldn't sense the auras of the other 2 people at all. When they thought of the sneer on Lin Tian's face when he said take a guess, the answer was obvious. Those 11 people were all dead, the 5 of them all had ugly expressions on their faces. Bastard! The Netherworld Grand Ancestor gritted his teeth and stared at the bloodstone in the center of the dragon burial array diagram in front of him. If this bloodstone was not in front of him, he would have immediately stepped over and torn Lin Tian to pieces. However, because this bloodstone was in front of them, they couldn't do anything in the end. Ah! The Netherworld Grand Ancestor roared, his killing intent shaking the sky. Boom! On the crimson earth plane, divine light intertwined, and battle cries shook the sky. Puff! 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 Blood mist continued to splatter as the Netherworld race cultivators died tragically one after another. Patriarchs, save us! The Netherworld race cultivators screamed miserably. Just now, when the Netherworld Grand Ancestor and the others appeared, the group of Netherworld race cultivators became excited. They glanced coldly at the experts of the great sects, feeling that the appearance of the invincible patriarchs of their race would definitely sweep through and slaughter everything. All the Netherworld race cultivators' battle chi surged. But now, these Netherworld race cultivators were terrified once again. They were even more terrified than before. Their strongest patriarch and the other 4 patriarchs were actually blocked on the other side. How can this be? Impossible. The bodies of the Netherworld race cultivators trembled. After seeing the Netherworld Grand Ancestor and the others appear, they were full of confidence that they could turn the situation around. But now, the Netherworld Grand Ancestor and the others were blocked on the other side, unable to cross over. Their confidence was directly shattered, and the soaring battle chi was instantly extinguished, and they became even weaker than before. In the blink of an eye, a large number of them were killed by the experts of the great sections. Kill. Slaughter this group of foreign enemies. Kill them all. The generals of the Immortal Court and the experts of the great sects shouted in unison. Everyone's battle chi surged. Lin Tian looked at the battlefield, watching the generals of the Immortal Court fighting hard, watching the experts of the great sects fighting bravely, watching Bai Ziki, Fanning Xiong, and the others crushing the Netherworld race's experts one by one, and watching Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the other girls unleashing their divine light. His eyes couldn't help but intertwine. Now, in this place, the defeat of the netherworld race was doomed. He looked at the violet fairy and said, "In the other great domains of the ninth heaven, there are several netherworld ancestral kings and other experts infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. Little Violet, you get rid of them. Little Taichu and I will go to the lower heavens." More than 10 million cultivators of the netherworld race rushed into this place. Led by 11 Empyreans, more than a dozen netherworld ancestral kings infinitely close to the Empyrean realm, and other powerhouses, their combat power spread across the entire first heaven to the ninth heaven. Now, the 11 Empyreans have all died, and the netherworld ancestral kings infinitely close to the Empyrean realm are also dead. However, in the other great domains of the ninth heaven and the lower 8 heavens, there are still netherworld ancestral kings infinitely close to the Empyrean realm wreaking havoc. Among the people participating in the battle, only he, the Violet Fairy, and little Taichu can kill powerhouses of this level. Okay. The Violet Fairy nodded and said to Lin Tiandao, "Be careful." After saying that, she smiled at Lin Tianyi and disappeared in the next moment. Obviously, she went to other places in the ninth heaven. Lin Tian looked at the red earth plane with a faint golden light in his eyes. "Little guy, let's go to the lower heavens," he said to little Taichu. The little guy responded in a childish voice and jumped on his shoulder. Lin Tian looked at the red earth plane for the last time. He glanced at his subordinates, the powerhouses of the various great sects, and his relatives and old friends. Then, he directly tore the heavenly barrier and stepped into it with the little Taichu, disappearing into the dark void. In the next moment, the boundless darkness disappeared, and light reappeared in front of him. He and the little Taichu appeared in the 8th heaven. Boom! 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 Amazing divine energy intertwined in this world. He saw the figures of the immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the immortal court. They were fighting in groups, displaying the joint attack techniques he personally taught them, tearing apart the powerhouses of the netherworld race one after another. At the same time, he saw many great forces of this world fighting bravely against the enemy. Their battle auras were very strong. Blood mist splashed everywhere, and the cultivators of the netherworld race were torn apart one after another. However, at the same time, many cultivators in this heaven also died tragically, dyeing a large area of land red with blood. He stood in the void and saw a small village from far away. There were no cultivators in it, only ordinary people. A group of netherworld race cultivators killed their way into the village. An old man with a crutch in the village didn't even have time to react before he was chopped into pieces by a netherworld race cultivator. Blood splattered everywhere. A piercing cold light flashed in his eyes. The Emperor's aura of samsara soared into the sky, and a heavenly sword light appeared in the blink of an eye. It mercilessly slashed out, instantly crushing the group of netherworld race cultivators who rushed into the village. This Emperor's aura, this is? It's the aura of the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor is here? His Emperor's aura was extremely powerful. Many immortal generals of the immortal court who rushed into this heaven felt it and became excited. Feeling Lin Tian's Emperor's pressure, the generals of the immortal court in the 8th heaven were all excited. The immortal Emperor is here. Brothers, kill! Kill! The immortal Emperor of the immortal court will settle everything. In this heaven, many generals of the immortal court roared loudly. At the same time, many powerhouses of the major forces in the 8th heaven also felt Lin Tian's Emperor's pressure. Some of them even saw Lin Tian standing in the sky, and they couldn't help but feel excited. They knew that Lin Tian was the strongest powerhouse on their side, the Lord of the Immortal Court. In the past, he suppressed the dark turmoil alone. Now that Lin Tianxia had entered this heaven, they couldn't help but feel relieved, and their fighting spirit soared. Kill! 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 Many cultivators roared, and their fighting spirit soared. Their offensive power also became stronger. Lin Tian stood in the sky and could see far into the distance. He watched the generals of the immortal court and the many experts of this heaven domain fighting the experts of the netherworld race and defending this territory. His eyes shone brightly. Boom! At this time, in a place far away in this heaven, a powerful emperor's pressure surged, and the netherworld aura was very terrifying. Lin Tian turned his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. the Netherworld Ancestor King. He looked in the direction where the Netherworld Emperor's pressure rushed out and stepped over. In the next moment, he arrived outside a large mountain range. As far as the eye could see, the mountain range ahead was overflowing with blood and many corpses. There was a tall figure in the sky, and the Nether Emperor's aura was surging. He was trapped by dense killing runes, as if he was locked in a cage. Ants, do you really think these killing runes can really trap this king? In just a moment, this king will obliterate all of you. The figure trapped in the killing runes said coldly, his eyes were ruthless. He was an ancestor king of the Netherworld race who was infinitely close to the celestial venerable realm. Netherworld energy surged out of his body, and his tyrannical emperor power rolled, causing the killing runes in the void to tremble and slowly disintegrate. This kind of emperor power was very terrifying. Don't be complacent. My clan's Lord Immortal Emperor has already descended upon this heaven domain. You are nothing. Lord Immortal Emperor will definitely kill you. In the mountain range, a quasi-emperor said through gritted teeth. This person's body was dyed in blood was also flowing out of his mouth, but his expression was incomparably resolute, without the slightest bit of fear. He worked together with a group of other powerful immortal generals, supporting several powerful killing formations. Dense killing patterns covered the entire area. The killing might was extremely shocking. This kind of killing formation was known as the Eternal Killing Formation, which was engraved by Lin Tian. The quasi-emperor of the Immortal Court here had obtained several Eternal Killing Formation platforms from Lin Tian. Now, he was working together with other experts of the Immortal Court to activate these killing formations, trapping the Netherworld race's ancestral king of the Netherworld within and temporarily restricting him to this mountain range. Boom, these eternal killing formations weren't complete, but their might was still very strong. It was enough to easily kill a ninth heaven emperor. At this moment, a total of several eternal killing formations interweaved and spread out in all directions. The killing light was like a vast ocean. However, although this killing power was terrifying, it couldn't kill the Netherworld ancestral king who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. At most, it could only temporarily trap him. A bunch of ants. The Netherworld ancestral king's eyes were piercingly cold, and the Netherworld emperor's power outside his body became denser, causing the killing patterns to tremble. In the next moment, sizzling sounds rang out as the densely packed eternal slaughter runes were shattered by the Netherworld ancestor king. Lowly race, how dare you go against me? I'll kill all of you. This person said coldly. Rumble. The Netherworld Emperor's power outside his body was vast and mighty, mercilessly drowning the generals of the Immortal Court here. The Emperor's power was terrifying, and the killing intent was terrifying. It was also at this moment that a loud clang was heard. Outside of the mountain, a ray of golden sword light pierced through. It was extremely powerful and directly crushed the Netherworld Monarch's attack towards the Immortal Court's generals. Who is it? The Netherworld ancestral king's expression changed, and he looked in the direction where the golden sword light came from. At the same time, the experts of the Immortal Court also looked over. Then, they couldn't help but be overjoyed when they saw an extremely familiar figure. It was Lin Tian. Lord Immortal Emperor. The experts of the Immortal Court became excited. At the most critical moment, their leader had arrived. Lin Tian walked over from outside the mountain and looked at the experts of the Immortal Court. Well done. If it weren't for the Immortal Court's immortal soldiers and immortal generals who trapped the Netherworld ancestral king here, a large area of this heaven region would definitely be destroyed, and countless cultivators would die tragically. After all, someone who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerate level was extremely terrifying. Many of the immortal soldiers and immortal generals were seriously injured. He looked at them and waved his right hand, and a large amount of golden divine light sprinkled down. This was an emperor-level divine light. When it landed on the Immortal Court's immortal soldiers and immortal generals, their injuries were healed in the blink of an eye. Thank you, Lord Immortal Emperor. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals were excited. Lin Tian nodded at the crowd. Then, he looked at the Netherworld ancestral king in the sky and walked toward him. It's you. The human race's reincarnation body. Seeing Lin Tian, the Netherworld ancestral king gritted his teeth, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This clan had slaughtered their way here, wanting to unify the world and suppress Lin Tian to seize the reincarnation origin. This person naturally knew of Lin Tian, and also knew of the series of things that Lin Tian had done in the sealed dust ancient region. He had destroyed an ancient path that they had expended endless effort to excavate, and he had even brought along the Emperor Heavenly Tribulation to wreak havoc in the First Lord of the Netherworld. Do you think that after destroying that ancient road, our race won't be able to kill our way here? Ridiculous. This person looked at Lin Tian and sneered. At the same time that the ancient path was being excavated, a few ancestors of my clan personally worked at another location and opened up another passage. Back then, when you destroyed that ancient path, it was just a futile effort. It was completely useless. The person looked at Lin Tian with a hint of sarcasm in his words. Lin Tian looked at the person without any emotion. His feet flashed, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of the person. The person's expression suddenly changed. He was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. You, slap, Lin Tian raised his hand and directly slapped the person's cheek, sending him flying hundreds of feet away. The Netherworld Ancestral King coughed up blood and stabilized himself hundreds of feet away. He looked at Lin Tian again with shock and anger. He was shocked because his cultivation was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm, much higher than Lin Tian's cultivation. But just now, he didn't see Lin Tian's movements at all. He was angry because Lin Tian actually slapped his face. This was really unbearable. He glared at Lin Tian, his eyes full of killing intent. You should have, slap. The slap was loud and clear, interrupting the person's words. Lin Tian silently appeared in front of the person and slapped him again. The Netherworld Ancestral King was sent flying again. This time, he rolled thousands of feet away. A few of his teeth fell out, floating in the air with blood. It was very eye-catching. So strong. Lord Celestial Emperor is so strong. In this big mountain, the group of immortal soldiers and immortal generals were excited. They couldn't help but clench their fists. A person who was infinitely close to the celestial venerable realm, who had been so arrogant before, was now slapped twice by their leader, as if he was a chicken or a dog. This made these immortal soldiers and immortal generals very excited. Ah! In the sky, thousands of feet away, the Netherworld Ancestral King, who was sent flying, roared. Human! I'll kill you! After being slapped twice by Lin Tian, the Netherworld Ancestral King's face became ferocious. With a boom, he took out a middle-grade heavenly treasure sword. A blinding killing light burst out, shaking all directions. Creaking sounds could be heard as the space around them began to collapse. Lin Tian looked at this person without any emotion. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the other party again. He stretched out his left hand and used the weapon control technique to forcibly take the other party's heavenly treasure. He raised his right hand and slapped him again. With a loud slap, the powerful Netherworld Ancestral King was sent flying thousands of feet away again. He coughed out a large amount of blood, which floated in the void. The person stabilized himself in the distance. He was extremely angry, but then he became terrified. After 3 consecutive slaps, the heavenly treasure sword was taken away. This made him extremely angry, but because of this, he could clearly feel how terrifying Lin Tian was. He could definitely crush him easily. He looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but retreat. He burst out a monstrous Netherworld Emperor's power and rushed into the distance. Feeling how terrifying Lin Tian was, he felt powerless and chose to escape. He even gave up the heavenly treasure sword that Lin Tian took away. He only wanted to save his life. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the person rushed hundreds of thousands of feet away. Lin Tian looked up and shook his left hand slightly. The power of the seal of the 4 symbols surged and directly erased the weapon spirit in the heavenly treasure sword in his hand. He also branded it with his own divine sense. Then, he swung his hand. The heavenly treasure sword, which had its weapon spirit erased, suddenly let out an ear-piercing sound like the birth of a real dragon. It rushed toward the Netherworld Ancestral King with a whoosh. Poof! Ah! He used the weapon control technique to control the heavenly treasure sword. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the Netherworld Ancestral King who had fled hundreds of thousands of feet away. It stabbed into his chest and caused him to explode with a scream. Then, his feet swayed and he came to the place where the other party exploded. He raised his right hand and intertwined the God Transformation talisman. He slapped at the other party's surviving spirit that was preparing to escape again. No, stop, poof, Lin Tian was expressionless. He would not show mercy. The God Transformation talisman pressed down and directly crushed this person's spirit. His spirit was destroyed. So powerful. In the mountain, the immortal court's immortal soldiers and immortal generals were excited. Lin Tian stood in the void and looked at the immortal soldiers and immortal generals. He said, "All of you, go to other places in this heaven and fight. Join the cultivators of other major forces in this heaven and kill all the netherworld race in this heaven." Yes. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals shouted in unison. They immediately rushed to other places in this heaven with excitement. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the little Taichu responded in a childish voice. The next moment, a crack appeared in the heavens. "Ya!" The little guy called out to Lin Tian again. With a flap of its wings, it disappeared into the crack and went to the seventh heaven. Lin Tian watched the little guy leave, then glanced at the eighth heaven. With a wave of his right hand, he tore apart the heaven's barrier, pulled out a space crack, and stepped straight into it. The next moment, he appeared in a new world. There were giant mountains and rivers here, and the spiritual chi was very good. The fourth heaven. He muttered to himself. As soon as he entered this heavenly domain, he stood in the sky and immediately heard the intense battle cries. Intense waves of divine might intertwined in every corner. The immortal soldiers and generals of the immortal court were fighting with the cultivators of the netherworld race who had entered this heavenly domain. The pungent smell of blood intertwined in every corner of this heavenly domain. Looking around, he could see the situation of the battle in this heavenly domain at a glance. Even though he had informed the major clans of the netherworld race's invasion a year in advance, allowing them to be prepared, and even though a group of powerful immortal generals of the celestial court had entered this heavenly domain to fight, the netherworld race was still at the top of the battle in this heavenly domain. This was because the netherworld race was very powerful. Among the people who entered this heaven, there were existences who were infinitely close to the celestial venerable realm. There were also more than a dozen people above the quasi-emperor realm. In terms of overall combat strength, they were much stronger than this heaven. Boom, he stood in the sky, looked at this heaven from afar, and directly emitted a powerful emperor's aura. As soon as the emperor's aura was released, the sky trembled. This is the aura of the celestial emperor? The celestial emperor has come to this heaven? In this heaven, a group of immortal generals of the immortal court instantly felt the emperor's aura, and all of them were overjoyed. The celestial emperor is here, we will definitely win. Kill this group of foreign races. All the generals of the immortal court who sensed Lin Tian's imperial might in every corner of the heavenly domain had their battle chi surging. For these generals of the immortal court, Lin Tian, the lord of the immortal court, was equivalent to their faith and support. Lin Tian stood in the sky, and his emperor's aura spread out. His emperor's divine sense spread out as well, scanning the entire heaven region. Clang, 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 the ear-piercing sound of swords rang out. He stood in the sky, and densely packed sword radiance appeared. It was truly like a rain of swords, flying towards every corner of the heavenly region. The speed was astonishing, like the lightning of the swordway. In the next moment, blood mist exploded in every corner of the celestial domain. One by one, the netherworld race cultivators were killed. This is little brother Lin. No, he should be called an immortal emperor. In this region of heaven, among the experts of the great races who were in the midst of killing, there were a few elder-level experts of the barbarian race who saw Lin Tian. Their eyes lit up involuntarily. Don't think too much. Follow little brother Lin to kill the enemy. Kill. A few barbarian race experts shouted and rushed into the netherworld race army. Clang, 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 with Lin Tian as the center, sword light spread out in all directions of this region of heaven, killing the netherworld race cultivators one by one. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld race cultivators in this region of heaven could not help but show fear. Boom, murderous intent surged, and netherworld emperor's power intertwined. A tall figure rushed up from the south of this region of heaven and into the sky. This was a netherworld ancestor king who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. When he saw the netherworld race cultivators being killed by the sword light, he rushed up along the sword light and arrived in front of Lin Tian. "It's you." Reincarnation physique. Seeing Lin Tian's appearance, the netherworld ancestor king's expression changed. Obviously, he knew of Lin Tian's existence. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at this person. "You saved me the time of looking for you." His expression was calm, and he arrived in front of this person in just one step. This netherworld ancestor king was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. "You, Buzz." Divine light intertwined. Lin Tian did not show mercy and directly propped up the reincarnation diagram of the monarch's territory, pressing down on this person. The reincarnation diagram was extremely powerful. With his seventh firmament emperor cultivation, even though this netherworld ancestor king was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm, he could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, he was crushed by the reincarnation diagram. His body and soul were destroyed. Lin Tian didn't care about the person he had just killed. He spread out his divine will once again in the sky. At the same time, he took a step forward and moved around the area. He swept down the dense sword rays and killed the cultivators of the netherworld race one by one. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passed and he stopped. "It's about time," he muttered to himself. In less than a quarter of an hour, he walked around this region of heaven and used his powerful emperor chi to kill more than half of the netherworld race cultivators in this region of heaven. Among the netherworld race cultivators who still lived in this region of heaven, the most powerful one was only at the third firmament of the Nirvana realm, and there were not many of them. With this level of combat strength, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the immortal court who came to this region of heaven were enough to wipe them out. After all, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals who entered this region of heaven were led by quasi-emperors. There were also many Nirvana realm immortal generals, and each of them had cultivated the combination formation technique and emperor divine ability. "I'll leave it to you. End the battle as quickly as possible." He transmitted his voice to the immortal court generals in this region of heaven with his emperor divine ability. "Yes, Sir Immortal Emperor. Everyone, kill. Raise your combat strength to the peak, and end all the enemies of the foreign domain as quickly as possible." The immortal court generals roared, all of them excited, and their battle intent surged. Lin Tian stood in the sky and watched as the immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the immortal court flooded towards the experts of the netherworld race in this region of heaven like a surging wave. It was almost as if they were pushing through everything. He nodded to himself. The next moment, he tore apart the heavenly barrier and left this region of heaven. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the sky of the third heaven. Like the fourth heaven, this region of heaven was filled with intense battle cries and the stench of blood. He did not hesitate. After arriving in this region of heaven, he unleashed his emperor divine ability. Across the two major territories of this region of heaven, prosperous continent and barbarian land, he slashed down countless sword lights, killing the netherworld race experts one by one. Reincarnation body? Soon, the ancestor king of the netherworld race who entered this region of heaven discovered Lin Tian. Two rays of light flashed across his eyes, and with a mighty emperor divine ability, he charged directly at Lin Tian. Suppressing the reincarnation body was the highest order given by the ancestors of their race. This person rushed towards Lin Tian and said coldly, "Obediently surrender. You can save yourself from physical." Clang, a sword cry shook the sky, directly interrupting this person's words. Lin Tian made his move. With his seventh firmament emperor divine ability, he executed an extremely tyrannical killing technique of the high heaven sword scripture. It evolved into a heavenly sword aura that cut through space and directly pierced through this person's forehead. With a puff, this netherworld race expert exploded on the spot. Even his divine ability was cut into pieces. He died just like that. Lin Tian glanced at the place where the netherworld race cultivator exploded. Across this heaven, even more sword lights shot out, killing even more netherworld race cultivators in this heaven. Just like in the fourth heaven, more than half of the netherworld race cultivators were wiped out. Not long after, he appeared in an immortal mountain, tens of thousands of feet away from the main gate of the Emergence Dao sect. As far as the eye could see, the Emergence Tao sect was fine. He nodded inwardly and felt relieved. He had killed more than half of the netherworld race cultivators who had barged into this region of heaven. The remaining ones were no longer a threat. The immortal court generals who had come to this region of heaven were enough to wipe them out. At this time, he directly tore open the barrier of the heavens. He took one last look at the Emergence Tao sect in the distance and then directly stepped into it, disappearing on the spot. The next moment, he appeared in the second heaven and killed the netherworld race's ancestor who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. After killing more than half of the netherworld race experts and confirming that the Bai family was fine, it was rumored that the immortal court generals who had come to this region of heaven would end the battle as soon as possible. Then, he tore open the barrier of the heavens and entered the first heaven. After entering the first heaven, he released a powerful emperor-level divine sense and was slightly surprised. There were almost no shouts of killing in this region of heaven. Moreover, within the range of his divine sense, there were almost no netherworld race cultivators. Moreover, he didn't see many immortal soldiers and immortal generals from the immortal court who had entered this region of heaven. He frowned slightly and urged an even more astonishing emperor-level divine sense. Exerting all his strength, the powerful divine sense almost enveloped the entire first heaven. Then, in the next moment, his expression changed again. He took a step forward and appeared at the foot of the burning sun sect. When he arrived here, he looked around. At the foot of the burning sun sect, blood flowed into a small river. Corpses of the netherworld race were scattered everywhere, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. Ah! Help! No! The screams were particularly mournful. There were many netherworld race cultivators here. They were all covering their heads and scurrying away in fear. In the void, outside the burning sun sect, 9 swords of light crisscrossed. Each of them was extremely terrifying, killing cultivators from the netherworld race one after another. Even the current Lin Tian felt his scalp go numb from the terrifying might of those swords. Puff! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. This place was filled with netherworld race experts. They were almost all of the netherworld race experts who had rushed into this region. At this moment, under the slash of the 9 swords of light, they were shattered into pieces and died one by one. When Lin Tian saw this terrifying scene, his pupils couldn't help but constrict. Something left behind by the old man. He felt the aura of an old drunkard from the 9 light swords. It was frightening. Ah! Ear-piercing screams were heard as the netherworld race cultivators exploded one by one. After dozens of breaths, the place quieted down. All the netherworld race cultivators here were dead. Clang! Lin Tian stood outside the burning sun sect, lost in thought as he watched the 9 light swords sink into the mountain below the burning sun sect. These 9 light swords were too terrifying. He felt that even an ordinary celestial venerable would die on the spot if they were hit by one of these swords. Although this old man has left temporarily, he must have set up many big tricks here. He muttered to himself. After a pause, he stepped closer to the burning sun sect and walked up. Sir Immortal Emperor. Senior Brother Lin. Lin Tian? There was a group of people on the burning sun sect. There were immortal soldiers and generals of the immortal court, as well as the supreme elders of the burning sun sect. They were all standing in the center of the burning sun sect, looking at the foot of the mountain. When Lin Tian approached, he was seen by everyone on the spot. Lin Tian strode forward at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had climbed the steep stone steps at the foot of the burning sun sect. Greetings, Sir Immortal Emperor. The immortal soldiers and generals saluted. Among them, a quasi-emperor general of the immortal court stepped forward and reported, "We originally came to help guard this place, but, the 9 killing swords here are too powerful. Instead, we hid inside and watched." As he said this, the powerful quasi-emperor and the other generals of the immortal court were a little embarrassed. They knew that the burning sun sect in the first heaven was of great significance to the lord of the immortal court. Therefore, after entering this heaven, many experts of the immortal court came here to help guard the burning sun sect. Not long after, a large number of netherworld race cultivators came here to kill. At that time, they had just rushed out to fight with some disciples of the Burning Sun sect when 9 killing swords rushed out of the mountain where the Burning Sun sect was located and killed a large number of Netherworld race experts on the spot. No one could stop them. After that, it was unknown how the other Netherworld race cultivators found out about this matter. A group of Netherworld race powerhouses who had killed their way into this region gathered here in batches, including a person who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. They wanted to find out what was going on here and break through. However, all the Netherworld race experts who approached this place with hostility and killing intent were all killed by the 9 light swords. Even the Netherworld Ancestor King, who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm, was chopped into a pool of blood the moment he approached this place. He did not even have the slightest ability to resist and fell at the foot of the Burning Sun sect. Then, the group of Netherworld experts held miserably. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. The 9 killing swords sealed off the void and suppressed everything. The group of Immortal Court generals who came here forcibly returned to the Burning Sun sect. The Burning Sun sect's Supreme Elder and the others stared blankly at the foot of the Burning Sun sect's mountain. They watched as the 9 killing swords crisscrossed and killed the Netherworld race cultivators one by one. As expected of the sect of Sir Immortal Emperor's teacher, our coming here was completely unnecessary. This quasi-emperor was a little embarrassed. The group of generals came here full of fighting spirit, but in the end, they were dumbfounded as they watched a killing scene at the foot of the Burning Sun sect. It's fine. It's fine as long as you're safe. Lin Tiandao. Not to mention these Immortal Court generals, even he, a 7th Heaven Emperor, was dumbfounded when he saw the 9 killing swords. Lin Tian. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect walked over, followed by the Burning Sun sect master and several elders of the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian stepped forward and bowed. Supreme Elder, Sect Master, Elders. Good, good, good. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect smiled. I heard from some friends of the Immortal Court that you spent a lot of effort to resist the Netherworld race's invasion this time. You united the entire 1st to 9th heavens to resist them. You're very powerful. The old man's cultivation was not bad, but he still had the same benevolent smile as before, like an old grandfather leading the family. As expected of senior brother's disciple. The Burning Sun sect master said. Kid, you're very good. Tu Qiong stepped forward and patted Lin Tian's shoulder. Now, Lin Tian was already an immortal emperor who suppressed the dark turmoil by himself, and his fame resounded throughout the 10 heavens. However, these people of the Burning Sun sect still thought that Lin Tian was the disciple of an old drunkard, and Lin Tian was the disciple of the Burning Sun sect. It's barely okay. Lin Tian smiled modestly. In the Burning Sun sect, he chatted with the Supreme Elder, the Burning Sun sect master, and the others about many things. He told them about the current situation of the war, and then left. At the same time, he ordered the Immortal Court generals of the Burning Sun sect to clean up the remnants of the Netherworld race in this heaven. After that, he went to the Valley of the Harp, the Northern Flame General's Mansion, the Northern Flame Imperial Palace, the Nine-Yang Martial Palace, and other places. There were powerful Immortal Court generals guarding each place. Yu Wushuang, Ji Yuanshan, Mu Qing, and the others were all safe and sound. He heaved a sigh of relief, and his eyes shone brightly. From the 1st heaven to the 2nd heaven, the 3rd heaven, the 4th heaven, the 5th heaven, the 6th heaven, the 7th heaven, and the 8th heaven, killing more and more Netherworld race cultivators in these heavens before returning to the 9th heaven and returning to the Red Earth plane. During this process, little Taichu naturally met up with him and returned to this place together. Boom. Here, the battle cries continued, because this was the first battlefield that the Netherworld race cultivators entered. It was the primordial battlefield, and most of the Netherworld race cultivators gathered here. At this time, they had not been killed yet. He came here and glanced around. Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and the other girls were killing the enemies together. Heavenly treasures hovered above their heads, sweeping away everything. Bai Ziki, Fanning Xiong, and the others opened their monarch's territory and heavenly treasures, and the Netherworld race cultivators here were unstoppable. At the same time, Patriarch Purple Totem and the others were Emperor Realm experts. They were incomparably powerful, and their palms shattered everything. At the same time, he saw Violet Fairy from afar. She had already returned here, and her great void god-slaying light was peerless. He smiled, stepped into the battlefield, and displayed the heavenly sword scripture, which swept across all directions. Pft! 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 As the heavenly sword radiance spread out, blood mist exploded one after another, and the netherworld race cultivators were killed one by one. Immortal Emperor, Patriarch Purple Totem and the others looked over, and their eyes lit up. Then, the killing light they unleashed became even stronger. Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the other girls, Bai Ziki, Fanning Xiong, and the others naturally noticed Lin Tian's return at this time, and their eyes lit up. Now, Lin Tian had returned here after entering the lower heavens. There were many things that they didn't need to think about to know. It must be the situation in the lower 8 heavens, and victory was already in his grasp. In the other large heavens of the 9th heaven, I finished off all the netherworld race cultivators above the great Dao realm. Violet Fairy looked at Lin Tian Dao. There aren't many netherworld race cultivators in the lower 8 heavens now. Most of them have been killed. Lin Tian said to Violet Fairy. Yeah. Little Taichu blinked, and then called out in a childish voice. Then, the 3 of them attacked at the same time. All kinds of killing light spread out, enveloping the entire red earth plane. Ah! Screams continued, and blood mist exploded. The netherworld race cultivators on the red earth plane died tragically one by one. At this time, among the netherworld race cultivators, there wasn't even an ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator left. How could they resist Lin Tian and the others? They were as fragile as tofu, and one by one, they exploded under the killing light of Lin Tian and the others. Blood splattered everywhere like rain, almost dyeing the void red. Soon, 15 minutes passed. On the red earth plane, the screams disappeared, and the surroundings became quiet. All the netherworld race cultivators here were killed. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, full of the smell of blood. As far as the eye could see, the vast red earth plain was filled with corpses piled up into mountains, and blood flowed into rivers. It was a ghastly sight. The battle here is finally over. Patriarch Purple Totem sighed. The patriarchs of the various great sects gathered together and quickly came to Lin Tian's side. Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the other women, Bai Ziki, Wuxing Crocodile, and the others also came over at this time. The other battles are almost over. Let's wait here. Lin Tian Andao. Dark clouds floated in the sky, and the wind was blowing. It was very bleak. The group of experts stood here. Soon, an entire day passed. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. A quasi-emperor expert of the Immortal Court arrived in the blink of an eye. Reporting to the Immortal Emperor, the netherworld race in the eastern region has been wiped out. This person stopped about 10 feet in front of Lin Tian and bowed. Good. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of light. The Patriarch of the Saber Pavilion and the others couldn't help but clench their fists. Another battle had ended, and they had won. Good news comes one after another, Lin Tian said. He stood on the red earth plane with golden light in his eyes. Soon, more than 2 hours passed, and 3 quasi-emperors of the Immortal Court rushed here. Reporting to the Immortal Emperor, the netherworld race in the northern region has been wiped out. Reporting to the Immortal Emperor, the netherworld race in the southern region has been wiped out. Reporting to the Immortal Emperor, there is no longer a single netherworld race in the western region. The 3 quasi-emperors came in front of Lin Tian and reported. Then, not long after, the sound of something breaking through the air sounded again, and 8 quasi-emperors of the Immortal Court rushed here again. Reporting to the Immortal Emperor, the netherworld race in the 8th heaven has been wiped out. The 7th heaven has wiped out the netherworld race. The 6th heaven has wiped out the netherworld race. The 5th heaven has wiped out the netherworld race. The 4th heaven has wiped out the netherworld race. The 3rd heaven has wiped out the netherworld race. The 2nd heaven has wiped out the netherworld race. The 1st heaven has wiped out the netherworld race. The 8 quasi-emperors spoke one after another. Their voices floated above the red earth plane, and it was as loud as thunder, causing the clouds in the sky to disperse a lot. For a time on the red earth plane, the bodies of the experts of the major sects trembled slightly. We won. An ancestor of the major sects murmured. We won. Someone shouted. Suddenly, the generals of the immortal court and the experts of the major sects were all excited and couldn't help but roar. We won. We won. We killed all the enemies of the foreign domain. We have to guard our lands and rivers. Our legacies and the foundations left behind by our ancestors have all been perfectly preserved. The cultivators were excited. The netherworld race had come from the other side. The battle had lasted for a short time. They had won. We won. We won. This is our victory. A few cultivators were trembling, finding it hard to control themselves from excitement. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with a faint light. The battle was over. The netherworld race's passage to this side was sealed, and all the netherworld cultivators who had entered this side were killed. The eyes of the patriarchs of the major sects also flickered with divine light. Then, many of them turned their heads and looked at Lin Tian. Celestial Emperor, this time, it's all thanks to you. Patriarch Purple Scorpion looked at Lin Tian and said seriously. That's right. If the Celestial Emperor hadn't informed us a year in advance that the netherworld race would be coming, if the Celestial Emperor hadn't led the 9 celestial venerables of the netherworld race away and sealed the spatial passage with the strange stone, and if the millions of soldiers of the immortal court hadn't killed the enemies from the first heaven to the 9th heaven, we wouldn't have won this battle. Yes. The other patriarchs of the major sects echoed. The patriarchs of the major sects all had solemn expressions. Many of them bowed to Lin Tian. On behalf of this territory and our respective inheritances, we thank the Celestial Emperor and the Immortal Court. The patriarchs of the major sects said. The patriarchs of the major sects stood together and expressed their gratitude because this time, they had indeed relied on Lin Tian. Everyone, please don't be like this. Please stand up straight. We were able to win this battle because of everyone's joint efforts, not because of one person and one sect. Lin Tian stopped the patriarchs from bowing. Then, his eyes dimmed. Besides, we have other things to do now. As he spoke, he looked at the battlefield. There were bloody corpses on the ground. Most of them were the corpses of the netherworld race, but there were also the corpses of the experts of the major sects and the immortal court's soldiers. Now that the battle with the netherworld race was over, their first priority was to retrieve the corpses of the immortal court's soldiers and the cultivators of the major sections. They would bring them back to bury them. The ancestors glanced at the battlefield and saw the corpses. They clearly knew what Lin Tian was thinking and understood Lin Tian's intention. Their expressions became slightly dejected. Let's do it, everyone. Find the corpses of our disciples who died in battle and bring them back to their respective sects for burial. Lin Tian Dao. As it should be. Old Ancestor Purple 2 sighed. Immediately, the experts of the major sects began to search for the corpses of their sects on the battlefield. Lin Tian, Baiziki, and the others followed the generals of the Immortal Court and personally searched for the corpses of the generals of the Immortal Court. As for the corpses of the netherworld race cultivators, the group of powerhouses used the same method. They directly crushed them into dust. Very soon, the Crimson Plain was cleared. There were no more corpses on the ground, only blood staining the ground red. The ground had sunk by more than 100 feet, and there were potholes everywhere. There were remnants of divine power fluctuations everywhere. I'm afraid that not even a blade of grass will grow in this place for 10,000 years. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. The battle here was too intense. The vitality in the ground had been completely crushed, and there were remnants of various Tao laws of slaughter. Saying that not even a blade of grass would grow in the next 10,000 years was already a very conservative judgment. Everyone, let's part ways here for now. We'll return to our sects and bury our disciples who died in battle. Lin Tian said to Old Ancestor Purple 2 and the others. Old Ancestor Purple 2 and the others nodded one after another. After exchanging a few words with each other, they led their disciples and left. I'll return to the Demon King Palace. AI will follow me this time. After that, we'll return to the Ethereal Mountain. If you have time, come to the Ethereal Mountain to play. Violet Fairy said to Lin Tian Dao. All right. Lin Tian said, the same goes for you and AI. No one can disturb Wu Yi's seclusion. If you have time, come to the Immortal Court to play. Violet Fairy nodded. After AI waved goodbye to Lin Tian, Lin Shi, and the others, the void in front of him split open. He took AI and the other powerhouses of the Demon King Palace and directly disappeared from the battlefield. Obviously, they had returned to the Demon King Palace in the eastern region. Lin Tian watched Violet Fairy and AI leave, then looked at the dozen or so Immortal Court quasi-emperors and said, "Lead the other immortal generals to the 1st to 9th heavens and find the corpses of the other disciples of the Immortal Court who died in battle." Yes. The dozen or so Immortal Court quasi-emperors responded. They each led a team of Immortal Court immortal generals and rushed to the 1st to 9th heavens. In the blink of an eye, only Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, Bai Qiu, Lin Shi, and the other core members of the Immortal Court were left in this place. The other ordinary disciples of the Immortal Court followed the dozen or so Immortal Court quasi-emperors to find the corpses of the Immortal Court generals who died in the battle outside. They all wanted to complete this task in the shortest time possible. Let's return to the Immortal Court. Lin Tian Dao. Golden divine light intertwined outside his body, and the void split open silently. He led the crowd and disappeared in the blink of an eye. For a time, there was not a single figure in the vast red earth plain, only blood flowing everywhere. Lin Tian led Lin Shi and the others back to the Immortal Court. Then, in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 3 days had passed. The corpses of the immortal soldiers and immortal generals who died in the battle outside were all found and buried in wooden coffins in the depths of the Immortal Court's disciples' graveyard. For those who couldn't preserve their corpses, they could only leave their clothes in the wooden coffins and set up a cenotaph in the depths of the Immortal Court's disciples' graveyard. In the entire Immortal Court, even though Lin Tian had passed down extraordinary joint attack techniques and powerful emperor-level divine abilities, there were still more than 17,900 people who died in the battle against the Netherworld race. This is war. No matter which era it is, war is the cruelest. Lin Tian sighed. War foretold death, and the number of deaths was huge. No one will have any complaints if they die to protect the people and this territory. They died a worthy death. Behind him, an Immortal Court quasi-emperor said in a deep voice. This place was very spacious and filled with green mountains. Within the Immortal Court's main clan, a group of disciples had gathered here to pay respects to the dead generals. Everyone looked solemn. The densely packed disciples of the Immortal Court stood in this place for a full 2 hours before dispersing one by one. Lin Tian, Lin Shi, Ji Yu, Shui Yi, and the others were the last to leave. They gathered together in a spacious palace of the Immortal Court. The biggest contributor to our swift victory this time is Ye. This time, it's all thanks to Ye. Lin Tian looked at Ye and said. He was telling the truth. If Ye hadn't deduced that the Netherworld race would kill their way here, allowing them to grasp the immortal opportunity of the battle and make all kinds of preparations within a year, they would have most likely lost this battle. The 5 elements crocodile nodded in agreement and said, although this battle was won because you killed the 9 celestial lords of the Netherworld clan and blocked the space tunnel, which made the scales of victory completely tilt in our favor, in the end, it was still mainly because of Yen LV. If not for Yen Yua's divination, the outcome would have been very bad. Indeed. Bai Ziki also nodded. Sister Ye is really amazing. Lin Shi hugged Yen Ye's arm and said. To be honest, it was indeed because of Ye this time. That's right. That's right. Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and Su Shu said. This made Yen Ye a little embarrassed. Don't be like this, I just deduced the process. But, this process directly led to the direction of this battle. Lin Tian Dao. It's like this, Ye, don't be modest. Shui Yi said. Over the past few years, Shui Yi and the others had often cultivated with Yen Ye and were already very close. The group gathered in this place for a long time and chatted about many things. It was not until an entire day had passed that they dispersed. After that, Lin Tian accompanied Lin Shi and Ji Yu alone for half a month before entering the Immortal Emperor Pagoda to cultivate. The Netherworld race had attacked, and the current battle had ended with a great victory. However, the Netherworld race was not dead yet. There were still 5 celestial venerables, and one of them was a terrifying existence at the end of the celestial venerable realm. They were still a huge threat. Perhaps, not long after, this race would find a new path and attack this place from the sealed dust ancient region. Therefore, in order to deal with all kinds of situations that might happen in the future, he had to quickly increase his strength and enter the celestial venerable realm as soon as possible. He came to the Immortal Emperor Pagoda and sat down cross-legged. He activated the Heart Sutra of Sun, and specks of golden divine light intertwined. Soon, his essence, chi, and spirit reached their peak. It was also at this time that his thoughts moved slightly, and he took out a corpse from the stone ring. This corpse was very tall, more than 10 feet tall. It had a strong physique, and its muscles were like dragons. It was the netherworld heavenly venerable that he had killed at the sinkhole. At that time, he had preserved the netherworld heavenly venerable's body, and now he took it out. He was prepared to use the saint refinement treasured art to forcefully strengthen his body and increase his cultivation. After he took out the corpse, his glabella shone, and a wisp of his soul essence entered the corpse, temporarily controlling it. Then, using this wisp of soul essence, he activated the saint refinement treasured art within the corpse. In the blink of an eye, strands of saint refinement runes intertwined, forming a saint refinement Tao diagram that was about 10 feet long. As the saint refinement Tao diagram intertwined, Lin Tian entered the soul essence within the celestial venerable's corpse, and activated the saint refinement treasured art even faster. He activated the saint refinement Tao diagram, and the life energy within the celestial venerable's flesh and blood was sacrificed to his main body, pouring into every corner of his body. In the blink of an eye, a rich light enveloped him. It was the purest life energy, quickly nourishing his flesh and blood. This netherworld heavenly venerable's cultivation had fallen to the first level of the celestial venerable realm before he died, but the life energy within his corpse's flesh and blood had not weakened by much. At this moment, he used the saint refinement treasured art to sacrifice this life energy to himself. At the same time, he also activated the saint refinement treasured art in his main body, constantly refining and absorbing this powerful life energy. For a time, the divine light outside his body became even denser, and his essence, chi, and spirit rose rapidly. His cultivation also soared. The saint refining Tao diagram hovered above his head, enveloping Lin Tian's body and the corpse of the netherworld tribe's heavenly venerable one. Wisps of vitality surged out of the netherworld heavenly venerable one's corpse and flowed into Lin Tian's body, nourishing every inch of his flesh and blood. His essence, vital energy, spirit, and cultivation rose at an extremely fast speed. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Boom, on this day, an extremely powerful divine power spread out from Lin Tian's body. The golden divine light outside his body became as frightening as flames. It almost dyed the entire Immortal Emperor Pagoda in a layer of gold. Countless emperor inscriptions lit up on the pagoda. 8th heaven of the Emperor realm. Lin Tian exclaimed in his heart. He did not open his eyes. His eyes remained closed as he carefully sensed the changes in his body. He realized that his physique had become stronger, his divine power more vigorous, his spiritual consciousness more vast, and his God's soul more powerful. His combat strength had increased significantly. At the same time, he realized that the heavenly venerable one's corpse that was being refined was still in good condition. There was not even a crack on the surface of the corpse. He had only consumed about 20% of the vitality in the flesh and blood. Lin Tian could not help but be shocked. He had advanced from the 7th heaven of the Emperor realm to the 8th heaven of the Emperor realm. He had only consumed about 20% of the vitality in this heavenly venerable one's corpse. No wonder it started as an 8th stage heavenly venerable one. The vitality in its flesh and blood is too vast. He exclaimed in his heart. Thinking about that, he paused for a moment. He circulated the saint refining treasure technique even faster and continued to refine the corpse. Buzz, golden divine light intertwined outside his body and became more intense. Immediately after, his essence, energy, spirit, and cultivation level rose again. Even his Taoist law fluctuation became stronger. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. Boom, on this day, powerful emperor energy surged out of his body again. He advanced from the 8th heaven of the Emperor realm to the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm. As the powerful emperor energy surged out, the immortal emperor pagoda that was covered in ruins shook violently. Lin Tian could not help but open his eyes. He felt that the divine power in his body had become more vigorous, his spiritual consciousness more vast, and his God's soul more powerful. Ninth heaven of the Emperor realm. He muttered to himself. In a short 4 months, he went from the 7th heaven to the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm. This kind of improvement could be said to be shocking. He took a deep breath and looked at the Empyrean corpse. At this time, the corpse was still in perfect condition. There was still about 40% of the essence energy in its flesh and blood. This is really, Lin Tian was shocked. He couldn't help but sigh again. A heavenly venerable was really too terrifying. The life essence in their flesh was so strong. Even 100,000 divine veins added together couldn't compare to it. He took another deep breath and calmed himself down. Then, he closed his eyes again and activated the Saint Refinement Treasure technique. Buzz. Strands of Saint Refinement runes flashed, cooperating with the Saint Refinement Tao diagram in the air. They continuously dug out the essence of the celestial venerate corpse and offered it to Lin Tian, causing Lin Tian's essence, energy, and soul to rise continuously. Outside his body, the golden divine light became stronger and stronger, more and more intense. The rolling aura surged like a galaxy. After that, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. 6 months later, in the immortal Emperor Pagoda, the celestial venerate corpse across from Lin Tian emitted a cracking sound. Cracks appeared on its surface, spreading out like a spiderweb. Then, several more days passed. The Empyrean corpse was filled with cracks in every corner. Finally, it couldn't hold on any longer and began to shatter and collapse like a pile of sand. It was also at this time that a divine light rushed out from the shattered Empyrean corpse and rushed into Lin Tian's spiritual sea. In the next moment, Lin Tian opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. After nearly a year, he had used the Saint Refinement Treasure technique to refine Empyrean Netherworld's corpse. His essence, energy, and soul had strengthened greatly. His cultivation had also achieved a tremendous increase. At this moment, he was at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm. Just half a step away from the Empyrean realm. He muttered to himself. At this moment, he could feel how powerful he was. The divine power in his body was surging endlessly. His spiritual sea was as vast as the ocean. Every move he made was intertwined with the sound of thunder. His combat strength was much stronger than a year ago. He felt that with his current strength, even if he encountered a first-stage Empyrean expert, he could kill them with absolute combat strength. Rays of light intertwined in his eyes. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then, he circulated the Sun Heart Sutra again. He mobilized the divine power and spiritual sea in his body to stabilize his cultivation at the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm. Then, another month passed in the blink of an eye. He spent a month to completely stabilize his cultivation at the peak of the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm. His aura became much more condensed and he was vaguely closer to the Empyrean realm. Just half a step away. He muttered to himself. Then, 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. Cross it in one go. Now, he was only half a step away from the Empyrean realm. He decided to rush into the Empyrean realm before coming out of seclusion. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He circulated the Sun Heart Sutra again and continued to cultivate. Dirum, at this moment, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th heaven of the Emperor realm. As he circulated the Sun Heart Sutra, golden divine light shone out of his body. It was extremely intense and resplendent. It was like wisps of golden flames. It was powerful and terrifying. Now, the Empyrean realm's corpse had been completely refined and turned into a pile of ashes. He started to absorb the spiritual chi in the immortal court with the Sun Heart Sutra to cultivate. At the same time, his spiritual sea started to vibrate. His powerful spiritual sea stood in his spiritual sea and he started to comprehend the mystic skills and divine powers that he had mastered. He started to comprehend the profoundness of the skills. Duality steps. For symbols seal. Divinatory divine skill. Dragon burial scripture. High heaven sword scripture. He practiced all the mystic skills that he had mastered in his spiritual sea. From the duality steps to the four-symbol seal, from the four-symbol seal to the divinatory divine skill, from the divinatory divine skill to the dragon burial scripture, and then the high heaven sword scripture, formation control technique, alchemy codex, etc. The last time he practiced these mystic skills, he hadn't reached the Emperor realm. Now that he was at the ninth heaven of the Emperor realm, he practiced these mystic skills again and again. The profoundness of the mystic skills gradually became clearer, causing his essence, chi, and spirit to rise again. He practiced these mystic skills in his spiritual sea with his spiritual sea. However, the immortal Emperor Pagoda that his monarch body was in was still affected. As his essence, chi, and spirit rose, the power of the mystic skills in his spiritual sea couldn't help but spread out. The air in the immortal Emperor Pagoda screeched and cracks appeared in the void. Lin Tian naturally knew about this, but he didn't care about it. He continued to comprehend the mystic skills in his spiritual sea. Now, he was comprehending these mystic skills with his ninth heaven of the Emperor realm cultivation. He gradually grasped the profoundness of the mystic skills one by one. The aura outside his body grew stronger and stronger. His cultivation base gradually rose again without him noticing. Soon, another year passed. Boom! A year later. On this day, an earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted in the sky above the immortal court. The firmament instantly turned pitch black. A pitch-black vortex opened. Strands of lightning intertwined within it as if it was going to devour everything. This is? Tribulation lightning? What? What happened? This aura. The generals of the immortal court looked at the firmament and couldn't help but tremble. The sky turned pitch black at this moment. Strands of lightning intertwined. The fluctuation was too terrifying. The aura of the 11 Netherworld race heavenly masters 2 years ago wasn't this terrifying. Some of the immortal court quasi-emperors who participated in the battle on the Red Earth plains were shocked. At the same time, Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and the others who were in seclusion in the depths of the immortal court were awakened. Baiziki, Wuxing Crocodile, and the others also came out of seclusion. When they walked out, their pupils constricted. At this moment, the pitch-black sky was spreading. In the blink of an eye, half of the eastern region was pitch black. This is a heavenly tribulation? The group was shocked. As the darkness spread, a thundercloud vortex appeared in the firmament. It seemed to be able to devour everything. Strands of lightning intertwined within it. Each bolt of lightning seemed to be able to easily destroy everything. Even the powerful little Taichu couldn't help but widen his eyes. All the hair on his body stood on end. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the terrifying thundercloud vortex. As he looked down from the center of the vortex, he couldn't help but tremble. Right below the center of the vortex was the immortal Emperor Pagoda. This vortex is facing the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Was it drawn out by that kid? Didn't he already pass the Emperor tribulation? How did this happen again? He widened his eyes in confusion. However, this confusion only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened even more. 2 years have passed. Could it be that kid has entered the heavenly venerable state? After entering the heavenly venerable state, he attracted a new heavenly tribulation? As soon as he said that, Baiziki and the others were shocked. Lin Tian attracted it? He entered the heavenly venerable state? A heavenly venerable lightning punishment? Everyone's expression changed. That's right. This is definitely a heavenly tribulation. It's definitely attracted by that guy. Other than him, no one else can attract such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Bai Qiu's heart palpitated. At the same time, his good-looking face was full of surprise. But, why? Even if he entered the heavenly venerable state, he shouldn't have attracted a heavenly tribulation. Isn't the heavenly venerable state also in the Emperor realm? Back then, he had already passed the Emperor tribulation. Who knows? His body constitution is the envy of the heavens. It can't be judged by common sense. Wuxing Crocodile said. Boom. In the firmament, thunder roared, and the void in all directions collapsed instantly. The shocking roar of thunder resounded through the 9 heavens as a huge thundercloud vortex appeared in the sky. It was extremely horrifying. In the blink of an eye, half of the east region had turned pitch black. The aura of destruction spread in all directions as though the end of the world had arrived. Boom! Another thunderous roar resounded. The pitch-black vortex in the sky grew even larger, and the lightning within it grew even more terrifying. It was as if numerous true dragons were roaming about within it. The scene was horrifying, and it caused all living beings to be terrified and unable to calm down. In the immortal court, Baiziki, Wuxing Crocodile, and the other experts couldn't help but tremble. The scene was too horrifying, and it made their hearts palpitate. How did this brat attract such a heavenly tribulation here? It will destroy this place completely. Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed. This heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Once it came down, no one in the immortal court would be able to survive. Even the little Taichu of the heavenly venerable realm would suffer. Evacuate everyone from the immortal court immediately. Baiziki said in a deep voice. That should be the case. Ling Yin said. The group of people had solemn expressions as they immediately took action. However, in the next moment, the thundercloud vortex in the sky suddenly shook slightly, and then slowly dissipated. The pitch-black sky returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. The oppressive and destructive aura also disappeared without a trace. This, Baiziki and the others were stunned. The heavenly tribulation has dissipated? Fanning Xiong stared. In the immortal Emperor Pagoda, Lin Tian's body was intertwined with faint golden radiance. His brows were tightly knitted, and there was a layer of fine sweat on his forehead. After refining the heavenly venerable corpse with the saint refining art, his cultivation had directly reached the peak of the 9th heaven from the 7th heaven of the Emperor realm. After that, he had spent a year comprehending the Tao and various mystic arts. Finally, he broke through the barrier and entered the heavenly venerable realm. Then, he attracted the terrifying heavenly tribulation immediately. The shocking roar of thunder woke him up from his comprehension. He was shocked, and he spent a lot of energy to suppress his cultivation back to the heavenly venerable realm, causing the heavenly tribulation to dissipate. Heavenly venerable lightning punishment. He frowned. Stepping into the Empyrean realm actually attracted a heavenly tribulation, which surprised him. After all, the Empyrean realm also belonged to the Emperor realm. He had already passed the Emperor tribulation before, so he didn't expect to attract a new heavenly tribulation when he stepped into the Empyrean realm. I can suppress it for 3 days at most. The heavenly tribulation will appear again. He muttered to himself. From the very beginning, he had never thought that he would trigger a heavenly tribulation when he stepped into the celestial master level. Therefore, he had directly stepped into the celestial master level, causing the heavenly tribulation to appear. Then, he had used his absolute strength to forcibly suppress his cultivation and prevent the heavenly tribulation from truly descending. As a result, this suppression would not last for long. At most, in 3 days, the cultivation that he had forcibly suppressed would automatically soar to the celestial master level. Then, he would once again trigger the celestial master level lightning punishment. Only 3 days. He paused for a moment, then stood up and walked outside. He only had 3 days, so he had to make preparations for his tribulation as soon as possible. He couldn't afford to waste any time. In a flash, he stepped out of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Kid, did you attract the lightning just now? Have you stepped into the celestial master level? Wuxing Crocodile and the others had gathered outside the immortal Emperor Pagoda at this time. As soon as Lin Tian appeared, a group of people surrounded him. Lin Tian naturally didn't hide anything and told them the truth. You really stepped into the celestial master level? 2 years ago, you were only at the 7th heaven of the Emperor realm. In just 2 years, you have reached such a height? Freak. Although the group of people had already guessed that Lin Tian had stepped into the celestial master level and attracted the heavenly tribulation, they still couldn't help but be surprised and shocked when they heard Lin Tian say it himself. Lord Crocodile is still lingering in the half-step Emperor realm. I haven't stepped into the quasi-Emperor level yet. You, on the other hand, have already stepped into the celestial master level. Wuxing Crocodile bared his teeth. In such a short time, Lin Tian had already stepped into the celestial master level. The speed of his progress was truly terrifying. When the heavenly tribulation appeared, it dissipated before the lightning struck. "Did you forcibly suppress your cultivation?" Baiziki asked. "Yes." Lin Tian nodded and said, "However, it can only be suppressed for 3 days at most." 3 days was too short. After he told everyone about this, he immediately began to prepare for the heavenly tribulation. Soon, 2 days passed. In 2 days, he found 2 fire Kylan pills that could increase his combat power by 5 times from the Immortal Quartz pill court. He used his alchemy skills to refine them and infinitely weakened the side effects of the Baodan. At the same time, he prepared 10 killing and defensive array platforms each. He also prepared a lot of other means that were beneficial to the heavenly tribulation. "It's almost time," he said to himself. In 2 days, he had already made all the preparations he could. There was nothing more to prepare. He took a deep breath and soon found Wuxing Crocodile, Baiziki, Baiqiu, and Jiyu. He told them that he would leave later to undergo the Celestial Master Tribulation. "Are you completely prepared?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. "I've made all the preparations I can," Lin Tianandao said. "Brother, are you okay?" Lin Shi asked worriedly. Jiyu, Shuiyi, and the other girls also looked worried. Baiziki, Fanning Xiong, and the others also looked very serious. After all, they had seen the initial scene of Lin Tian summoning the heavenly venerate lightning tribulation. That aura was really terrifying, as if it was going to destroy the world. Now that Lin Tian was going to undergo such a heavenly tribulation, they were naturally worried. "Don't worry." Lin Tian rubbed Lin Shi's head and said to Lin Shi and the others. Although they knew that Lin Tian didn't want them to worry, they still felt a lot less worried when they heard Lin Tian's name. "Speaking of which, the scale of your heavenly tribulation is very large. Where are you going to undergo it? Have you thought about it?" Ling Yan asked. Hearing his question, Baiziki and the others looked at Lin Tian. They had all seen the scene of the heavenly tribulation. Thunderclouds covered half of the eastern region. That scene was really frightening. It wasn't difficult to destroy a large region. They were very curious about where Lin Tian would go to undergo his heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian looked at the group and paused. He smiled and said, "Sealed Dust Ancient Region." Baiziki and the others were shocked when they heard this. "Kid, you're going to bring the heavenly tribulation to harm the netherworld race again." Wuxing Crocodile stared at Ling Yun. Previously, when Lin Tian underwent the Emperor Tribulation in Sealed Dust Ancient Region, he had destroyed the first territory of the netherworld race. Now, an even more terrifying heavenly venerate lightning tribulation was about to descend. Lin Tian wanted to go to Sealed Dust Ancient Region to undergo his heavenly tribulation. It was obvious that he wanted to bring this tribulation over and enjoy it with the netherworld race. This made Wuxing Crocodile sympathize with the netherworld race. If that heavenly venerate lightning tribulation really came down, ordinary heavenly venerates would definitely not be able to withstand it. Wuxing Crocodile felt that even the netherworld race's great ancestor, who was a stage 9 heavenly venerate, would be unlucky if he was covered by such a heavenly tribulation. This place is really well chosen. It's a natural place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Ling Yan gave a thumbs up. 2 years ago, the netherworld race had slaughtered their way from the Sealed Dust Ancient Region to this side. Although they had won in the end, many living beings had died tragically. Now, Lin Tian was going to the Sealed Dust Ancient Region to transcend the Empyrean Thunder punishment and bring this heavenly punishment to the netherworld race. He could already imagine the scene of the netherworld race's cultivators screaming and fleeing amidst the thunder and lightning. Lin Tian chatted with the group for more than 2 hours to reassure them. Then, he stepped out of the Immortal Court. He didn't bring anyone with him. He went to Sealed Dust Ancient Region alone to undergo the heavenly tribulation because he knew how terrifying his heavenly venerate lightning tribulation was. No one in the Immortal Court could help him pass the heavenly tribulation, not even the little Taichu. If they really went with him, they might be affected by the heavenly venerate lightning tribulation and be in danger. He stepped out of the Immortal Court and waved at Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others in the sky. He spoke again to reassure them. Then, he tore open the void and disappeared into it. The next moment, he stepped out of the void and arrived at the border of the western region of this heavenly domain. He came to the Crimson Plains. 2 years ago, the Netherworld race had slaughtered their way into this place. Corpses and bones piled up into mountains and rivers of blood flowed into this place. Even though 2 years had passed since then, there was still a strong smell of blood in the air. The ground was full of potholes and the soil was completely blood-red, giving off a horrifying feeling. Lin Tian came here and recalled the battle that took place here. He recalled the immortal courts generals and cultivators from various great sects who died here. He paused for about 10 breaths before he stepped out again and came to the depths of the Crimson Plains. There was a huge spatial tunnel here. He stepped into it and soon came to a dragon burial array diagram surrounded by a bloodstone. The bloodstone was only the size of a fist, but it emitted an extremely terrifying aura. He stared at the bloodstone at a close distance. His divine soul couldn't help but tremble. A cold chill appeared on his back. This bloodstone was obtained from the sinkhole. It was intertwined with the dark light of death. It was extremely terrifying. Back then, he used this bloodstone to cooperate with the dragon burial array diagram to seal the spatial tunnel here. Even the Netherworld Great Ancestor, a 9th stage heavenly venerable of the Netherworld race, did not dare to destroy this array diagram. This was because once the dragon burial array diagram was destroyed, the bloodstone in the center would immediately explode. It would be absolutely destructive. Even a 9th stage heavenly venerable would not be able to withstand it. He looked at the bloodstone and paused. Then, he activated the dragon burial scripture. Dragon light surrounded his body as he directly passed through the dragon burial array diagram. This array diagram was set up by him using the dragon burial scripture. Therefore, there was no problem for him to pass through it. After passing through the array diagram, he looked back and glanced at the bloodstone. Then, he continued to move forward. Very quickly, his figure traveled further and further in the spatial tunnel. Gradually, he felt an extremely dense netherworld chi. After another 2 hours, he appeared in a dusky world. Sealed dust ancient region, I'm here again. His eyes were intertwined with bits of light. This was the second time Lin Tian had entered this world. Looking around, the space around him was dark. He was in a place similar to a wasteland. There were red stones everywhere on the ground, and the netherworld chi was very dense. It was like a blue mist that floated in every inch of this place, giving people a cold and eerie feeling. The Netherworld race's celestial master level figure personally opened a space tunnel here that leads to the other side. He scanned the surroundings with a faint glimmer in his eyes. This place was very barren, or rather, very remote. He couldn't feel the slightest breath of life, not even a blade of grass. He looked back at the space tunnel behind him, then tilted his head and looked toward the northwest. In that direction, the Netherworld race's Netherworld temple was located. He had found it in the spiritual sea of an emperor-level expert of the Netherworld race. There was a group of true experts of the Netherworld race inside, and the weakest was in existence infinitely close to the celestial master level. Moreover, there was a figure like the Netherworld Great Ancestor who had reached the end of the celestial master level. It was very terrifying. Back then, when he attracted the Emperor Tribulation in this world, he only brought it to the first territory of the Netherworld. He didn't dare to go to the Netherworld temple because it was too terrifying. Now, he was about to undergo the Celestial Master Tribulation, which was much more terrifying than the Emperor Tribulation. This time, he wanted to go to the Netherworld temple and undergo his Celestial Master Thunder punishment there. It's not too far from this place, he whispered. His body was covered in a faint golden light. He stepped into the void, leaving behind afterimages with each step, heading toward the northwest. With his current realm, a simple step was very fast. It didn't take long for him to leave the wasteland and enter the area where the Netherworld race cultivators lived. He saw many figures of the Netherworld race cultivators. At the same time, the group of Netherworld race cultivators also saw his figure. This was because he did not conceal himself in the slightest. Faint golden light intertwined around his body as he calmly walked towards the northwest in the void. He was simply too conspicuous. Human? How can a human appear in the world of my race? Capture him. This was the 7th territory of the Netherworld race. At this moment, Lin Tian was in the air above the 7th territory. He didn't bother to conceal himself at all. He directly passed through the air above the 7th territory and headed towards the Netherworld Sacred Temple in the northwest direction. This caused most of the Netherworld race cultivators in this territory to discover him. Some Netherworld race cultivators at the Enlightenment realm directly rushed towards Lin Tian to suppress him. In the blink of an eye, this person was right in front of Lin Tian. His large hands intertwined with the cold-killing light of the Netherworld as he grabbed at Lin Tian. His expression was cold and arrogant. Meow, poo. As soon as the word meow left his mouth, the Netherworld race cultivator shuddered violently. In the next moment, he exploded with a pop. Lin Tian didn't do anything. His expression was very calm as he continued to head towards the Nether Temple in the northwest direction. With his current height, he could easily kill a first-stage heavenly master. A mere Enlightenment realm cultivator approaching him like this and attacking him with killing intent was simply courting death. In the face of such a cultivator attacking him, he didn't need to do anything. Just the rebound of the naturally intertwined aura outside his body was enough to obliterate the other party. What? What happened just now? I didn't see that human make a move. Many Netherworld race cultivators' expressions changed. These people had been looking at the void, watching the Enlightenment realm cultivator grab at Lin Tian. Throughout the entire process, no one saw Lin Tian make a move, but the Enlightenment realm cultivator died inexplicably. Many people were surprised and bewildered. Suddenly, among them, someone's expression changed. Looking at Lin Tian in the void, his pupils could not help but constrict. This person seems to be the human who caused a ruckus in the first territory of the Netherworld. Someone exclaimed, recognizing Lin Tian. What? 2 years ago, when our clan's experts slaughtered their way into the other world, our clan's ancestors personally ordered us to suppress him? It's that reincarnation body? At this place, the other Netherworld race cultivators' expressions changed. A few years ago, Lin Tian entered the first territory of the Netherworld with the Emperor Heavenly Tribulation, causing the entire territory to be in ruins. This news had long spread throughout the Netherworld race, and all the Netherworld race cultivators knew that he was rumored to be the strongest reincarnation body. Moreover, before the Netherworld race's 11 heavenly masters led a group of Netherworld race experts into the other world, they had issued the highest order to suppress Lin Tian. This matter was not only known to the Netherworld race cultivators who had slaughtered their way into the other world, but also to the Netherworld race cultivators who had not slaughtered their way into the other world. Now, these people recognized Lin Tian and were all shocked. Is it really that human? The Emperor reincarnation body? Quickly report this to the Lord. This is the human that our ancestors had issued the highest order to suppress. After recognizing Lin Tian, these Netherworld race cultivators all showed fear, and no one dared to go out alone. Someone quickly rushed to the center of the 7th territory to report this matter to the lord of this territory. Lin Tian stepped into the sky above the 7th territory. Naturally, he was aware of what was happening, but his expression did not change. The direction in which he was moving did not change. He was still heading northwest. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, there was a sound of air being torn apart. Dozens of figures rushed out from the center of the 7th territory and came to Lin Tian. Among them, the leader was an Emperor realm expert, and behind him were 12 quasi-emperors and dozens of half-step emperors. Human, it really is you. The leader of the 7th territory of the Netherworld race was at the 4th heaven of the Emperor realm. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian. Netherworld light flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, form the soul-slaying 10,000 kill formation and suppress him. The 7th territory leader of the Netherworld race was very strong, but from the rumors, he knew that Lin Tian was not weak. Therefore, the ancestors of his race personally ordered him to be captured alive. At this moment, he appeared here with dozens of half-step emperors and above. He directly gathered everyone's strength to form the soul-slaying 10,000 kill formation to suppress Lin Tian here. In an instant, there was a rumbling sound. Dozens of people acted at the same time. With the 7th territory leader at the same position, they formed lines of Netherworld runes. In the blink of an eye, a netherworld great formation was formed. Its powerful aura seemed to be able to suppress everything. Suppress! The leader of the 7th Territory leader shouted. Cold light flashed in his eyes as he drove the great formation to suppress Lin Tian. In an instant, all the space around Lin Tian was sealed. A powerful force pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian stopped and looked at the Lord of the 7th Territory who was pressing down on him. There was no change in his expression. Only his fingers moved slightly. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering sword whistle. A large amount of sword light shot out with him as the center. PFFF. 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 Blood mist exploded. The 12 quasi-emperors and dozens of half-step emperors were all turned into blood mist in an instant. The leader of the 7th Territory leader's body exploded. His divine soul was full of cracks. He barely survived. When he looked at Lin Tian again, his eyes were immediately filled with fear. At this moment, when he looked at Lin Tian again, the divine soul of the 4th heaven of the netherworld 7th Territory leader trembled in fear. He combined the 12 quasi-emperors and dozens of half-step emperors to form the soul-slaying 10,000 kill formation and used all his strength. However, he did not expect that it would be so easily defeated by Lin Tian. The dozen quasi-emperors and dozens of half-step emperors who formed the formation with him were all killed in an instant. He was also severely injured and was only half a step away from death. At the same time, the expressions of the other netherworld race experts changed. Many of them could not help but tremble. How is this possible? Lord and the others formed the great killing formation, but in an instant, the netherworld race cultivators were horrified. In the void, Lin Tian's body was surrounded by a faint golden light. His expression did not change at all. He raised his head and looked at the broken divine soul of the 7th Territory leader. He raised his hand and pointed at him. PFFF. A beam of light flew out and entered the person's spirit, causing his spirit to explode with a sizzling sound. The crowd of netherworld race cultivators shuddered once more. Lord! Lord! He's dead! How is this possible? Many netherworld race cultivators were trembling with fear. Their eyes were filled with deep fear as they could not help but retreat. In their territory, a 4th Sky Emperor was actually killed so easily. Lin Tian stood in the void with a calm expression. At this moment, he stepped forward again and headed northwest. At the same time, the golden light outside his body became denser. The next moment, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out. Dense golden sword rays appeared like a rain of swords and slashed toward the 7th Territory of the netherworld race. These sword rays were casually released by him, but they were extremely terrifying. Each sword ray could kill an ordinary emperor. Then, in the blink of an eye, these sword rays fell into the 7th Territory. Immediately, blood mist exploded one after another. Screams rang out one after another. The ancient buildings in the 7th Territory of the netherworld race collapsed one after another. Ah! Help! No! Many netherworld race cultivators screamed and cried for help. They fled in panic like stray dogs in the 7th Territory. Lin Tian's expression did not change. He walked in the void. Sword rays were everywhere he passed. Soon, he walked out of the 7th Territory of the netherworld race and continued to head northwest. Behind him, the entire 7th Territory of the netherworld race was in ruins. Blood dyed the ground red. Many netherworld race cultivators died tragically in this territory. Their corpses were everywhere. He stepped into the sky and headed towards the netherworld sacred hall in the northwest. Not long after, he passed by a few other territories of the netherworld race. Every time he passed by a territory of the netherworld race, he would be quickly recognized. The elites of this race would rush out and try to suppress him, but in the end, all of them died miserably, and the territories were destroyed beyond recognition. The man who had wreaked havoc in the sealed dust ancient region had come again. He had passed through several large territories of the netherworld race, and countless netherworld race experts had died tragically. No one could stop him, and several large netherworld territories had been destroyed beyond recognition. This news quickly spread throughout the sealed dust ancient region, shocking the entire netherworld race. Every netherworld race cultivator was shaken. Is it really that human from back then? That reincarnation body? He's here again? No one in the large territories of our race can stop him? The lords were all beheaded? How is this possible? Many netherworld race cultivators were shocked. It was also at this time that Lin Tian had passed through several large netherworld territories. No one could stop him, and he arrived in front of an incomparably grand hall. Looking at it, the hall appeared somewhat gloomy. It was intertwined with the aura of time, as if it had fallen out of the long river of time. It gave off an astonishingly heavy feeling. The netherworld sacred hall. The corners of Lin Tian's mouth rose slightly. He had passed through several large territories of the netherworld race, all the way to the northwest. At this time, he had finally arrived outside the netherworld sacred hall. This could be said to be the core sacred ground of the netherworld race. A group of true experts of the netherworld race resided here, and the weakest was infinitely close to the heavenly venerate realm. Whoosh, 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 the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Almost at the instant he arrived, dozens of figures rushed out of the netherworld sacred hall. Each of them had an astonishing aura intertwined around their bodies. They had obviously sensed the aura of a foreign race approaching this place. The dozens of people were very powerful. They were all netherworld race ancestral kings infinitely close to the heavenly venerate realm. After rushing out of the netherworld sacred hall, they instantly saw Lin Tian's appearance. Their expressions changed. Obviously, they all knew Lin Tian and recognized Lin Tian. Human, reincarnation body, you're quite bold. How dare you barge into this place alone? You're courting death. Looking at Lin Tian, the dozens of people's eyes were incomparably cold. Suppress him. Another person said. Moreover, this person was not just talking. The moment his words fell, he immediately moved, raising his hand to suppress Lin Tian. To the netherworld race, Lin Tian was undoubtedly an enemy. Moreover, he was a great enemy. On the other hand, as a reincarnated being, Lin Tian was an even more astonishing prey to them. He was a divine treasure trove. The Empyrean-level ancestors of their bloodline had once issued the highest order to capture Lin Tian alive. Now that he saw Lin Tian, this powerful ancestor king of the netherworld race naturally did not hesitate and directly attacked. Let's attack together and take him down as quickly as possible. Another netherworld ancestor king said. The group of netherworld ancestral kings attacked at the same time, their netherworld divine light suppressing the surroundings. Lin Tian looked at the dozen or so people rushing towards him. His expression was very calm. He stood quietly in place and flicked his fingers. With a clang, the sound of a sword whistling rang out and a golden ray of light shot out, crushing everything in its path. With a series of bangs, the dozen or so netherworld race ancestral kings were sent flying. The netherworld race ancestral king who was at the front of the group suffered a great calamity. The golden ray of light pierced through the space between his eyebrows, causing his body and soul to explode. How is this possible? The faces of the dozen or so netherworld ancestor kings who were sent flying changed drastically. They looked at Lin Tian again, their pupils constricting. The dozen or so of them were all existences who were infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. The dozen or so people attacked together, but they were all sent flying by Lin Tian's finger. The one who rushed at the front was even destroyed in body and soul on the spot, disappearing from the world. This was really too shocking. In just a moment, the dozen or so powerful netherworld ancestor kings could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Lin Tian looked at the dozen or so people and flicked his fingers again. Another flash of golden light rushed out and rushed toward a black-armored netherworld ancestor king. Clang, the golden light was like a divine sword. It let out an ear-piercing sword whistle and was extremely fast. The black-armored netherworld ancestor king's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly put up a thick netherworld defensive light screen and directly activated a tyrannical great path order to meet the golden light head-on. However, the golden light that Lin Tian flicked out was too terrifying. It instantly tore apart the nether god art that this person used, pierced through the nether god art, and directly pierced through the nether god art that this person had erected. Then, it directly pierced through this person's forehead. Poof, blood splattered. the Netherworld Ancestor King's divine soul collapsed, and his body also exploded. In just a moment, his body and soul were destroyed. Such a scene undoubtedly caused the other Netherworld Ancestor Kings to tremble in fear. Another casual flick of the finger had killed a Netherworld Ancestor who was infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. The cold gazes of the dozen or so Netherworld Ancestor Kings at the beginning disappeared. Everyone only felt that their internal organs had become ice cold, and they could not help but stagger back. Lin Tian looked at the dozen or so people. His expression remained calm, and there was no trace of change. He raised his hand and pointed at another person. Now, his cultivation was higher than these people, and he had the strongest reincarnation body. Killing these people who were infinitely close to the Empyrean realm was just too easy. It was like cutting grass. Clang, a golden light flew out from the tip of his finger. It was extremely fast and pierced through another Netherworld Ancestor King, killing him on the spot. Instantly, all of the other Netherworld Ancestral Kings began to tremble. Killing a person infinitely close to the Empyrean realm with a flick of the finger. Such combat strength terrified them. It was not something they could block. Lin Tian raised his hand. Golden light intertwined at the tip of his finger. He pointed at another Netherworld Ancestor King, and the golden divine light was like a sword. Humph! There was a cold snort. 5 chilling auras suddenly emerged from the Netherworld Sacred Hall, and 5 figures walked out from it. These 5 people were all shrouded in Netherworld divine rings. Their auras were extremely shocking, and they were all at the Empyrean realm. At the same time, there were a dozen other figures behind them. All of them were Netherworld Ancestor Kings infinitely close to the Empyrean realm. Patriarchs. The Netherworld Ancestor Kings who were still alive when they rushed out of the Netherworld Sacred Hall were overjoyed. They looked at the 5 figures at the front and bowed. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the 5 figures. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He had seen these 5 people 2 years ago. They were the Netherworld clan's Great Patriarch, 3rd Patriarch, 14th Patriarch, 15th Patriarch, and 16th Patriarch. Among them, the Netherworld clan's Great Patriarch was a 9th stage Empyrean realm, the 3rd Patriarch was a 7th stage Empyrean realm, and the other 3 were 2nd stage Empyrean realms. All of them were very powerful. Jump directly here, human. You're very good. The Netherworld clan's Great Patriarch said coldly. His eyes were extremely cold. 2 years ago, the Netherworld clan's 11 Empyrean realm experts led a group of people to kill their way into the other side of the world. All 11 Empyreans had fallen, and the 5 of them had been sealed by Lin Tian with a piece of blood stone, preventing them from entering the other side. It was obvious that after that, the Netherworld clan's people who had killed their way into the other side of the world were all defeated. All of this was because of Lin Tian. After 2 years, when he saw Lin Tian again and saw that Lin Tian had broken into this place, how could he be happy? He was like a silent, destructive beast, and the killing intent in his eyes was very frightening. However, at the same time, there were other lights intertwining in his eyes. Lin Tian was a reincarnation physique, which contained the world's #1 divine treasure. Reincarnation origin. For all the cultivators in the world, reincarnation origin was an absolute temptation. As long as they could obtain reincarnation origin and refine it, they would definitely obtain great benefits. He wanted reincarnation origin. Lin Tian looked at the Netherworld clan's Great Patriarch. The Great Patriarch was looking at him as if he was looking at prey. What a disgusting look. He said. 2 years ago, when he faced this Netherworld clan's Great Patriarch, even though he could feel the other party's aura through the dragon burial array diagram that he had set up in the space tunnel, he could not help but tremble and feel the pressure of death. However, it was different now. After 2 years, when he faced the Netherworld clan's most powerful Great Patriarch again, he did not feel as threatened as before. The Netherworld clan's Great Patriarch stared at Lin Tian, and his eyes became even colder. The Netherworld 16 Great Patriarchs said, "You have broken into this place alone. It seems that you are prepared to die." "I am indeed prepared to die," Lin Tiandao said, "but I am prepared to let you die." His voice was calm, and his expression was even calmer. The Netherworld 16 Great Patriarchs' eyes immediately turned cold, and a cold light flashed in them. You have a sharp tongue. The great patriarch's voice was cold, and he immediately moved. His body turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Lin Tian in an instant. I will not kill you before I perfectly extract the origin of reincarnation, but I will not let you have an easy time either. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately moved and slapped Lin Tian's cheek. Obviously, he wanted to humiliate Lin Tianyi first. This slap brought about gusts of netherworld wind, and the surrounding space was shattered. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian did not care at all, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He only moved when the great patriarch's hand was close to him. He reached out his left hand and grabbed the wrist of the great patriarch's hand that was slapping towards him. He also raised his right hand and slapped out at lightning speed. Slap, the sound of a slap rang out. Lin Tian's slap landed firmly on the Netherworld 16 Great Patriarch's cheek, and directly sent him flying thousands of feet away. A little bit of celestial venerate blood spilled in the void, and a few blood-stained teeth fell out. Instantly, the expressions of the first Netherworld ancestral kings to charge out, as well as those who came out after them, flickered. How is this possible? These Netherworld ancestral kings were all horrified. Their clan's Netherworld 16 ancestors were at the second level of the celestial realm. But now, when they took the initiative to attack, they were actually blocked by someone. Then, with a slap, they were sent flying. Teeth mixed with blood floated in the air. At the same time, the Netherworld clan's 3 great patriarchs, 14 great patriarchs, and 15 great patriarchs were all shocked. Even the great patriarch of the Netherworld clan narrowed his eyes, obviously shocked by this scene. Boom, in the distance, the tyrannical Netherworld light surged out. The Netherworld 16 Great Patriarch rushed back, his eyes full of anger. Human. After rushing back from thousands of feet away, the Netherworld clan's 16 Great Patriarch stared at Lin Tian with a slightly distorted face. He, a dignified celestial venerate expert, was actually slapped in the face in public. The Netherworld 16th ancestor rushed back from afar, the flames in his eyes almost materialized, and his killing intent was extremely strong. I was careless. How could an ant like you, staring at Lin Tian, the Netherworld 16th ancestor's eyes were as sharp as knives, and he did not continue speaking. After all, after being slapped in the face, he could not personally say that he was slapped in the face. However, Lin Tian did not have any scruples. He continued the man's words, "You were slapped in the face?" His words were obviously intentional. Immediately, the Netherworld 16th ancestor's eyes became even colder and filled with killing intent. Ant. The Netherworld 16th ancestor gritted his teeth, and in the next moment, he moved again. The overflowing Netherworld light was vast and mighty. This time, he displayed his divine power. His celestial master-level aura surged like a vast ocean, pressing towards Lin Tian step by step. Every step he took caused the sky to tremble violently as if it was about to collapse. "I'll tear your mouth." Lin Tian looked at this man, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He took a step forward and disappeared in an instant, appearing in front of this man in the next moment. His speed was so fast that the Netherworld 16th ancestor was immediately shocked. "You, slap." The sound of a slap was loud and clear. Lin Tian's move was fast, and another slap fell on this man's cheek at lightning speed. The Netherworld 16th ancestor was sent flying again. This time, he flew nearly 10,000 feet away, and blood once again splattered in the void. This? Old ancestor, how could this be? At this place, the group of Netherworld 16th ancestor kings trembled again. Their clan's powerful ancestor, a second-stage celestial master, was slapped by the same person twice in succession. The 3 Netherworld 16th ancestor, the Netherworld 16th ancestor, and the Netherworld 16th ancestor all narrowed their eyes. The Netherworld Great Ancestor was no exception. His eyes that stared at Lin Tian became much deeper. Previously, if the Netherworld 16th ancestor was sent flying the first time because of carelessness, then this time he was sent flying again. Obviously, it had nothing to do with carelessness. It was because Lin Tian was very strong. Boom. An intimidating aura swept out. The Netherworld 16 rushed back from the distance again, the killing intent in their eyes even thicker, extremely shocking. A dignified Empyrean-level powerhouse that had lived for countless years had actually been slapped twice by the same person. Moreover, he had slapped him twice in front of everyone. This was simply the greatest humiliation of all. Human. Staring at Lin Tian, this netherworld race Empyrean old ancestor clenched his fists and once again charged towards Lin Tian. Beams of killing light intertwined, each of which was shocking enough to kill an ordinary first-stage Empyrean powerhouse. Enough, don't waste time, said the netherworld Grand Ancestor coldly. His eyes were deep as he stepped forward, heading toward Lin Tian. The netherworld 16 ancestors clenched his teeth, glanced coldly at Lin Tian, and stopped. At this time, the netherworld Grand Ancestor moved. Obviously, he wanted to personally suppress Lin Tian. At the same time, in this place, the other netherworld race ancestral kings saw this scene, and their eyes lit up. If the Grand Ancestor personally takes action, this human will be suppressed in an instant. Of course. The Grand Ancestor has already reached the end of the Empyrean level. He is already invincible in the world, said several netherworld race ancestral kings. They looked at Lin Tian and smiled as if they were looking at a corpse. The netherworld Grand Ancestor's eyes were incomparably deep, as if he had seen everything in the world. Just a simple step in the void caused the space to tremble and distort, and the aura that naturally intertwined outside his body was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian narrowed her eyes. Naturally, she could sense the power of the netherworld Grand Ancestor. The netherworld Grand Ancestor stared at Lin Tian, his eyes cold. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared and directly appeared in front of Lin Tian. Then, the netherworld Grand Palm directly pressed down on Lin Tian, freezing all the space in all directions. This speed was very fast, and this attack was very terrifying. However, Lin Tian's expression did not change, because he was already prepared. He knew very well that he was facing a terrifying figure at the end of the Empyrean level. Boom, he did not make any fancy moves. Dragon light intertwined in his eyes, and he directly waved the Chaos Emperor fist to meet the attack. He did not hold back in this punch. It was strong and tough, and it collided with the netherworld Grand Ancestor's big hand head-on. Suddenly, the void trembled and collapsed inch by inch. The netherworld Grand Ancestor's body shook slightly, and the big hand was blasted away. On the other side, Lin Tian's body shook violently. He only felt that his fist was a little numb, and the blood and chi in his body were tumbling. Those who have reached the end of the Empyrean level are indeed powerful. He looked at the netherworld Grand Ancestor and said. He could see that just now, the netherworld Grand Ancestor had not even used 30% of his strength, and he had already used all his strength. Under such circumstances, he was still no match for him. Although he was not injured, he was definitely at a disadvantage. The netherworld Grand Ancestor looked at Lin Tian, and there was a strange light in his eyes, but his expression was still cold. You can take my palm. Not bad. You are indeed worthy of the legendary strongest physique. When he said the words strongest physique, he looked at Lin Tian, and there was clearly a bright light surging in the depths of his eyes. Then, in the next moment, an unparalleled momentum suddenly rushed out of his body. The pressure of the end of the Empyrean level was unmistakable. This is the end. I will not give you any chance. With a rumble, the world shook. As the power of the end of the Empyrean level was revealed, the space within 1,000 feet was completely sealed off in an instant. The huge fluctuation of divine power made people tremble. At this time, the 3,000 great paths were trembling. Lin Tian naturally felt the terrifying aura at the first moment. In the face of the pressure emitted by the netherworld Grand Ancestor at this time, he only felt waves of pain in his body, as if there was an ancient demon mountain pressing down on his head. Not bad. Very powerful, very powerful. He looked at the netherworld Grand Ancestor and said, but there was no fear in his expression. He was calm and composed. Then, I can no longer hide my strength. As he spoke, he moved his mind slightly and no longer suppressed his realm. Then, with a loud boom, a dazzling golden divine light rushed out from his body. His aura instantly skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to an astonishing height and stepped into a completely new domain. This is the Empyrean level. The 3 ancestors of the netherworld, 14 ancestors of the netherworld, 15 ancestors of the netherworld, and 16 ancestors of the netherworld were all shocked. At the same time, in this place, the other netherworld ancestral kings who were infinitely close to the Empyrean level turned pale on the spot. He actually stepped into the Empyrean level? No wonder. No wonder a dozen of us together couldn't do anything to him. He easily killed 3 of us. He actually hid his cultivation. The first to rush out were the dozen netherworld ancestral kings who had attacked Lin Tian previously. They trembled slightly, their expressions ugly. At the same time, the 16 ancestors of the netherworld also looked ugly. They stared at Lin Tian, the coldness in their eyes thickening. Damn you. Previously, they looked down on Lin Tian and called Lin Tian an ant. They did not expect that Lin Tian had also stepped into the Empyrean level. Divine light intertwined around Lin Tian's body, and the Empyrean level aura was vast and mighty at this moment. This chapter does not end, please turn the page. The void distorted inch by inch. Very powerful, a strange light flashed across the netherworld Grand Ancestor's eyes. You've stepped into the Empyrean level. No wonder you could barely take my palm. As he said this, his expression was still cold. However, it doesn't matter. You're just a first-stage Empyrean. After all, it's nothing. Even if you have the strongest imperial physique, the huge gap in cultivation still leaves you with no room to turn the tables. Today, you've reached the end of being suppressed. As he spoke, the aura around his body became even more terrifying. It froze the surrounding space, and waves of murderous light surged out. Is that so? Lin Tianlong smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky trembled violently. Boom, a shocking clap of thunder resounded through the 9 heavens and the netherworld. In just an instant, the world turned pitch black. An extremely oppressive aura of destruction covered the sky and covered the earth, causing everyone in the area to tremble. Looking up, thick clouds instantly covered the sky, and a huge thundercloud vortex appeared. Within it, lightning as thick as buckets interweaved, roaring like an angry dragon that wanted to destroy the world, as if it wanted to destroy everything in this world. This is a heavenly tribulation? The netherworld ancestral kings were shocked. At the same time, the netherworld 3rd ancestor, 14th ancestor, 15th ancestor, and 16th ancestor were also shocked. Even the netherworld grand ancestor, who was at the peak of the Empyrean realm, could not help but tremble. Boom, the thunder resounded through the 9 heavens, and the space within a radius of 10,000 miles turned pitch black. It was extremely terrifying. Dense lightning intertwined within the thundercloud vortex in the sky. Each bolt was terrifying and incomparably terrifying. Why did he attract a heavenly tribulation when he broke through to the Empyrean realm? Doesn't the heavenly tribulation only exist when one breaks through to the immortal connecting realm? Some netherworld ancestral kings trembled in confusion. There's no other reason. It's because he's a reincarnated body. Didn't he attract a heavenly tribulation when he broke through to the Emperor realm in the first territory of the netherworld? Damn it. He deliberately brought an Empyrean heavenly tribulation here? He brought a natural disaster here. The netherworld ancestral kings trembled. At this time, the lightning in the sky was too terrifying. The huge thundercloud vortex in the sky was like a black hole that could devour everything. Just a simple look at it made them feel like their divine souls were about to shatter. Not only them, but even the netherworld grand ancestor felt a chill run down his spine. His internal organs could not help but tremble. Go. Leave the area covered by his heavenly tribulation thundercloud. That person ordered in a low voice. After he finished speaking, he was the first to retreat, because he could clearly sense how terrifying the lightning in the sky was. Even though he was at the end of the sky exalt level, he still felt a great sense of threat when he stood there. Want to leave? It's too late. Lin Tianling laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. In the sky, countless bolts of lightning immediately came crashing down. In an instant, tens of thousands of feet of lightning flooded the space within 10,000 miles, covering this part of the world. The tribulation lightning was like rain. As far as the eye could see, this could no longer be considered a single heavenly tribulation. It was completely a vast sea of lightning. Crack! 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 The void collapsed and the earth shattered. Under the sea of lightning, the huge netherworld sacred hall was split into pieces in an instant, turning into debris. Let's enjoy this heavenly tribulation feast together. Lin Tianling laughed. The pitch-black thunderclouds stretched across the sky. Tens of thousands of bolts of lightning descended from the sky with the power to destroy all things. It was extremely oppressive. It was unknown how vast the area was covered by the thunderclouds. Every corner was filled with blood-colored lightning. It was horrifying. At this moment, Lin Tian no longer suppressed his cultivation realm and rushed into the heavenly venerable realm, directly attracting the heavenly venerable lightning punishment. Boom! Thunder roared through the 9 heavens, and lightning rained down from all directions, shattering everything. Ah! Screams rang out in an instant. Some powerful netherworld race ancestor kings were struck by the tribulation lightning. Their flesh and soul were destroyed at the same time, and their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. They could not withstand the heavenly venerable lightning punishment that originated from the reincarnation body. Damn it! You actually came here to undergo the heavenly venerable tribulation. Some netherworld race ancestor kings roared. Even the netherworld great ancestor, netherworld 3 ancestors, and the other heavenly venerable realm experts had ugly expressions. A few years ago, Lin Tian brought the Emperor's heavenly tribulation into the first territory of Netherworld in their sealed dust ancient region. He destroyed the first territory of Netherworld and killed countless Netherworld race experts. Now, after a few years, Lin Tian came again, bringing the heavenly venerable realm lightning punishment to their Netherworld sacred hall. This made them furious, and this action was simply too despicable. Can ordinary people see the heavenly venerable realm tribulation? I came from afar to invite you to see the heavenly venerable realm lightning punishment at a close distance. You should thank me. Lin Tianandao. You. The netherworld race ancestor king's face turned ashen. He was frightened and angry, and he wanted to swallow Lin Tian alive. Lin Tian looked at this person and raised his hand. Suddenly, blood-red lightning rained down on this person. This was not because he could control the tribulation lightning, but because he was the one undergoing the tribulation. He could rely on his aura to guide the ordinary tribulation lightning to a certain extent. Boom! Numerous bolts of tribulation lightning struck the powerful Nether Ancestor King. Although this was the most ordinary tribulation lightning, it was still terrifying. After all, this was the most powerful heavenly venerable level lightning tribulation of the reincarnation king physique. The psionic underworld ancestral king was shocked. He summoned all of his divine power to resist, but it was useless. He couldn't stop it at all. 09 Small Say Net, no. Following a cry of despair, this person was struck by the concentrated blood-red lightning, and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. Boom, lightning surged, continuously hacking down, covering 10,000 li. This was the area where the Netherworld race's divine temple was located. Originally, the void and earth were extremely sturdy. However, at this time, under Lin Tian's Empyrean level lightning punishment, they became extremely fragile. Inch by inch, the void and earth were shattered. Ah! Miserable cries rang out once more. Under this type of lightning punishment, other netherworld ancestral kings that were infinitely close to the Empyrean level suffered. At this time, the lightning that struck down was the most ordinary lightning punishment. However, to those below the heavenly venerate realm, it was undoubtedly devastating. No! Another scream of terror and despair rang out as a new netherworld ancestral king met with calamity. His body was crushed under the lightning. Damn it! The netherworld 16 ancestors stared at Lin Tian, their faces full of shock and anger. In just a short while, 4 of their netherworld ancestral kings that were infinitely close to the Empyrean level had died tragically. This loss was too great. One should know that these people, given time, had the possibility of entering the Empyrean level. Now, in just a short while, their clan had directly lost 4 seed Empyreans. Beast. Staring at Lin Tian, this person's eyes were full of murderous intent. At the same time, he was also doing his best to avoid the dense lightning. Even though he was a level 2 heavenly venerable, under the lightning punishment of the reincarnation king physique, he could still suffer at any time. those lightning bolts were too terrifying. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the blood-red lightning continued to strike. In the next moment, it became even more terrifying, and there were more lightning rays in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the world became even darker. The area covered by the thunderclouds increased, covering an area of 20,000 miles. The dark thundercloud vortex above was like a black hole that was about to devour everything. Lin Tian was surrounded by lightning rays, like the god of thunder standing in the sea of lightning. There was a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the sky, and a bowden appeared in his hand. It was called the Fire Kirin Elixir, and it could temporarily increase his combat strength by 5 times. He directly swallowed it. Boom! In an instant, the aura on his body skyrocketed, and the heavenly venerable level pressure became several times stronger than before. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. At this time, he tilted his head and looked at the Netherworld 16 ancestors. Meeting his gaze, the Netherworld 16 ancestors suddenly trembled, as if he was being stared at by the god of death. He could not help but take a step back. "What are you doing?" Lin Tianling smiled. With a shake of his feet, he passed through the sea of lightning as if he had teleported and appeared in front of the Netherworld 16 ancestors. Now that he had truly broken through to the heavenly venerable level, his speed and combat strength were no longer comparable to before. The Netherworld 16 ancestors trembled and stepped back again. Goodbye. Lin Tiandao pressed down with his palm. He intertwined the God Transformation Talisman in his palm. At the same time as he approached, the surrounding blood-red lightning pressed down together. The Netherworld 16 ancestors roared and supported the dense divine light. He cast a tyrannical magical power to meet Lin Tiandao's right hand, and at the same time resisted the blood-red lightning that struck down from all directions. However, they could not stop it at all. No! There was a scream, and the powerful Netherworld 16 ancestors exploded on the spot. The moment his divine soul escaped, it was enveloped by the God Transformation Talisman and crushed on the spot. Ancestor 16. At this place, the group of Netherworld 16 ancestors and the Netherworld 16 ancestors were all shocked. The Netherworld 16 ancestors, a true heavenly venerable, was actually killed by Lin Tiandao in an instant. Human! The Netherworld 3 ancestors roared. Their heavenly venerable divine power surged, and their eyes were filled with rage. The Netherworld Great Ancestor smashed the bolts of lightning and blood-red lightning. There was a cold murderous light in his eyes, and he was furious. The powerful Netherworld 16 ancestors, a true heavenly venerable of the Netherworld clan, was killed by Lin Tiandao just like that. Lin Tiandao was surrounded by lightning. He stepped into the sea of lightning and glanced at the Netherworld Great Ancestor and the Netherworld 3 ancestors with a cold smile on his face. Didn't I say more than 2 years ago that when I stepped into the heavenly venerable level, I would personally come to the Netherworld Temple to visit all of you? He looked at the Netherworld Great Ancestor and the others and said, "Now, I have come as promised to send all of you to hell." As his words fell, there was a boom. Thunder exploded in the sky, and it became even more terrifying than before. In just a moment, more lightning struck down and destroyed the thunderclouds, covering a radius of more than 30,000 miles. Boom! Ear-piercing thunder roared, and an oppressive and destructive aura spread out in all directions. For a time, the entire sealed dust ancient region was trembling with fear. All the Netherworld clan cultivators were terrified. This aura, this, what happened? What is going on? Countless Netherworld clan cultivators were terrified. The sealed dust ancient region was vast and boundless, but at this moment, all the creatures in this world could feel an extremely oppressive aura. Especially the few territories closest to the Nether Saint Hall, all of them were endlessly terrified. Boom! Thunderclaps continued to roll like raging waves. Every thunderclap would cause a large area of space to collapse. Above the Netherworld Temple, Lin Tiandao's body was intertwined with lightning. He swept a glance at the Netherworld clan cultivators in this place like a thunder god. "Today, none of you will survive," he said. As his words fell, he waved his hand across the air and used his origin aura to guide the lightning in this space. He guided it to strike the Netherworld clan's ancestral kings under the sea of lightning. These people here were the true core of the Netherworld clan. As long as these people were destroyed, the other world would no longer have to worry about the threat from this clan. Boom! Thunder and lightning buzzed. Guided by his origin aura, the dense tribulation lightning that fell from the sky seemed to have a mind of its own as it rapidly struck the Netherworld clan's ancestral kings. At the same time, this lightning also struck the Netherworld Great Ancestor, the Netherworld Third Ancestor, the 14th Ancestor, and the 15th Ancestor. Ah! Screams instantly sounded. In the face of the blood-red lightning that Lin Tiandao guided with his origin aura, the ordinary Netherworld clan's ancestral kings were as weak as tofu. In the blink of an eye, one of them died tragically. Great Ancestor, save us! No! Great Ancestors, save us! The group of Netherworld ancestral kings screamed out miserably as more and more people exploded. They wanted to escape from the range of the heavenly tribulation, but they couldn't do so. As the heavenly tribulation began, as the aura of the heavenly tribulation grew stronger, a terrifying lightning enchantment appeared around Lin Tian, interweaving within a 1,000-foot radius. Even an ordinary Empyrean-level powerhouse couldn't break through it. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Netherworld clans' ancestral kings met with disaster. Under the tribulation lightning that Lin Tiandao deliberately guided, they exploded, their bodies and souls destroyed. Bastard! The 15th ancestor of the Netherworld roared, his eyes red. Only a moment had passed since Lin Tiandao attracted the heavenly tribulation. In this place, a total of 21 of the 34 Netherworld clans' ancestral kings had died. At the same time, a true heavenly venerate had died. Lin Tiandao tilted his head and looked at this person. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer, and the mighty lightning that filled the sky directly attacked. The 15th ancestor of the Netherworld suddenly trembled. He walked toward Lin Tiandao, his internal organs turning cold. Get out of my way! He roared, and at the same time, he hurriedly retreated, afraid that Lin Tiandao would come close. This was because Lin Tiandao was the one undergoing the heavenly tribulation. At this time, he was the source of destruction. Wherever Lin Tiandao went, that place would become the center of destruction. Lin Tiandao laughed. He was very fast, and the mighty lightning that filled the sky moved. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of this person. I'll send you to accompany your Netherworld clan's old 16. He said. With a rumble, he waved his hand, and the lightning that filled the sky came crashing down. At the same time, a god transformation talisman gathered in his palm and slammed toward this person. The 15th ancestor of the Netherworld was shocked and angry. He roared and supported all the divine power in his body to resist. Thunder rumbled, and the surrounding space was pitch black. Bolts of lightning fell like rain, smashing everything in their path. Lin Tian intertwined the divine transformation talisman in his right hand and slammed it toward the Netherworld 15 ancestors along with the sky full of lightning. Don't even think about it. The Netherworld Great Ancestor and the other two closed in and surrounded Lin Tian in a triangular formation. While assisting the Netherworld 15 ancestors, they unleashed all kinds of killing lights at the same time, pressing down on Lin Tian. These were the attacks of several celestial venerables, especially the Netherworld Great Ancestor, who was at the peak of the celestial venerable realm. The combined killing lights were extremely terrifying. Lin Tian slammed his right hand toward the Netherworld 15 ancestors and intertwined the divine transformation talisman. He glanced sideways at the Netherworld Great Ancestor and the others and sneered, not caring at all about their killing lights. It was also at this moment that an earth-shattering thunder rumbled in the sky. Above him, in the boundless thunderclouds, a huge lightning pillar with a diameter of more than 100 feet emerged. The first round of heavenly thunder of the celestial venerable thunder punishment struck at this moment. The terrifying aura of destruction instantly enveloped Lin Tian, the Netherworld 15 ancestors, the Netherworld 14 ancestors, and the Netherworld Great Ancestor. I knew you three would jump over. Very good. Lin Tian laughed. Come, let's go through the tribulation together. As the one undergoing this heavenly tribulation, he knew very well when the first round of the heavenly tribulation would strike. He also knew that if he attacked the Netherworld 15 ancestors with a killing blow, the Netherworld Grand Ancestor, the 3 ancestors, and the 14 ancestors would come to help them. Therefore, he attacked the Netherworld 15 ancestors at the right time and lured the Netherworld Grand Ancestor and the others to him. Then, the first round of the heavenly tribulation struck at the right time, enveloping the Netherworld 15 ancestors, the Netherworld Grand Ancestor, and the others. You tricked us. The Netherworld Great Ancestors were furious. How could they not understand the meaning of Lin Tian's words? You're the ones who tricked us. Lin Tian Ondao. You, boom. Thunder shook the sky. The first round of heavenly thunder was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. The power of destruction enveloped all directions. Ah. No. The Netherworld 15 and the Netherworld 14th Forefather were smashed into pieces on the spot. Their divine souls were destroyed as well. At the same time, half of the bodies of the 3 Netherworld ancestors exploded. The Netherworld Great Ancestor coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he suffered heavy injuries. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was already prepared. The 4-symbol seal had already been activated, and in the instant that the lightning punishment was about to fall, a total of 5 layers of the 4 symbols Dao diagram protected his body. Combined with his 5-fold battle prowess, he withstood the attack. Among the 5 powerhouses, he was the only one who was unscathed. TSK, how miserable. Lightning surrounded his body as he glanced at the spot where the Netherworld 15th Ancestor and the Netherworld 14th Ancestor had exploded. His gaze then fell on the Netherworld Great Ancestor who was coughing out blood and the Netherworld 3rd Ancestor who had half of his body shattered. A mocking smile appeared on his face. Human. The 3 Netherworld ancestors roared with bloodshot eyes. This main heavenly lightning destroyed 2 of their clan's Empyrean-level powerhouses in a blink of an eye. Humph. Lin Tianlong smiled. Looking at this person, he took a step forward and directly swung the Chaos Emperor fist, mercilessly bombarding him. At the same time as he moved, the lightning in the sky moved with him. All kinds of ferocious tribulation lightning struck down together. Poof, the 3 Netherworld ancestors did not even have time to form a complete body before they were smashed into pieces. Blood filled the sky. Ah. The 3 Netherworld ancestors roared angrily. Their minced flesh wriggled and erupted with a monstrous divine soul light. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were repaired. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian once again approached them with lightning in the sky. He raised his hand and threw out a heavy punch. With a boom, thunder and lightning intertwined, this punch directly shattered the space. The punch was intimidating. The 3 Netherworld ancestors raised their fists to meet Lin Tian's attack. Their fists were wrapped in shocking Netherworld light and collided directly with Lin Tian's fist. Suddenly, there was a crisp crack. The 3 Netherworld ancestors trembled violently. Their finger bones were directly shattered. Then, their fists exploded, and their entire arm was torn into pieces. The cracks spread throughout their bodies. In the blink of an eye, cracks had appeared all over their bodies. Blood flowed out continuously like a spider web. Clang, at the same time, the sound of swords rang out. Lin Tian's other hand waved the high heaven sword scripture, and a 10-foot-long sword force slashed down. 09 Little Saynet, this sword was a killing superpower in the high heaven sword scripture. The sword force was oppressive, and in the blink of an eye, it fell in front of the 3 Netherworld ancestors. The 3 Netherworld ancestors' bodies shook violently. They quickly retreated, but they could not because the sword light was too fast. Poof, the sword light fell and cut the 3 Netherworld ancestors into a cloud of blood mist. Boom. Thunder rumbled. In the sky, the second round of heavenly thunder began to brew. The aura of the heavenly tribulation became even more terrifying. In an instant, the tribulation lightning bolts falling from the sky became even denser, and their might became even sharper. Ah! Great Ancestor, save us! No! With shrill screams, 3 Netherworld ancestors were struck by the falling lightning, and their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. These lightning bolts were not the main lightning punishment of the heavenly tribulation. They were just ordinary tribulation lightning, but their power was still terrifying. No one below the heavenly venerate level could withstand them. Ah! Another Netherworld ancestor who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerate level was struck by 8 consecutive lightning bolts and died on the spot. Lin Tian glanced at the sky. His gaze fell on the spot where the three netherworld ancestors had exploded. He took a step forward. Clang, sword light clanged. Dense towering heaven sword force appeared around him and slashed at the three netherworld ancestors. At this time, the three netherworld ancestors had not condensed their bodies. Sensing Lin Tian's sword light, they wrapped their broken flesh with their souls and retreated quickly. At the same time, they quickly repaired their bodies and condensed their bodies. At the same time, the netherworld great ancestor charged over. Naturally, he could not watch Lin Tian kill the three netherworld ancestors. Get out of the way. Lin Tian Dao. He raised his hand and guided a large amount of tribulation lightning with his origin aura. He directly struck the netherworld great ancestor who was charging over. In an instant, hundreds of tribulation lightning bolts fell on the netherworld great ancestor together. The netherworld great ancestor stopped in his tracks and resisted the lightning. These lightning bolts were not weak at all. They were a threat even to those at the end of the heavenly venerate level. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. At this time, Lin Tian closed in on the three netherworld ancestors and slashed 9 towering heavens sword force at the same time. The three netherworld ancestors had just condensed their bodies at this time. They met the 9 killing swords head-on with their great divine powers. The two collided and burst out with monstrous divine light. In the next moment, the great divine powers of the three netherworld ancestors collapsed. The 9 towering heavens sword force also trembled. 8 of the swords were destroyed, but one of them survived and slashed at the 3 netherworld ancestors. Puff, dazzling heavenly venerable level blood splattered everywhere as the sword pierced straight through the 3rd elder's chest, blasting a large, transparent, bloody hole in his chest. Even his heart was shattered, which was a ghastly sight. The 3 netherworld ancestors coughed up large mouthfuls of blood mixed with pieces of the heart. They staggered back in the sea of lightning. Lin Tianling smiled and stepped forward, closing in on them in an instant. Bam, he waved the Chaos Emperor fist, transforming it into a true dragon and immortal phoenix, enveloping the 3 netherworld ancestors. After a year of seclusion in the Immortal Emperor Pagoda to comprehend various divine powers and secret techniques, he had comprehended the Chaos Emperor Fist to a higher level. At this moment, the power of the Chaos Emperor Fist was on full display. It was as if a part of the starry sky was crashing down, shattering all the tribulation lightning around him. The terrifying power made one's heart tremble. The 3 netherworld ancestors' bodies burst out with astonishing netherworld light. They used one of the great divine powers of the netherworld tribe to meet the attack head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two collided again. Swish, 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 soft sounds were heard. The divine powers of the 3 netherworld ancestors were destroyed one by one. Lin Tianling's Chaos Emperor Fist was not weak at all. In the blink of an eye, it broke through everything and landed on the 3 netherworld ancestors' chest. Puff, the 3 netherworld ancestors exploded on the spot. Blood splattered everywhere. They used their divine souls to wrap their flesh and bones and retreated in a sorry state. Lin Tianling looked at the 3 netherworld ancestors and took a step forward, raising his fist and punching. The netherworld ancestors' divine souls trembled. They quickly condensed a physical body and used their divine powers to meet the attack. The laws of the Great Path were displayed together. Boom, 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 the two clashed violently. In just a moment, they had collided hundreds of times. In the end, with a loud bang, the 3 netherworld ancestors were swept away. More than half of their bodies were shattered, and their divine souls were severely injured. Damn it! I'm already a 7th level celestial lord. You've just become a celestial lord. How can you hurt me again and again? This is impossible. Impossible. That person could not help but roar. He was a 7th level celestial lord, 6 levels higher than Lin Tianling. Yet, he could not stop Lin Tianling at all. Lin Tianling's body was surrounded by lightning. He had a mocking look on his face as he stepped forward. Who do you think I am? The strongest imperial body? Are you just kidding? From the airborne realm to the celestial lord level, I struggled to break free from the heavenly tribulations time and time again. Do you think I went through all those heavenly tribulations for nothing? He said. He had the strongest reincarnation imperial body. His combat strength was far superior to other cultivators of the same level. Since he started cultivating, he had gone through 7 devastating heavenly tribulations in a row, so his combat strength was even stronger. Now, in order to resist the Celestial Lord's thunder punishment, he had swallowed the Fire Kirin pill, which could increase his combat strength by 5 times. His combat strength had skyrocketed. His overall strength was not weaker than that of the Netherworld Great Ancestors, and was even a little stronger. How could the 3 Netherworld Ancestors, who were only 7th-level Celestial Lords, be a match for him? The 3 Netherworld Ancestors gritted their teeth. Their eyes were full of viciousness. They quickly distanced themselves from Lin Tianling while quickly repairing their bodies. Humph! Lin Tianling's eyes were cold. At this time, the 9th-level Yin and Yang steps was performed, and at that moment, he came in front of that person in an instant. The 3 Netherworld Ancestors trembled, shocked by Lin Tianling's terrifying speed. You, die. After a year of seclusion, Lin Tian had cultivated the divination divine art to a very high level. At this time, he displayed the divination divine elephants to suppress the Netherworld's 3 ancestors. The terrifying destructive power instantly crushed everything in the surroundings. The Netherworld's 3 ancestors trembled. In the face of the suppression of more than 10 divination divine elephants, they immediately felt the threat of death. They roared in horror and supported themselves with all their strength. The Great Path Law and Killing Divine Arts were displayed at the same time, and the light covered all directions. However, compared to Lin Tian's divination divine art, this kind of resistance seemed a little weak and was crushed in the blink of an eye. With a rumble, more than 10 divination divine elephants pressed down at the same time. No. The Netherworld's 3 ancestors were terrified and desperate. They were directly overwhelmed by the divination divine elephants, and their bodies and souls exploded together. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Third brother. In the distance, the Netherworld's great ancestor's body trembled violently when he saw the dense tribulation lightning and collapsed. Human. He roared, and his eyes were red. 2 years ago, his Netherworld clan's 11 heavenly venerables crossed over to the other side and all of them died in battle. Now, his Netherworld clan's remaining 5 heavenly venerables were killed in the blink of an eye by Lin Tian, and he was the only one left. Don't worry, I'll send you to see them right away. Lin Tian looked at the man and said. Wisps of lightning surrounded his body as he stepped forward and strode toward the Netherworld's great ancestor. As he moved, the lightning and thunder in the sky became mighty and mighty on the spot, chasing after him. The scene was a little frightening. Ah! A scream rang out as he strode toward the Netherworld's great ancestor. Not far from the Netherworld's great ancestor, a Netherworld ancestor who was infinitely close to the heavenly venerable level, was affected and was instantly shattered by the tribulation lightning. He died tragically on the spot. Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. He used the yin-yang steps and instantly arrived in front of the Netherworld's great ancestor. Boom! As soon as he arrived in front of the Netherworld great ancestor, a thunderous roar erupted in the sky. The second round of heavenly thunder had finished brewing at this moment. A dense thunder palace appeared and pressed down mightily. The Netherworld great ancestor suddenly trembled. Even though he was at the peak of the Empyrean level, he still felt a chill run down his back when he saw this terrifying lightning. He gritted his teeth as he glared at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He couldn't wait to tear Lin Tian to shreds, but at this time, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately retreated and quickly put some distance between him and Lin Tian. Now, Lin Tian was the one undergoing this heavenly tribulation, the center of destruction of this heavenly tribulation. At this time, if he was near Lin Tian, the second round of heavenly punishment would kill him as well. Why should we retreat? Didn't you say that a first-level Empyrean like me was nothing? Why are you retreating now? Lin Tian Dao. His voice was very calm, but there was obvious sarcasm in it as it floated in the ears of the Netherworld Great Ancestor. The Netherworld Great Ancestor's face suddenly became uglier. The murderous intent in his eyes was very strong, but he retreated even faster. Humph! Lin Tianling laughed. He displayed the 9th level of the Yin and Yang steps and instantly caught up with the Netherworld Great Ancestor. At the same time, his right hand shook, and 3 killing array platforms appeared. In the blink of an eye, dense eternal killing runes were intertwined and sealed the netherworld great ancestor within. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous intent surged. Dense killing lights appeared at the first moment and slashed toward the netherworld great ancestor. These were the eternal killing array platforms that he had prepared for the Empyrean tribulation. At this time, 3 of them appeared together, and the dense killing light slashed toward the netherworld great ancestor. The momentum was not weak, and even the powerful netherworld great ancestor dared not be careless. The most important thing was that with the appearance of the 3 eternal killing array platforms, the netherworld great ancestor was directly restrained and could no longer retreat. Let's go through the heavenly tribulation together again. Lin Tiandao. As soon as he finished speaking, the thunder roared even more violently. The second round of heavenly thunder fell near at this moment, directly drowning him and the netherworld great ancestor. Suddenly, the aura of destruction was vast and mighty. It was much more powerful than the first round of heavenly punishment. It was incomparable. Crack! 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 Around them, the space collapsed. The second round of heavenly punishment exploded. The light of thunder covered all directions, and even the vision was blocked. It was not until 10 breaths later that the light dissipated, and the surroundings became clear. Human. The netherworld great ancestor was restrained by the 3 eternal killing arrays. At the same time, he was bombarded by the second round of heavenly punishment. His body was badly damaged, and in many places, even the bones could be seen. He had suffered unimaginable damage. 09 Small said Net, you are worthy of being a person who has reached the end of the Empyrean realm. You were killed by the heavenly punishment and the killing array at the same time, but your body was not broken. Lin Tian sneered. He was standing a few feet away from the netherworld great ancestor. His body was covered in golden light, and he was intact. Previously, he had used the 3 eternal killing arrays to trap and kill the netherworld great ancestor. At the same time, he had also propped up a strong killing power to protect the netherworld great ancestor. With his own strength, he had perfectly blocked the second round of heavenly punishment. The netherworld great ancestor coughed up blood. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He stared at Lin Tian with a face full of killing intent, like an awakened ancient fierce beast. Lin Tian looked at this person and smiled coldly. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly used the yin and yang steps to attack. As he moved, the dense blood-red thunder moved with him. The center of destruction of the heavenly punishment moved with him. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the netherworld great ancestor. Without any mercy, it directly attacked with the Chaos Emperor fist. With a bang, the void was smashed on the spot. The power of the Chaos Emperor fist at the heavenly venerable level was appalling. At the same time as he attacked with the Chaos Emperor fist, the tribulation thunder and lightning falling from the sky became more turbulent. They moved with the momentum of his fist and struck toward the netherworld great ancestor. Crack! The void was shattered on the spot. It was penetrated, revealing dense cracks. This was a terrible heavy punch. It was so strong that even a stage 9 heavenly venerable like the netherworld great ancestor trembled. Nether seal. This person growled. He did not even have time to heal his injured body. He directly raised his hand and waved a great magic to meet Lin Tian's punch. In the blink of an eye, the two collided and exploded into a sky full of divine rainbow light. Puff! Puff! The 2 nearby netherworld great ancestors suffered a great disaster. Under the collision of the 2, their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. This was a confrontation between heavenly venerables. Those below the heavenly venerable level could not bear it. Seeing this scene, the netherworld great ancestor was shocked and angry. His netherworld clan had lost 2 more netherworld great ancestors. Damn it! He could not help but roar. Not long ago, this netherworld sacred hall had 5 heavenly venerable powerhouses and more than 30 netherworld great ancestors who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm. Now, in just a moment, only 1 heavenly venerable powerhouse and 4 netherworld great ancestors were left. Ah! He roared. Although his cultivation was at stage 9 heavenly venerable and his state of mind was incomparably strong, he could not help but tremble at this moment. 4 heavenly venerable powerhouses had died, and only 4 of the Netherworld Great Ancestors were left. His Netherworld clan's current core combat strength had been lost in a moment. This made him almost crazy with anger. Lin Tianling smiled. The Chaos Emperor fist shook and the fist momentum was even more powerful. With a bang, the Netherworld Great Ancestor was forced back several feet. Then, in the next moment, he stepped on the 9th level of the Yin and Yang steps. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the Netherworld Great Ancestor and punched him again. Boom! This punch was still the Chaos Emperor fist. The true dragon and immortal phoenix intertwined together, and the sky full of murderous light was vast and mighty. The Netherworld Great Ancestor could not dodge or resist in time. He was hit by this punch, and half of his body directly exploded. Human! The Netherworld Great Ancestor roared, and the Netherworld light surged in the sky. In the blink of an eye, his body was repaired. He attacked again, using an even more terrifying supernatural power, and directly bombarded Lin Tianling. This kind of murderous light was terrifying and intimidating. It was absolutely easy to kill an 8th stage heavenly venerable. Humph! Lin Tianling smiled and did not care. He waved the Chaos Emperor fist, and the true dragon and immortal phoenix appeared again, bombarding the Netherworld Great Ancestor. At the same time, with a single thought, a total of 7 eternal killing array platforms appeared. Swift and fierce eternal killing marks instantly covered every corner within a radius of 1,000 feet, trapping the Netherworld Great Ancestor. The killing light that filled the sky pressed down together with the primal Chaos Emperor fist. In the blink of an eye, the two collided again, and the sky full of divine light and Netherworld light roared. Cough! The Netherworld Great Ancestor coughed up blood and flew away. Half of his body was shattered again. On the other side, Lin Tianling took a step back, and a trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. As expected of a 9th stage heavenly venerable. Compared to a 7th stage heavenly venerable, you are much stronger. Lin Tianling smiled. As he said this, he looked at the dense thunderclouds in the sky, and his eyes fell on the Netherworld Great Ancestor again. His feet shook, and he used the 9th stage Yin Yang steps, turning into a bolt of lightning and attacking again. With a whoosh, he carried the sky full of thunder and appeared in front of the Netherworld Great Ancestor again in an instant. Kill! He shouted coldly and waved the Chaos Emperor fist again. A true dragon that was 1,000 feet long appeared, and its power was terrifying. The Netherworld Great Ancestor stabilized his body, and his eyes were red. He quickly repaired his broken body and cast a great magic to meet the attack. In the blink of an eye, the two collided, and the sky was full of divine light. Cough! The Netherworld Great Ancestor coughed up blood and was at a disadvantage, and he was sent flying again. Lin Tianling smiled and did not stop. He stepped in front of the Netherworld Great Ancestor, and directly punched the Netherworld Great Ancestor's jaw. With a bang, the Netherworld Great Ancestor was sent flying into the sky. At this time, the thunderclouds in the sky let out a shocking roar, and the 3rd round of heavenly punishment appeared. The entire sea of thunder and lightning was extremely fast, and it pressed down in an instant. The Netherworld Great Ancestor was sent flying into the sky by Lin Tianling. At this moment, he felt a chill down his spine, and his divine soul trembled. At this moment, he was in the center of the 3rd round of heavenly punishment, and he was the closest to it. This round of terrifying heavenly punishment, which was originally aimed at Lin Tianling, would be the first to hit him. Damn human, you did it on purpose. He was shocked and angry. At this time, he was bombarded into the sky by Lin Tianling with the strength of a heavenly venerable. It was difficult for him to stabilize his body, and it was difficult for him to even cast a defensive technique. I'll send you to the sky to see the heavenly venerable level heavenly punishment up close. You're welcome. Lin Tianling smiled. With a move of his mind, the killing patterns of the 7 eternal killing arrays all lit up, and endless killing light surged out, protecting him layer by layer. At the same time, the 3rd round of heavenly punishment pressed down even faster, and in an instant, it submerged the Netherworld Great Ancestor. Ah! The Netherworld Great Ancestor screamed as he was instantly smashed into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. Then, this round of heavenly punishment continued to press down, and Lin Tianling was also submerged. The 3rd round of the main lightning punishment fell, drowning everything. Every inch of the space was filled with a destructive aura. Chi. 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 Crisp cracking sounds rang out. The 7 eternal killing arrays that protected Lin Tian were all crushed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. He quickly formed a seal and activated the 4-symbol seal. The silver array diagram quickly met the attack. Boom, the third round of the main lightning punishment fell on the 4-symbol seal and then exploded. In just an instant, the ground within a radius of thousands of feet was torn apart, turning into absolute ruins. Smoke and lightning covered the surroundings. It was not until dozens of breaths later that the space became clear again. Lin Tian stood on the broken ground. His clothes were undamaged, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Even someone as powerful as him, who was a reincarnated heavenly venerable level body of reincarnation, who had multiplied his battle prowess by 5 times, and who had used the 7 eternal killing array platforms and the 4-symbol seal to resist, was still slightly injured by this round of main lightning punishment. This is only the 3rd round. How many more rounds are there left? How scary is it? He muttered to himself. The sky was dark. He looked up at the dense thunderclouds in the sky. At this time, there was a huge pressure. Boom, not far away, a powerful netherworld divine power rushed up. The figure of the netherworld great ancestor appeared. His face was pale, and the aura exuding from his body was more than 10 times weaker than before. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. As expected of a level 9 heavenly venerable. He took that kind of lightning punishment head-on without any defense and survived. Not bad. He said this, but there was not a trace of surprise on his face or in his eyes. He knew very well that a level 9 heavenly venerable would not be struck to death so easily. The netherworld great ancestor's cultivation was very strong, and his state of mind was very profound. But now, after being injured by Lin Tian again and again, his profound state of mind had completely collapsed. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian with eyes full of anger. He wanted to tear Lin Tian apart. Despicable thing. He stared at Lin Tian and clenched his fists. Lin Tian had accurately calculated the timing and actually used his heavenly venerable level strength to send him right in front of the 3rd round of heavenly punishment. He was almost directly hacked to death by the 3rd round of heavenly punishment. Despicable? I hope you call it wisdom. Lin Tian Dao. As soon as he finished speaking, he used the duality steps and arrived in front of the netherworld great ancestor in a single step. The Chaos Emperor fist directly pressed down. Dong. The powerful punch caused the void to rumble on the spot and shatter into pieces. The netherworld great ancestor raised his palm to meet the attack. The netherworld light was sharp and fierce, and the palm force was very oppressive. In the blink of an eye, their fists and palms collided. Pooh! Blood splattered in all directions as the netherworld grand ancestor's arm shattered on the spot. He was sent flying by Lin Tian's fist and was flung far away. At the same time, a few more screams rang out in this sea of lightning. As the densely packed bolts of lightning struck down, the last few netherworld ancestral kings of the netherworld race were unable to withstand them. They were all struck to death by the tribulation lightning one after another. Lin Tian did not care about these netherworld ancestral kings at all. He stared at the netherworld great ancestor and directly stepped toward him. Dong. At this moment, the sky shook and the 4th round of heavenly punishment appeared. The entire world became oppressive because of it. In the pitch-black thunder clouds, a black thunder dragon appeared. It was at least 10,000 feet long and looked as if it was real. The destructive aura made people's hearts palpitate as if it was going to destroy everything between heaven and earth. With the appearance of this thunder dragon, the area covered by the heavenly punishment became even larger in an instant. It almost covered the space of 100,000 miles, and the destructive aura was several times stronger than before. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. He immediately stopped and looked up at the sky. The 4th round of heavenly punishment appeared and made him feel a great deal of pressure. Boom! The black thunder dragon rolled in the sky and thunder intertwined. The oppressive aura covered the sky and the earth, making people's hearts tremble. Such a terrifying heavenly punishment made the netherworld great ancestor, a stage 9 heavenly master, tremble involuntarily. He quickly moved away and distanced himself from Lin Tian, who was undergoing the tribulation. Obviously, he did not want to be affected by this heavenly punishment. Lin Tian glanced at the netherworld great ancestor and then looked back at the sky again. This round of heavenly punishment was a little scary. At this time, he no longer had the spare energy to chase after the netherworld great ancestor. He immediately circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster. His essence, qi, and spirit reached the peak in an instant and focused all of it on resisting the heavenly punishment. Boom! Thunder rumbled and the pitch-black thunder dragon trembled in the sky. In the next moment, it rushed down mightily. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. The heavenly sword scripture and the four symbols seal opened together and faced the pitch-black thunder dragon. Dong! It was also at this moment that the instant the fourth round of heavenly punishment descended, a blood-red lightning phoenix emerged from the thundercloud vortex in the sky. The fifth round of heavenly punishment condensed and appeared. Together with the fourth round of heavenly punishment, it struck down together with the fifth round of heavenly punishment. In the blink of an eye, the lightning drowned everything. Qi! 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 Lin Tian's heavenly sword scripture and the four symbols seal were instantly shattered. The lightning was unparalleled and directly drowned them. He gritted his teeth and supported dozens of divine elephants to protect his body in the sea of lightning. At the same time, he bombarded the heavenly punishment with the Chaos Emperor fist. However, 2 rounds of heavenly punishment fell together in a row. The power was very frightening. Even though he had now multiplied his combat strength by 5 times and cultivated all kinds of secret techniques to an extremely profound level, it was still very difficult to resist. Pft! 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 Blood sputtered from time to time. Part of his samsara battle body was shattered by the heavenly punishment thunder. Far away, the netherworld great ancestor could naturally feel the horror of the 2 rounds of heavenly punishment. At this time, he watched as Lin Tian's body was shattered inch by the heavenly punishment thunder. All kinds of different lights intertwined in his eyes. He hoped that Lin Tian would be directly killed by the heavenly punishment thunder, but he also hoped that Lin Tian would not die in such a heavenly punishment thunder. He hoped that Lin Tian would be killed because Lin Tian had come with a heavenly venerate level heavenly punishment and destroyed 90% of the core combat strength of the netherworld race. This was a great hatred. Lin Tian's death would naturally vent his anger. Moreover, Lin Tian was very strong. If he successfully survived the heavenly punishment thunder without being killed, he did not have absolute confidence that he could suppress Lin Tian. On the other hand, he did not want Lin Tian to die. Naturally, if Lin Tian died, he would not be able to obtain the origin of samsara. That would be a great regret. For a moment, the strongest person of the netherworld race, a 9th stage heavenly venerate existence, had extremely complicated feelings. Boom! Thunder roared and shook all directions. Under the heavenly punishment thunder, the ground crumbled inch by inch. The 4th and 5th rounds of heavenly punishment thunder drowned Lin Tian. At this time, they exploded together and destroyed all directions. Lin Tian's body was shattered. Pieces of flesh and bone splattered on every inch of the ground around him. It was very glaring. However, he naturally did not die. The pieces of flesh and bones vibrated, and blood-red flames surged out. The sun's nirvana technique operated on its own. The pieces of flesh, bones, and blood quickly gathered together. In just a moment, a new body was formed. After forming a new body, his face was much paler than before. He looked at the sky and panted slightly. The 4th and 5th rounds of heavenly punishment thunder came down together. That power was too terrifying. It was nearly 10 times stronger than the previous 3 rounds of heavenly punishment thunder combined. Under the combined attack of these 2 rounds of heavenly punishment, he was seriously injured. Although his physical body had been repaired, the situation inside was very bad. Cracks had appeared on his spiritual soul, and his origin had dimmed a little. This is not good. He gritted his teeth. He now had 5 times his combat strength, but he was seriously injured under the 4th and 5th rounds of heavenly punishment thunder. This was a very bad sign because the next heavenly punishment thunder that came down would definitely be far more terrifying than the 4th and 5th rounds of heavenly punishment thunder. Resisting the fourth and fifth rounds of heavenly punishment thunder was already so difficult. How would the next heavenly punishment thunder be like? It was very ominous. Boom! Thunder roared and shook all directions. The entire sky trembled. In the sky, in the pitch-black thundercloud vortex, the sixth round of heavenly punishment thunder appeared at this moment, and destructive power overflowed. Lin Tian was immediately moved. The fourth and fifth rounds of heavenly punishment thunder had only passed a few breaths, but the sixth round of heavenly punishment thunder actually came down, not giving him any time to catch his breath. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. The Sun Heart Sutra operated to the limit and directly took out the reincarnation diagram to resist. The reincarnation diagram was his king's territory. It rose majestically and was displayed with his current 5 times battle strength. Its aura was astonishing. However, the sixth round of heavenly punishment thunder was too terrifying. The reincarnation diagram was instantly destroyed. Then, the terrifying lightning directly landed on his body, shattering it again. Blood, flesh, and bone splattered all over the sky. At the same time, the land within a radius of 100,000 miles completely collapsed. There was not a single inch of intact land. Shattered flesh and bones floated in the air, a shocking sight. Buzz! Blood-red flames surged out from these pieces of flesh and bones. Lin Tian's physical body was shattered, but his spirit was not destroyed. The Sun Heart Sutra circulated, causing his flesh and bones to gather together in the blink of an eye. His physique was quickly reformed. Cough. He had just reformed his physical body when he coughed out a mouthful of blood essence. His body staggered and almost fell to the ground. The sixth round of heavenly punishment thunder almost took his life. At this time, he had repaired his physical body, but the situation inside was even worse. Many of his internal organs were shattered, and it was difficult to repair them in a short period of time. The cracks on his spirit body had increased, and his life essence had become even dimmer. He looked up at the sky. Thunder rumbled, and the destructive aura became even more terrifying. He gritted his teeth and quickly circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and the Sun Nirvana technique to quickly repair his injured body. He had no energy to care about anything else. Soon, dozens of breaths passed, and his essence, energy, and spirit recovered slightly. It was also at this time that the roar of thunder shook the sky and rumbled. Dong! In the sky, an even more terrifying lightning tribulation appeared. Dense lightning interweaved together and evolved into tens of thousands of lightning mountains. Each lightning mountain was tens of thousands of feet tall. They were majestic and magnificent, and their aura was fierce and their destructive power was shocking. The seventh round of heavenly punishment thunder struck down at this moment. Facing this round of heavenly punishment thunder, Lin Tian's entire body instantly turned cold. He hurriedly pushed his combat strength to the limit. Tens of thousands of mountains formed by lightning appeared. Each of them was majestic to the extreme. As soon as they appeared, they emitted an incomparably terrifying fluctuation. The destructive and oppressive aura instantly spread out and pressed down mightily. Such a mighty aura made even the Netherworld Great Ancestor, who was a ninth-stage heavenly venerable, tremble. His eyes revealed a horrified expression. Boom! The seventh round of heavenly tribulation pressed down. The mountains formed by lightning crushed everything. Under such heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian could only feel his internal organs becoming ice-cold. The threat of death became even more intense. He gritted his teeth, and with a shake of his right hand, 10 killing array platforms appeared consecutively. Under his will, they trembled, interweaving with each other to form a large seal. All of them were extremely powerful defensive array runes that he had inscribed before coming to the sealed dust ancient region. Buzz, the 10-directional defensive formation runes stacked layer after layer, protecting him within. It was also at this time that the seventh round of heavenly tribulation arrived. Tens of thousands of lightning mountains directly drowned everything. Crack, crack, crack. The void collapsed and the ground was shattered again. Magma had already gushed out from many places. The 10 defensive formations that Lin Tian had brought out shone brightly. However, in front of the tens of thousands of lightning mountains, they appeared somewhat resplendent. The densely packed formation patterns trembled. In the next moment, they were unable to endure any longer and crumbled bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the 10 powerful defensive arrays collapsed together. The tens of thousands of lightning mountains' power was no longer as terrifying as before. However, it was not that much weaker. Lin Tian formed a seal. His entire body's golden divine light burst out. Once again, the reincarnation diagram was propped up and majestically faced the lightning. In the blink of an eye, the reincarnation diagram and the lightning mountains collided. Boom, an astonishing explosion sounded. Dense lightning interweaved. The ground collapsed and then turned into dust in the blink of an eye. The reincarnation diagram was shattered. Out of the tens of thousands of lightning mountains, there were only 9 left. They all fell on Lin Tian's body. With a boom, Lin Tian was smashed into the ground. The entire sealed dust ancient region shook as if the end of the world had arrived. At this time, the 7th round of heavenly tribulation had passed. The pitch-black thunderclouds in the sky rolled and became much quieter. The Netherworld Grand Ancestor stood far away, healing his injuries while looking at the center of the heavenly tribulation. In that place, Lin Tian had been smashed into the ground by the lightning mountain. He hadn't risen for a long time, and even his aura couldn't be felt. Dead? No, he's not dead. He muttered to himself as he looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky was still pitch black, and the thundercloud vortex was still there, showing no signs of disappearing. Since the heavenly tribulation showed no signs of disappearing, Lin Tian must still be alive. Boom, at the center of the heavenly tribulation, the broken surface of the earth trembled. A golden beam of light shot up, almost piercing into the universe. Lin Tian emerged from the ground. His body was covered in cracks, and he was gasping for breath. Blood continuously flowed out of his mouth. He had withstood the 7th round of lightning punishment, but his injuries had become even more severe. His internal organs had been shattered even more severely, and there were even more cracks on his soul body. His source energy had also become even dimmer. He took a deep breath and quickly circulated the nirvana of the sun technique. Combined with a few 9th grade Baodan, he quickly healed his injured body. For a moment, the golden divine light outside his body gradually became denser, and his injuries were quickly healed. It was also at this moment that another thunderbolt rang out in the sky, and the entire sky became even darker. The huge thundercloud vortex trembled and suddenly split open. The 8th round of lightning punishment emerged, and it was a terrifying rain of thunder and lightning. The moment it appeared, it pressed down, not giving Lin Tian any time to react. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and didn't dare to be careless. His entire body was covered in golden divine light, and he immediately circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to the limit. Then, he quickly formed a seal with both hands, and the Great Path Law immediately surged out and hit the sky. His Great Path Law was hazy, but it was very vast and powerful. As soon as it appeared, it shook the sky and forcibly destroyed a large amount of thunder and lightning. Not far away, the Netherworld Great Ancestor's eyes narrowed. What kind of Tao is this? This 9th stage heavenly venerable of the Netherworld clan was shocked and puzzled. He could feel the power of the Great Path Law that Lin Tian had summoned, but he couldn't identify what kind of great path it was. He racked his brains and couldn't figure it out. At the center of the heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian used all his strength and the Great Path Law to the limit. This was because he could clearly feel the horror of the 8th round of lightning punishment. It was impossible for ordinary magical secret techniques to block this round of lightning punishment. Hiss, 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 he used the nameless Great Path Law to shatter the thunder and lightning. The space around him trembled and distorted because of his Great Path Law. However, in the next moment, the sky shook again, and another thunderbolt exploded. In the thundercloud vortex, dozens of human-shaped lightning appeared. Each of the human-shaped lightning was intertwined with an extremely terrifying aura. Each of the human-shaped lightning seemed to be able to kill a heavenly venerable with a raise of their hand. The 9th round of lightning punishment, Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. The 8th round of lightning punishment had just fallen, and the 9th round of lightning punishment pressed down on him. Most importantly, the moment the 9th round of lightning punishment appeared, he had a very bad feeling in his heart. That was, this heavenly venerable level lightning punishment would definitely not last for 9 rounds, boom, thunder and lightning rolled in the sky, and the 9th round of lightning punishment struck down. Dozens of human-shaped lightning bolts seemed to have their own consciousness as they pounced on Lin Tian together. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, and the golden light around his body became more intense. The reincarnation diagram propped up and directly merged with the nameless Great Path Law, condensing into his strongest reincarnation diagram of the Great Path. With the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path above his head, his entire body was bathed in lightning. He stepped into the sky and directly faced the descending lightning. Thump, 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 he bombarded it with the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path, and at the same time, he waved the Chaos Emperor fist. Punch after punch, it was like the beating of a sacred drum. This kind of battle aura was very tyrannical and very frightening. However, at this time, the 8th and 9th rounds of lightning punishment were even more frightening. The dense tribulation lightning pressed down like rain, and the dozens of human-shaped lightning bolts were even more frightening. In the blink of an eye, his flesh was split open, and his bones were shattered. His entire body was sent flying thousands of feet away, and blood stained his body red. Far away, the netherworld great ancestor's heart trembled. Such a lightning punishment bombardment made even someone as powerful as him feel a sense of fear. Boom! The sky trembled, and thunder roared. In the pitch-black sky, the 10th round of lightning punishment appeared. It was a group of lightning beasts, and every one of them was frightening. The moment they appeared, the 10th round of lightning punishment pressed down directly, and the dense beasts instantly crushed everything. Lin Tian stabilized his body in the lightning. At this time, his body trembled violently, and his expression changed. He could not help but grit his teeth. There are indeed more than 9 rounds. At this moment, his back instantly became ice cold, and his internal organs involuntarily produced a sharp pain. However, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, because fear did not have the slightest effect. The reincarnation diagram of the Great Path above his head, and the Sun Heart Sutra circulated even faster. As he waved the Chaos Emperor fist, he used the Divining Divine Skill and the Heaven Ascending Sword Sutra. The pressure caused the void to collapse and everything to shatter. The battle aura outside his body was frightening, and he charged in the heavenly tribulation, shattering the lightning bolts one after another. He fought the human-shaped lightning bolts head-on, and slashed the dense lightning beasts. Golden divine light interweaved in every corner of the space. However, the 3 rounds of lightning punishment struck together, and the power was naturally very frightening. He charged in the 3 rounds of lightning punishment, and blood splattered everywhere. His body was covered in cracks, and he was like a porcelain that could break at any time. His entire body was dyed red with blood. Thump, the void trembled, and the thunder exploded again. The sky became darker, and the area covered by the heavenly tribulation became wider. The earth of the sealed dust ancient region could not help but tremble. In the thundercloud vortex, the 11th round of the heavenly tribulation came out in the form of a huge lightning ball, like a meteorite. The lightning ball was more than 130 feet in diameter, and the aura of destruction intertwined with it was terrifying. It pressed down on Lin Tian, and wherever it passed, the void was annihilated inch by inch. Before it even landed, the earth had already begun to sink. This scene was undoubtedly terrifying, and it caused the netherworld great ancestor to tremble uncontrollably in the distance. Who could withstand such a heavenly tribulation? This is the legendary strongest physique. Is it really the jealousy of the heavens? The netherworld great ancestor trembled, and his scalp went numb. In the face of such a lightning punishment, even if he was a level 9 heavenly venerable, he did not think that he could withstand it. If he faced it head-on, he would definitely die. Boom, thunder rumbled, and the 11th round of lightning punishment pressed down on Lin Tian's head in the blink of an eye. It pressed down with the other 3 rounds of lightning punishment. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and used all his strength to support the Great Path reincarnation diagram to meet it. With a swoosh, the Great Path reincarnation diagram instantly collapsed, and then, his arms turned into 2 mists of blood in an instant. 4 rounds of lightning punishment in a row fell on him in an instant. Poof, blood splattered everywhere, and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. 4 rounds of terrifying lightning punishment fell together and directly smashed him into pieces. However, even so, he was still not dead. The pieces of flesh wriggled in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, his body was reformed. He gasped for breath, and blood gushed out of his mouth as he looked up at the sky. The sky was still dark. The thunderclouds were still there. Boom, a thunder exploded, and the 12th round of lightning punishment fell. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His body, which was already weak and trembling, burst out with monstrous divine light again. Great path, heavenly tribulation, kill! He roared. Golden divine light rushed into the sky, and he rushed up directly. The Chaos Emperor fist shook the sky, and the fist shook the soul. He used the Emperor fist without holding back, shattering the lightning bolts one after another, and blood kept splashing out of his body. Boom! Thunder roared, shaking all directions. He charged under the heavenly tribulation, shattering his body again and again and again, like an indestructible god of war. Soon, after the 12th round of lightning punishment, the 13th round of lightning punishment fell. The space in all directions was completely flooded by the oppressive and destructive aura. Then, the 14th, 15th, and 16th rounds of lightning punishment fell one after another. Waves of terrifying lightning struck Lin Tian, shattering Lin Tian again and again. The land within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was completely turned into ruins. Poof, Lin Tian's body shattered for the 21st time, and the 16th round of lightning punishment disappeared. His flesh wriggled, and a weak blood-red flame flickered. A moment later, his body was reformed. Is he a monster? Is the reincarnation body so powerful? In the distance, the Netherworld Grand Ancestor trembled. Starting from the 9th round of lightning punishment, every round of lightning punishment was destructive. Even if he was a level 9 celestial venerable, he had no confidence that he could withstand that level of lightning punishment. Once he was hit, he would definitely die without leaving a trace. However, he saw with his own eyes Lin Tian shatter and resist the lightning punishment round after round, and he did not die until the 16th round of lightning punishment. Such combat strength made him, a figure who had reached the end of the celestial venerable level, feel waves of fear. One should know that Lin Tian had just stepped into the celestial venerable level. He had just stepped into this level, but he already had such terrifying strength. How terrifying was that? How terrifying was that? At the center of the heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian stood in the void, blood gushing out of his mouth. His body trembled as he looked up at the sky. The sky was still so dark. Boom, ear-piercing thunder sounded again, shaking all directions of the sky. Within the pitch-black thundercloud vortex, the 17th round of heavenly punishment appeared. Numerous stars condensed from thunderbolts appeared. There were so many of them that it was like a starry sky filled with thunderbolts. Lin Tian's body could not stop trembling. The destructive aura fell on his body, causing him severe pain all over. He gritted his teeth and forcibly operated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. Wisps of golden divine light overflowed from his body, but they seemed very weak. Boom! The sky trembled, and another clap of thunder sounded. Lin Tian was in the center of the heavenly tribulation. His body shook violently, and the destructive aura fell from the sky. He fell to the ground with a bang. Cough. He coughed up blood, smashing the ground even more. There were more cracks on his body, and blood flowed out. He struggled to stand up, but he had no strength at all. Even moving a finger became difficult. The divine power in his body had completely dried up. Boom! The sky was pitch black. The 17th round of lightning punishment was extremely terrifying. It condensed the tribulation lightning into stars. The entire starry sky of thunder pressed down from the heavens. The oppressive and destructive aura caused the space in all directions to collapse inch by inch. Move! Lin Tian roared in his heart. He lay on his back on the ground and struggled with all his might, but he really couldn't move. Now, the divine power in his body was completely exhausted. His aura was weak to the bottom. His life essence had become completely dim. Even an ordinary cultivator of the Great Path could easily kill him at this time. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. The lightning starry sky pressed down. It was very slow, but wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. Lin Tian lay on his back on the broken ground. Blood flowed out of his mouth. He looked at the lightning starry sky that was slowly pressing down. He continued to struggle, desperately trying to stand up, but it was useless. After withstanding 16 rounds of terrifying divine punishment in a row, his injuries were too severe. At this time, he was completely unable to move. He could only watch the lightning starry sky press down on him. For a moment, he was a little stunned. Is it going to end? He was a little bitter. In his decades of cultivation, he had experienced many great disasters. He had broken through every time. But now, he was truly in despair. His divine power had dried up, and his body couldn't move. Facing the lightning starry sky pressing down from the heavens, he had no way to do anything. Blood flowed out of his mouth. From the beginning, he knew that this divine punishment would be difficult to pass. But when it really came to this moment, it still made him feel very uncomfortable. If he couldn't pass, he would die. No one was willing to die. He was the same. He had too many things that he couldn't let go of. How could he be willing to die like this, lying on the broken ground? At this moment, he thought of many things. He thought of his sister, Lin Shi, Jiyu, Shuiyi, Bai Qiu, and Su Shu. How could he let go of them? He thought of Baiziki, Ling Yun, Fanning Xiong, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Tai Chu, He Jiao, Yenya an old drunkard, Purple Fairy, and others. If he died, he would never see them again. Then, the figure of a woman in white appeared in his mind. She was so peaceful and quiet. Wu Yi, it's really familiar. What exactly, did I forget? Blood continued to flow out of his mouth. When he thought of Wu Yi, he felt even worse. He seemed to have forgotten something very important. Boom, thunder rumbled, and the thunder-starry sky pressed down, and the world became even darker. Far off in the distance, the Netherworld Grand Ancestor couldn't stop himself from trembling. He quickly moved even farther away to watch what was happening. He's dead. He looked at Lin Tian, who was covered in blood, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. There was a trace of pleasure in his eyes, but at the same time, there was also discomfort. Lin Tian being struck to death would allow him to vent his hatred, but after being struck to death, the source of reincarnation would also dissipate. He would not be able to obtain the greatest divine treasure in the world, and that would be a great regret. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, and his feelings could be said to be extremely complicated and conflicted. Boom, the roar of thunder resounded through the 9 heavens, rolling and rumbling. The thunder-starry sky began to press down faster and faster, and the aura of destruction became even more terrifying, enveloping the surrounding space. Lin Tian was covered in blood. At this time even his vision was blurred. He could only watch the thunder-starry sky pressing down on him. In his mind, familiar figures flashed, and vaguely, he seemed to be able to hear their voices. I don't want to die. His vision was blurred, and blood was gushing out of his mouth. His voice was as weak as a mosquito's. The rolling thunder rumbled, and the thunder-starry sky carried the aura of destruction, and in the blink of an eye, it was above his head. Lin Tian was completely desperate. Looking at the thunder-starry sky pressing down on him, he slowly closed his eyes. Buzz, at this moment, a light appeared between his eyebrows. Strands of 7-colored light emerged and enveloped him in the blink of an eye. In his sea of consciousness, the 7-colored divine sword vibrated. It silently drew out of his sea of consciousness and appeared in front of him. The divine sword was 3 feet long, and the sword was covered with divine patterns. It was mysterious and difficult to identify. In an instant, the lightning-starry sky that was pressing down was forcefully stopped. It was as if it was blocked by an invisible force and could not descend. Then, in the next moment, there was a crisp sizzling sound. In the blink of an eye, it was completely shattered. At the same time, the entire dark sky could not help but tremble violently. Buzz, the divine sword vibrated slightly, and strands of 7-colored divine light surrounded Lin Tian. His injured body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Tian naturally felt it. He suddenly opened his eyes and was immediately moved. This is? Looking at the divine sword in front of him, his eyes twitched, and his pupils could not help but widen. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness had drawn itself out to protect him. He was tongue-tied, and he was stunned. At the same time, his flesh and blood were vibrating. As the seven-colored divine light surrounded him, his injuries were healed in an instant. His internal organs were completely repaired, the cracks on his spiritual body disappeared, and his life origin became bright. His essence, energy, and spirit were restored to their peak at this moment. He felt the vigorous divine power begin to flow in his body again. After a moment's pause, he stood up. Buzz. The seven-colored divine sword intertwined with seven-colored light, bobbing up and down in front of him, causing the surrounding void to become slightly distorted. Looking at the divine sword in front of him, his eyes flashed, and his eyes were full of light. At the same time, in the distance, the Netherworld Grand Ancestor was shocked. This is? How is this possible? Looking from afar, the ninth stage Heavenly Venerable of the Netherworld clan changed color and could not help but tremble. Standing in the distance, he clearly witnessed the process of the seven-colored divine sword drawing out of Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. He clearly saw that as soon as the seven-colored divine sword appeared, the falling thunderous starry sky was instantly shattered, and even the heavens and earth trembled. He could not help but be shocked. Lin Tian was not only a reincarnated body, but he also had such a divine sword in his body. This was definitely not something a heavenly treasure could compare to. He trembled, looking at the seven-colored divine sword from afar. His eyes were filled with shock, and then a touch of greed appeared. As powerful as he was as a ninth-stage Heavenly Venerable, his eyesight was definitely not bad. He clearly felt the terror of this seven-colored divine sword, which was definitely far beyond the scope of a heavenly treasure. If he could get this divine sword, how great would that be? Under the heavenly tribulation, in the center, Lin Tian was surprised by the sudden appearance of the divine sword, but he was also aware of what was happening around him. At this time, he naturally noticed the Netherworld Grand Ancestor's gaze and tilted his head to look at him. Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the Netherworld Grand Ancestor could not help but tremble, and he could not help but take a step back. At this time, meeting Lin Tian's gaze, the powerful Netherworld Grand Ancestor could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Lin Tian smiled, turned his head, and his gaze fell on the divine sword in front of him again. I was saved by you, he said to himself. This divine sword was in his sea of consciousness, and he had never been able to control it. This time, if the divine sword had not drawn out of his sea of consciousness to protect him, he would definitely have died under that thunderous starry sky. He would not have been able to withstand it. In the darkness of despair, this divine sword had saved his life. Buzz. The seven-colored divine sword floated up and down, and strands of seven-colored light intertwined. At this time, it did not rush back to his sea of consciousness. He looked at the seven-colored divine sword, and then glanced at the Netherworld Grand Ancestor in the distance. After a pause, he took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand to the divine sword, opened his 5 fingers, and fell on the hilt of the divine sword. The divine sword was covered with strange patterns, intertwined with strands of seven-colored light, and did not resist him. In the next moment, his 5 fingers that fell on the hilt of the divine sword slowly closed, and he truly grasped the divine sword. In an instant, his powerful physique shook violently. Holding the divine sword, he felt as if he was holding the sky-killing blade, as if he could easily cut the sky into 2 parts. Holding this divine sword, at this time, he felt that he could do anything, that he could destroy everything in the world with one sword. He looked at the sky, where thunder was rolling, and a pitch-black vortex was horizontal. The 18th thunderbolt was brewing, and it would take a while before it emerged and struck down. Only a few tiny bolts of lightning were falling. Holding the divine sword, he stood on the broken ground, and his gaze moved away from the sky, looking at the Netherworld Grand Ancestor in the distance. The Netherworld Grand Ancestor trembled again, and once again met Lin Tian's gaze. Looking at the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand, a sense of fear rose in his heart. He staggered back, and then turned into a bolt of netherworld lightning, and rushed even further away. He felt Lin Tian's killing intent, and at this time, he only wanted to escape, regardless of whether he could escape the range of the heavenly tribulation. The divine sword in Lin Tian's hand terrified him. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air reverberated, and in the blink of an eye, the 9th stage Heavenly Venerable Netherworld Grand Ancestor rushed hundreds of thousands of miles away. Lin Tian looked in the direction that the other party rushed out, but did not pursue. He slowly raised the divine sword in his hand, and calmly slashed in the direction that the other party fled. With a soft sound, the air was cut open, and a seven-colored blade of light destroyed everything, almost cutting the sealed dust ancient region in half. Pfff. There was no scream. Dozens of miles away, a dazzling mist of blood exploded, and the aura of the Netherworld Grand Ancestor disappeared without a trace. One sword, annihilated. Lin Tian naturally felt the death of the Netherworld Grand Ancestor. He withdrew his gaze from the distance, and it fell on the divine sword again. So powerful. His eyes were intertwined with a profound light. Although he knew that this divine sword was very terrifying, he still could not help but be surprised at this time. Just now, he just took the opportunity to slash with the divine sword in his hand, and did not even use the slightest bit of divine power. However, the ninth stage heavenly venerable Netherworld Grand Ancestor, who was dozens of miles away, was completely destroyed without even a scream. How terrifying was that? Boom! At this moment, shocking thunder sounded, and endless darkness spread, almost covering half of the sealed dust ancient region. At this moment, the sky cracked open, and the 18th round of the lightning tribulation was revealed. Phantoms appeared one after another, including angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, ferocious beasts, and blind blood shadows. The sky was pitch black, and densely packed phantoms appeared in the thunderclouds. Every one of them was intertwined with an incomparably terrifying aura, as if they could easily crush the greater thousand worlds. More than half of the sealed dust ancient region became pitch black at this moment. The countless creatures in this world all felt a destructive aura, and every one of them trembled from the bottom of their souls. The sky, why did it become dark? What's going on? This aura, countless creatures were terrified, trembling with fear. The oppressive and destructive aura floated in every corner of this world. Darkness shrouded the land, as if the end of the world was about to arrive. In this vast sealed dust ancient region, whether it was the Netherworld race cultivators or other creatures, all of them were trembling at this moment. Boom, thunder rumbled, resounding throughout the sealed dust ancient region. Lightning rumbled in the pitch-black world, like streaks of pale light streaking across, reflecting a horrifying scene. Waves of black wind blew in this space, chilling to the bone. It was as if there were creatures sobbing in it, making one's heart palpitate. Lin Tian stood on the broken ground, looking at the pitch-black sky and the phantoms that appeared in the thundercloud vortex. They seemed to be real, but also seemed to be formed by the pure great Tao. They were all very terrifying. It has already appeared 3 times. He muttered to himself. He had gone through several heavenly tribulations. Including this time, he had gone through 3 heavenly tribulations. The last round of heavenly tribulations was always like this. Of course, the power was more and more terrifying each time. Boom, an extremely dull rumble came from the sky. Lightning streaked across the pitch-black world, and dense tribulation light directly pressed down. These lightning bolts were only ordinary tribulation lightning from the 18th round of heavenly tribulations, but the destructive aura it contained was incomparably terrifying. Every bolt was no weaker than the 17th round of heavenly tribulations. In the blink of an eye, they struck Lin Tian. Outside Lin Tian's body, 7-colored divine light intertwined, like a 7-colored battle armor enveloping him. The terrifying tribulation lightning struck, but it was stopped a few feet away from him. Then, it shattered on its own. Even the aura of the 7-colored divine light could not block it. Boom, thunder rumbled, and even more tribulation lightning descended. Streak after streak of lightning streaked across the pitch-black world, deathly white to the point of being somewhat horrifying. At the same time, angels with broken wings also rushed down. This phantom was completely formed by lightning. It had no expression and looked very blurry, but it seemed to be the true source of destruction. It was hundreds of times more terrifying than the previous 17 main lightning punishments combined. It was appalling. Chi. 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 There wasn't just one angel with broken wings. Instead, there was a dense swarm of them. Wherever they passed, the void would be silently annihilated. It was as if it had returned to its original state, and it would take a long time for it to return to its original state. Their destructive power was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian held the seven-colored divine sword in his right hand and raised his left hand to meet the attack head-on. A faint seven-colored pattern of light appeared, like a ripple on a calm surface of water, spreading towards the sky. The swarm of broken-winged angels that were charging down instantly shook violently. Then, one by one, they shattered into pieces. The power of the seven-colored divine sword was extremely powerful. Boom, thunder rumbled. In the pitch-black sky, dense lightning continued to strike down, becoming even more terrifying. The tribulation lightning transformed into a sea of destruction, instantly drowning this place. Lin Tian stood on the broken ground, holding the divine sword in his hand. The sword aura protected his body, completely blocking all the tribulation lightning. Not a single bolt of tribulation lightning could hurt him. Come at me together. He looked at the boundless lightning in the sky, raised the seven-colored divine sword in his hand, and pointed it at the sky. The sky was pitch black, and the heavenly tribulation seemed to have its own consciousness. At this moment, it felt Lin Tian's provocation and directly exploded with a monstrous thunder. The entire sky was shattered in an instant, and the oppressive and destructive aura increased tenfold. Boom, 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 thunder rumbled one after another, and lightning streaked across the sky. At this moment, boundless lightning bolts pressed down mightily. At the same time, in the boundless dark sky, angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, ferocious savage beasts, and blind blood shadows, 6 different kinds of terrifying phantoms pressed down together with the boundless lightning bolts. It was as if the 6 sources of destruction were going to destroy this entire world. Suddenly, the entire world shook. The sealed dust ancient region was directly enveloped by the destructive aura, and all living things were terrified. This is the last round. Lin Tian whispered. Standing on the broken surface of the earth, he watched as the final round of lightning punishment descended. He could clearly feel the aura of annihilation, but right now, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his eyes were intertwined with a profound light. Boom, he activated the Heart Sutra of Sun, and golden divine light directly penetrated his body, illuminating this pitch-black space. It's up to you. He looked at the seven-colored divine sword in his right hand. Divine power rolled out, and a monstrous aura burst out. Facing the destructive tribulation lightning bolts pressing down from the sky, he fiercely slashed the sword towards the sky. Clang, the earth-shattering sword cry resounded throughout the entire sealed dust ancient region, and even spread to the other side of the world, causing countless living things to tremble. The seven-colored divine sword vibrated, and as Lin Tian slashed, a 7-foot-long sword light shot out. It was 7-colored, and majestically slashed towards the sky. Chi! 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 The 7-foot-long sword light was incomparably sharp, and the sword aura was monstrous. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. The lightning bolts that pressed down were instantly destroyed. The broken-winged angels, headless horsemen, broken-arm immortal spirits, ferocious ghosts, ferocious beasts, and blind blood shadows formed by lightning were instantly shattered. They couldn't withstand this terrifying sword at all, and were as weak as tofu. After that, the 7-foot-long sword light didn't dissipate, and continued to slash towards the sky. In an instant, the pitch-black lightning clouds were shattered, and it slashed towards the distant sky. Its sharp aura surged, and the 7-colored light illuminated the sky, suppressing all living things. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, as if a ceramic was broken. It was crisp and ear-piercing. As far as the eye could see, the pitch-black lightning vortex was shattered and dissipated at this moment. In the endless distant sky, the 7-foot-long sword light slashed through, and a 7-foot-long crack was slashed open. There was a strange and dreamy spiritual light gushing out from within. This spiritual light was incomparably dense and shocking, but it was also very gentle, as if it was nurturing endless hope. It made one's imagination run wild. Lin Tian's body shook violently. Standing on the broken ground, he looked at the 7-foot-long crack in the distant sky. Looking at the spiritual light gushing out from the crack, he felt an aura that didn't belong to this world. It was strange, vast, and majestic. Could it be? Looking at the 7-foot-long crack, his pupils couldn't help but jump. The aura overflowing from this crack is mixed with strangeness, vastness, and majesty. It definitely doesn't belong to any of the worlds from the 1st to the 9th heaven, as if it is nurturing endless possibilities. The aura contained in it is much stronger than any place from the first to the ninth heaven, as if it is a new world, causing his divine soul to tremble involuntarily. The space behind it gave him an intuition that it is a world that is much vaster than the 9 heavens he has been to before. Behind it, is it, the 10th heaven? His eyes twitched violently, and such an idea appeared in his mind, and he immediately confirmed it in his heart. He believes in his perception, believes in his intuition, and believes in his intuition. Behind it is definitely the 10th heaven. At this moment, the 7-colored divine sword cut open the barrier of the 10th heaven. In the infinite sky, behind the 7-foot-long crack, wisps of spiritual light gushed out, then began to shrink and slowly heal. Lin Tian's body shook again. He gritted his teeth and directly operated the Sun Heart Sutra to the extreme, bursting out a monstrous golden light. At this moment, without hesitation, he stomped on the ground fiercely, turned into a golden lightning, and rushed towards the crack. Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air was very harsh. At this moment, he displayed the 9th layer of the duality steps to the limit. His entire body turned into light, causing the space around him to become blurry. The 7-feet crack was infinitely far from the surface, and it slowly closed. It went from 7 feet to 6 feet, to 5 feet, to 4 feet, to 3 feet, to 2 feet, and finally, at the moment before it completely closed, he still rushed into it. Darkness covered his vision, and his figure disappeared from the sealed dust ancient domain. His aura also disappeared in an instant. Then, after an unknown amount of time, the light reappeared, and the void trembled. A gentle and powerful force directly blasted him out, and he once again landed on the solid ground. A light breeze blew by from afar, cool and gentle. As far as the eye could see, the surface of the ground was covered with green grass. Each of them was about a foot tall, and they were all the same. Occasionally, there would be a few pieces of gray stone mixed in, giving people a very peaceful feeling. Lin Tian looked into the distance, and the scene he saw was exactly the same as before. In this large space, there were no majestic mountains, no turbulent seas, and no powerful monster beasts. No matter how far he looked, the ground was as flat as a plain, and every corner was covered with green grass. This world was like a boundless flat grassland. Every corner was so monotonous. Standing on the surface of this space, a gentle breeze blew past, and his clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. This is the 10th heaven? He was a little stunned. He once tried to imagine the scene of the 10th heaven, where ancient divine mountains towered and immortal rivers flowed for thousands of years, but now, what he saw in front of him made him stunned. What he saw was completely different from what he imagined. In this big space, except for the vastness and boundless aura, everything else was barren. Buzz. The air trembled, and the eternal breeze blowing in this space suddenly became gentler at this moment. The Empyrean level heavenly tribulation dissipated and was shattered by Lin Tian's 7-colored divine sword. Now, even though he had left the sealed dust ancient region and was in a new world, the great path of heaven and earth could still sense his location. At this time, the 7-colored auspicious clouds gathered, and strands of heaven and earth light fell from above and entered his body. Lin Tian's body shook slightly. Looking at the 7-colored auspicious clouds in the sky, he knew very well that the 7-colored divine light from the 7-colored auspicious clouds was very precious. He immediately took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He operated the Heart Sutra of Sun and quickly refined the divine light that entered his body, turning it into pure energy that flowed into every part of his body. Suddenly, the golden divine light outside his body became blazing, and his essence, energy, and spirit rose at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, a full hour passed. The golden divine light outside his body became even more blazing, as if wisps of golden flames were burning outside his body, causing the surrounding void to be dyed with a layer of dazzling gold. Boom! The next moment, a tyrannical aura swayed from his body, turning into a fierce hurricane that swept out in all directions. Cultivating with the 7-colored divine light overflowing from the 7-colored auspicious clouds, he stepped into the 2nd-level Empyrean realm in just half an hour. Moreover, this trend did not stop there. His essence, energy, and spirit continued to rise at an extremely fast speed. In this way, it was not until half an hour later that his aura stabilized, and the golden divine light outside his body became several times more blazing than before. His cultivation stopped at the peak of the second-level Empyrean realm and did not rise any further. He clenched his fist and clearly felt that his combat strength was many times stronger than before the heavenly tribulation. His flesh, divine soul, and origin were all stronger. His cultivation at the peak of the second-level Empyrean realm was also very stable, and there was no need for him to do any cultivation consolidation. Very good, he muttered to himself. This was one of the benefits of the heavenly tribulation. As long as he passed through it, his strength would definitely skyrocket. The more terrifying the heavenly tribulation was, the greater the benefits after passing through it. Chi. A light sound came out. In the sky, the 7-colored auspicious clouds disintegrated like bubbles and slowly dissipated in the next moment. Lin Tian looked up, and after a while, he retracted his gaze and looked around. He sized up the space again. As far as the eye could see, every corner of this space was the same. It was as flat as a grassland, and green grass was everywhere. The spiritual energy in the air was extremely dense. The 10th heaven is actually like this? He muttered to himself. Standing in this place, he couldn't see the majestic divine mountain and the magnificent immortal river, but he was very sure that this is definitely the 10th heaven, because he could clearly feel the vastness of this world. It's at least 100 times larger than the 9th heaven. Most importantly, the aura of this world is very strange and majestic, far from being comparable to the lower heavens. The divine sword had already returned to his sea of consciousness. He swept his gaze over this monotonous world. After pausing in place for a while, he casually walked forward in a direction. Who? Walking in this vast world, a gentle breeze blew past. The grass swayed along with the wind, and the buttocks rose and fell together, just like a blue sea wave. However, looking around, every corner was the same from beginning to end. No matter how far he walked, there was not much change. His pace was very gentle, and his clothes and black hair swayed in the wind. Unknowingly, he had walked hundreds of thousands of miles. After walking so far, the surroundings were still the same. He couldn't see the mountains and rivers, nor could he hear the sounds of birds and beasts. Even the simplest ants and flying insects couldn't be seen. Is the entire great world like this? He was a little dazed. The 10th heaven turned out to be so simple. Buzz. Suddenly, the divine sword that had returned to the bottom of his sea of consciousness vibrated slightly, and strands of 7-colored divine light swayed, pointing directly to the east of this world. Lin Tian's footsteps paused. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness vibrated at this time, pointing directly to the east of this empty world. His expression changed slightly. East. He looked towards the east. The origin of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness is very mysterious. As long as there is a change, it will definitely be extraordinary. This is the case every time. Now that the divine sword had a change, pointing directly to the east of this vast world, he didn't hesitate and directly accelerated towards the east of this heaven. He didn't fly, but still walked on the ground, but his speed was amazingly fast. It was like a humanoid lightning moving on the ground, leaving afterimages behind with each step. In the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of millions of miles. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed. A light breeze blew in this world. Lin Tian didn't know how far he had crossed, but he stopped at this time. In front of him, there was a stone tablet standing a few meters away. There was a strange and magnificent aura intertwined around it. It was extraordinary. This is? Looking at this stone tablet, Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes twitched violently. Looking at it, the stone tablet was about 10 meters tall, and he didn't know how long it had existed. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the world, as if it carried the aura of the long river of time. The vastness and ancientness made people's hearts tremble. There were ancient seal characters engraved on it, and each seal character was like a real dragon, containing a shocking aura. Body refining, divine pulse, sea of consciousness, flight, immortal connecting, great Tao, enlightenment, nirvana, chaos. The ancient seal characters on the stone tablet were intertwined with a very shocking and vast aura. From top to bottom, it was actually a great realm. This made his eyes twitch violently, and he looked at the ancient seal characters further back, and couldn't help but read out loud, Empyrean, immortal, eternal, true immortal, golden immortal, mystic immortal, celestial immortal, immortal king, true God, heavenly God, divine king, divine emperor, divine emperor. This, looking at the ancient seal characters on the stone tablet, he was completely stunned. This stone tablet about 10 meters tall was describing the great realms on the path of cultivation to the world. Body refining, divine pulse, sea of consciousness, flight, immortal connecting, great Tao, enlightenment, nirvana, chaos. Empyrean, immortal, eternal, true immortal, golden immortal, mystic immortal, celestial immortal, immortal king, true God, heavenly God, divine king, divine emperor, divine emperor. He looked at the stone tablet in front of him and was inexplicably shocked. After the Chaos Emperor realm, there are actually 13 great realms? This? Who carved this? He was shocked. Looking at the stone tablet in front of him, looking at the ancient seal characters on it, Lin Tian was really shocked. Engraved on it were the great realms of cultivation, from the body refinement realm to the Chaos Emperor realm, and then there were a total of 13 great realms. He never thought that the path of cultivation would be so profound. After cultivating for dozens of years, he stepped into the heavenly venerable realm, but he hadn't even walked half of the path of cultivation. Who exactly was the one who carved this? His eyes twitched violently. To be able to engrave all the great realms from the body refinement realm to the divine emperor realm on this stone tablet, this was enough to prove that the person who carved these ancient seal characters had definitely reached the divine emperor realm. He even had an even more terrifying conjecture. Today's great realms of cultivation were created by the person who carved these ancient seal characters. This, he was even more shocked. This stone tablet was more than 10 feet tall. It was simply bearing the entire path of cultivation, or rather, the entire world of cultivation. Standing in front of this stone tablet, he was stunned again. The person who carved these ancient seal characters had definitely reached the divine emperor realm, or even the founder of the great realms of cultivation. How powerful was such a person? Moreover, this stone tablet was erected in the 10th heaven. Then, the person who carved these ancient seal characters, the person who created these great realms of cultivation, was someone from the 10th heaven? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be shocked again. Was there such a strong person in the 10th heaven? That person, what kind of existence was he? Buzz. At this time, in his sea of consciousness, the 7-colored divine sword trembled again. Strands of 7-colored light swayed from his sea of consciousness, pointing directly at the stone tablet in front of him. Lin Tian's expression changed. He paused for a moment, then walked forward. In just a few breaths, he arrived in front of the stone tablet. As he approached the stone tablet, he felt a majestic pressure. On this stone tablet, ancient seal characters were written horizontally. They were bold and powerful, simple and ancient. They were like primordial true dragons, causing his heart to tremble. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness was still vibrating slightly. He walked to the stone tablet and couldn't help but put his hand on the stone tablet. He touched the ancient seals on the stone tablet and felt his body tremble uncontrollably as if there were electric currents running through his body. It was also at this moment that the stone tablet suddenly shook, and the ancient characters on it seemed to have come to life as they shone brightly. Lin Tian was immediately shocked. This multicolored light was too strong, and even his eyes felt a piercing pain. The surrounding space was distorting. One by one, the ancient seals glowed. His right hand seemed to be glued to the stone tablet, and he couldn't break free. Buzz. The light was dense, and the surrounding air was distorted like ripples on a calm water surface. In the next instant, a cracking sound rang out. It was as if a piece of ceramic had been shattered. Cracks began to appear on the stone tablet. Then, the cracks became bigger and bigger, spreading like a spider web in all directions. Lin Tian was startled once more. His right hand landed on the stone tablet. At this time, no matter what he did, he couldn't withdraw his hand. It was sucked in by a powerful force, and the stone tablet began to crack apart bit by bit. Crack! 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 Crisp sounds rang out one after another. After 10 breaths, the stone tablet finally broke into pieces and completely shattered, turning into dust that filled the sky. Then, it dissipated like starlight, as if it had merged into the void of this place. This, Lin Tian was shocked. This ancient stone tablet that carried the different levels of cultivation actually broke in front of his eyes just like that. Buzz. Light surrounded this place. The surrounding divine splendor was still there. Lin Tian was shocked again. At this time, the stone tablet broke, but the ancient seals on the stone tablet were perfectly preserved. They floated in the air like light talismans, like true dragons emitting divine light. This shocked him. These ancient seal characters had left the stone tablet and existed independently. They didn't disappear. Buzz. The ancient seal characters left the stone tablet and floated in the air. They didn't disappear. At this moment, they seemed to be condensed by light, as if they had their own consciousness. At this moment, they vibrated together and circled Lin Tian like true dragons. For a moment, in this world, the originally gentle breeze became fierce. The ancient seal characters intertwined with a strong aura, carrying a majestic Taoist rhyme. They were like miniature tornadoes circling Lin Tian's body, causing the unparalleled spiritual qi in this world to materialize into rays of light. Rays of light rushed from all directions and flooded this place in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's body suddenly trembled. As the unparalleled spiritual qi rushed over, the Sun Heart Sutra in his body involuntarily sped up, madly absorbing the vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth, quickly nourishing his body. In just an instant, his essence, qi, and spirit began to strengthen at a terrifying speed, and his cultivation also rose steadily. This shocked him and made his heart tremble again. The ancient seal characters on the stone tablet circled around him, attracting all the spiritual qi in the air from all directions. Whoosh! 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 This kind of spirit light was very strong and dense. It rushed over from all directions in this world, and all of them condensed into a substantial beam of light. At the same time as it rushed towards this place, it carried with it the sound of the air being torn apart. It was vast and strange. Immersed in this vast and strange spiritual light, Lin Tianji felt as if he had entered the legendary ancestral dragon's vein. His divine soul trembled, his essence, qi, and spirit continued to strengthen, and his cultivation rose rapidly. After a few minutes, his body trembled as a powerful divine power swept out from his body, creating a powerful hurricane. He had stepped into the third level of the Celestial Venerable Realm from the peak of Level 2 Celestial Venerable Realm. Moreover, after reaching this level, as the spiritual light in this world continued to rush and enter his body, his essence, qi, and cultivation continued to grow rapidly. He was moving toward Level 4. Celestial Master at an incredible speed. At the same time, the ancient seal characters beside him fell off from the shattered stone tablet and circled around his body. They became faster and faster, and the light became thicker and thicker. Then, they shook together and entered his forehead like real dragons. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into his sea of consciousness and shone brightly above his sea of consciousness. This? Lin Tianji's body shook, and he was shocked by this scene. These ancient seal characters not only fell off from the shattered stone tablet, but they also attracted the vast spiritual energy in this world and rushed directly into his sea of consciousness. Buzz. One by one, the ancient seal characters rushed into his sea of consciousness and vibrated above his sea of consciousness. The light was strong, but it was very gentle. They were like numerous divine lamps and true dragons that circled around his sea of consciousness, causing the yin-yang lotus sea within his sea of consciousness to sway along with it. With a rustling sound, strands of black and white quintessencing sunlight were interwoven. Buzz. The ancient seal characters that entered his sea of consciousness continued to vibrate, and the light became thicker. Then, in the next moment, these ancient seal characters began to break down one by one. In the blink of an eye, they all shattered and turned into pieces of blazing divine light that floated above his sea of consciousness. Then, they floated around and merged into his sea of consciousness. Lin Tianji's body shook immediately, and his sea of consciousness shook violently. The yin-yang lotus sea in it swayed even more violently, and there were even waves of light rolling up, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his head. At the same time, there were many things in his mind. Vaguely, there was an inexplicable vast sound in his sea of consciousness, as if a supreme being was preaching to him in his sea of consciousness. Body refining, refine the blood, flesh, tendons, and bones, and transform the vital qi. Holy pulse, connect the body's acupoints to form 9 holy pulses. Sea of consciousness, gather the power of the 9 holy pulses to form the sea of consciousness. Flight, refine the vital qi, and one can control the void. Immortal connection, transform the vital qi into a spirit, and reconstruct the body with divine power. Great Tao, comprehend the heaven and earth, and comprehend the great Tao. Enlightenment, comprehend the true meaning of the great Tao, and comprehend the true meaning of one's own body. Nirvana, transform the body and sublimate, as if bathing in fire like a phoenix. Primal chaos, condense the emperor qi, or the emperor realm. There are a total of 18 levels. The first 9 emperors, the last 9 celestial lords. Empyrean, draw on the power of the starry sky to refine the blood, flesh, tendons, and bones, and lead the body to truly reach the peak. Immortal, the body truly transcends mortality, and even if it dies, it will not decay or decay. Draw on the power of the starry sky to refine the soul of the origin. Eternal, the body is immortal, and the soul is indestructible. You will never die, and live as long as the heaven and earth. True immortal, one by one, the ancient seal characters turned into light and merged into his sea of consciousness. Then, a vast sound of the great Tao rang out, as if someone was preaching to him. A vague meaning of cultivation appeared in his mind, causing him to involuntarily speak softly. From body refining to primal chaos, from Empyrean to Emperor God, he understood the meaning of each realm and how to cultivate each realm. It was as if his sea of consciousness was imprinted, and the various meanings became clearer and clearer. From body refining to nirvana, each realm is divided into 9 small steps. The level of primal chaos is called the Emperor realm, and it is actually divided into 18 levels. The first 9 levels are the emperors, and the last 9 levels are the celestial lords. From Empyrean to Emperor God, each realm is divided into 3 levels, early, middle, and peak. He murmured. After reaching the eternal realm, one can completely escape death. Under normal circumstances, one will truly be immortal, he muttered to himself, and his eyes couldn't help but emit strands of resplendent light. Eternal, that is eternal life, all living things in the world could truly live forever, and live as long as the heaven and earth. In fact, when one stepped into a higher realm, even if the heaven and earth were to be destroyed, one could still live in the world. Eternal, eternal life. He muttered to himself, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. As he muttered to himself, in his sea of consciousness, the ancient seal characters shattered and turned into light that completely merged into every corner of his sea of consciousness. That inexplicable vast sound of the great Tao instantly disappeared. Boom, divine power vibrated, and his body emitted a monstrous divine light at this moment. His essence, qi, and spirit increased wildly, and his cultivation also rose. In just the blink of an eye, his cultivation rushed from 3rd stage heavenly venerable to 4th stage heavenly venerable. Moreover, this trend showed no signs of stopping, and it was still rushing up. Buzz. The aura coming from the 10 directions was too dense, like the spiritual energy of the ancestral dragon veins. Lin Tian stood in the middle of it, and with the trace of Tao rhythm brought into his sea of consciousness by the ancient seal scripts, his essence, energy, and cultivation seemed to never stop. They were all rising rapidly, and his blood energy was constantly growing stronger like a volcanic eruption. Buzz. Astonishing divine brilliance intertwined around his body. The golden divine light became denser with the improvement of his cultivation base, like a burning golden flame, dyeing the surrounding space with a reddish golden color. Even the green grass on the ground was covered with a faint layer of golden light. He stood quietly in place. At this time, while comprehending the essences of the many great realms on the road of cultivation, he automatically operated the Sun Heart Sutra, absorbing the majestic aura pouring into this place at a faster speed. Suddenly, the growth of his essence, energy, and cultivation base became even faster. Then, after only half an hour, another tyrannical divine energy rushed out of his body, and his cultivation base underwent another great change. From the 4th stage of the Empyrean realm, he stepped into the 5th stage of the Empyrean realm. At the same time, his body trembled slightly. As the stone tablet shattered, and the ancient characters on the stone tablet merged into his sea of consciousness, he felt as if he had become one with the vast 10th heaven. In this short period of time, he suddenly gained a lot of knowledge about this vast and boundless world. Among them, the most clear point was the extremely strong heavenly barrier of the 10th heaven. The ancient seal script on the stone tablet is a powerful force. Under the power of time, it passed through the stone tablet and affected the heavenly domain's heavenly domain barrier, making it countless times stronger. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to break it. He muttered to himself. In the 10th heaven, a gentle breeze blew in. In the 10 directions, the bright aura was still rushing towards this place, showing no signs of stopping. The grass in this world swayed in the breeze, like waves of green grass. Lin Tian operated the Sun Heart Sutra and cultivated silently. At this time, his eyes couldn't help but emit wisps of golden light. It seems that now, I can make the heavenly barrier of this world return to its original state. He whispered. The reason why the heavenly barrier of the 10th heaven is so strong that even ordinary heavenly venerables can't break it. This is because the ancient seal script on the stone tablet is intertwined with a powerful force that poured into the heavenly barrier through the stone tablet, causing the heavenly barrier to become many times stronger. Now, the ancient seal script on the stone tablet has integrated into his sea of consciousness, and there is still some aura remaining. He can guide this aura to restore the heavenly barrier to its original state. At that time, as long as one's cultivation is at the quasi-emperor realm, they can enter this heaven. Blazing divine light surged around his body. His essence, energy, and cultivation were all rising. The golden light in his eyes became even more intense. Then, he took a deep breath and moved his hands at once. He quickly formed a seal and circulated the dragon burial scripture. Roaming dragon. He muttered softly. He activated the remaining ancient seal script aura in his sea of consciousness. With the dragon burial scripture as a guide, he turned this aura into strands of divine light and sent them into the ground of this world, surging into the heaven region's barrier. As these strands of divine light were sent into the heavenly barrier, the wind in this world began to grow stronger. The green plants on the ground began to sway even more intensely. The heavenly barrier's firmness is weakening. Wisps of faint light intertwined in his eyes. He instantly noticed the changes in the heavenly barrier of this heaven. Then, he circulated the dragon burial scripture even faster, guiding even more of the ancient seal aura into the heaven domain barrier, causing the heaven domain barrier to return to its original state at an even faster speed. He knew very well that every cultivator in the lower heavens dreamed of rushing into the 10th heaven one day, and then reaching a higher level, breaking through death and attaining immortality. However, the extremely solid heavenly barrier of the heaven region blocked the path of these cultivators. It was almost the end of the road in despair. Now that he had entered this heaven realm, he knew why the barrier of this heaven realm was so sturdy. There was a way to restore the barrier of this heaven realm to its original state, giving the experts the hope and opportunity to enter this heaven realm, allowing them to rush to a higher level. Naturally, he would not hesitate. Moreover, his most important family and friends were also in the lower 9 heavens. Even if it was only for his family and friends, he had to do this. What's more, this matter wouldn't cause him any harm. It would just consume some of his essence. Wang. He channeled the dragon burial scripture and the remnants of the ancient seal scripts in his psyche ocean were drawn out. Together with the dragon markings in the sky, he sent them into the ground of the heaven region and into the barrier of the heaven region, causing the barrier to return to its original state even faster. The 9th heaven is vast and boundless. At this moment, the sky of this heaven suddenly became bright. Wisps of light spread out, and the entire sky became distorted at this moment, as if water ripples were surging. It was very strange. At the same time, the aura intertwined in this heaven began to become stronger. In the blink of an eye, it doubled in density. Wisps of gentle aura rolled up in this heaven, strangely peaceful. For a time, all the powerhouses and sects in this heaven were shocked. This is? The sky is glowing, and the aura is increasing. What's going on? All the cultivators were surprised. The sky of the 9th heaven was changing, and the aura in the air was increasing. At this time, the stronger the cultivator, the more obvious this change was. The sky is weakening. A powerful emperor looked at the sky, and his eyes twitched violently. Time passed by. In the ninth heaven, the light emitted from the sky gradually became denser. The vast sky seemed to have turned into a source of light, and the aura in this great world continued to increase. What the hell is going on? This world. What's going on? In this heaven region, more and more cultivators were astonished, shocked by this scene. Cultivators walked out from every corner. In the entire ninth heaven, almost all the cultivators looked at the sky at this time. It was also at this time that a voice sounded from the sky, reverberating throughout the entire ninth heaven, and even spread to the other 8 heavens below the ninth heaven. After 49 days, the 10th heaven will be unsealed. Anyone who has reached the quasi-emperor realm or above can break through the barrier of the 10th heaven, withstand the pressure of the barrier, and enter the 10th heaven. This voice sounded from the 9th heaven, as if it came from another world. It was quiet and distant, causing everyone in the 9th heaven and the lower 8 heavens to turn pale. All of them had a look of shock on their faces. Especially in the immortal court of the 9th heaven, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals all looked at the sky with wide eyes. Naturally, they could tell that this voice came from their leader. Everyone was shocked and speechless. In the depths of the immortal court, Lin Shi, Ji Yu, Little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, and Baiziki were also shocked. This is Brother's voice. Lin Shi was shocked. Yes, it's Brat Lin's voice. That guy's voice actually came from the top of the 9th heaven? He said that the 10th heaven will be unsealed? Wuxing Crocodile was also shocked. He stared straight at the sky, and his pupils shrank fiercely. Could it be that he is now, in the 10th heaven? He entered the 10th heaven? Didn't he go to the sealed dust ancient region to transcend the Empyrean thunder tribulation? How could? A day ago, Lin Tian went to the sealed dust ancient region to transcend the tribulation. Naturally, everyone was worried and gathered together to wait for Lin Tian's return. Then, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky of the 9th heaven, and the world aura changed greatly. They were all surprised and looked at the sky. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian's voice suddenly sounded from the top of the 9th heaven. The most important thing was that the content of Lin Tiandao's words was too shocking. He actually said that, after 49 days, the 10th heaven will be unsealed, and as long as one reaches the quasi-emperor realm, they can enter the 10th heaven. One must know that the 10th heaven is the legendary supreme world of the 10 directions heavens. In the entire 10 directions heavens, there is no cultivator who doesn't dream of entering it one day, but they are powerless because the barrier of the 10th heaven is too strong. Even an ordinary Empyrean powerhouse can't break it. But now, Lin Tian said that the 10th heaven will be unsealed, and after 49 days, anyone who reaches the quasi-emperor realm will be able to enter it. The significance of such words is too great. For the current 10 directions heavens, for the countless cultivators in the 10 directions heavens, these words can be said to be subversive, enough to make any cultivator in the 10 directions heavens tremble. This guy, what is he doing? He really entered the 10th heaven? That legendary heavenly domain? Bai Qiao, Ji Yu, and the others were surprised. Baiziki, Yang Qi, and the others' eyes twitched violently. Even the little Taichu's eyes widened, staring straight at the sky. At the same time, in the 9th heaven, the old ancestors of the major sects were all shocked. Naturally, they recognized that this voice belonged to Lin Tian. After all, more than 2 years ago, Lin Tianyi fought against the Netherworld race. No one would forget that. The voice of the immortal emperor fell from the sky of the 9th heaven? The 10th heaven will be unsealed, and after 49 days, anyone above the quasi-emperor realm will be able to enter the 10th heaven? The immortal emperor of the immortal court is now in the 10th heaven? He ascended to the 10th heaven? The changes in the sky are related to the immortal emperor? The immortal emperor is unsealing the 10th heaven? 49 days later, we will be able to step into the legendary heavenly realm. We can rush to a higher realm? The entire 9th heaven was shocked. All the cultivators trembled. At this moment, they all looked at the dazzling sky, and their pupils couldn't help but twitch. The immortal emperor entered the 10th heaven? All the cultivators were horrified. The 10th heaven is the highest heaven in the 10 heavens. It's the legendary heaven that all cultivators dream of ascending. Now, Someone actually stepped into it, he actually stepped into the legendary 10th heaven. Immortal, the immortal emperor, many people were in a daze, completely shocked. The seal of the 10 heavens is about to be lifted? The immortal emperor is now in the 10th heaven, and he's about to lift the barrier of the 10th heaven? In 49 days, people above the quasi-emperor realm will be able to enter? In the entire 9th heaven, countless people were looking at the sky. Countless people were discussing this matter. Everyone was shocked and shocked. Of course, there was also excitement. It's the voice of the immortal emperor. If the immortal emperor said so, then it must be true. The immortal emperor is about to break the seal of the 10th heaven. We have hope and opportunity to enter. We can enter that heaven. That's great. That's great. In the vast 9th heaven, all the cultivators were excited. Not only in the 9th heaven, but Lin Tian's voice also spread to the lower heavens. All the cultivators were shocked. The Burning Sun sect, the Valley of the Harp, the Bai family, the Emergence Dao sect, and other major forces related to Lin Tian were all excited. Senior brother Lin has stepped into the legendary 10th heaven? Someone from our Burning Sun sect rushed into the 10th heaven. All the disciples of the Burning Sun sect trembled with shock and excitement. Entering the legendary 10th heaven, this was even more shocking than the fact that Lin Tian was a reincarnated body. After all, it's the 10th heaven. It was the legendary heaven domain of the 10 directions heaven domain that contained the secret of eternal life, the 10th heaven. Lin Tian stood alone in the 10th heaven. Golden divine light intertwined around his body, becoming more and more intense. In this heaven, the wind became much stronger. He pulled out the remnant aura of the ancient seal script in his knowledge sea and used the dragon burial scripture to send it into the heavenly barrier of the 10th heaven, causing the influence of the ancient seal script left on the stone tablet to slowly disappear, causing the heavenly barrier to slowly return to its original state. Buzz, vast amounts of spiritual energy continued to surge in from all directions. They moved very quickly and showed no signs of stopping. The vast amount of spiritual energy had basically turned Lin Tian's surroundings into a sea of spiritual energy, enveloping Lin Tian completely. It constantly surged into his body, causing his vital energies and cultivation to rapidly rise. Lin Tianyi circulated the Sun Heart Sutra to absorb the spiritual energy and cultivate. At the same time, he pulled out the remnant aura of the ancient seal script in his knowledge sea and used the dragon burial scripture to restore the barrier of the 10th heaven. Dense dragon patterns gushed out from the soles of his feet. Doing this, he used the dragon burial scripture to channel the remnant aura of the ancient seal script into the barrier of the 10th heaven to remove the influence of the ancient seal script. The entire process takes about 3 days. After the completion of the process, it will take more than 40 days for the barrier to truly return to its original state. He sent a voice transmission from the 10th heaven, informing the people in the lower heavens about this matter. The dragon burial scripture and the Sun Heart Sutra circulated even faster. His essence, energy, soul, and cultivation were all rising at an astonishing speed. At the same time, he paused and sent a voice transmission to the lower 9 heavens. The path of cultivation is divided into 22 realms: body tempering, divine vein, knowledge sea, flight controlling, immortal connecting, grand Tao, enlightenment, nirvana, primal chaos. His voice was calm and mixed with Tao rhythm. After the primal chaos emperor realm, there are the emperor void realm, immortal realm, eternal realm, true immortal realm, golden immortal realm, mysterious immortal realm, heavenly immortal realm, immortal king realm, true immortal realm, heavenly immortal realm, divine king realm, divine emperor realm, and God emperor realm. He preached the Tao to all the cultivators in the 10 heavens across the heaven barrier, informing them of the 13 great realms after the primal chaos emperor realm. He also explained in detail the essentials of each great realm to all the cultivators in the 10 heavens, as well as what they should do to cultivate. At the same time, he also improved their understanding of each great realm. For a time, the cultivators in the entire 10 heavens were even more shocked. The immortal emperor of the immortal court is preaching to us across the heavens? Body refining, divine vein, sea of consciousness, imperial sky, connecting immortal, great Tao, enlightenment, nirvana, chaos, empyrean, immortal, eternal, true immortal, golden immortal, Xian immortal, heaven immortal, immortal king, true God, heavenly God, divine king, divine emperor, there are so many great realms after the primal chaos emperor realm? This is simply. The cultivators in the 10 heavens were all shocked. In the past, all the cultivators thought that the primal chaos emperor realm was the end of cultivation. Now, after listening to Lin Tian's voice from the 10th heaven, they learned that there were a total of 13 great realms after the primal chaos emperor realm. The primal chaos emperor realm was not even the middle stage of the cultivation path. This shocked all the cultivators in the 10 heavens. At the same time, as Lin Tian explained the essentials of each great realm, all the cultivators became even more shocked. Reaching the eternal realm means eternal life, and one can live as long as the heavens and earth? Is this the so-called secret of eternal life contained in the 10th heaven? The immortal emperor entered the 10th heaven and obtained this in the 10th heaven? We, cultivators, can really achieve eternal life. Many cultivators trembled, even those in the emperor realm were no exception. Eternal life, for the cultivators in the world, this word was too heavy. It could crush everything. Since ancient times, the 10 heavens had experienced countless eras. All the cultivators cultivated desperately, and the ultimate goal was eternal life. However, whether human beings could really achieve eternal life had always been a question. Even though there was a rumor in the 10th heaven that contained the secret of eternal life, no one had seen it with their own eyes. Many people even thought that it was impossible for human beings to achieve eternal life, and that it was just a dream. However, now, Lin Tian from the 10th heaven gave a sermon to all the cultivators in the 10 heavens. He explained the great realms after the primal chaos emperor realm, explained the essentials of each realm, and told everyone that cultivators could live forever. As long as they reached the eternal realm, they could live as long as the heavens and earth. This shocked and excited all the cultivators. For the cultivators in the 10 heavens, the significance of this matter was too great. It surpassed everything else. The immortal emperor broke the seal of the 10th heaven and gave us a sermon. Countless cultivators trembled. Lin Tian broke the seal of the 10th heaven and gave a sermon across the heavens, carrying the secret of eternal life. For the cultivators in the 10 heavens, this was undoubtedly a great kindness, comparable to the grace of rebirth. Countless cultivators were moved and grateful. Among them, although most of the cultivators may not be able to reach the eternal realm, and even reaching the quasi-emperor realm was very difficult. However, Lin Tian's words gave everyone hope. Whether it was a genius or an ordinary person, they all had the possibility of achieving eternal life. This was more important than anything else. This gave all the cultivators a real and definite goal that they could achieve. The road of cultivation would be full of motivation, the life of a cultivator would be more meaningful because of this. Immortal Emperor! Immortal Emperor! Immortal Emperor! Throughout the 100,000 heavens, countless cultivators couldn't help but shout at the sky at this moment, moved and excited. Lin Tian stood in the 10th heaven. While circulating the dragon burial scripture, he guided the remnant aura of the ancient seal in his sea of consciousness to unlock the heavens barrier. At the same time, he circulated the Heart of the Sun Sutra and gave a sermon to the cultivators of the 10 heavens. He looked very ethereal, as if he had entered the Tao. He gave off an incomparably solemn feeling, like a divine emperor. The spiritual energy of the 10 heavens rolled in, submerging this place. Then, in the next moment, wisps of pure white light gushed out from the surface of this heaven. They were gentle and pure, and after they appeared, they rushed towards Lin Tian, like a white mist lingering around Lin Tian's body. Then, along with the endless spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, they poured into Lin Tian's body. Suddenly, the aura of Lin Tian's body rose rapidly, and his essence, qi, and spirit soared. This is? Lin Tian was slightly shocked and his expression changed. It wasn't the first time he saw this kind of pure white light. When he was cultivating in the Immortal Emperor Tower after quelling the dark turmoil, he also saw this kind of light mixed with a strange power. Compared to the last time, the pure white light this time was denser and more abundant. It was even more astonishing than the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the 10 heavens. It was like the most primitive heaven and earth saint force. He was using the dragon burial scripture to unlock the heavens barrier of this heaven. Although it was returning to its original state at this time, it hasn't really recovered yet. He couldn't see the scene of the lower heavens through such a solid heavens barrier. However, even so, he could feel that this light drifted from the lower heavens to the 10th heavens. This light completely ignored the extremely sturdy barrier of the 10th heaven, without any hindrance. Lin Tian was shocked. This light is too extraordinary. Is it because I broke the heavens barrier here and gave a sermon across the heavens, causing the cultivators of the 10 heavens to feel grateful and reverent? He had some guesses. This was the second time he had received such a light, so he more or less understood it a little. Because back when he had quelled the dark turmoil, the living beings and cultivators he had saved had given birth to such a strange divine light because of their gratitude and reverence towards him. The pure white light contained a strange power, and it was very rich and abundant. Along with the majestic aura of the 10th heaven, it poured into Lin Tian's body. After being refined by the Sun Heart Sutra, Lin Tian's essence and cultivation soared at an even faster speed. Buzz. In his body, the golden divine light became even denser, illuminating the surrounding space with a reddish golden light. Even the air was distorted. He ran the Sun Heart Sutra, and as the pure white light entered his body, his entire being became more ethereal. He continued to guide the aura left by the ancient seal in his knowledge sea to unlock the 10th heaven, and he continued to preach to the cultivators of the 10th heaven. Afterward, the pure white light that rushed from the lower heavens to the 10th heaven became even denser, and the power was even more astonishing. For a time, his cultivation speed increased again, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of the 5th level Empyrean. Moreover, this trend didn't stop and was still continuing. As such, he continued to break through the barrier of the 10th heaven while explaining the essentials of the realms after the primal Chaos Emperor realm. At the same time, he cultivated the Great Sun Heart Sutra. Soon, another 2 hours passed. Boom! At this time, another powerful aura rushed out of his body. His cultivation rose from the 5th level Empyrean to the 6th level Empyrean, and a powerful golden hurricane appeared in this place. He naturally knew about this matter, but he didn't care about it for the time being. Instead, he focused more on breaking the seal of the 10th heaven and preaching to the cultivators of the 10th heaven. This was because when he was breaking the seal of the 10th heaven and preaching to the cultivators of the 10th heaven, he received feedback from the cultivators of the 10th heaven. This feedback was the pure white light. The power contained in this light is too strange and divine. It has extraordinary power, far surpassing the world's aura. Although he didn't expect to get any feedback when he first started to break the seal of the 10th heaven and preach to these people, now that he got the reward, he felt that he should treat it more seriously. True immortal, the body is immortal, the soul is indestructible, the Emperor Qi evolves into immortal Qi, comprehending the laws of the immortal Tao. Golden immortal, condenses immortal Qi, and sublimates the immortal Tao. Mysterious immortal, the immortal Tao is profound, and the combat power is unparalleled. His voice was calm, passing through the heavenly barrier of the 10th heaven and falling to the lower heavens. In the 9th heaven, the light in the sky became thicker and thicker, almost covering the scorching sun in the sky, but it was very gentle and not dazzling at all. At this moment, all the cultivators in the region sat down with their legs crossed. They stopped what they were doing and listened to the voice in the sky in a daze. At the same time, this sound passed through the barriers of the other heavens and landed in the 8 heavens below. All the cultivators in the 8 heavens did the same. Everyone sat down and carefully listened to the sound in their world while channeling their ancient scriptures. Moreover, some cultivators muttered along with Lin Tian's voice, and the aura they emitted couldn't help but become more condensed. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after, from the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven, many cultivators who had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time unknowingly crossed this obstacle and stepped into a new level of cultivation. In the 10th heaven, Lin Tian was surrounded by a dazzling golden light. Buzz. More and more pure white light surged from the 9 heavens below. Along with the world aura rushing from the 10th heaven, it entered his body, causing his essence, energy, and soul to grow rapidly. His cultivation base also rose steadily. His expression was focused and serious. While unsealing the 10th heaven, he continued to talk to the cultivators in the future. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 3 days later. On this day, Lin Tian stopped channeling the dragon burial scripture. The aura of the ancient seal left in his knowledge sea was completely exhausted. It's done. He muttered to himself. At this time, the heavenly barrier of the 10th heaven is still strong, and ordinary Empyreans can't break it. However, as time passes, it will slowly weaken and return to its original state. In more than 40 days, any cultivator who has reached the quasi-emperor realm in the lower heavens will be able to step up. Cultivating in this heaven is at least dozens of times better than cultivating in the lower 9 heavens. He whispered. The 10th heaven is very simple. It's surrounded by plains, but the world aura is vast and rich. Cultivating in this heaven can definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. It's not comparable to the lower 9 heavens. Buzz. Outside his body, the golden divine light became denser, and various spiritual lights rushed out from this heaven. Pure white light mixed with strange power rushed out from the lower heavens. It wasn't until half a month later that the two gradually became thinner. After that, another 3 days passed, and the pure white light that surged from the lower heaven domain disappeared. Only strands of spirit light still floated over from various corners of the heaven domain, but compared to 3 days ago, it was much thinner. 7th level Empyrean. At this moment, Lin Tian stopped cultivating. His eyes shone brightly as he could clearly sense just how powerful he had become. At this time, he felt that if he encountered someone at the level of the Netherworld Great Ancestor again, he could kill the other party with a simple punch. In the Empyrean realm, no one is his opponent, and he is absolutely invincible under the Emperor realm. Good. The light in his eyes became stronger. He had accidentally entered the legendary 10th heaven of the 10 Directions heaven domain. His harvest was simply too great. He had learned the secret of eternal life, and his cultivation had risen from 2nd order Empyrean to 7th order Empyrean. This made him feel like he was dreaming. The harvest was too amazing. It's all thanks to that divine sword. Otherwise, it would be impossible to enter this heaven so easily and obtain so much. I might even die under the heavenly tribulation. He muttered to himself. He stood in place and felt more and more that the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had a terrifying origin. It was too powerful. He paused in place and took a deep breath. The Heart Sutra of Sun circulated more smoothly, and he prepared to stabilize his 7th level Empyrean cultivation. Whoosh! In this heaven, the wind became gentle again, and the green plants on the ground swayed with the gentle breeze. Wisps of spiritual light floated from all corners of this heaven, and became thinner as they surrounded Lin Tian. At this time, when Lin Tian was about to sit down cross-legged and stabilize his 7th level Empyrean cultivation with the Heart Sutra of Sun, his sea of consciousness suddenly trembled. As the wisps of spiritual light from this heaven surrounded him, a blurry image appeared in his sea of consciousness. It seemed to be the image of this heaven in the past. He saw 9 figures entering this heaven one after another, standing quietly in this heaven, and then rushing into the sky. These 9 people's appearances were very blurry, but the aura surrounding them made his heart tremble. Empyrean Primal Chaos, Empyrean Solar, Empyrean Extreme Yin, Empyrean Dragon Burial, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Empyrean Medicine Emperor, Empyrean Dao Ren, Empyrean Array Emperor, Fengshen Tianzuan. His pupils shrank suddenly. The 9 figures were very blurry, and he couldn't see their faces clearly. However, he was very familiar with their aura. This was because he had cultivated the divine arts of these 9 people. Even the Extreme Yin ancient scripture of Empyrean Extreme Yin was something he had learned from Bai Qiu. At this time, he instantly recognized them. These 9 people didn't disappear in the long river of time, they didn't die, and they ascended to the 10th heaven early? He was shocked. The scene that appeared in his knowledge sea was obviously produced by the ancient seal scripts he fused into his knowledge sea with the dragon burial scripture after unsealing the 10th heaven. Some of the real things that happened in the 10th heaven were reflected in his knowledge sea at this time, causing him to be shocked. The 9 famous Empyreans, all the cultivators in the 10 Directions heaven thought that these 9 people had fallen. Even if they were invincible in the world, they were limited by the terrifying barrier of the 10th heaven. They couldn't ascend to the 10th heaven and fell lonely under the wheel of time. However, the truth was different. These 9 people had successfully broken through to the 10th heaven early. This, Lin Tian was shocked. The 9 people who were famous in the 10 Directions heaven were really terrifying, specks of light floated around him. In his knowledge sea, the 9 figures disappeared, and a new scene appeared. In the boundless 10th heaven, green plants were everywhere. A gentle breeze blew, and a woman appeared silently. She was wearing a white dress, as if she had walked out of a painting, untainted by the mortal world. She was quiet to the extreme, like a fairy from the ninth heaven. Wu-yi. Lin Tian's face changed. This extremely quiet woman, how could he not recognize her? She was too familiar. She was the master of this generation of Misty Mountain. Her name was Wu-yi. She didn't like to speak, but she always used her divine sense to send out a very pleasant and quiet voice. Wu-yi had once ascended to the 10th heaven. In his knowledge sea, the scenes intertwined. Wu-yi appeared in the 10th heaven, then flew towards the higher heavens, disappearing from this heaven in a flash. Then, not long after, she descended from the sky and silently disappeared from this part of the sky. She went to the higher heavens of this heaven in the past, then came down a moment later and returned to the 9th heaven below. Lin Tian's eyes flickered, and his face was full of shock. That extremely quiet woman had also arrived in this heaven realm a long time ago. Buzz. Wisps of light intertwined from various places in this heaven, becoming thinner and thinner as if they were about to dissipate. In his knowledge sea, a new scene appeared. A middle-aged man in a white robe appeared in this heaven with a woman in a green dress. After a pause, they rushed to the higher heavens. Master. Master's wife. He was moved again. The middle-aged man in a white robe had a slender body and a lazy expression. He was the person he respected the most in his life, an old drunkard. He was naturally very familiar with the woman in the green dress, an old drunkard's beauty, the daughter of the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect. Xianxia. This, he was surprised. An old drunkard actually took Xianxia to the 10th heaven and rushed to the higher heavens. This really surprised Lin Tian. This old guy is always so surprising. Lin Tian muttered to himself. A few years ago, he searched the lower 9 heavens but couldn't find any trace of an old drunkard. It turned out that an old drunkard had already left the lower 9 heavens and entered the 10th heaven. Specks of light floated from all corners of this heaven, getting thinner and thinner before gradually disappearing. The scenes that once happened in this heaven in his sea of knowledge also dissipated. Huff. A light breeze blew through this part of the sky. On the surface of the earth, green plants swayed in the wind like green waves. Lin Tian stood in place, a little dazed. The 9 Empyreans of the ancient era, Wu-yi, an old drunkard, these people, they all broke through the solid barrier of the 10th heaven and ascended to the 10th heaven. This kind of thing is really shocking. In the past years, more than a dozen people have broken through the barrier of the 10th heaven. The gentle breeze blew in this world. He stood in place, his clothes and the black hair on his forehead swaying in the wind. It wasn't until a few breaths later that he finally calmed down. Then, he paused and looked up at the sky. From the scenes that emerged in his sea of knowledge, he saw that whether it was the 9 Empyreans of the ancient era, Wu-yi who returned to the lower heavens, or an old drunkard and Xianxia, they all rushed to the higher heavens after ascending to this heaven. Is there something special up there? He showed a puzzled look. In the 10th heaven, the sky is blue, and the clouds are everywhere. There is nothing special about it, it seems very normal. However, since the 9 Empyreans of the ancient era, Wu-yi, an old drunkard, and Xianxia have all ascended to the higher heavens after ascending to this heaven, there must be a reason for it. He paused for a moment, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Golden divine light intertwined out of his body and soared into the sky, rushing towards the higher heavens. His speed was extremely fast as he headed towards the peak of the boundless sky. Soon after, he broke through the clouds and continued to ascend. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, his speed was even faster. He didn't know how far he had rushed out from the surface. The air gradually changed and became much heavier. It actually created a slight hindrance to his flight. Then, as he charged higher and higher, the resistance of the air against him became stronger and stronger. So much so that when he charged further, flames actually appeared around him. It seemed to be caused by the friction between the divine light outside his body and the air. This, he frowned and was a little surprised. However, he did not stop. Instead, he continued to rush up and increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour had passed. Lin Tian felt that he had encountered an even stronger obstacle. There seemed to be a strange barrier in front of him that prevented him from moving forward. However, although this barrier is very strong, it can't stop the current him. With a slight movement of his mind, the golden divine light outside his body suddenly became a little more blazing. In an instant, it broke through the formless layer of air that was like a strange enchantment in front of him. It turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed out, as if it had rushed out of a turbid place. Then, the space became a little darker, with a little bit of silver, and a strange and majestic power intertwined in the air. Lin Tian stopped and looked around, and his face changed drastically. This is? His whole face turned pale. As far as the eye could see, the space in all directions was vast and boundless, interwoven with unimaginable depth. Numerous enormous stars adorned the space, as if they had existed since ancient times. Every single star was endlessly far away from each other, and they carried different colors, but they were all incomparably beautiful. Compared to these huge and beautiful stars, standing in this space, he was countless times smaller than a speck of dust. Starry sky. His body trembled slightly. After ascending to the 10th heaven, he rushed into the sky like the 9 people from ancient times, Wu Yi, an old drunkard, and Xianxia, and actually, rushed into the starry sky, rushed into the universe. He was stunned. In the past, he had looked at the night sky countless times, looking at the shining stars. He never thought that one day, he would be able to rush into the starry sky. This kind of thing was somewhat dreamy and magical. Even if his cultivation base was strong and his state of mind was profound, his heart still trembled at this moment. He looked around, and the stars were everywhere, intertwined with colorful lights. Then, he looked down at himself at a close distance. A colorful star was suspended below, hazy and incomparably huge, with a standard circular shape, intertwined with very familiar fluctuations. 10 directions heaven. His eyes flickered violently, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The 10 directions heaven, in essence, was actually a huge star in the starry sky. Looking at this colorful and beautiful big star, he was really stunned. It was not until dozens of breaths later that he calmed down a lot. If the other cultivators in the 10 directions heaven knew about this, they would definitely be shocked and dumbfounded. He smiled bitterly. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and seriously sized up the huge ancient star in the 10 directions heaven. Then, he paused and stepped into the starry sky, walking further away, wanting to see more of the starry sky. He walked in the starry sky without any obstruction. The air was completely different from the air in the normal world. Ordinary people definitely could not breathe, but it did not affect an existence like him. After all, he had reached the level of celestial venerable. Even if he did not breathe, eat, or sleep, it would not affect him at all. He stepped on the starry sky as if he was walking on air, gradually moving away from the ancient star in the 10 directions heaven. As far as the eye could see, the starry sky was slightly dim, and it was a vast expanse of silver. It was truly boundless and terrifying. Humans were really too small in this place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the sound and saw 3 figures moving through the starry sky. They were extremely fast, and their auras were very powerful. 3 celestial venerables. He was shocked. He did not expect to see other cultivators so soon after entering the starry sky, and they were all at the celestial venerable level. The 10 directions heaven is obviously a source of life. Are these 3 experts from other sources of life in the starry sky? He muttered to himself. He was not surprised at all that there were other cultivators outside the 10 directions heaven. After all, he already knew that the 10 directions heaven was a vast star in the starry sky. Since there were powerful cultivators in the 10 directions heaven, there must be other such vast stars in the starry sky, and they must be places far stronger than the 10 directions heaven. Eh? At this moment, the 3 people in the starry sky in the distance clearly noticed Lin Tian. One of them exclaimed in surprise. The 3 of them looked like middle-aged men, but their eyes were full of vicissitudes. It was obvious that they had lived for at least 10,000 years. They were dressed in purple robes, and black armor respectively. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian, and there was a flash of light in them. Whoosh! 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 The three changed their direction and arrived in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. All of them had powerful auras. Yes, it's the reincarnation physique. One of them exclaimed. Looking at Lin Tian, the three people's eyes were burning as if they had seen some super divine treasure. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the 12 imperial physiques were not only known to the 10 directions heaven, but also to other regions. He felt very uncomfortable looking at the three people's eyes. They were looking at him as if he was their prey. He shook his divine soul and origin, and the celestial venerable level aura intertwined. Soon, his origin was sealed. Even those who surpassed the celestial venerable level could not see through it. They could only find out by probing his origin with their divine sense. After reaching the celestial venerable level, he had the ability to do such things. He has concealed the origin aura. On the opposite side, the eyes of the middle-aged man in black armor flashed. The other two people beside him also stared at Lin Tian. At this time, looking at Lin Tian, the three people's eyes burned even more fiercely. Greed could be seen in their eyes. Lin Tian coldly swept a glance at the three of them before he walked off in another direction. Swoosh, 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 three sounds broke through the air. The three middle-aged aliens changed positions. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Lin Tian in a triangular formation. You want to leave? Don't even think about it. The middle-aged man in purple sneered. Suppress him. Do it. The other two people shouted. Among them, the middle-aged man in black armor spread out his big hand immediately. Endless Tao light intertwined and grabbed at Lin Tian mightily. His cultivation was at the peak of level 7 celestial venerable. Obviously, he wanted to seize the reincarnation origin. For a time, the nearby starry sky trembled. Strands of strange Tao runes intertwined and suppressed Lin Tian. This was a terrifying momentum. It was very shocking. The middle-aged man in black armor directly displayed a kind of magical power at this time. Lin Tian's eyes became even colder. He raised his hand and slapped. He just casually threw out a palm without the slightest trace of divine power, but it was terrifying. It immediately shattered all the Tao light and shattered the middle-aged man's big hand in an instant. Blood splattered everywhere. The middle-aged man in black armor suddenly changed color. You, Buzz. The starry sky trembled. Lin Tian's slap fell without slowing down, interrupting the man's words and suppressing all directions. With a puff, the palm landed firmly on the middle-aged man in black armor. In an instant, the man in black armor was smashed into pieces. Only a wisp of his divine soul was left, and it retreated in panic. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He pulled out his right hand and flicked his finger. A golden light flew out and directly penetrated the man's divine soul. With a shrill scream, the man's divine soul was directly annihilated. Suddenly, the expressions of the other two middle-aged men in this place changed drastically. The two of them staggered back. When they looked at Lin Tian again, the greed in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by fear. The powerful middle-aged man in black armor, whose cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the heavenly venerable realm, was killed with a raise of his hand. Lin Tian tilted his head and his gaze fell on the two of them. Now, his cultivation was at the 7th level of the heavenly venerable realm, and he had the strongest reincarnation body. He had experienced several heavenly tribulations and was truly invincible under the Emperor realm. He could even kill a 9th level heavenly venerable with a raise of his hand. What could a mere 7th level heavenly venerable be in his hands? He could easily kill them. You want my source energy? He looked at the two middle-aged men who were still alive and closed in on them. His voice was cold. Lin Tian walked towards the two middle-aged men. His expression was indifferent. You. What do you want? The two middle-aged men, one in a purple robe and the other in a black robe, were both 7th-stage heavenly venerables. They walked towards Lin Tian and couldn't help but step back. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. They were really frightened by the scene just now. The middle-aged man in black armor, who was at the peak of 7th-stage heavenly venerables, was killed by Lin Tian with a raise of his hand. You want to steal my origin? What do you think I want? Lin Tian's pace didn't change. The two middle-aged men couldn't help but tremble. The purple-robed man said, "It's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. It's because this is the first time we've seen a legendary physique. We're a little excited and want to try the power of such a powerful king physique. We definitely don't want to steal your reincarnation origin. You've misunderstood. It's a big misunderstanding." Lin Tian killed the old man in black armor, who was at the peak of 7th stage heavenly venerables, with a raise of his hand. This kind of combat power frightened them. It was as if they had met an Emperor realm powerhouse. Now, they didn't dare to admit that they wanted to steal Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. "Is that so? Then I'll give you a chance to see it." Lin Tianling naturally didn't believe the purple-robed middle-aged man's words. He wasn't an idiot. His words were cold as he continued to press towards the two men. A majestic force suddenly spread out. Bang! Bang! The purple-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man were sent flying at the same time. They both coughed up blood and instantly became extremely embarrassed. The two men steadied themselves with ugly expressions. Lin Tian continued to press forward. Golden divine light intertwined around his body. "How do you feel?" "You can slowly see it. There's no rush." His voice was indifferent and his eyes were cold. There was no killing intent, but the purple-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man trembled. Obviously, they felt Lin Tian's killing intent. "Let's go." The two men looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Without any hesitation, their divine power surged as they turned into two bolts of lightning and rushed into the distance. Lin Tianling snorted. He left afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he blocked the two men and kicked. Bang! Bang! The purple-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man were sent flying again. Blood gushed out from their mouths, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. They looked even more miserable. The purple-robed middle-aged man's face was ashen as he said coldly, "Fellow Daoist, don't go too far. We are the elders of the Sky-Severing Divine Sect of the Sky-Severing Star region. The Sky-Severing Divine Sect overlooks the entire Sky-Severing Star region. If you kill us, I'm afraid there won't be any benefits. Sky-Severing Divine Sect, Sky-Severing Divine Sect." Lin Tian looked at the two of them. Was the vast cosmos measured in space zones? It sounded like the star area was made up of countless ancient stars in a large area, where many life sources existed. He looked at the two of them. His expression was still the same as before as he closed in on them. Moreover, at the same time, he raised his hand. Golden divine radiance interweaved, and then slapped forward. The purple-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man's expressions changed. They faced Lin Tian's huge hand that was pressing down on them. "My heaven-severing divine sect is unrivaled in the stellar domain. There are eternal realm undying existences overseeing it. Don't waste your life." The purple-robed middle-aged man gritted his teeth as he maintained his divine ability. "Is this a threat? I hate it when people threaten me." Lin Tian's expression was cold, and the power of the huge hand that pressed down was even stronger. When these people discovered that he was a reincarnated body, they immediately surrounded him and directly attacked to seize his life origin. How could he show mercy, no matter who the other party was? Buzz! Golden divine radiance interweaved as his huge hand pressed down. It immediately annihilated the divine ability of the purple-robed middle-aged man and the black-robed middle-aged man and landed firmly on the purple-robed middle-aged man's body. With a poof, the purple-robed middle-aged man screamed as his body exploded. Just as his divine soul escaped, it was also crushed by the golden divine radiance. The black-robed middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He staggered back in the cosmos. He never thought that the name of the heaven-severing divine sect would be useless. The purple-robed middle-aged man was also killed by a slap. Such combat strength terrified him. Lin Tian looked at this person indifferently and pressed forward. Golden divine radiance interweaved around his body, and a golden sword radiance condensed. However, in the next moment, he suddenly stopped. His eyebrows twitched slightly as he looked behind the black-robed middle-aged man. In that direction, even further away in the cosmos, a strange aura suddenly appeared and surged towards them. Then, in the blink of an eye, there was a strange rumbling sound, as if a tsunami was shaking. As far as the eye could see, a silver wave suddenly appeared. It was condensed from light, like a real ocean wave. This is? He narrowed his eyes and felt a sense of danger. At this time, the black-robed middle-aged man clearly heard the rumbling sound behind him. When he looked up, he immediately trembled. Astral tide. This person's expression changed drastically. Astral tide? What is that? Lin Tian frowned and asked. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes were filled with panic. At this time, he had completely forgotten that Lin Tian was the enemy who wanted to kill him. He said in a trembling voice, the destructive astral tide produced in the cosmos. Once caught in it, even an Empyrean realm expert will find it difficult to survive. Even if they manage to survive, they may be swept to some unknown star domain and never find their way back. Lin Tianwei was shocked. From the sound of it, wasn't this astral tide equivalent to a spatial storm? However, it was even more terrifying than a spatial storm. Rumble. The cosmos buzzed. Behind the black-robed middle-aged man, the astral tide was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed an endless distance. Lin Tian's expression changed. He felt an even more terrifying aura, which made him feel the threat of death. The black-robed middle-aged man trembled and hurriedly fled. The astral tide was coming from behind him. He was shocked and terrified. He could only flee in the direction of Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian couldn't care less about killing this person. As the astral tide surged towards him, he couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. He hurriedly moved, rushing into the distance with his back facing the astral tide like a golden bolt of lightning. With a rumble, the astral tide rolled, annihilating expanses of the cosmos. It even caused some stars to tremble. Its speed was extremely fast, bringing with it a monstrous sound like a wave. In the blink of an eye, it had swept behind the black-robed middle-aged man. The distance between the two of them kept shrinking. The black-robed middle-aged man trembled. He used all the divine power in his body to escape, but the distance between him and the astral tide was still shrinking. Help! Help me! He trembled in fear and called out to Lin Tian in front of him for help. He had completely forgotten that Lin Tian was about to kill him just now. Lin Tian heard this person's cry for help, but how could he help? He rushed into the distance at an even faster speed. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from behind him, echoing in all directions. Lin Tian looked back and saw the silver astral tide engulf the black-robed middle-aged man. In an instant, it crushed his physical body and then annihilated his god's soul. That feeling was like a vast ocean wave pressing down on a tiny flame. It made his internal organs tremble involuntarily. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to his head. More importantly, he found that the astral tide was too fast. After crushing the black-robed middle-aged man, it continued to roll towards him. The distance between them shortened a lot in the blink of an eye. He gritted his teeth and circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun even faster. The golden divine light all over his body surged as he rushed into the distance even faster. For a moment, with his extremely fast speed, the cosmos around him was somewhat distorted. However, even so, the distance between him and the astral tide was still closing. The astral tide speed was much faster than his maximum speed. Rumble. The cosmos trembled. The silver astral tide swept out like a vast ocean wave, bringing with it an extremely terrifying aura. The distance between Lin Tian and it only took a moment for it to close in on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's god soul could not help but tremble. As the astral tide closed in on him, he could not help but feel his scalp tingle. He attacked, using the Ling Tian Sword Sutra to the limit. He slashed out a towering sword aura, slashing at the astral tide behind him. However, it was useless. The astral tide was like a black hole, swallowing up the golden Ling Tian sword aura right away. Rumble. The astral tide surged and closed in on Lin Tian again. It was so close that the cosmos around him froze. Lin Tian rushed forward quickly, but it was difficult for him to escape. In the next moment, he was sucked into the astral tide. In just an instant, he felt a terrifying force acting on his body. The pressure in the astral tide was terrifying to the extreme. Even as strong as his body was now, large cracks appeared in an instant, and bright red blood flowed out. Moreover, these cracks were spreading. The terrifying pressure poured into his body, causing his internal organs to rupture. He tried his best to rush out, but it was useless. His body seemed to be dragged into the astral tide by a terrifying force. He could not break free at all. The terrifying pressure of the astral tide continued to crush his physical body. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and directly took out the reincarnation diagram and the nameless Great Path, condensing them into a reincarnation diagram of the Great Path to protect his body. As soon as the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path appeared, he immediately felt much more relaxed. Even so, he still could not break free. Moreover, the terrifying pressure contained in the astral tide was still destroying his physical body bit by bit. However, because of the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path, the degree of destruction was far less than at the beginning. Rumble. The astral tide was surging, shaking the nearby starry sky until it rumbled. It wrapped around Lin Tian and rushed into an unknown region of stars. Lin Tian used the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path to protect his body, but the cracks on his body were still spreading. It was difficult to stop them, and blood continued to flow out. He activated the nirvana of the sun again, using the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path to protect his body while healing his injuries. However, the results were still not ideal. Because of the terrifying pressure of the astral tide, his condition was still deteriorating. It was just that the speed of deterioration was slower. The astral tide swept through the starry sky at an extremely fast speed. The surrounding scene was blurry, and in the blink of an eye, it was boundless. Lin Tian was swept up in the astral tide. He used the reincarnation diagram of the Great Path and the nirvana of the sun to protect his body, trying his best to hold on. Just like that, after an unknown period of time, when he was about to collapse, the astral tide that wrapped around him began to weaken. Then, it gradually dissipated. In an instant, the terrifying pressure on his body also dissipated. Immediately, his body relaxed, as if an ancient demonic mountain on his shoulder had been moved away. He gasped for breath. The blood-red flames outside his body flickered. He used the nirvana of the sun to quickly repair his physical body. At the same time, he looked around. This place. The vast starry sky was a little dim. Strands of silver light intertwined in it, some sacred, some beautiful. Lin Tian surveyed his surroundings. The great stars were brightly colored, shining with a myriad of colors. Every single one of them was separated by an endless distance. Where have they been swept to? He frowned. Looking around, he was no longer in the starry sky where he had rushed out of the 10 directions celestial domain. It was a completely unfamiliar place. He used the sun's nirvana art to heal his injured body. After a pause, he walked in a direction and looked further. After that, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. After an hour, he had walked a long distance, looking for the big star in the 10 directions celestial domain, but he couldn't find it at all. He couldn't even feel the familiar aura. He frowned deeper, and then he was stunned. Now, he couldn't find the big star in the 10 directions celestial domain. He couldn't go back, and he didn't even know how to find it. This was because he didn't know where the big star in the 10 directions celestial domain was, and he didn't know the specific location of the big star in the 10 directions celestial domain. In this situation, to take out the big star in the boundless starry sky was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even an Emperor Realm expert couldn't do it. This made him a little speechless and depressed. He had just rushed out of the 10 directions celestial domain into the starry sky, and he encountered such a thing. I'll try my best to find it first, he said to himself helplessly. Being swept to an unknown place in the starry sky by the starry sky tide, and completely losing the location of the ancient star in the 10 directions celestial domain, although this made him very depressed, it wasn't a big deal. At least he survived the starry sky tide. Now that he couldn't find the way back, it wasn't a hopeless thing. Now that he couldn't find it, it didn't mean that he couldn't find it in the future. As long as he became stronger and reached the eternal realm, it wouldn't be difficult to find the 10 directions celestial domain in the starry sky. But even so, he couldn't give up now. He continued to walk in the starry sky, looking around to find the big star in the 10 directions celestial domain. At the same time, he used the sun's nirvana art to heal his injuries. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 3 days later, he circulated the sun nirvana technique and completely healed the injuries caused by the starry sky tide. However, they still couldn't find the location of the 10 directions sky territory. They didn't even have the slightest clue. Now, are we going to find an ancient star of life nearby to cultivate? He muttered to himself. In these 3 days, he had walked through many places in the starry sky and seen many ancient stars, but he had never found the 10 directions heavenly domain. Because of this, he had sensed many things, and that was, at this time, he was swept away by the starry sky tide and was very far away from the 10 directions heavenly domain. This kind of distance was probably very scary, so scary that he couldn't go back even if he tried his best. Under such circumstances, it seemed that the only path left for him was to become stronger, then use his absolute power to find the specific location of the 10 heavens domain, and then return to the 10 heavens domain. This made him feel rather helpless, but he really had no other choice. Buzz, suddenly, in his sea of consciousness, the 7-colored divine sword trembled slightly. Strands of 7-colored divine light spread out like water ripples, interweaving in his sea of consciousness towards the southeast of the starry sky with him as the center. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly, and the divine sword in his sea of consciousness moved again at this time. Southeast, there, what's there? He looked at the southeast of this place. The divine sword in his sea of consciousness was vibrating, intertwining with strands of divine light. He didn't hesitate and went directly to the southeast. At this time, he didn't see any cultivators nearby, and he was going to the southeast at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, he was very fast, and he didn't know how far he had traveled, but he stopped on this day. When he arrived here, the 7-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness vibrated even more violently, pointing directly at a star in front of him. Looking at it, the star was blue in color, and it wasn't huge, many times smaller than the star in the 10 directions heavenly domain, but overall, it was very beautiful, as if it was carved out of jade. This is? Lin Tian's expression changed immediately, and his eyes couldn't help but flicker, and he unconsciously moved closer to it. This was the first time he looked at this blue star like this, but he was very familiar with it, very familiar. Earth. He was a little stunned. This blue star was his first homeland. He grew up in an orphanage on this star, and then accidentally entered the ancient star in the 10 directions heavenly domain, and cultivated there until now. He didn't expect that after rushing out of the 10 directions heavenly domain and being swept away by the starry sky waves, he would unknowingly come to this place, outside of Earth. Looking at this blue star in front of him, he was completely stunned. At the same time, in the elliptical orbit outside of Earth, dozens of satellites flashed with a metallic luster, and circled around Earth in beautiful arcs, capturing the image of him standing outside of Earth, turning it into special data, and transmitted it to various famous space agencies on Earth, and appearing on the huge space screens inside each space agency. For a moment, the group of space elites in these famous space agencies were all stunned. These space elites were like clay sculptures at this moment, as if they had lost their memories. Some of the documents in their hands fell to the ground, some slowly opened their eyes, and some of the coffee in their mouths flowed down their chins. Then, in the next moment, all the space elites in these famous space agencies turned pale, and couldn't help but tremble. Oh, God. God. What is that? Outside of Earth, there's actually a person standing there? Illusion. Illusion. This must be an illusion. That's right, it's definitely an illusion. The image sent back by the satellites outside of Earth was a little blurry, and they couldn't see Lin Tian's face, but it was obvious that he was a human from the proportions and silhouette of his body, which shocked all the space agencies on Earth. In the starry sky outside of Earth, there was actually a human standing there. Just like that, it stood straight outside the Earth, overlooking the Earth. In the starry sky outside of Earth, Lin Tian was in a daze, staring blankly at the aqua-blue star in front of him, as if he didn't know that he had caused great shock in several famous space agencies on Earth just by standing there. At this moment, he was a little dazed. Decades ago, he accidentally entered the 10 directions heavenly domain from this aqua-blue star. Now, decades later, he broke through the 10 directions heavenly domain for the first time, and entered the starry sky for the first time. Then, he returned to this place, to his former homeland. This is fate? He muttered to himself in a daze. In his sea of consciousness, the divine sword was vibrating very violently. Strands of 7-colored light intertwined in his sea of consciousness like water ripples, pointing directly at the aqua-blue star in front of him. Strands of 7-colored light even overflowed onto the surface of his body. Lin Tian couldn't help but come back to his senses, feeling the divine sword's vibration in his sea of consciousness. He looked at the aqua-blue star in front of him again, and his emotions gradually recovered, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. There's something very special in here. He looked at the interior of Earth. At this moment, the 7-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness was pointing directly at Earth, and its vibration frequency was very violent, which made his expression change. He knew this all too well. This aqua-blue star didn't look very big, but there was definitely something extraordinary inside. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to make the divine sword in his sea of consciousness vibrate so violently. He tilted his head and looked at the distant starry sky. Strands of light intertwined in his eyes, and it wasn't until a while later that he turned his head back and looked at the familiar aqua-blue star in front of him again. Now, he couldn't find the location of that big star in the 10 directions heavenly domain, and he needed to become stronger to find the way back. At this moment, he accidentally came outside of Earth, and the 7-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness was vibrating again, pointing directly at this aqua-blue star, which was his first homeland. Then, no matter how he looked at it, he had to enter Earth now. Even if he didn't talk about becoming stronger and finding the strange object that made the 7-colored divine sword vibrate violently, just because he grew up here and lived here for 20 years, he had to enter. There were some places he wanted to go back and have a look. Looking at the aqua-blue star in front of him, his eyes flickered slightly. He took a deep breath and stepped into Earth. In the blink of an eye, he stepped into the atmosphere that enveloped Earth. The golden divine light outside his body rubbed against the atmosphere, and suddenly, a glaring flame appeared. When I rushed out of the big star with life in the 10 directions heavenly domain, something like this happened too. The special air with strong resistance turned out to be something like an atmosphere. He thought of the scene when he rushed out of the 10 directions heavenly domain, and there was a faint golden light in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Is this a special natural boundary formed by the origin of the stars?" Now, he was a powerful cultivator at the heavenly venerable realm, and he could directly see the essence of many things in the world. It was far from what science and technology could compare to. He passed through Earth's atmosphere and moved toward the interior of Earth. The flame outside his body became more and more intense. Such a scene naturally shocked all the space agencies inside Earth. Many space elites' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He rushed into Earth? God. Is this a god? In a few famous space agencies, everyone was so shocked that their faces turned pale. Lin Tian passed through Earth's atmosphere. Dazzling and intense flames intertwined outside his body. He fell freely at an extremely fast speed. Not long after that, he passed through Earth's atmosphere. The flames outside his body disappeared, and there was a white airflow passing by him. He could see floating clouds. He steadied himself and looked down from the sky. There were many mountains and rivers, but there were even more tall buildings. I'm back. After decades, returning to his first homeland, Lin Tian was filled with emotions. After entering the 10 directions heavenly domain, he had walked forward step by step on the path of cultivation. He had thought of many things, but he had never thought that one day he would be able to return to this place again. It felt like a dream. He looked down from the sky. The cities fell into his eyes. They were arranged in picturesque disorder, and he could see vehicles galloping. He moved his gaze away from some of the big cities and looked at other places. The spiritual chi is thin, almost zero. The great Tao is weak, difficult to sense. He muttered to himself. The rainbow divine sword in his sea of consciousness had stopped vibrating. The rainbow divine light absorbed it, but this had no effect. Because the initial vibration of the divine sword had already let him know that there was something special in this world. He would slowly search for it later. At this time, he tried to sense the spiritual qi and great Tao in this world and found that it was really scarce. This was a completely unsuitable world for cultivation. It was very difficult to cultivate in such a world, as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He frowned. After a while, he shook his head and decided not to think about this for the time being. "Let's go to that place first," he whispered. He grew up in an orphanage in this world and wanted to go there to have a look. Looking down, he left the sky and began to descend. However, in the next moment, his body shook violently, and he stopped abruptly as he gazed into the boundless sky. What was that just now? Two beams of bright divine light shot out from his eyes. In this world, he clearly sensed that the spiritual qi was very thin, and the great Tao was very weak. However, just now, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying fluctuation. It seemed to be a kind of force that made him, a celestial venerable, feel his heart palpitate. That kind of force was somewhat vague, but it was very terrifying. It seemed to be able to suppress everything in the world. He stopped and spread out a powerful celestial venerable level divine sense to explore. However, in an instant, he lost that feeling of palpitating heart and could not feel that terrifying force. This made him frown again, and a bright light appeared in his eyes. This aqua-blue star with thin spiritual qi and weak great Tao was far from being as simple as it seemed on the surface. He stood there and continued to explore with his powerful divine sense, but he could no longer feel that kind of force from before. Forget it. He stood in the sky for a long time before finally leaving, descending towards the surface of this world. His speed was extremely fast. In just the blink of an eye, he landed on a great mountain in this world. Compared to the majestic immortal mountains in 10 directions celestial domain, this mountain was indeed a little small. The vegetation here was also very ordinary. Simple cypress trees, simple grass, and simple wildflowers, everything seemed very ordinary. However, this actually made him feel very comfortable. He walked on this mountain, leaving behind afterimages with each step. It was as if the ground had shrunk to an inch as he walked further away. Not long after, he arrived at a small mountain outside of a bustling city. As far as the eye could see, there were tall buildings connected to each other in the city. Cars were speeding along, and people were coming and going. It was very lively. "Bailey, I'm back," he muttered to himself. The big city in front of them was called Bailey. It was a bustling city and was very famous in this world. Once born in this world, he grew up in this city. Now, it was spring in this world, and everything was recovering. He looked at the city from afar. His gaze fell on the people coming and going in the city. Their clothes were completely different from his. "It's time to change my clothes," he muttered to himself. He cultivated in 10 directions celestial domain and walked in the cultivation world. Naturally, his clothes were very different from the ordinary people in this world. Now that he was back, it was impossible for him to wear the ancient clothes of the cultivation world. That would make him look a little different. Divine light surged outside his body. The ancient clothes on his body instantly changed into the popular spring clothes in this world. This was naturally not difficult for him, who was now a celestial master. At the same time, after cultivating in 10 directions celestial domain for dozens of years, his hair was different from the ordinary men in this world. It was very long. On this small mountain, his long hair was shaved off and turned into short hair. "It's done," he muttered. At this time, his entire appearance had changed. On the surface, he looked no different from a young man in his 20s in this world. He paused on the spot before walking out of the mountain. Not long after, he entered Bailey City and walked in a fixed direction. Soon, he came to a place in the southern area of Bailey City. As far as the eye could see, there was a large residential area in front of him. There were tall buildings and villas in between. This place, when he came here, he frowned. In the past, there was an orphanage here. He grew up in this orphanage. But now, the orphanage in his memory was gone. The nearby appearance was also completely different from before. It was replaced by tall buildings. "Time," he muttered to himself. It had been about 50 years since he left this world. 50 years was enough to change a lot of things. The orphanage was transformed by an old man from his own courtyard. He took in and raised the infants and children who were abandoned or lost by their parents without compensation. He was one of them. Now, so many years had passed. The old man in the past should have passed away. It was normal that the orphanage no longer existed. He stood there and looked in front of him in a daze. When he returned to this world, before coming to this place, he had guessed that the kind old man had passed away. After all, it had been about 50 years since he left this world. The old man was already 80 years old at that time. After 50 years, it was difficult for an ordinary person to live in this world. It was really difficult for an ordinary person to live for so long. However, what he did not expect was that the courtyard of the old man that was converted into an orphanage no longer existed. He wanted to return to this place to see the place where he used to live. More importantly, he wanted to pay his respects to the old man. If the courtyard was still there, he should be able to find the old man's descendants and use them to find the old man's tombstone. But now, everything had changed. This made him feel regretful and even a little disappointed. "Hey, old man, have you heard? Building 31 is haunted. It's very scary." "Of course I've heard about such a big thing. It's quite fierce. It's said that it's a female ghost. Some people say that it's a woman who was burned to death in a courtyard here 3 years ago. The whole building is filled with chilly winds." Not far away, there was a long wooden bench about 10 feet long. 2 old men in their 60s were sitting on it. They pointed at the community in front of them and discussed. Lin Tian stood outside the community in front of him. When he heard the conversation between the 2 old men, he was immediately moved. The words courtyard house were too sensitive for him at the moment. On the long wooden bench, the 2 old men were about 75 years old. They looked at the community in front of them and discussed. Some young people passed by and could not help but laugh when they heard the content of the 2 old men's discussion. "2 old men, what era is this? Are you two still superstitious? There's no such thing as ghosts and spirits." A young man laughed and walked away in the blink of an eye. The other young people who passed by also shook their heads and walked away with smiles on their faces. None of these young people believed in ghosts and spirits. Outside the community, Lin Tian turned around and walked straight to the 2 old men. "2 old men, can you tell me in detail what you just mentioned?" he asked. "The courtyard. There was only one courtyard in this place, and it was only the old man's courtyard." At this time, when he heard the words courtyard, the woman burned to death in the courtyard, and female ghost, he was naturally very interested. "Young man, are you interested?" The 2 old men looked at Lin Tian. "Yes." Lin Tian nodded seriously. Seeing that Lin Tian was interested, the 2 old men were also happy to tell the story. Back then, this place was not as prosperous as it is now. At that time, there was a courtyard here, and it was the most eye-catching building in this area. Later, about 3 years ago, the Lin Zone Group wanted to buy this area for development, but the compensation was very little. The people nearby were not willing to do so, and then, there were often gangsters who came to make trouble. Many people gradually became afraid and had no choice but to submit. However, the owner of the courtyard was very resistant. Although gangsters often came to make trouble and even threatened him, he was not willing to compromise and still refused to sell the courtyard. One of the old men spoke and continued, "After all, that was someone else's ancestral home. It had been there for a long time. How could the owner be willing to sell it? Moreover, the compensation was very little. It was said that it was not even 1/10 of the total value of the courtyard." After that, the matter was at a stalemate for about a month. Suddenly, the courtyard was set on fire. The natural gas inside exploded, and the courtyard was destroyed. The owner's family of 3 all died. "What do you mean by the natural gas exploded?" At that time, someone saw a few gangsters sneaking in before the courtyard was destroyed. It was obviously related to the Lin Zone Group. The other old man said. "That's what happened. Everyone can guess." The old man who spoke first sighed and looked at Lin Tian. He continued, "After that, the development of this area naturally started smoothly. After 3 years, this area was built into a luxurious area. The surrounding area also changed a lot and became more prosperous. The old man pointed at a large building that was more than 100 meters tall in the area. A few days ago, a large room in that building started to be haunted. It was a female ghost. It was very scary. The old man continued, "Do you see that building? That's where the Xianxia used to be." Also, the owner of the big house and some of the other neighbors described the appearance of the female ghost. She really looked like one of the family of 3 who died in the Xianxia 3 years ago. She seemed to be the daughter of the family who died in the Xianxia. Lin Tian looked at the 100-meter-tall building in the area that the old man was pointing at. That was indeed the location of the courtyard that was converted into an orphanage. Even after so many years, he still remembered it clearly. "Uncle, may I ask if there was an old man named Xianxia among the ancestors of the family of 3 who died in the courtyard 3 years ago? Did he once take in many orphans in the courtyard?" he asked. When he said that, the 2 old men were a little surprised. That was indeed the case. "Young man, how did you know about this? That was 50 years ago. You look like you're in your 20s. How did you know so much about this? You even know the name of the Qin family's ancestor. Did you hear it from the neighborhood?" The 2 old men were a little curious. The 2 old men looked at Lin Tian from head to toe with a surprised expression. Lin Tian, a young man who looked to be in his 20s, knew so much about the Qin family's ancestor, Qin Chi Yuan, who had adopted many orphans in the courtyard house 50 years ago. This made them curious, and their expressions were a little strange. However, even though the 2 old men found it a little strange, they quickly dismissed it when they recalled that there were rumors about this in the vicinity. They felt that Lin Tian must have heard about this matter from the vicinity just as they had guessed. "Qin Chi Yuan from the Qin family, I heard that he used his family's savings to convert the courtyard house into an orphanage. He took in and raised many orphans. It's not an exaggeration to say that he was a great philanthropist. His descendants are all honest and dutiful. 3 years ago, the parents and daughter of the Qin family were all teachers. They were righteous people, but they were met with such an unexpected disaster. It's really a sin." One of the old men sighed. The other old man was more hot-tempered. He slammed the bench and cursed, "What unexpected disaster? I've already said before that this incident definitely has something to do with the Lin sect group. Those black-hearted developers are worse than pigs and dogs. They'll die a horrible death sooner or later." Lin Tian looked at the haunted building in the neighborhood in front of him. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. The descendant of the old man who took him in and raised him was treated like this and died tragically in his own home. He looked at the neighborhood with a murderous look in his eyes. "Thank you so much, old men." He thanked the 2 old men and bade them farewell. He turned and walked toward the building in the neighborhood. Soon, he arrived in front of the building. He wanted to see for himself if there was really a female ghost in the building. He wanted to see if she was really the descendant of the old man. The building was more than 100 meters tall and had 39 floors. It stood on top of the courtyard house that had been converted into an orphanage. Lin Tian arrived and stepped into the building. The first thing he noticed was that the air inside the building was much colder than outside. It was an unusual kind of coldness that carried a hint of yin qi. He scanned the building with his divine telekinesis. He did not take the elevator in the building. Instead, he went up the concrete stairs in the building. The sound of footsteps echoed between the stairs. In the blink of an eye, he was on the 4th floor of the building. "Ghost! Ghost! There's really a ghost. Taoist priest, you have to suppress it." As soon as he reached this level, he immediately heard cries of alarm. Then, in just a moment, a person dressed as a Taoist rushed past him with a face full of fear, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. "Master Taoist, come back. The ghost is coming out. Run." In front of him, there were other sounds of fear. Lin Tian's footsteps didn't change at all as he walked in the direction of the sounds. In front of them, dozens of people surrounded the corridor of the 4th floor. They were trembling as they looked at a large room more than 10 meters away. There, the door of the room was open. Many people were trembling as they looked at it. Their eyes were filled with horror. When Lin Tian arrived, he pushed through the crowd without paying attention to anyone and walked towards the large room in front of him. Over there, the Yin energy was very thick. He could already sense the existence of Yin spirits. Don't go there, young man. There, in that house, there were evil ghosts. I just saw it. Yes. Come back quickly. That ghost is very scary. Just now, even a Taoist priest couldn't do anything about it. Young man, come back quickly. Don't go there. Many people in the corridor were trembling. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian walking in, they all changed their expressions and hurriedly spoke. Among them was the owner of the large room. It was a middle-aged couple. The couple bought the house and renovated it. As soon as they moved in, they saw a female ghost in the house for several days in a row. In fear, they spent a lot of money to hire a Taoist priest to exorcise the ghost. Unexpectedly, it was useless. The Taoist priest that they spent a lot of money to hire was scared out of his wits when he saw the evil ghost in the house. In the blink of an eye, he ran away in fear. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian walking in that direction, as if he was going to enter the house, the couple hurriedly stopped him. Lin Tian didn't care about the voices of dozens of people in the corridor, nor did he care about the middle-aged couple's obstruction. He walked in a straight line and in the blink of an eye, stepped into the large room that was haunted. At the same time, behind him, the door of the large room was activated by his divine power. It closed directly, cutting off the vision of everyone outside the door. It was even branded with a restriction array pattern that prevented ordinary people from entering. Even if they had the key to the door, they couldn't open the door because they couldn't break the restriction array pattern that he set on the door. The door, closed by itself? It's that female ghost. It must be that evil ghost. That young man, it's over. That young man, why did he have to jump in there? If he wanted to see if there was really a ghost, couldn't he just look from outside? This time. Outside the door, dozens of people didn't see Lin Tian closing the door, but the door closed by itself. For a moment, they all thought of the evil ghost in the house and were even more frightened. Especially the middle-aged couple, they were even more frightened and flustered. This was their house. If someone died in there, they would be responsible. Inside the house, Lin Tian closed the metal door of the house with his divine power. He activated the restriction array pattern and looked around the house. The house was well decorated. All the curtains were drawn, and it was a little dark inside. There were candles, rice grains, peachwood swords, and yellow paper scattered on the floor. Obviously, they belonged to the person dressed as a Taoist who fled with fear. Woo! In the dark house, a chilly wind suddenly blew, and the screams of vengeful spirits were heard. It was ear-piercing and mournful. A person stood in the corner. It was a woman, or rather, it was a woman's soul, a Yin spirit. Her body was covered in blood, and half of her body was charred black. Pitch-black Yin qi surrounded her body, and her fingers were as long as chopsticks. Looking at Lin Tian, she let out a sharp scream. Her whole body was filled with resentment, and with a whoosh, she pounced on him. However, in the next moment, when she was half a meter away from Lin Tian, her soul was directly imprisoned. She screamed and struggled, but it was useless. An invisible force fell on her body, and she could not break free. Lin Tian looked at the soul in front of him. Her body was charred black, and half of her face was rotten. Her eyes were red and full of murderous intent. Even so, he felt an aura from this soul that was of the same origin as that of the old man from back then. She was indeed a direct descendant of the old man who took him in and raised him back then. The female soul screamed and struggled. Her resentment was strong. She had clearly lost herself, and she stared at Lin Tian crazily. Now, she was just a Yin spirit with a murderous aura. Lin Tian looked at this scene and felt very uncomfortable. The direct descendant of the old man who took him in and raised him back then, actually ended up in such a miserable state. He raised his hand, and golden divine light surged. The yin-yang lotus sea phenomenon appeared and enveloped the soul of the woman in front of him. In an instant, the woman's soul trembled violently, and she let out a shrill scream. However, the murderous aura outside her body disappeared quickly, and a spirituality emerged. She was self-recovering. Then, dozens of breaths passed in a flash. After dozens of breaths, the murderous aura and Xianxia outside the woman's body completely disappeared. The charred black on her soul disappeared, and the rotten half of her face and black fingernails that were as long as chopsticks also returned to their original state. A faint and peaceful soul light lingered outside her soul. At this moment, other than her physical body, she looked no different from a young girl about 21 or 22 years old. Her face was not very beautiful, but it was very delicate. It was also at this time that Lin Tian dispersed the force that imprisoned the woman's soul, allowing her to move. The woman looked around. She seemed to have lost her memory, but also seemed to have just woken up. After a while, she remembered something. "Dad. Mom." She cried out immediately. Her face was filled with panic and a trace of fear. Her whole person was in a mess. She quickly looked around, and then she was stunned. Apparently, she remembered something, and her soul could not help but tremble. Lin Tian looked at the woman in front of him silently. After the woman died, her soul was preserved. Due to some factors, the murderous aura outside her soul had turned into a Yin spirit. He used the Sun Heart Sutra to annihilate the murderous aura outside her soul. At the same time, he used the Yin-Yang Lotus Sea phenomenon to protect her soul, so that the woman's soul was perfectly preserved when the murderous aura was annihilated. The woman's soul trembled, and it took a long time for her to recover. "You. Who are you?" She looked at Lin Tian and asked in a trembling voice. She vaguely remembered some of the things that happened just now. She knew that Lin Tian in front of her was not an ordinary person. "Lin Tian, an orphan that your great-grandfather took in and raised." "Lin Tian Andao." The woman immediately trembled again. You. She trembled. "Great-grandfather passed away more than 30 years ago. How can an orphan that my great-grandfather took in and raised be so young? You look about my age." She knew that she was no longer a living person in her current state. She also guessed that Lin Tian was not an ordinary person. After all, she had some impressions just now. Lin Tian easily subdued her who had turned into a Yin spirit and restored herself. But now, when she heard Lin Tian say that she was an orphan that her great-grandfather took in and raised in the past, she was still very surprised. "About your age?" Lin Tian looked at the woman and said, "Your guess may not be so accurate. According to his real age, he should be about 70 or 80 years old now. However, because of his cultivation and his cultivation level, his appearance had never changed." The woman trembled. Looking at Lin Tian, she felt a little scared. The aura on Lin Tian's body made her instinctively afraid. Lin Tian naturally saw that the woman in front of him was a little afraid of him. He raised his hand and sent strands of his divine soul into the woman's soul. Immediately, the woman's soul grew a lot stronger, and the woman's emotions stabilized. "Don't be afraid of me. I won't hurt you." He looked at the woman with a cold look in his eyes. 3 years ago, your family lived in the courtyard. You should have some recollection of what happened. Tell me. After returning to Earth decades later, he wanted to see the place where he used to live. He wanted to pay his respects to the kind old man who took him in and raised him. However, he realized that the familiar courtyard house was gone. Then, he learned that the courtyard house that the old man had turned into an orphanage had been destroyed by a conspiracy. He learned that the old man's descendants had died tragically in his own home. He also saw with his own eyes that the youngest descendant of the old man had died tragically in his early 20s and turned into a ghost. His heart was filled with anger. Previously, he had heard some things from the 2 old men outside the neighborhood. He was certain that all of this had to be directly related to the Lin sect group that the 2 old men had mentioned. However, he still asked the woman in front of him. He wanted to know the truth from the woman who had personally experienced the incident 3 years ago. Hearing Lin Tian's question, the woman was stunned. Then, her soul trembled. 3 years ago, the woman recalled the past and appeared to be in pain. She recounted everything one by one. There were no discrepancies with what the 2 old men outside the neighborhood said. However, it was clearer. Her parents were unwilling to sell the courtyard house. It was not only because the compensation offered by the Lin sect group was so low that it was outrageous. It was not even 1/10 of the courtyard house's total value. More importantly, it was their ancestral home. How could they sell their ancestral home? It was not something that could be measured with money. After that, gangsters kept coming to their house to make trouble and threaten them. There was once when they almost broke her father's leg. After some time, 3 gangsters came to their house. This time, they did not threaten them. Instead, they were even more ruthless. They used a strange spray-like agent to numb our bodies and make it difficult for us to move. Then, they moved us to a place near the kitchen and opened the natural gas valve in the house. Not long after, the gas filled the entire house. Then, they left my house and threw a lighter in. The woman's voice was choked and trembling. If a soul could cry, she would have shed tears at this moment. At the same time, her eyes were filled with hatred. Her home was destroyed at that time. Her parents were killed at that time. She also died at that time. However, she did not completely disappear. Her soul remained. Later, due to her hatred, she gradually turned into a malicious spirit. Dad, Mom. She choked on her words. No child would not be sad when their parents died. They were their closest relatives. What's more, her parents were killed by someone else. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and so did the aura around his body. Previously, from the words of the 2 old men outside the neighborhood, even though he had already guessed the truth of the incident 3 years ago, when he truly learned the truth from the mouth of this Chen family woman, his anger still burned even more intensely. "What's your name?" he asked the woman. Chen Lin. The woman said. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. Stand up straight and don't move. Yes. Chen Lin didn't know why Lin Tian wanted her to stand straight, but Lin Tian's aura was very terrifying, giving her a feeling like Mount Tai. She immediately obeyed. Seeing Chen Lin stand up straight, Lin Tian raised his right hand. Golden divine light surged as he activated the Tiani Soul incantation and the Sun Nirvana technique. Several different types of divine light swirled out and instantly enveloped Chen Lin's soul. In the next moment, wisps of blood-red light appeared. Chen Lin's soul began to glow as flesh and blood slowly condensed. This is... Chen Lin trembled violently. She saw that flesh and blood were slowly growing out of her soul body. Don't move. Lin Tian said softly. Chen Lin had only died 3 years ago. Her soul was very well preserved. With his current cultivation level, it was not difficult for him to restore her body and rebirth her body. In fact, according to the essence of the cultivation world, Chen Lin's situation was not considered true death. True death meant the destruction of both body and soul. Chen Lin's soul was perfectly preserved. It was equivalent to a cultivator's soul that did not dissipate after the destruction of their body. Moreover, it was not an ordinary remnant soul or spirit, but a true, intact soul. Under such circumstances, it was not difficult to be reborn. At least, for someone of his cultivation level, it was easy. He only needed to help Chen Lin condense a new, intact body, and it was equivalent to bringing Chen Lin back to life. Buzz. Several types of divine light surrounded Chen Lin and surged into her soul, causing it to shine even more brightly. More blood-red light appeared, and blood-red flames danced. The speed at which flesh and blood condensed and evolved also gradually increased. A body was being condensed. Just like that, an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Done. At this moment, Lin Tian put down his right hand. He condensed Chen Lin's body again. Chen Lin's soul lived in this body in perfect condition. She was no different from a normal living person. He even used his divine power to refine a set of clothes for Chen Lin to wear. Chen Lin was stunned. She looked at her hands and could not help but tremble. Her face was full of shock and astonishment. She had clearly died 3 years ago, and only a faint thing that was called a soul had been preserved. But now, she had actually recovered and had a corporeal body. She had become exactly the same as when she was alive 3 years ago. I'm alive? She asked Lin Tian in a trembling voice. Yes. Lin Tian Andao. Chen Lin trembled even more. She could not imagine such a thing. It was beyond her understanding. Even though she had once turned into a ghost and knew that there were many things in this world that could not be measured by common sense and that Lin Tian was not an ordinary person, this still shocked her. Thank you. Thank you. She thanked Lin Tian profusely. Her voice trembled as she looked at Lin Tian with a hopeful expression. Can you revive my parents as well? Please. I beg of you. She felt that if Lin Tian could help her recover and be reborn, he should be able to help her parents come back to life. Lin Tian shook his head. He looked at Chen Lin and said, "Your situation is fundamentally different from your parents' situation. It can't be considered a true death. It's just that your physical body has disappeared. Helping you recover your physical body can be considered as rebirth. But your parents' bodies and souls have dissipated. They are truly dead. There is no possibility of them coming back to life." He felt that this girl was very filial. She always thought of her parents, so he explained to her in detail. Chen Lin trembled and tears streamed down her face. Even though she knew that it was a luxury to ask for her parents to come back to life, it was still very sad to hear the answer. Lin Tian silently watched Chen Lin choke with sobs and tears. After more than 2 hours, Chen Lin calmed down a little. He spoke again. "Come with me." As he spoke, he turned and walked out of the room. Chen Lin was still choking with sobs. There were traces of tears on her face, but she had calmed down a lot. She listened to Lin Tian's words and saw Lin Tian walking out of the room. She hurriedly followed him. Lin Tian walked to the door of the room. He activated his divine power and the restriction array pattern on the door instantly disappeared. The tightly shut metal door opened on its own as if it had a mind of its own. He stepped out and walked along the corridor of the 4th floor. He walked toward the staircase not far away. "This? Young man, you're all right?" The dozens of people surrounding the corridor did not disperse. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian walk out of the haunted house unscathed and with the same calm expression as when he entered the house, they all revealed shocked expressions. However, in the next moment, these people's expressions changed. Because after Lin Tian, Chen Lin also walked out of the room. Ghost. That malicious ghost. She came out. The dozens of people were all terrified. Compared to before, Chen Lin had changed a lot. She was no longer a soul with a murderous aura. She did not have fingers that looked like chopsticks. Moreover, her physical body had been repaired and was reborn. However, these people still recognized her immediately. In fact, these people had seen Chen Lin when she was a Yin spirit before. They were terrified of her and had a deep impression of her. Although Chen Lin's appearance was very different from when she was a Yin spirit, her overall appearance was still very similar. Instantly, these people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Their legs trembled and they did not even have the strength to run away. Lin Tian stopped and looked at the dozens of people in front of him. He looked at the middle-aged couple who owned the room and said, "From now on, don't worry." He did not say too much. After he finished speaking, he continued to walk along the corridor and toward the staircase. Chen Lin followed behind Lin Tian. She still remembered some of the things that had happened to her. At this moment, she bowed to the dozens of people and the middle-aged couple and said, "I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you." After she finished speaking, she hurriedly chased after Lin Tian. When she passed by the dozens of people, she scared them again. Soon, she followed behind Lin Tian and walked down the concrete staircase to the 4th floor of the building. Only then did the dozens of people in the corridor let out a sigh of relief. After that, their eyes were filled with shock. That young man, subdued that malicious ghost? It looks like that's the case. So amazing. That young man is actually a master? He's really capable. But, so malicious ghosts can speak human language? These dozens of people all had shocked expressions on their faces. We can live in peace now. Really? The middle-aged couple was scared, shocked, and excited. Lin Tian walked along the concrete staircase. At this moment, he had already walked out of the building. Chen Lin followed behind him carefully. He turned back and looked at the building behind him. This was originally the ancestral home of the kind old man who took him in and raised him. However, it was forcibly demolished by a conspiracy and even killed several of the old man's descendants. His eyes were very cold. After returning to Earth and finding Chen Lin, the descendant of the old man who took him in, Lin Tian thought that Chen Lin should know where the old man's tomb was. Yes, I know. Chen Lin replied. When she was alive, she would go with her parents to pay respects to her great-grandfather every year. Naturally, she knew where his tomb was. Lin Tian nodded and said, "Take me there." Chen Lin replied with a "hmm." Like Lin Tianyi, she looked at the building behind her with tears in her eyes. This was her home in the past. But later, there was nothing left. Her parents also died here. She wiped away her tears and led the way for Lin Tian. Soon, they walked out of the community. After looking around, they walked out of Bailey City. After 3 years, the surrounding environment had changed a lot. However, she had lived in this city for more than 20 years. Even though the surroundings had changed a lot, she could still clearly identify the directions. Great-grandfather's tomb is in a small forest outside the city. It will take a long time to get there. She said to Lin Tiandao. It's okay. Lin Tiandao. Chen Lin replied with a and continued to lead the way out of the city. Lin Tian followed Chen Lin and followed her. During the process, Chen Lin walked very slowly. However, Lin Tian didn't say anything and just followed quietly behind her. 2 hours later, the two walked out of the periphery of the city and went further away. After that, another 2 hours passed. Lin Tian followed Chen Lin and came to a small mountain far away from the city. It's just ahead. Chen Lin said. Lin Tian followed behind her. Soon, they came to the foot of the mountain on the other side. There were sparse cypress trees around. Chen Lin continued to lead the way for Lin Tian. After turning a few more corners, she said, she pointed forward. Then, her expression changed. She didn't say anything else and froze. In front of him, there was a broken dark red coffin exposed on the ground. The lid of the coffin had been opened and rolled to one side. There were bones inside and outside. Along with the soil, there were also bones outside. Along with the soil, there was a black stone tablet that had fallen to the ground. With the soil and dust falling on it, a few large words could be faintly seen. Chen Qiyuan's tomb. Lin Tian looked at the tombstone on the ground and the words on it. His body couldn't help but tremble. Someone was destroying tombs and coffins. Great-grandfather. Chen Lin couldn't help but cry. It must be them. The people who threatened us before. In the past, Mom and Dad didn't agree to sell our ancestral home. They often threatened us and said that they would dig up our ancestral graves. The tomb had been dug up, and the coffin had been destroyed. The soil was scattered everywhere, and the whole place was in a mess. The traces had been there for a long time, and it didn't look like it had just been destroyed. At least a few years ago, it should have been destroyed by someone a few years ago. Chen Lin was not stupid. She immediately thought that it was done by the hooligans who threatened her family. Tears flowed down her face. To any family, the ancestral home and ancestral grave were extremely important. Yet now, the ancestral home had been destroyed, the parents had died, and the ancestral grave had been dug up and destroyed to such an extent. This sort of shock was truly too great. She walked forward with tears in her eyes, wanting to tidy up her great-grandfather's grave. Lin Tian raised his hand and stopped her. "Let me do it," he said. He asked Chen Lin to stand aside and went forward. Without using any of his divine power, he picked up the scattered bones with his bare hands and gently put them into the cracked coffin. Then, he closed the lid of the coffin. Then, he picked up the scattered soil with both hands and sprinkled it on the coffin bit by bit, slowly burying the coffin. Chen Qiyuan, that old man, used to be a soldier. He didn't have any high-ranking military rank. He served in the army for a few years and then retired. Like many soldiers who served in the military, he was very ordinary. But in his heart, he always felt that the old man was a very amazing soldier. He had the self-discipline of a soldier and the gentleness of a soldier. That year, I was 12 years old. He half squatted on the ground and sprinkled the surrounding soil on the coffin bit by bit. With his back to Qianlin, he said, "At that time, a good friend of your great-grandfather came to visit the courtyard house that your great-grandfather built as an orphanage. They sat together. I saw them from a corner far away. That friend said to your great-grandfather that he didn't have much savings. Why did he have to care about a group of strangers who had nothing to do with him?" Qianlin stood aside. She had long believed that Lin Tian, who looked about 20 years old, was the orphan that her great-grandfather had adopted. At this time, when she heard Lin Tian's words, she couldn't help but ask, what did great-grandfather say? The age difference between her and her great-grandfather was very large. She had never even met her great-grandfather and didn't have the slightest impression of him. But, he was her ancestor after all. She really wanted to know more about him. Lin Tianyi picked up the nearby soil and slowly rebuilt the old man's tomb that had been destroyed. He wiped away the soil and dust on the old man's tombstone so that the engraved words on the tombstone could be seen clearly. He said, "I want those children to know how beautiful and dazzling this world is." Qianlin stood to the side. When she heard Lin Tian's words, she couldn't help but tremble. She was a teacher and happened to be a Chinese teacher. Naturally, she could understand the deep meaning of this sentence. Her great-grandfather took in children who were abandoned by their parents or whose parents had died. He raised these children and wanted them to know that the world was full of hope, light, kindness, and love. Great-grandfather. Her voice trembled. Her ancestor was really an amazing person. He was a great person. Lin Tian didn't say anything else. He wiped away the soil and dust on the tombstone and put it back in front of the old man's tomb. At this time, the sky had already darkened. A few stars dotted the sky. Not long after, a full moon appeared, sprinkling silver light on the ground. Lin Tian stood in front of the old man's tomb. He was like a divine plant, like a rock, motionless. Qianlin stood to the side. Lin Tian didn't say anything, so she didn't say anything either. She and Lin Tianyi looked at the tomb in front of them. Time passed quickly. The stars in the sky disappeared, and the full moon disappeared. The sky gradually became brighter. Soon, the sun appeared in the sky. Warm sunlight sprinkled down, and the world became brighter. It was also at this time that the world suddenly trembled. A murderous aura spread out, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The air suddenly became extremely cold. Outside Lin Tian's body, arcs of electricity intertwined. His eyes were frighteningly cold. 3 years ago, those hooligans who came to your house to make trouble and threaten you. Tell me about them one by one. His voice was cold. Decades later, when he returned to Earth, the place he used to live was gone. The ancestral home of the old man who took him in and raised him was destroyed. His descendants were poisoned and murdered. Even the tomb where he slept was destroyed. He couldn't stand it. This matter wasn't over yet. Qianlin's body trembled. At this moment, her legs were weak. At this time, Lin Tian was too scary. She couldn't help but feel fear. It was as if she was facing a peerless demon god. Her voice trembled. It was not until a long time later that she told Lin Tian all the hooligans who threatened them. At the same time, she vaguely knew the location of those hooligans. She told Lin Tian everything. Cold light intertwined in Lin Tian's eyes. He turned his head and took one last look at Elder Chen Qiyuan's tombstone. A faint golden divine light surged out and enveloped Qianlin. In an instant, they disappeared. The next moment, they appeared in front of a huge entertainment club. The club was a tall building, more than 40 meters high, with a total of 12 floors. At this time, there were many pedestrians nearby. Many people stood in place with their eyes wide open. Their eyes fell on Lin Tian and Qianlin as if they had seen a ghost. These two people, how did they suddenly appear? What's going on? Some people stared with their eyes wide open. There were quite a few people walking in this area just now. Many of them suddenly saw a faint light flash past. Lin Tian and Qianlin's figures suddenly appeared in this originally empty area, causing all of the pedestrians to be quite shocked. At the same time, Qianlin was also shocked. Her body trembled. She knew this place. It was the place she told Lin Tian before. The hooligans who threatened her family usually lived in an area in Bailey City. She and Lin Tian were at the foot of a small mountain far away from the city a moment ago. Then, in a flash, she and Lin Tian appeared here. If they walked between the two places, it would take about half a day. But now, they arrived in the blink of an eye. This, she trembled slightly. She knew that this must be Lin Tian's doing. This kind of means shocked her. Even though she already knew that Lin Tian was not an ordinary person and had seen many terrible things about Lin Tian, she was still shocked by this. This kind of movement was too exaggerated and too terrifying. It was like teleportation, as if he was a god. Lin Tian did not care about the shocked expressions of the pedestrians around. Looking at the club in front of him, he scanned it with his divine thought. Cold light intertwined in his eyes, and he directly walked in. Although Chen Lin was still in shock, when she saw Lin Tian walk into the club in front of her, she immediately followed him. Lin Tianqing entered, and soon, deafening music came from within the club. After walking for a while, a very spacious ballroom appeared in front of him. All kinds of gorgeous lights interweaved and swayed in the hall. Many seductive figures swayed wantonly on the dance floor, and the air was filled with a fiery and flirtatious atmosphere. The enchanting woman was very attentive. Obviously, she belonged to this club, like a brothel madam in ancient times. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He didn't care about this woman and didn't say anything. He just kept walking forward. There was a staircase in front of him that led to the upper floor of this club. "Hey, handsome, where are you going?" The enchanting woman spoke again. After a pause, she saw that Lin Tian was still cold and didn't pay attention to her. Then, she saw that Lin Tian wanted to go to the upper floor of this club, which was more special. In addition, she saw that a woman like Chen Lin was following Lin Tian. Her face sank. Obviously, she knew that Lin Tian didn't come here to have fun. She immediately stood in front of Lin Tian and said coldly, "You're here to cause trouble, right?" As she spoke, she gave a look to the distance. Suddenly, a few strong men with strong muscles came over. A special club like this would naturally have some special security guards. These people were them. "Brat, are you looking for trouble?" One of them said coldly. Several strong men immediately surrounded Lin Tian and Chen Lin. They didn't have any good intentions on their faces. Moreover, in this spacious ballroom, many people naturally saw this scene, and many people looked over. Someone is here to cause trouble? No way. This is the territory of Brother Hu of the Sand Hu gang. Who dares to cause trouble here? Isn't he looking for death? How dare he cause trouble with that kind of body? A few young gangsters with purple permed hair looked over. Obviously, they knew this place better. They looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but shake their heads mockingly. In fact, Lin Tian's body was indeed not strong. He leaned towards the slender type. Compared with the strong men called by the enchanting woman, he was indeed not good enough. Looking for trouble. The purple-haired gangsters clicked their tongues. On the dance floor, many people were looking over, waiting to see a good show. After all, people who came to this place were looking for excitement. Naturally, they liked to see exciting things. Fighting was also very exciting. At this time, it looked like Lin Tian and the other strong men were about to fight. With a buzzing sound, the music in the ballroom became more intense in the blink of an eye. Obviously, the music in the ballroom was controlled on purpose, because many people were looking at Lin Tian and the other strong men, as if they were beating war drums for the strong men. At the same time, on the dance floor, scantily clad girls swayed their slender waists even more seductively. Not far from the ballroom, Lin Tian was surrounded by several strong men. His expression did not change at all as he continued to walk forward. The expressions of the enchanting woman and the burly men turned even colder. They had been in the underworld for a long time, so naturally, they could tell that Lin Tian was here to cause trouble. At that moment, the burly men directly attacked Lin Tian. The 7 strong men waved their fists at Lin Tian in unison. Their attacks were very ruthless. However, in the next moment, the burly men trembled as if they had been electrocuted. Their eyelids rolled back and they fell straight to the ground. They were still breathing, but they directly fainted and temporarily lost consciousness. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His pace did not change as he led Qianlin to the stairs leading to the upper floor of the club. All of them fell? What happened? In the dance hall, everyone was looking at this side. The purple-haired hooligans from before were all stunned. The dancing girls on the dance floor also couldn't help but stop. All of them widened their eyes and opened their mouths wide. They did not see Lin Tian at all, but the 7 strong men fell to the ground. It was a little scary. At the same time, the enchanting woman with heavy makeup trembled. You. At this time, she looked at Lin Tian again. The enchanting woman trembled and stepped back. She sat on the ground and did not dare to open her mouth to stop Lin Tian. She did not know how the 7 strong men fainted, but she knew that it must have something to do with Lin Tian. At this time, how could she dare to stop Lin Tian? Looking at Lin Tian made her feel scared. Lin Tian used a weak pressure to cause the 7 men to faint. He didn't care about the reactions of the people in the ballroom. Bringing Qianlin, he quickly entered the staircase leading to the higher floors of the entertainment club, heading towards the higher floors of the building. Until he and Qianlin's figures completely disappeared into the stairs, the people in the ballroom were still shocked. Just now, what happened? Many people widened their eyes. No matter how hard they tried, they could not figure out how Lin Tian made the 7 strong men faint. Lin Tian led Qianlin along the concrete stairs. Soon, they arrived at the 12th floor of the building. The 12th floor was the top floor of the building. There was a very spacious room, more than 1,000 square meters. There were many people in the room. Most of them were bare-armed and were doing physical training. There were also people guarding the corridor. Who are you? Who allowed you to come up? Lin Tian led Qianlin to this floor. They were immediately discovered. The people guarding the corridor were all shocked. Obviously, this was not a place where ordinary people could come. Lin Tian's expression was cold. His footsteps did not change. He walked toward the room of more than 1,000 square meters on the 12th floor. Wisps of pressure intertwined around his body. The people guarding the corridor who were about to attack him immediately fainted. He led Qianlin directly into the room. There were about 100 people here. When they saw the 2 strangers, Lin Tian and Qianlin, and saw the people guarding the corridor fall to the ground, they were naturally shocked. It's you! A yellow-haired young man shouted. He stared at Qianlin, who was behind Lin Tian, with an expression of disbelief. This person was about 29 years old. He looked at Qianlin as if he had seen a ghost. At the same time, a young man with dyed red hair and a young man with tattoos also changed color. They were about the same age as the yellow-haired young man. Qianlin? Both of them changed color. Behind Lin Tian, Qianlin naturally saw the yellow-haired young man, the red-haired young man, and the young man with tattoos. Her body trembled. You. Tears appeared in her eyes. They were full of hatred. She would never forget these 3 people. Back then, it was these 3 people who had repeatedly threatened them. In the end, they used a strange drug to make her parents and her lose their ability to move. Then, they blew up her house. The family of 3 was killed. You, the yellow-haired young man, the red-haired young man, and the young man with tattoos all stared at Qianlin with wide eyes. The person who was killed by them 3 years ago was now standing in front of them. At this place, dozens of people obviously noticed the strange expressions of the yellow-haired young man and the other 2. They couldn't help but be curious. One of them asked the yellow-haired young man. Brother Zhao, what's wrong? Are these people your acquaintances? The yellow-haired young man's surname was Zhao. He, the red-haired young man, and the young man with tattoos had mingled outside for a long time. They had a certain status among the dozens of people. What's the noise? A shout was heard. Outside this room of more than 1,000 square meters, a burly man was surrounded by several people. He walked in from the entrance at the other end of the room. He looked about 42 years old. There was a hideous scar on his face, and there was a fierce aura around him. Seeing this person walk out, everyone in this place bowed and saluted. They shouted, "Brother Hu." The scarred man's full name was He Hu. he was the boss of the Sandhu gang. He was one of the fiercest people in Bailey City's underground forces. There were many people following him. This entertainment club was also one of his properties, and it was worth a lot. At this time, when he walked in, his gaze quickly fell on Lin Tian and Chen Lin. His experienced eyes could tell that these two were not his people. Moreover, from Lin Tian's cold expression, he could tell that Lin Tian did not come with good intentions. He immediately sneered. Looking for trouble? The yellow-haired young man moved in front of He Hu. He glanced at Chen Lin and said, Brother Hu, that girl, Chen Lin, is the daughter of the Chen family in the courtyard that the Lin sect group asked us to deal with 3 years ago. Next to He Hu, the 29-year-old yellow-haired young man quickly recounted what happened 3 years ago. What? He Hu's eyes narrowed. Are you sure she's the daughter of the family of 3 that died? I'm sure, there's no mistake. The yellow-haired young man said. At the same time, the red-haired young man and the tattooed young man also spoke. 3 years ago, the two of them and the yellow-haired young man used a special spray anesthetic to make Chen Lin's family of 3 lose their mobility. Then, they created an accident, which caused the death of the Chen family of 3. This allowed the Lin sect group to smoothly start construction and develop the real estate in that area. They remembered this incident very clearly. Even after so long, they would never forget it. He Hu looked at Chen Lin. His eyes narrowed slightly. The person who died 3 years ago was actually standing in front of him, perfectly fine. A human? A ghost? After a pause, his face turned cold. I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. The people of the underground forces were not weak after all. Take them down. He Hu ordered. In an instant, a group of people surrounded Lin Tian and Chen Lin in this place. When the yellow-haired young man and the other two saw the dead Chen Lin reappear in front of them, they were quite shocked. However, at this time, when they saw how domineering their boss was and heard He Hu's order, the shock in their hearts disappeared in an instant. The yellow-haired young man took a few steps forward and said arrogantly, Brother Hu is right. I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. I'm going to kill you today. If a little B***tch like you leaves and divulges what happened back then, won't the accident that we worked so hard to create for your family be exposed? I don't want to go to the police station. Of course, even if you go to the police station to report this, it's useless. Brother Hu's men are there. As he spoke, a 3-inch-long machete rushed out from behind him. He smiled maliciously and walked towards Chen Lin. Come and have a taste of my machete. Today, I'll make sure you can't even be a ghost. Heh. The people from the Sandhu gang surrounded Lin Tian and Chen Lin. Chen Lin looked at the yellow-haired young man walking towards her with a machete. Her eyes were filled with hatred, but she couldn't help but feel a little scared. It was obvious that the yellow-haired young man and his gang had left a huge psychological scar on her 3 years ago. It was also at this time that Lin Tian, who was beside her, moved. In an instant, he disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of the yellow-haired young man. The yellow-haired young man trembled. He was shocked by this unnatural speed that made his scalp go numb. His expression changed immediately and he couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He waved his hand and snatched the machete from the yellow-haired young man's hand. Pooh! Blood splattered. The yellow-haired young man didn't even have the chance to scream before he was cut into 2. His organs and intestines were scattered all over the ground. In an instant, everyone's expression changed. Even the boss of the Sandhu gang, He Hu, was no exception. Lin Tian's speed was too fast and his methods were too ruthless. In an instant, he had cut the yellow-haired young man into 2. It was very frightening. You dare! He Hu was the first to regain his senses. He glared at Lin Tian and fiercely shouted. Lin Tian's eyes were as cold as ice. His expression didn't change. It was as if he didn't hear He Hu's voice at all. He completely ignored him. Holding the blood-stained machete, he looked at the red-haired young man and swung it in the air. Clang! An ear-piercing sword cry resounded. A golden blade appeared and flew towards the red-haired young man like lightning. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The red-haired young man was cut into pieces on the spot. His body parts rolled in all directions. After dozens of years of cultivation, he was an immortal emperor who suppressed the 10 heavens. As the lord of the immortal court, he had set down immortal rules that forbade any immortal court disciple to attack ordinary mortals. He hated cultivators who attacked ordinary mortals. However, the ordinary mortals referred to those who didn't commit any evil deeds or seek death. The yellow-haired young man, the red-haired young man, and the tattooed young man were clearly not ordinary mortals. They were purely evil people who deserved to die. End of chapter 1338. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.